Chapter 80, The World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy. 15. At that moment, Chang Qing quickly reached out to support him. Why should we be so polite? I am a few months older than you. If you don't mind, just call me brother. However, he changed his tone. I have already given the list of enemies to Mother. I believe it is in your hands now, right? Although I am not a member of the Yi family and cannot do it myself, it is my duty to collect these lists to help Mother relieve her worries. Yi Yu was frowning. You have already said everything. What else can I say? He came to Changqing just because he didn't want to kill anyone or seek revenge, not to listen to any bloodline theory. What are you talking about collecting lists? You are also a reborn person, you can write these lists based on memory. It's so infuriating. Changqing saw that he looked unhappy and pursued him. Yi Yu, you are not trying to escape your responsibility as a descendant of the Yi family. You will make your mother sad. Changqing showed a look of disapproval on his face, as if to say that you are really ignorant and still make your mother sad at such an old age. Seeing that Changqing kept talking about the Yi family and had no intention of taking up the matter, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother. He recalled his previous life and they really didn't know who was older and who was younger, and they had never called each other brothers, but now the situation is urgent and he doesn't want to argue about seniority, so the call of big brother is quite sincere. Your mother raised you, and you have the heart to watch her suffer? I have followed my master since I was young, and the sword I learned is not the sword of revenge. Yi Yu explained hurriedly. Changqing's patience has run out. In the final analysis, it's just moral kidnapping. They want him to be cannon fodder, but he has no morals at all. Changqing sat down lazily. He was not a member of the Yi family, so why was he in such a hurry? If he did not seek revenge, no one in the martial arts world would say he was heartless and ungrateful. It is you who made Mother suffer, my foolish brother. What does the hatred of your Yi family have to do with me? Mother raised me, not the Yi family. You have to force him to make things clear before he will accept the reality. If that's the case, then just make it clear. Want to quietly establish a benevolent persona? It's too late. Hearing Changqing's words, Yi Yu's face looked very ugly. He felt that things were getting a little out of control. Bai Changqing seemed to be different from the person in his previous life. Could it be that rebirth would cause a drastic change in his personality? Although Changqing did not admit it, he had already determined in his heart that Changqing was reborn. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, he didn't plan to continue the discussion. He stretched out his hand and took out the identity card that Bai Yingying gave him and placed it on the table. This is what my mother gave me when we parted. It can mobilize all the disciples of Wuji sect. Bai Changqing, I order you to kill everyone on that list. As long as the people on the list don't exist, no one will force him to take revenge, and no one in the underworld will say that he is unfilial. Changqing was so angry that he almost laughed. Who was he trying to scare with a broken sign? Your mother probably didn't tell you that I'm not a disciple of the Wuji sect, and I'm not on the Wuji sect's roster. Besides, he paused, your brand isn't good enough. He reached out and took out a sign and threw it on the table, with the words Imperial Observatory clearly engraved on it. Yu took a glance and stood up suddenly. You are actually from the Imperial Court. Of course, he knew that the Imperial Observatory was a special agency established by the Imperial Court to handle the affairs of the underworld, and it was also common knowledge that the Imperial Court opposed feuds among the underworld. If Changqing was a member of the Imperial Court, it would be impossible to avenge him. That's why I say you are naive. Now everyone in the martial arts world knows that you are a descendant of the Yi family. Who can replace you? Changqing walked forward, patted Yi Yu on the shoulder, and walked out of the room. Only Yi Yu, with a pale face, was left sitting down dejectedly. Changqing ignored the curious looks from the hall and walked calmly into his room. What a good day today is. The world has been very unstable recently. Although Yi Yu was extremely careful, he was ambushed again on his way back to his master's sect. This time he showed even stronger strength than before. After injuring several people, the attackers fled. The attack had two consequences. Firstly, the enemies are even more insecure. Some people have come out to explain why they were involved in the family annihilation case. Some say it was because Yi Tianyu abandoned her after having an affair with her, which led to her turning love into hatred. Some say that Yi Tianyu once cut off one of his arms when he was wandering around, and he did it just for revenge. Others say that his family and the Yi family have been enemies for a long time, and his grandfather died at the hands of Ye's grandfather. There are all kinds of reasons. Secondly, Bai Yingying was even more disappointed. She felt that Yan Donglai had corrupted her son, making him indecisive, kind and compassionate. He even went to her house to cause a scene, making it difficult for Yi Yu to be caught in the middle. Shang-Qing was also shocked when he heard the news. After all, she is the holy maiden of the Wuji sect. How could she be developing into a wicked rural mother-in-law? Her behavior reminded him of Miao's mother in the previous world. The world was bustling with activity, and the Imperial Court also began to take action. Just after autumn, the Imperial Observatory promulgated new laws, which made detailed regulations on the behavior of people in the martial arts world. For example, private fighting among the martial arts world is strictly prohibited, and the government sets up martial arts arenas in various prefectures for martial artists to compete in martial arts and vent their excess energy. At the same time, the law also clearly stipulated that the local Imperial Observatory would be responsible for handling underworld affairs and arresting underworld criminals, and even stipulated relevant standards for the recruitment of Imperial Observatory personnel. It can be said that it covers all aspects. In the banquet hall of the governor's mansion, people were moving around, toasting each other, and bursts of hearty laughter were heard from time to time. Everyone has worked hard on the compilation of the law this time. The emperor was very satisfied after reading it, and specifically gave it the 4-character comment of the righteous way of the world. Xing Qian raised his glass high. Here, let's drink this glass to the emperor from afar. Everyone raised their glasses, pointed to the north, and drank them all. Then, Xing Qian said, young Master Bai also made many suggestions for the compilation of the law this time. In the future implementation process, we will need the help of this martial arts master. Come on, let's toast to young Master Bai. Chang Cheng also stood up and raised his glass. The safety of the martial arts world is related to the country and the people's livelihood. I will do my best. For a moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall was extremely warm. Since the Imperial Observatory was proposed by Shang Qian, the emperor also took into account the richness of the Jiangnan area and the gathering of chivalrous men of martial arts, so he gave this task to Shang Qian with full responsibility, and the court only provided support behind the scenes. In Shangqing's opinion, the emperor's doing this might also be intended to push Shang Qian as a pawn. Putting the main battlefield between the court and the underworld in Jiangnan instead of the capital would undoubtedly be safer for the emperor, but it's better this way. It's much more convenient for him. Relevant scholars, people in the community and ordinary people were also invited to participate in the compilation of the law. Overall, it is more in line with the actual situation and takes into account the interests of all parties. Let's start with the pilot project in Jiangnan. This big move by the Imperial Observatory caused a stir in the martial arts world, and for a time the discussion was even hotter than the revenge drama at Red Leaf Villa. At first, some people didn't believe it, but after the Imperial Observatory dealt with several cases of gang vendettas with great efficiency, everyone quieted down. The scenes of beheadings in the vegetable market for 3 consecutive days reminded the people in the underworld that the Imperial Court was serious this time. What shocked the martial arts world even more was that not long after, the Imperial Observatory issued an announcement, announcing that it would convene a martial arts conference to publicly try the case of the massacre at Hongye Villa. The announcement also stated that all participants could come forward to prove their innocence, and the Imperial Observatory would make a judgment based on the specific circumstances, such as the number of killings and specific reasons. This caused an even bigger uproar in the world. In the sect hall, on the streets and in the alleys, people were talking about this matter everywhere. This is to further establish authority. You have to know that Hongye Villa involves dozens of masters from both the righteous and evil worlds. The case involves a wide range of people and is not comparable to an ordinary vendetta in the martial arts world. The discussions in the martial arts world could not affect the actions of the Imperial Observatory. Countless invitations floated to the martial arts world like snowflakes. All major sects, gangs, villas, and famous individual practitioners received the invitations. Chapter 81 of the World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy. 16. Master, what do you think is the purpose of the court doing this? Yi Yu held the invitation in his hand and looked at the middle-aged man sitting at the head. To be honest, Yi Yu was happy the moment he received the invitation. The court's intervention meant that he had a reason not to kill people, and others could not blame him for his behavior. But then he thought of the 3 characters Qin Tianjian engraved on the token that Changqing showed him that day, so he must be from the Qin Tianjian. So was there any handicraft of his? He really couldn't see through this adopted son of his mother. He also looked at the laws of the court. Based on the number of people he had killed during this period, even if there were reasons, he would not be executed, but he would at least be imprisoned for 10 to 8 years. Thinking of this, his face turned grim. Yan Donglai's expression was also very solemn. As the owner of Xinjian Villa, he deals more with various sects and has some friends in the court, so he knows more than Yu. The Imperial Court has taken many actions in recent years, and the direction of the wind is very clear. However, the Imperial Court had always been cautious, and he had not expected such a sudden and major move. It seems that the Imperial Observatory has found a support. Yan Donglai stroked the ring on his hand and pondered. Rely on? Yu also frowned. The Imperial Court is not short of people or money, but has always lacked real masters, so it still lacks a little confidence when facing the martial arts world. This time there is such a big move. It seems that someone has filled the vacancy. Could it be him? The figure that gave him a headache appeared in Yu's mind. In their previous lives, their martial arts skills had always been on par with each other, and now that their previous life memories had been integrated, their skills had indeed reached a higher level. However, even so, I will not lose to him. Yu touched the sword on the table. This matter involves Hongye Villa. I have to go there no matter what. His martial arts had greatly improved at this time, and although he was not so arrogant as to not take anyone in the world into consideration, he did believe that if he left, it would be impossible for the Imperial Observatory to stop him. Yan Donglai had no children, so he naturally valued this extremely talented apprentice very much, not to mention that he was the son of an old friend. Since you gave me the post, I'll go with you. Although he didn't want to get involved in the Yi family's revenge, the court's actions were closely related to the entire martial arts world, so he decided to go and take a look. Bai Yingying was not so calm when she received the invitation. She was so angry that she smashed a cup. She originally did not take the Imperial Observatory seriously, but when her subordinates reported that Bai Changqing often went in and out of the governor's mansion, she knew that this was trouble. Yu didn't know Bai Changqing's strength, but she knew it clearly. This unfilial son. She couldn't help but curse. If the Imperial Observatory dealt with all her enemies first, the accumulated hatred over the past decade would have driven her to death. So she went down the mountain again and found Yu. What? You want me to kill all my enemies before the martial arts conference? When Yu heard Bai Yingying's words, his face was filled with shock and he almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. This is probably a case of insanity. Killing people at this time is not only not in line with the moral code of the martial arts world, but is also a blatant act against the Imperial Court. In an instant, he suddenly felt that his mother's thinking was really abnormal. I wonder how Bai Changqing lived in her hands for so many years? Yu couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic towards him. I'm not going. His attitude was very clear. Mother, I grew up with my master. You and father never raised me. Am I going to shed blood for people I've never met? Yu knew that Bai Yingying would say something about blood ties and irreconcilable relationships next, so he spoke directly to the point. Bai Yingying was so angry that her body was shaking, but her eyes were fixed on him. After a while, she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter was shrill, like crying blood. Good, good, good. You are all good. She looked like a madman, with air surging around her body. Suddenly, she moved her body, and her long sleeves like clouds rolled towards Yu, pointing at the two important acupoints of Baihui and Shinji. Yu didn't expect that his mother, who had been so caring towards him in his previous life, would suddenly attack him. He quickly stepped back, but Bai Yingying was so skilled that she took the initiative with one move, and her subsequent moves were like an endless rain pouring down on him. For a moment, the aura was everywhere, and Yu dodged left and right, and he couldn't even free his hands to draw his sword. Ha 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 ha, if you don't avenge Zhilang, you don't deserve to be his son. As Bai Yingying laughed wildly, drops of blood splattered out. Her long sleeves, which were infused with her internal energy, were like a long sword that continuously pierced Yu's skin, making him increasingly weak and in a miserable state. Mother, wake up! Yu shouted, but Bai Yingying acted as if she didn't hear anything and her attack became more fierce. He kept retreating, but Bai Yingying kept pressing forward and attacking. Suddenly, Yu felt something hard behind him. It turned out that he had retreated to a rockery. In front of him were flying long sleeves and Bai Yingying's distorted face. Why did it come to this? He should have been famous for his sort of benevolence. The gentle smile of his mother in his previous life seemed to flash before his eyes, and he seemed to hear the respectful praises of the people in the martial arts world. In the end, the scene changed and it turned into Bai Changqing's sarcastic smile. It's you, right? You must have been reborn early to harm me. Yi Yu gritted his teeth. What sort of the benevolent? What about not killing anyone? At this moment he just wanted the scene in front of him to disappear completely. In a trance, he stabbed out the most hateful sword in his 2 lives. He didn't know how the sword was thrust out. He only knew that the surroundings became quiet the next moment. The sarcastic smile disappeared, and was replaced by Yingying's face with bulging eyes and a look of horror. Chapter 82, The World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy, 17, Clang. The sword with the scabbard fell to the ground, and Yingying fell to the ground, holding her throat with blood gushing out. Mother! Yi Yu was horrified and quickly stepped forward to support Yingying. Revenge. Yingying's hoarse voice was intermittent, and she kept coughing up blood. Yi Yu was at a loss and could only nod continuously. Yingying is dead? And she died at Yi Yu's hands? Changqing was a little bit incredulous when he heard the news. In the original plot, their mother-son relationship is quite good. Yingying is proud of Yi Yu and praises him for having the style of his father. Now he died in Yi Yu's hands. She forced Yi Yu to resolve all his enemies before the martial arts conference. The two clashed and she was killed by mistake. The system explained. Changqing sighed. What can I say? Yingying's life goal is revenge, and now most of her enemies are still jumping around in the martial arts world, so she naturally can't be calm. The court's announcement of intervention undoubtedly gave her a greater sense of urgency. If her enemies were captured by the court, the so-called revenge would be a pipe dream. So Changqing was not surprised that she would further force Yi Yu, but he did not expect that she would die at Yi Yu's hands because of her strong martial arts skills. It seems that Yi Yu is still somewhat lucky. After all, she was the original owner's mother. Changqing thought about waiting for Yi Yu to send a message before going to pay her respects. After waiting for a long time, no information was received. Instead, news came that the participants in the Hongya Mountain Villa massacre were being killed one after another. For a moment, the entire world was filled with the smell of blood, although no one saw it with their own eyes. From the list of people killed, everyone knew that it was Yi Yu who did it. The descendants of the Yi family finally began to take revenge. Moreover, the revenge was swift. The person involved and his subordinates or family members who assisted him in the resistance were all killed cleanly and neatly. In just 3 or 5 days, all the people on the list had been slaughtered, and even the Lord of Zhuangjiaobeo was not spared. During this period, the Imperial Observatory also sent several groups of people to track Yi Yu, but he was a martial arts master and his whereabouts were erratic, so he escaped several encounters. Sheng Qian also found Changqing, hoping that he would take action, but Changqing refused, and he had good reasons. Yi Yu is my adoptive mother's biological son. I should avoid suspicion in his affairs. Sheng Qian had no other choice. He couldn't force the brothers to kill each other. Wait. Foster mother? Are you the adopted son of the holy maiden of the Wuji sect? Sheng Qian's eyes were as big as copper bells. Yes, but I am not from the Wuji sect. I stopped using Wuji sect's martial arts a long time ago. Not long after he came through, he gave up the Wuji sect's martial arts. He himself had a powerful spirit and profound knowledge. The martial arts of the small world seemed insignificant to him. Creating his own martial arts according to the rules here was just a piece of cake for him. Sheng Qian nodded. It seemed that he had indeed learned the magical skills by falling off the cliff. He didn't care which sect Changqing came from. Whether it was the righteous way or the evil way, it was just a martial world for the court. As long as he could be used by the court and could help the court, he would be a friend of the court. What about the martial arts conference? All the murderers who participated in the murder of the Red Leaf Villa have been killed. How can this case be tried? Sheng Qian was so anxious these days that his head was almost bald. The martial arts conference has been held. It is against the law to participate in the extermination of a family. It is also against the law to kill for revenge privately. There have been a lot of reports recently, right? Changqing took a sip of water, hinting at something. Ha 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 ha. Sheng Qian burst into laughter. No wonder you didn't join in the capture. Turns out you were waiting here. Sheng Qian was a politician, so he naturally knew that if the Imperial Observatory wanted to successfully rectify the world, it was essential to establish its authority. The original plan was to re-examine the old case of Hongya Villa in order to seize the hotspot of the underworld and quickly establish prestige. However, this happened more than 10 years ago after all. Although there are some file records, Witnesses are difficult to find and the materials are incomplete, so it is not so easy to conduct the trial. Now that Yi Yu is slaughtering people in the martial arts world for revenge, isn't this a better opportunity to establish his authority? It is much easier to arrest and try one person than to try an old case. But, he is your adoptive mother's biological son after all. Will you? Shang Qian was a little doubtful. A prince who breaks the law is guilty of the same crime as a commoner. Moreover, Chang Qing paused and gritted his teeth. My mother died at his hands. I will never let him off easily. The holy maiden of Wuji sect died at the hands of her own son? Shang Qian was a little surprised for a moment. Bai Ying seldom moves around in the martial arts world, so Shang Qian doesn't know much about her. However, he never expected that Yi Yu would be so cruel that he would even kill his own mother. But then, Shang Qian felt relieved again. He originally thought that Chang Qing was somewhat cold and unkind, even taking advantage of his adoptive mother's own children. But after hearing what he said, he understood. How can this be a heartless devil? He is clearly a filial and good child. He looked at Chang Qing with a hint of sympathy. What a poor child. Both his parents died when he was young, and his adoptive mother died before he reached adulthood. Chang Qing automatically ignored his sympathetic gaze and stood up. Continue preparing for the martial arts conference and arrange more experts. This conference may not be peaceful. There are still more than 10 days before the martial arts conference, and Chang Qing wants to add fuel to the fire. Promulgating laws is only the first step. For the laws to be deeply rooted in people's hearts, an opportunity is needed, an opportunity to make the world feel pain. Only when the world feels pain will it reflect and understand that the law is to protect everyone. This opportunity is Yi Yu's killing, and to seize this opportunity he needs to demonstrate his strength. The martial arts conference is a stage for displaying one's strength. Chang Qing believed that the person that the evil Yi Yu wanted to kill the most at this moment must be himself, and the killing during this period must have made him swell. After all, as a darling with the opportunity of rebirth, how could he not have a sense of superiority like a god looking down on all living beings? How satisfying is it to kill the person you hate the most at a martial arts conference and then walk away in style? How satisfying is it? Then let this world feel the pain. So Yi Yu found that his position was exposed more and more frequently, and even many righteous people in the martial arts world joined the ranks of hunting him down. Yi Yu, who was bloodthirsty, naturally would not be polite anymore. In his previous life, Chang Qing killed many people, but he still retired to the mountains. Therefore, he felt that as long as he was strong enough, the worst that could happen to him was retirement, so there was nothing to worry about. As a result, the smell of blood in the world became stronger and many people are even looking forward to the convening of the martial arts conference, wanting to see what methods the Imperial Observatory has to deal with this god of death. Yes, some people in the martial arts world have begun to call Yi Yu the god of killing. I'm afraid Yi Yu himself could never have imagined that the title of God of Killing of the reborn original owner would actually fall on him. Chapter 83, The World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy. 18. It is chilly in spring. The martial arts conference hosted by the Imperial Observatory was finally held as scheduled. The square in front of the martial arts arena in the south of the city was bustling with people. Although the people in the underworld are unwilling to be controlled, the Imperial Court is taking big actions this time and the underworld is not peaceful. So most people still want to come and see what is going on and find out the truth. Even the Jianghu gatherings involved the use of weapons, with people from all over the place arriving carrying all kinds of weapons and wearing all kinds of clothes. Shang Qian and a deputy were welcoming guests at the door. When they saw the leaders of all the major sects and gangs coming, the smiles on their faces became even brighter. There were many people in the square wearing the standard uniforms of the Imperial Observatory, serving as guides and maintaining order. These people were all masters of the Imperial Observatory. Chang Qing sat in the front calmly, eating melon seeds, and somehow felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Hero Yan Donglai from the Divine Sword Villa has arrived. The voice of Seely came. Chang Qing looked up and saw Yan Donglai talking to Shang Qian. He was in his early 40s, wearing a gray robe, with his back straight. Although his face looked haggard, his eyes were bright and it was obvious that he had profound internal strength. In the original plot, the protagonist's master had always been in hiding, but unexpectedly he came out in this life. I don't know whether he came because of Yi Yu's matter or because of the court's recent actions. Such a famous figure in the martial arts world naturally had a seat near the front. Shang Qian led him through the crowd, and other heroes in the martial arts world gave way to him, looking at him with awe. This is our Imperial Observatory's #1 expert, young master Bai Changqing. This is Hero Yan Donglai. Sheng Chen introduced the two to each other naturally. His voice was neither high nor low, but people around him could hear it clearly. The #1 expert in the Imperial Observatory? Many wealthy guests at the scene had seen Changqing in Tianshan Pavilion, but no one had ever seen him display his martial arts. No one expected that he was actually from the Imperial Observatory, and was the best master at that. Everyone looked over. "Master Yan, I've long heard of you," Changqing said with a fist salute. "Young Master Bai, you're welcome." Yan Donglai also clasped his fists. There was a slight sound of tearing cloth in the air, and then Yan Donglai's face changed. He snorted coldly, walked straight to his seat and sat down. The smile on Sheng Qian's face became more sincere. He lowered his voice and said to Changqing, "Brother Bai, I feel relieved with you here." Sheng Qian was indeed happy. The underworld was a concern for the imperial court as well as for him personally. Over the years he had made many plans and cultivated many talents, but he had always lacked top masters who could compete with the underworld bosses. This made both him and the imperial court feel a little frustrated. He felt that Changqing was simply the person sent by God to help him pacify the martial arts world. With similar childhood experiences, disgust for vendettas in the martial arts world, and unfathomable martial arts skills, he was exactly the person he needed. "I will do anything for my country and my people." Changqing said this with such righteousness that he was almost moved himself seeing Sheng Qian going to greet guests with full energy. Changqing also smiled. It is still unclear who was working for whom. Finally, after the leaders of various sects and gangs sat down, the martial arts conference was about to begin. At this time, the entire square was crowded with people. Many old men in the martial arts world felt a little emotional. "I never thought that the Imperial Observatory would have such a strong appeal. You know, the last time there was such a gathering was 30 years ago when a great conflict broke out between good and evil." Seeing Changqing and other newcomers sitting at the front seats made many old people sigh. The young disciples have grown old, and the beautiful ladies have turned gray. "I'm afraid the world of this world is really going to change." The first item of the conference was naturally a speech by Sheng Qian, the head of the Imperial Observatory. He expressed his gratitude and hoped that people from all walks of life would support the work of the Imperial Observatory. Naturally, everyone agreed readily. After all, this was the home ground of the Imperial Observatory, and no one wanted to offend the host. The second item is to interpret special laws. We invited the fatal scholar Yin Danqing to interpret the laws and answer questions. When Yin Danqing came to power, it caused a huge uproar. Only then did everyone know that a famous person in the world had joined the Imperial Observatory. You should know that Yin Danqing is no unknown figure in the martial arts world. He used to make a living by taking imperial examinations, but failed many times, so he turned to martial arts. Unexpectedly, he was quite talented in this area. Although he started late, he progressed very quickly, and his pair of judges' pens were rarely rivaled. He was full of justice. In order to rescue a woman who was kidnapped as his wife, he broke into the Black Dragon village alone and killed and injured more than 60 bandits. From then on, he became famous as the deadly scholar. Sheng Qian looked at everyone's reactions and felt satisfied. Yin Danqing is actually his old friend. They both believe that human nature is evil and needs to be restricted. They hate hatred in the martial arts world, so when Yin Danqing received his invitation, he agreed without hesitation. Now he is one of the top masters in the Imperial Observatory. The explanation of the law was naturally a bit boring, but fortunately Yin Danqing was creative and cited some typical cases in the world, which made it quite interesting to listen to. Of course, some people have raised some tricky questions, such as if he killed my father and I killed him in anger, is this illegal? For example, if he chased me with a knife and I panicked and trampled a passerby to death, is this illegal? Yin Danqing explained one by one with a smile, but his head was slightly sweaty. Fortunately, young Master Bai reminded me last night, otherwise I might not be able to cope with it. Mr. Zhao Yin said so. My family has been wiped out. I can't seek revenge? Yin Danqing looked over and saw a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes speaking. You don't need to seek revenge, because according to the law, the murder of an entire family is punishable by beheading, and the Imperial Observatory will handle the matter. After a pause, he explained, if you kill someone for revenge, the other person's descendants will seek revenge on you, and over time it will become an unsolvable feud, and the number of casualties will increase for more than just one family. This made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Yes, isn't this how many feuds in the martial arts world come from? You avenge your ancestors, and I avenge my ancestors again. In the end, it is a knot that cannot be untied. Wouldn't it be a good idea to let the Imperial Observatory handle it? Someone couldn't help but think so. People in the martial arts world enjoy settling scores, so with so many restrictions, can it still be called the martial arts world? A cold voice came from a distance. With the sound of horse hooves, a man and a horse came galloping from a distance. When they got closer, a figure soared into the sky and landed directly on the martial arts arena. Yeu. There was a commotion among the crowd. Yan Donglai also stood up suddenly, staring at the stage. Chapter 84, The World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy. 19. Before Shang Qian could say anything, someone in the crowd rushed up, and the cold sword light attacked Yi Yu. Return my parents' lives to me. It turned out to be Zhuang Linlin, the eldest daughter of Zhuang Jiabao. At this moment, her face was pale and her hair was disheveled, but her hands were fighting desperately and her moves were extremely fierce. Yu frowned and stepped back to avoid her attack. Zhuang Linlin, your father is my enemy who wiped out my entire family. Please stop being unreasonable. Zhuang Linlin pointed her sword at him and shouted, My father is your enemy, but my mother is not. Why did you kill her too? Yi Yu was stunned. Your mother and your father tried to stop me. Everyone understood the Lord of Zhuangjiabao was involved in the Yi family tragedy. Yi Yu came to seek revenge. The Lord's wife assisted the Lord in resisting, but was then killed by Yi Yu, who was bent on revenge. Yi Yu. Do you know why my second uncle and father want to deal with your father? Because your father killed my aunt. They are also seeking revenge. Her voice was like crying blood, and the hand holding the sword kept shaking. When Yi Yu began his revenge, Zhuang Linlin's father told her the whole story of the hatred in hope that she would not continue the hatred and let the matter end with his generation. Zhuang Linlin was only 16 or 17 years old. She had never heard of having an aunt since she was a child. After learning the truth, she was naturally worried and anxious, but her father wanted to send her to the house of his best friend for refuge. On the way, she escaped and looked for Yi Yu, wanting to explain herself clearly. Unexpectedly, when she returned, her parents had already died, and all the relatives and servants in Zhuangjiabao had been dismissed, and her home was gone. Thinking of how her parents looked at that time, she burst into tears. He swung the sword and attacked Yi Yu again. Everyone was also saddened. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyu and the banker had a feud before thinking of the fact that Zhuang Fenger was also a very famous beauty in the martial arts world. Some older knights had an epiphany. They thought that it was because Yi Tianyu had many lovers and abandoned her after having sex with her, which led to Zhuang Fenger dying of depression or committing suicide, thus planting the seeds of hatred. Some people also thought that some of the people who participated in the extermination of the family were knights with a very good reputation in the world. Are there some unspeakable stories behind this? On the stage, Zhuang Linlin's attack was already a bit messy, and Yi Yu was also getting a bit impatient. What, does his aunt die because of his father? What does this have to do with Yi Yu? He only wants to avenge his father and fulfill his mother's last wish, and he doesn't care about other things. Besides, he came here to kill by Chongqing, not to argue with the woman. If Chongqing knew what he was thinking, he would probably be sarcastic again. He was obviously unwilling to kill before for the sake of his reputation as a benevolent man, but after accidentally killing by Yingying, he killed out of guilt. After all, it was only for himself, and he had to use the banner of revenge. Seeing that Yi Yu's face was becoming more and more impatient, Chongqing also stood up. He didn't want to see blood spilled on the Qintianjian's home field. However, why did he feel that someone was more nervous than him? When he turned his head, he saw Yan Donglai staring at the stage. It seems that I am not in a hurry to take action. So he slowly sat down again. Finally, Yi Yu drew his sword. With a dragon's roar, a long sword with a cold and eerie glow was unsheathed, and murderous aura instantly spread. This was a vicious sword stained with countless blood. Zhuang Linlin was instantly nailed to the spot, with the sword light approaching her, and she was unable to dodge. She stared at Yi Yu intently, as if she wanted to remember this face even if she turned into a ghost, but the next moment, she did not feel the cold sword piercing her skin. Ding! There was the sound of two swords colliding. Yan Donglai flew forward and swung his sword to neutralize Yi Yu's attack. Evil disciple, do you want to kill someone in front of the entire martial arts world and the Imperial court? His voice was sharp, but everyone could sense his protectiveness. Yes. Killing a woman whose martial arts skills were far inferior to his own in front of the Imperial Observatory and almost the entire martial arts world was unacceptable no matter what. The Imperial Observatory would not let her go just for the sake of their own face, not to mention the other martial arts heroes who felt unfair. Yi Yu's hands dropped. Master, facing the master who raised him and treated him like his own son, Yi Yu's mood suddenly became depressed. How can I be worthy of my master's teachings when I am like this? Yan Donglai flicked his long sleeves and said, come back to Divine Sword Villa with me. He actually wanted to take the person away directly, you know. Two voices came at the same time. It was Yi Yu and Bai Changqing. Master, he is a reborn person. I was originally the sword of benevolence praised by everyone in the martial arts world. It was he who changed my fate and killed my mother. I can't let him go. Yi Yu pointed his sword at Changqing with a resolute tone. What reborn person? Everyone was confused. Changqing even burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, a reborn person? Yi Yu, you must have been possessed by a demon. You killed your own mother and slaughtered people in the martial arts world. The Imperial Observatory won't let you go. Killing his own mother, slaughtering the Jianghu. This summary made everyone's heart jump, and the look they looked at Yi Yu became even more hateful. The leader of Wuji sect, Bai Zhongzhan, who was in the audience, was Bai Yingying's father. His face changed when he heard the news. What did you say? Yingying is dead? He flew onto the stage and reached out to grab Changqing, wanting to capture him and interrogate him in detail. Sect leader Bai had some impression of Changqing and knew that his martial arts were all taught by Bai Yingying. Although he had just heard Shang Qian introduce him as the best master in the Imperial Observatory, he did not take it seriously. He just felt that the Imperial Observatory was too insignificant that a young boy could be called the best master. As for why they didn't catch Yi Yu, nonsense. Yan Donglai was standing in front. Even he would not be able to get away with it at Yan Donglai's hands. He picked on me because I was the weak one? Chang Chang would not let him have his way. He turned around and put one hand on Sect leader Bai's hand. He pushed with all his strength. Sect leader Bai retreated dozens of steps until he stood firmly on the edge of the ring. What you are using is not Wuji sect's martial arts. Sect leader Bai was shocked. The people in the audience were also shocked. There were many top martial arts masters present, so they could clearly see that Changqing's turn, buckle, and push seemed simple, but the effect was extremely amazing. Even a veteran master like the Wuji sect's leader suffered a great loss and lost face, which shows how powerful it was. It seems that this title of the number one expert in the Imperial Observatory is not in vain. After one move, Sect leader Bai knew he was no match for his opponent, so he naturally would not humiliate himself again. He stood still and said, Bai Changqing, you are Yingying's adopted son. According to seniority, you should call me Grandpa. Is what you said about Yingying being dead true? Oh my god. Changqing had never seen anyone act like an elder at this time, and he couldn't refute it. It's so infuriating. The saint girl did die at the hands of her own son Yi Yu's sword. Sect master, you can ask him yourself. Everyone looked at Yi Yu, and Sect master Bai's eyes were full of anger. Did you really kill your own mother? He slowly raised his hands, and with a fluctuation of breath, his old and dry palms actually emitted a purple light. Big purple young hand. Sect leader Bai is determined to kill. Chapter 85, The World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy. 20. Changqing felt at this time that he had appeared too early. He should have spread the news earlier and let Sect leader Bai take the first step, but if he retreated at this time, it would obviously bring shame to the Imperial Observatory. He couldn't retreat, so he simply waved his hand and asked the people below to bring a stool over and sit down on the spot. Everyone, what kind of operation is this? Can you be a little more shameless? Shang Qian didn't feel embarrassed at all, and said happily to his deputy, look, this is a master. Masters are so unique and different, and they shine like the sun wherever they go. Deputy, it's over. Mr. Shang's boast has been in vain. Sect leader Bai's questioning further aroused Yi Yu's remorse. His mother's death had become a demon in his heart. Grandpa, it was an accident. I didn't mean to. Before he could finish his words, Sect leader Bai let out a strange cry and rushed forward. Purple energy surged around him, and his palms were like meteorites from outer space, causing a gust of wind to blow on the stage. Yi Yu stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. The voice and appearance of my mother in my previous life are still lingering in my ears, but now she has become a pile of dry bones. Even if I fulfill her last wish and kill all her enemies, my mother will never come back. He was trapped in agony and couldn't extricate himself. A great force pulled him away from Sect leader Bai's attack. Master, go back to Divine Sword Villa by yourself. Yan Donglai held his sword horizontally, blocking Sect leader Bai's attack again. At this time, Changqing stood up and kicked the small stool off the stage. Yu wants to leave, that's impossible, Sec Master Bai, who was stopped by Yan Donglai, also noticed Changqing at this time. He shouted, my dear grandson, we can't let that bastard who killed his mother get away. He killed Yingying and must pay with his life. Changqing's mind was filled with black lines. The one who killed your daughter is your good grandson. However, Yu didn't look like he was going to leave. When he saw Changqing's face, he remembered the hallucination that day and the changes in his life in this lifetime. It's all his fault. Why can't he just take revenge honestly? Clang. He shook his sword, and the sword intent that sword into the sky shone out, causing his long gown to rustle. Come on. Let's see who's the better of us in this life. He was full of fighting spirit. However, in his previous life, he was the one who stopped the killing, but in this life, the positions were reversed. Changqing slowly pulled out a silver sword from his arms, and the sword immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sheng Qian was even more excited. It was the first time he saw Changqing use weapons to fight the enemy. This silver sword had a narrow blade, seemingly thinner than chopsticks, but was more than 5 feet long. Silver light flowed from head to tail, and it seemed like it would fly out of his hand at any moment. This is the weapon the original owner usually used. Changqing thought that the original owner might also hope to defeat his opponent with this sword, and facing the male protagonist who had some luck, he didn't dare to be confident and fight the enemy empty-handed. Yu wanted to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but Changqing didn't give him the chance. He flicked his left middle finger and the silver sword made a dragon roar. Before the dragon roar stopped, the sword was already in action. When the sword was still, silver light was already flowing, dazzling the eyes. At this moment, the sword light was shining, like a basin of mercury poured from the sky. Yu was naturally familiar with the original owner's martial arts. He even learned Wuji Sek's martial arts from Bai Yingying in his previous life. He was confident that his swordsmanship was even better than Changqing's, but at this moment, he felt a sense of oppression of a mortal facing the sky alone. His sword intent was like a drop in the ocean, and even its light disappeared in the long river of history. The sword light in the sky was like mercury leaking onto the ground, penetrating every hole. Yu closed his eyes, trying to recall the sword that he didn't want to recall. It was that sword that made him the murderer of his mother, but ironically, that sword seemed to be his strongest sword. He dodged repeatedly but couldn't get rid of the sword light in front of him. He raised his sword-holding hand countless times but found that he couldn't find the feeling he had at that time. Could it be that the sword was born only to kill his mother? This thought frightened him, but he was distracted and his steps slowed down. Completion. He only felt a slight chill on his wrist, followed by a sharp pain. Everyone was dazzled by the sword lights all over the sky and could not see the situation on the stage at all. Suddenly, there was a slight clanging sound, and a sword light flew up into the sky. Yu staggered backward and finally fell down. The winner was decided so quickly? Everyone was surprised, and had a better understanding of the strength of Changqing and the Imperial Observatory he represented. Changqing waved his hand, and 2 strong-clad men came on stage and immediately subdued Yu. At this moment, Yu's face was ashen. He didn't even feel the frustration of failure. He was only facing the terror of the unknown. You are not by Changqing. He left these words behind and was taken away like a breathing corpse. He has lost the will to fight. This time it was Yin Donglai who wanted to rush over to save people, but Sec Leader Bai tried his best to stop him. Little friend Yen, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come on, let's continue fighting for 300 rounds. Sec Leader Bai's voice was filled with a hint of the joy of revenge. Sec Leader Bai was over 70 years old, so it was reasonable for him to call Yin Donglai, who was in his 40s, a kid. However, such a title seemed a bit inappropriate when used on a big boss who had been famous for a long time, and everyone was trying to hold back their laughter. It has to be said that Yu's killing spree in the martial arts world was really frightening. Now that they saw him fall into the hands of the Imperial Observatory, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, the Imperial Observatory has been recognized by many people. What followed was a series of judgments. The people from the Imperial Observatory set up a table in the lecture hall, and Sheng Qian served as the chief judge. The command. Witnesses were summoned and various evidences were presented. Everyone then realized that the Imperial Observatory had already made preparations and they became secretly alert. Since Yu seemed to have lost his soul during this process, the Imperial Observatory also appointed a lawyer to defend him. In the end, Yu was sentenced to life imprisonment because he had 46 lives on his hands. The reason why he was not sentenced to beheading was because his lawyer suggested that Yu killed only for revenge and did not target unarmed civilians, and that he was Mentally disturbed by his mother's death and was not in a clear state of mind, however, Yi Yu killed 46 people in just over 10 days, including his biological mother. No matter what the reason for the killing was or what his mental state was when he killed them, even if he is in prison, he will probably not be able to take off the title of God of Killing. After all, this is considered the biggest underworld event in the past decade. After hearing that he was sentenced to life imprisonment, Yi Yu remained expressionless, but Yen Donglai breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be alive. As long as you are alive, there is still a chance. Sect leader Bai also remained silent and slowly sat down. When he heard that Yi Yu had murdered his mother, he was extremely angry and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. But after listening to the trial process and learning more details, he slowly calmed down. After all, he was Ying Ying's only bloodline. He followed Ying Ying's last wish and killed all his enemies, and therefore he was deprived of freedom for the rest of his life. Sect leader Bai shook his head. He didn't know whether Yi Yu was filial or not. Next, the Imperial Observatory merged several major cases that had attracted much attention recently for trial. The process was rigorous, the verdict was well-founded, and the evidence was detailed. All the people present nodded in agreement, and the public trial of the Imperial Observatory achieved very good results. The Imperial Observatory doesn't seem to be that scary, and they don't arrest people at will. Who said that the Imperial Observatory was set up to eliminate the underworld? They were clearly acting in accordance with the evidence and the law. I think it's good to have the Imperial Observatory to uphold justice. At least those of us with third-rate martial arts skills don't have to worry about being hacked to death one day. Finally, the Imperial Observatory also signed a letter of responsibility with all the major sects and gangs, requiring each sect to strictly manage their disciples. A martial arts conference ended successfully. Chapter 86, The World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy, 21, along with the Imperial Observatory, by Changqing, the top expert in the observatory, also became famous. Some people said that he was not at a disadvantage in the competition of internal strength with Yen Donglai, and his internal strength had reached perfection. Some people say that he defeated Yi Yu in an instant, and his swordsmanship was unrivaled in the world, far surpassing Yi Tianyu back then. Some people also said that his sword was made of cold iron from outer space, and fighting against it would make one dizzy and even difficult to attack. The most mysterious story is that he once fell off a cliff and accidentally learned magical skills and obtained a magical weapon. Some people even swore that it was the Shinsho Cliff in Kunlun, and some said it was the Heijue Cliff in the back mountain of Wuji sect, resulting in an endless stream of people visiting the two cliffs. This must be the work of Brother Shang. Changqing took a sip of wine and said to Shang Qian opposite him, ever since the martial arts conference, Shang Qian has called him little brother, so he also calls him brother Shang Qian. TSK, isn't this what you said about falling off a cliff and learning magical skills? Is that all fake? Shang Ruolin was wearing the most popular butterfly skirt and her hair was waist-length. She liked to pick on Changqing whenever she had nothing to do, but she always got herself mad. Sure enough, she got herself angry the next moment. Go away, Uncle Bai is talking to your father, why are you butting in? Changqing stretched out his hand and said, here, Uncle will give you a candy, go outside and play. Her face turned red with anger, but she still grabbed the candy. I do have something important to discuss with Brother Bai. Ruolin, you go out first. Shang Qian filled Changqing's glass with wine and said to his daughter. Dad! Why are you? Shang Ruolin stomped her feet in anger, turned around and ran out. She found that her own father was becoming more and more outrageous. Not only did he call a man much younger than her his brother, he also said that the man was not only a martial arts expert, but also a man of great talent who knew everything about astronomy and geography. He was simply like a lackey. Humph. What kind of ability do you have? You are really good at making people angry to death. Xing Chen didn't know that his image of being wise and brave in his daughter's eyes had been ruined. This time, he was explaining to Changqing, the Imperial Observatory needs to check and balance the martial arts world, relying on the system, people, and the court, but the key is still to need real masters, so the greater your fame and the more mysterious you are, the more effective it will be. Well, Changqing didn't really care about it. Look how scared you are. Isn't peace and prosperity our dream? Changqing drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. It's not difficult to find a master. My martial arts can be learned by men, women, young or old. Find someone you can trust, and I promise to train them into first-class masters in 3 years. Changqing explained his purpose. We must quickly train workers. Does he have to do everything himself? He is not an official of the Imperial Observatory? At most, he is a temporary external aid. We can't rely on him for the rest of our lives. Sheng Qian was overjoyed when he heard Chang Qing's words. He choked on a mouthful of wine, which then flowed out of his nose after a cough. Without bothering to wipe it, he grabbed Chang Qing's hand and said, "Brother Bai, do you think I can do it? Do you have time?" Chang Qing glanced at him coldly. Sheng Qian sat down dejectedly. He really didn't have time. As a senior official in the Imperial court, he was busy with government and military affairs until late at night every day, not to mention the affairs in the underworld. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but envy the young man opposite him, free and unrestrained, yet powerful. They are needed everywhere. Brother Bai, why don't you become the head of the Imperial Observatory? Your way of working is not conducive to the struggle of young people. Chang Qing stood up directly. What are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who suffers at work? I don't even like suffering in life. Okay. I promise to find the right person for you. Sheng Qian quickly changed his words and patted his chest loudly. A month later, Chang Qing was stunned when he saw the people in the yard. A full 50 people. The officials of the Imperial court are still evil-minded. They treat me like a donkey in the production team. Seeing Sheng Rolan in the front row, he suddenly understood. It turned out that Sheng Chen didn't have time to study, so he sent his daughter here. My little niece Rolan, do you really want to learn martial arts? He asked with a smile. Study. This time Sheng Rolan was not angry and left. Instead, she answered with full energy. Chang Qing also noticed that Zhuang Linlin was also in the team with a determined look in her eyes. It seemed that she had found a new goal in life after experiencing a dramatic change in her family. Good. The peace of the world depends on these young people. However, Sheng Qian's plan to make Chang Qing work every day failed. He simply injected a stream of true energy into each person's body, then threw down a sword manual and left. Later, his visit increased from once every 3 days to once every 5 days, and finally he was not seen for 10 days or half a month. But the strange thing is that these people progressed in martial arts very quickly, with almost no bottlenecks along the way. After a year, even someone like Sheng Rolan, who was physically weak and had never practiced martial arts, reached a third-rate level. People like Zhuang Linlin who have a foundation in martial arts have made rapid progress and have been arranged by Sheng Qian to do formal work, but he had good reasons. Your instructors won't be here anyway, so you have to practice on your own. You might as well practice on the job. He had no choice. Over the past year or so, the reputation of the Imperial Observatory had grown, and there were fewer murders and vendettas in the martial arts world. However, the workload of the Imperial Observatory had increased, and there were simply not enough staff. During this period, there were a few big guys who wanted to challenge, but after being humiliated in front of Chang Qing, they became obedient. After 3 years, 3 contestants with good foundation and good talents among the 50 people have entered the ranks of first-class masters, and the strength of the Imperial Observatory has reached a new level. That day, Shang Qian came to Tianxiang Pavilion and wanted to give Chang Qing another 50 people, but was told that Chang Qing had left 3 days ago. The red-sleeved girl handed over an envelope and said, "Sir, this is the letter that Mr. Bai left for you." Sheng Qian was stunned for a moment, then he let out a long sigh. After a while. I should have expected that. How could such a brilliant person stay in one corner for long? Returning to his study, he carefully opened the envelope, and with a click, something fell onto the table. It's a candy. This was the candy he had always wanted to try, but he was too embarrassed to ask for it. Nor was he too embarrassed to snatch it from his daughter. At this moment, he felt a sense of loss in his heart. He opened the letter. The words on the letter were as sharp as silver hooks and iron strokes, just like the sword light that amazed the world at the martial arts conference. My brother Sheng Qian, in recent years, the world has been peaceful and the sea and rivers have been clear. My brother's wish has come true, and I believe he must be very happy. Sheng Qian was deeply moved after reading the long and eloquent letter. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Sheng Rolan stood at the door with red eyes. He really left? Sheng Qian nodded. Normally, he seldom allowed anyone to enter his study, but at this moment, he waved to his daughter and handed the letter to her. After reading the letter, her eyes became even redder. Dad, he's saying that the Imperial Observatory is now a mature one and it wants to work independently and get rid of its burdens. No. Sheng Rolan saw his father's disapproval. Brother Bai, I don't mean to throw away the burden. The Imperial Observatory is growing stronger and stronger, winning the heart of the emperor and the people, and being admired by the martial arts world. It's so good to say that. People even praised you for growing up and being able to stand on your own. How could you think like that? I'm just a few months younger than him. Shang Ruolin felt that she couldn't make it through with her father. She saw the candies on the table and said, "Oh, there's another candy." Shang Qian quickly stretched out his hand to protect it. "This is for me, get out." His voice was unprecedentedly stern. Shang Ruolin was not scared at all, but laughed instead. "All right." She had already eaten quite a bit, so she wouldn't fight with Daddy for more. After his daughter left, Shang Qian carefully peeled off the sugar coating and put the candy into his mouth. He narrowed his eyes as he felt the unique sweetness he had never experienced before. "I now believe what Yi Yu said that day. You are not the original Bai Changqing." Chapter 87, The World of Martial Arts, Revenge on a Lonely Enemy, and, 10 years later, the economy of Daxia further prospered. Under Shang Qian's governance, the people of Jiangnan were simple and honest, and the resources were prosperous, making it a famous land of fish and rice. The emperor also considered promoting him to work in the cabinet, but he refused. His reasons were very sufficient. He wanted to protect this area and this granary for the emperor. Although the emperor felt sorry for him, he did not force him. Instead, he promoted him half a level and allowed him to retire in Jiangnan. The violence in the underworld has completely dissipated, and occasional illegal acts will be dealt with quickly. This time, the Imperial Observatory had already become a behemoth in the martial arts world. It had branches in every capital city of Daxia and was manned by first-class masters. The functions of the Imperial Observatory were also greatly expanded. In addition to dealing with underworld crimes, it also sought policy support for underworld figures. For example, they supported the people from the underworld to participate in the military examinations and seek fame. They opened up the military recruitment channel to facilitate the people with lofty ideals to join the army and serve the country. They allowed the people from the underworld to buy land and settle down. There are still sects in the martial arts world that recruit disciples to learn martial arts, but there are no more fights between sections. If you have any problems, go to the Imperial Observatory has become a catchphrase in the martial arts world. In March, the ice and snow melt away. The square in front of the martial arts arena in the west of the city was once again filled with people from all over the world. Today's martial arts conferences no longer hold public trials, but have become a channel for people in the martial arts world to directly express their demands to the court. This time, the one greeting the various leaders at the entrance was no longer Shang Qian, but his daughter Shang Ruolin. She inherited her father's scheming and skill, and her martial arts skills far surpassed Shang Qian. Shang Qian never imagined that his daughter, who had been sickly since childhood, would one day become the head of the Imperial Observatory. However, she did a good job. Many ideas that benefited the martial arts world were thought up by her and implemented by her. As a father, he was mainly responsible for connecting with the court. Shang Qian sat there, looking at his daughter busying around in front of him, as if he saw his own shadow 10 years ago. It's true that I'm happier when I'm sitting down. Watching others busying around seems to make me happier. He suddenly understood why Changqing was unwilling to take over the Imperial Observatory. Hero Yan from Excalibur Villa has arrived. The leader of Wuji sect, Hero Bai, has arrived. Shang Qian walked up to the two of them and started chatting with them. The atmosphere was very lively. In recent years, Shenzhen Villa and Wuji sect can be said to be the most cooperative with the Imperial Observatory. The three of them have also eliminated their former hostility through repeated cooperation, and now they can even be said to be friends. Sect leader Bai is over 80 years old, but still in good spirits. Little friend Shang, will my dear grandson come this year? This is the question that sect leader Bai asks every year when he comes to the martial arts conference. Perhaps it was because he was old and had lost his daughter that made him long for family affection, or perhaps it was because Changqing was too outstanding and made him feel very proud, so he asked questions in a very loud voice and everyone around him could hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone remembered the figure in white clothes with sword energy all over the sky on the martial arts arena 10 years ago. Everyone looked at Shang Qian, and even Shang Ruolin turned to look at her father. She naturally knew that her father had no news of that man, but she still couldn't help but have some expectations. Shang Qian showed a wry smile on his face. If he wants to come, he will come naturally. This is his standard answer every year. Yan Donglai pulled Shang Qian aside and began to ask about Yi Yu's situation, which was also one of the purposes of his coming to the martial arts conference every year. Yi Yu has been performing well over the years. This summer the court will hold a general amnesty, so he should be able to be released. Shang Qian is no longer worried about Yi Yu. Firstly, he has determined that Yi Yu has lost his murderous intentions. Secondly, the Imperial Observatory is now very powerful and is not afraid of any martial arts masters. When he saw the joy on Yan Donglai's face, he couldn't help but feel emotional. In recent years, Yan Donglai has actively cooperated with the Imperial Observatory for the sake of his disciple. Let's go and sit down and eat some fruits. Shang Qian said finally today. Daxia's economy is booming, and martial arts conferences are no longer just empty tables, but are now fully stocked with fruits, tea, and other delicacies. At this time, the martial arts conference was more like an official gathering of friends. Everyone spoke freely, criticized current problems, made suggestions, and some even stood up and gave passionate speeches from time to time. As it was getting dark, someone came to serve dinner. The service is extremely thoughtful. After seeing off all the guests, the moon was already dim. Shang Qian and his daughter were walking on the street in the slightly cool breeze. Now that both of them are martial artists, they prefer the down-to-earth feeling compared to riding in a carriage. Dad, where do you think he will be? Shang Roland kicked away the pebbles at her feet and asked irritably. I manage both the Imperial Observatory and the Jianghu so well, that person should know about it, right? Shang Qian sighed, but before he could answer, a voice came from the corner ahead. Little niece Roland, do you miss your Uncle Bai? At the corner, a man in white clothes was leaning against the wall. Who else could it be but Chang Qing? As Shang Roland moved, she felt a gust of strong wind blowing past her. Her father's speed was even faster than hers. Ha 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 ha, Brother Bai, it's been a long time since we last met. Here's the candy. His father put his arm around the young man's shoulders and laughed heartily. Shang Roland paused slightly, then slowly walked towards them. She had a big smile on her face, but her eyes were moist. You did a great job. The young man opposite looked into her eyes with a warm smile. Yes. She was not polite. Chapter 88, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 1. Xinger, your parents are here to take you back to the capital. As soon as Chang Qing came through, he heard a childish voice. He stretched out his miniature hand. This time it was a child? He remembered that in the last world he lived very comfortably until he was over 70 years old. He didn't expect that when he opened his eyes again, he would return to his childhood. What are you standing there for? Your parents are waiting for you at the clan leader's house. Go back quickly. Seeing Chang Qing standing there, Fu Qiu stepped forward and slapped him. His hand was so strong that Chang Qing's body swayed. It hurts. Fu Qiu, please be gentle. Chang Qing slapped his hand away, saying sadly, but I don't want to go back to the capital. You are silly, the capital is so nice. I heard that the candied haws there are much sweeter than here. Fu Qiu's voice was full of envy. I must go to the capital in the future. Chang Qing smiled but didn't move. Fu Qiu walked up to him, put his arm around him and walked back. Along the way, Fu Qiu was still chattering, while Chang Qing remained silent and began to review the plot of this world. The person praying in this small world is Fu Changqing, and the male protagonist is his younger brother, Fu Changming. The original owner was not smart since childhood and could not speak until he was 3 years old. His parents disliked him very much and sent him to his hometown clan to be raised. My younger brother Fu Changming was smart and clever, and was loved by his parents. He was also very talented in studying and started to learn at an early age. The two sons were treated completely differently. One was raised at home, cute and adorable, the other was kept in the countryside, covered in dirt and dust, and could not see his parents once a year. When Fu Changming was 8 years old, he met the 7th Princess Li Shuyi, who was out for refuge. Li Shuyi fell in love with this chubby, fair little boy who looked like a New Year picture doll at first sight, and insisted on bringing him into the palace. Emperor Shun had 6 sons and only 1 daughter, and she always wanted the stars but not the moon. Therefore, an oral order was sent to the Fu family, requiring their son to enter the palace to serve the princess. Fu Boyang and Yun Yang were stunned. You have to be purified before entering the palace to serve the princess. Besides, everyone knows that the palace is full of powerful people, and if you offend someone carelessly, you will be killed without a trace. The couple had high hopes for their youngest son, and they expected him to pass the imperial examination and become a high-ranking official in the future. Sending him to the palace as a slave would be tantamount to asking for their lives. Both of them were so worried that their hair turned almost white. After a final consideration, he remembered that he had another son being raised in the countryside, but the imperial edict did not specify which son it was. So the original owner was brought back, dressed up and sent to the palace. The original owner thought that his parents finally remembered him and was very happy, but he had no idea that he would face such a situation. Just a few days after entering the palace, his sack was cut off with a knife. He was weak to begin with, and had to lie down for 3 full months before he could get up. During that time, he almost died of a high fever. When the seventh princess saw him, she naturally knew that he was not the little boy she wanted, so she didn't treat him well and would find fault with him and punish him from time to time. The original owner was a silent person and never said a word even when being beaten or scolded. Soon, Li Shuyi lost interest and sent him to other departments. He was thin and weak, and was bullied everywhere. His life in the palace was very difficult. In an accident, he saved the sixth prince who fell into the water and was taken under the sixth prince's wing. The sixth prince is the son of concubine Chun and is also very much loved by the emperor. Although he was young at this time, he was surrounded by many court officials. In addition, his maternal grandfather was General Wei Yuan, who held military power, and he was a strong contender for the throne. The original owner was down-to-earth, taciturn, loyal, and gradually became one of the sixth prince's confidants. Fu Changming was even more remarkable. He passed the Imperial examination and later joined the eldest prince's camp, becoming one of his main advisors. He also enjoyed the trust of the eldest prince, and provided him with advice on how to succeed the throne, helping him win over many court officials and defeat many opponents. The queen has no children, and the eldest prince is the son of concubine De, so he has the advantage of being the eldest. He is courteous to others and has the support of civil officials. After Fu Changming joins, he is even more powerful. However, he was troubled by the lack of military power and lacked the confidence to face the sixth prince. So, Fu Changming invited his parents, and the whole family found the original owner, apologized to him, and said that they had no choice at the time. The original owner, who had always longed for family affection, did not think too much about it. He was very happy to see that his family finally accepted him. They got a lot of information from the original owner and learned some things about the sixth prince. Later, they used the original owner to plot a plan to surround and kill the sixth prince. Although the original owner tried his best to stop it and even took a sword for the sixth prince was still disfigured and lost the qualification to ascend the throne. The sixth prince didn't know that this matter was related to the original owner. He was deeply moved when he saw that he was seriously injured while saving him. After knowing that he had no future, he recommended him to work under the chief eunuch in the palace and arranged a way out for him. This time, the original owner finally understood the purpose of his family members approaching him. He felt extremely remorseful when he thought that the family affection he longed for had harmed the sixth prince. He worked hard to climb up the ladder, took the chief eunuch as his godfather, and gradually gained the emperor's trust. Afterwards, he began to madly target the eldest prince who had become the crown prince. Once he even almost took the crown prince's life. In the end, it was Fu Changming who saved him. With the help of the male protagonist, the prince is always able to escape danger. While the original owner's reputation becomes increasingly bad, people call him a treacherous eunuch. Even his parents scolded him, saying that the Fu family did not have such a disloyal and unfilial son, and removed him from the family tree. Abandoned and exploited by his parents, and reviled both inside and outside the court, he turned even darker and wanted to use drugs to control the emperor and hold sway over the government. Naturally, his plot failed. At the last moment, the prince saved the paralyzed emperor, but the original owner was cut into pieces and died. After death, there was no one to collect the body. Fu's parents were not willing to acknowledge the son at all. At the end of the story, the crown prince successfully ascended the throne. The sixth prince was imprisoned, and Fu Changming became the emperor's most trusted official. The person praying has only one wish, which is to repay the sixth prince for his kindness and help him ascend to the throne. When Chongqing reviewed the plot, he also discovered something very interesting. On the hero's road to becoming a powerful official, surprisingly there are many beauties who help him, including the royal family's willful little princess, the weak third daughter of the prime minister's mansion, a talented girl from the academy, and a remarkable woman in the business world. He can be said to have achieved success in both career and love. Among them, Su Qingqing, the daughter of the dean of Qingshan Academy, is famous in the capital for her talent and is also the woman the original owner likes. However, she looked down on the original owner and thought that he was a villain who controlled the government, massacred loyal officials, was illiterate, despicable, and extremely hypocritical. Unlike the male protagonist, who was righteous and talented, and was a man of integrity. The male protagonist can live a clean life because the original owner suffered and sacrificed for him. In the end, why do they say that the original owner is neither righteous nor evil and is a disgrace to the family? After watching the plot, Changqing's fists were clenched. What's the point of having such a family? The original owner was just a tool and cannon fodder in this family. The whole family lived a good life by stepping on his blood and bones. It's better to abandon your family than to be abandoned by them. Changqing doesn't plan to keep such parents and such a brother. Chapter 89, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 2. When the two arrived at the clan leader's house, many people had already gathered. Grandpa clan leader, I called the people back. Fu Chou walked into the house holding Changqing like a little adult. There was a pause in the talking inside the house, and everyone looked at the two children who walked into the house. The one on the left is Fu Chou, who is half a head taller than Changqing and as strong as a young cowboy. They are about the same age, but he looks like he is several years older than Changqing. Changqing on the right looks shabby, thin and small, like a little monkey, with his clothes hanging loosely on his body, as if they could be blown away by a gust of wind. Everyone looked at Fu Boyong and his wife who were sitting next to them with contempt in their expressions. The orphanage in the clan was originally a place where everyone pooled money to raise orphans without parents, but Mr. and Mrs. Fu Laosan just abandoned the child in the clan and didn't care about him anymore. They didn't send any money or things, and didn't even visit him for several years. No one has a good impression of them. Grandpa, the clan leader. Changqing shouted awkwardly and stood there motionless. Fu Boyong frowned. He was very dissatisfied when he saw the eldest brother's sloppy appearance just now. Now he didn't even call him father and mother. Didn't anyone teach you to shout for help? He snorted coldly. This child doesn't look like him at all, and is much worse than the second child. He feels a little annoyed just by looking at him. No one taught me. Unexpectedly, the child with his head lowered did not remain silent, but instead responded very formally. If parents don't care, doesn't that mean no one taught them? Everyone wanted to laugh. Fu Boyong's face became even uglier. He raised his hand to slam the table, but when he thought that they were in the clan leader's house, he put his hand back awkwardly. Wai Yunyang's eyes turned red and her voice choked with sobs. Boss, your parents are sorry for you, you should blame them. Seeing that Changqing still bowed his head and said nothing, she reached out and hugged him in her arms. Before, our family was poor and the capital was in chaos, so we had no choice but to send you back to your hometown. Now that conditions are better, we are here to take you back today. Didn't you love riding in a carriage when you were a child? Let's go back in a carriage. Her voice was extremely gentle, with a hint of flattery. If the original owner were here, he would probably be crying with his mother at this moment, but Changqing wouldn't. He gently broke free from her arms, a look of doubt on his face. Mom and Dad, why don't you send your brother here as well? What? Yunyang was stunned, and Fu Boyong didn't expect a 10-year-old child to say such a thing. How should she answer this? Could it be that you can't speak at the age of 3, and your brother is much smarter than you, so they can't bear to let him go? Your brother is young and needs milk. Yunyang's explanation was somewhat weak, and from everyone's expressions it was clear that no one believed her. Changqing was more than 4 years old when he was brought to us, and his second child was at least 2 years old. Nowadays, it is uncommon to find a child who was over 2 years old and still breastfeeding. It seems that the Fu Laosan couple are not only stingy, but also favor their youngest son. Fu Laosan, Changqing is your eldest son, you must treat him equally. The clan leader couldn't bear to watch it anymore and couldn't help but persuade him. He had a good impression of Changqing. Although the child was a little taciturn, he was not annoying. On the contrary, he was a very grateful child. He remembered that once he stuffed a handful of peanuts into the child's pocket, and the next day the child brought him some small fish caught in the river. I hope he will be more cheerful after returning to Beijing with his parents. In response to the clan leader's advice, Fu Boyong nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes. We will definitely treat this child well and make up for what we have done to him over the years. Changqing also knew that in this era it was natural for parents to take their children back, so he didn't say anything more. The next morning, the family got on a carriage and set off for the capital. Fu Chou came over early, gave him some snacks, and walked them all the way to the intersection before waving goodbye reluctantly. He can be considered the original owner's best friend. In the plot, the original owner gained power in the palace and introduced Fu Chou to join the army. He worked diligently and even became a lieutenant general in the end. Later, the eldest prince ascended the throne and found out his relationship with the original owner, so he removed him from his position. Fu Chou ultimately failed to gain a foothold in the capital and returned to Dave village dejectedly. This time, Changqing was sitting in the carriage with his mother, holding a bundle, while Fu Boyong was driving the carriage outside. The mother and son hadn't seen each other for several years, and the atmosphere was a little silent. Wai Yunyang looked sideways at the child beside her. Now that they were closer, she found that he was indeed thin and small, not much taller than his brother who was 2 years younger than him. Maybe it was because she was bored on the road, but she actually recalled a lot of things from Changqing's childhood. He started talking late, but he loved to laugh before. He would smile when he saw her, and he would not cry when he was sick. He was a very sensible and worry-free child. the child who was breastfeeding in my arms at that time is now 10 years old. Boss, what are you thinking about? Seeing Chang Ching was in a daze, she couldn't help but ask. I'm wondering if it's really a blessing for my parents to take me back home? Chang Ching stared straight into her eyes, his voice cold and gloomy. Wai Yunyang got goosebumps on her skin when he looked at her, and for a moment she actually felt that this child was a little scary. His father, she suddenly shouted it. Ouch. The carriage slowly stopped and Fu Boyang lifted the curtain. What's wrong? His eyes were full of impatience. This child, Yunyang's tongue was a little tied. Mom and Dad, are you here to take me back to the capital to enjoy a good life? Chang Ching asked innocently. Of course, you know the palace, right? It's where the emperor lives. There's gold everywhere, and there's saffron from the western regions. It's so beautiful. I'll send you there to play when the time comes. Fu Boyang tries to brainwash Chang Chun. No, I haven't been with my parents for several years. I want to accompany them. So I'll send my brother off. Chang Cheng answered straightforwardly. You are the eldest brother and your younger brother is still young. You should be humble to him. Seeing that the eldest brother said to send his younger brother away, Yunyang felt nervous and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Changqing smiled. Mother, you are so unreasonable. The palace is so good. I let my brother go just to show my modesty. Then he blinked again. Dad and Mom, are you hiding something from me? Fu Boyang glared at Yunyang fiercely, calling her an uneducated woman who spoke without any sense of manner. He was also wondering how come the child had become so sharp after not seeing him for a few years. How could my parents hide anything from you? You are the eldest son of our Fu family. Along the way, such conversations often took place, which made Changqing see their shameless faces more clearly. They tried their best to talk about how great the palace was and never mentioned a word about its bad aspects, as if entering the palace meant reaching the pinnacle of life. Humph, I don't want to leave my parents unless you let me live in Fu Changming's room. Finally, Changqing put forward his own request. Okay. You are the eldest son, you can choose the room you want. Seeing Changqing relax, Fu Boyang quickly agreed. The main thing is that the eldest brother has to be willing to do this, otherwise if he says a few random words to someone from the palace, the whole family will have their heads chopped off. Chapter 90, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 3. After a day and a night of travel, the three finally arrived at their home in the capital. Over the years, Fu Boyang and his wife made a little money from their business in the capital. They bought a 2-story house in the western suburbs and hired a cook. Changqing finally met the male protagonist of this world. This time, Fu Changming was only an 8-year-old boy. He was fair and clean-looking, and very pleasing to the eye. At first glance, he was the blessed person that the old people talked about. However, he did not look happy when he saw Changqing. Mom, why did you bring back a little beggar? He curled his lips and shouted at Yunyang. Fu Changming didn't want to recognize this older brother who had lived in the countryside for many years and was dressed in dust. If his friends knew that he had such a brother, they would definitely laugh at him. Shut up! Fu Boyang was worried that Changqing would refuse to enter the palace again, so he quickly opened his mouth to stop him. Fu Boyang asked the maid to boil water for Changqing to take a bath, and instructed Yunyang to clean up Fu Changming's room for Changqing to live in. He also found a set of new clothes sewn for Fu Changming for Changqing to change into. Fu Changming was stunned. This country bumpkin wants to take over my room and new clothes as soon as he comes, woohoo! He immediately started crying. He is not allowed to use my room or wear my clothes. He cried and hiccuped, gasping for breath. Wai Yunyang could only hold him in her arms to comfort him. My dear, he is your elder brother. What's the big deal about letting him stay for a while? Anyway, everything will be yours once you enter the palace. She didn't say the second half of the sentence, but her words obviously did not comfort Fu Changming, especially after he saw Changqing coming out wearing his new clothes and gave him a provocative smile. I won't, Dad and Mom, you are biased towards that country bumpkin. He started crying and rolling on the ground, his face and body covered with dust. Fu Boyang finally got so angry that he slapped him on the butt. What are you fussing about? Be quiet. This child doesn't understand his parents' painstaking efforts at all. He looks smart at ordinary times, but why does he get confused at the critical moment? Seeing his father getting angry, Fu Changming didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. He just looked at Changqing as if he wanted to eat him. What he didn't expect was that something even more devastating was about to happen. During the meal, my parents picked up some food for the country bumpkin, and even gave him more than half of his favorite egg custard. The country bumpkin is so hateful. After dinner, Fu Changming kicked the stones in the yard to vent his anger. It's no use kicking stones. My parents love me the most. Changqing's voice came from behind. Fu Changming turned around and stared at Changqing fiercely. His eyes seemed to be on fire. The male protagonist is still a child at this time, after all. My parents said they would send me to the palace to play in a few days. There is gold everywhere, and saffron from the western regions. It is so beautiful. Changqing showed off proudly with a smug look on his face. I don't believe it. I'll go find my parents now. Fu Changming stamped his feet anxiously. He was clearly the most favored baby in the family yesterday. How could he have changed overnight? You've seen Dad's attitude. If you go find Dad and Mom, they'll lock you up tomorrow. Changqing's words made Fu Changming pause. Yes, my parents are so partial to me now. If I go to make trouble now, I will not only be scolded, but I may also be locked up tomorrow. I'd better wait until they leave tomorrow to go. Changqing saw his eyes flickering and knew what he was thinking. My parents have arranged someone to pick me up, so you just stay at home and take care of the house. He was so proud that he wanted to fly. Humph. Fu Changming stamped his feet, turned around and ran away. Changqing smiled slightly, hiding his achievements and fame. In the following days, Fu Changming stopped going out to play. He would keep an eye on Changqing from time to time, fearing that his parents would take the country bumpkin to the palace without him. Early that morning, Yunyang got up and dressed up Changqing. His clothes were brand new, his hair was combed into a bun, and he applied some hair oil. Although he was still skinny, he at least looked presentable. During this period, Fu Changming came to check twice and then quietly slipped away. While eating, he moved left and right and looked very uncomfortable, so Fu Boyong criticized him again. This further confirmed his belief that his parents were biased towards the country bumpkin. After dinner, Fu Boyong once again told Fu Changming to stay in the room, and Fu Changming nodded in agreement with red eyes. He knew that they really didn't want to take him with them when they went to the palace to play. Sure enough, not long after, several palace maids in gorgeous clothes arrived. Fu Boyong, where is your son? They were from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and had never seen the son of the Fu family. When they saw Changqing in the yard, they pointed at him and asked, "Is this your son?" Yes, this is my son Fu Changqing. Fu Boyong nodded and bowed, then said to Changqing, "Come over quickly and greet the adults." As Changqing stood up, he heard the sound of footsteps. Before the people arrived, the sound of wailing had already been heard. Mom and Dad, I want to go to the palace to play, and I want to pick up gold. Yunyang's face turned pale, her body swayed, and she almost fainted. Go back. Fu Boyong shouted in panic, shocking Fu Changming, who had just stepped into the yard, and stood there in shock. Daddy really doesn't want to take him out to play? Fu Changming was angry and anxious. I'm not going back, I'm going to the palace. If that country bumpkin can go, why can't I? He ran over and grabbed his mother's clothes and shook them. There is such a big drama? Several palace servants were a little confused at first, but after comparing them, they found that the two children had similar eyebrows and eyes, and it seemed that they were brothers. Fu Boyong, you are not honest. The leading eunuch Wang said meaningfully, there is a clear contrast between the two children. One is dark and skinny, while the other is white, plump, and cute. Eunuch Wang doesn't think that the seventh princess will like the dark and skinny boy. Fu Boyong was just an ordinary person. When he heard this, he fell to his knees with a thud, banging his head against the ground. Soon, blood appeared on his forehead. Your Excellency, I do have two sons. The Emperor has ordered that the sons be sent to the palace. In order to live up to the Emperor's wishes, I am willing to send my eldest son to the palace. It's hard to find fault with him for saying this. In ordinary families, the eldest son is naturally more valuable, and the second son has to take a back seat. However, Eunuch Wang is an old man in the palace. He knows at a glance that the second son is more favored in this family. It is impossible for the eldest son who is valued to be so skinny. Chapter 91, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 4. After Eunuch Wang gave an order, someone went back to get the seventh princess's personal maid to confirm. Whoever the seventh princess likes is the one she likes, it's not up to you. Eunuch Wang simply sat down on the stool next to him and did not call Fu Boyong to get up. Wai Yun Yang knelt on the ground at a loss, not daring to move. Chang Qing lowered his head, his mind wandering. Fu Changming's eyes rolled around and he looked very lively. He also understood that it was the seventh princess who asked him to go to the palace to play with her. The seventh princess? Could it be little Seven? He remembered the little girl he met on the street that day, and he gave her a string of candied haws. They are friends. The country bumpkin doesn't even know Shao Qi, it's so abominable. They stole his room, clothes, and his friends. Eunuch Wang saw that Fu Changming's expression changed very flexibly and he could tell at a glance that he was a smart child. Mr. Fu, have you been to Donglin Street a few days ago and seen a girl this tall? He smiled and measured his height with his hands. Fu Changming nodded quickly. Her name is Xiaoqi, and she gave me a string of candied haws. He must defend his friendship and cannot let the country bumpkin take his friends away. After hearing what he said, Yun Yang finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Yun Yang, daughter. After a flurry of activity, the seventh princess's personal maid also arrived. Miss Wanner, look which one the princess specifically asked for. The eldest and second sons of the Fu family are here. Eunuch Wang pointed with his hand. The palace maid named Huana recognized Fu Changming, whom she met that day, at the first glance. It's him. She pointed at Fu Changming. Completion. Fu Boyong stood there as if his soul had been taken away. Take him into the palace. Wang Ji ordered the two subordinates behind him. Two young eunuchs stepped forward and said, Second Master Fu, please follow us. This atmosphere doesn't seem like the rhythm of going out for fun. Although Fu Changming is young, he also feels that something is wrong. Dad and Mom, will you come with me? His voice was filled with pleading. Your parents are not qualified to enter the palace. A young eunuch stepped forward and grabbed his hand. The eunuchs didn't take the small merchant's house seriously at all. Parents are not going? Fu Changming's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced to see the smile on Chang Qing's face. He felt a little scared. Let me go. I won't go. Let the country bumpkin go. Fu Changming began to struggle, but he was too young, so two young eunuchs carried him out on both sides. Fu Boyong wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Eunuch Wang. Fu Boyong, you are so bold. You are trying to fool the emperor and the princess by mixing up fakes with real ones? Eunuch Wang raised his eyebrows and spoke in a sharp voice like a rooster. Tell me. Is this your son? How dare a little villain try to deceive the king? Every word Eunuch Wang said frightened Fu Boyong so much that he trembled. When he heard the accusation of deceiving the emperor, he collapsed on the spot. I'm the eldest son of the Fu family, but I used to live in the countryside. Yesterday, my parents picked me up and said they would take me to the palace to play. Seeing Fu Boyong trembling and unable to speak for a long time, Chang Cheng stood up and took the initiative to explain it. Great. Sure enough, he was trying to fool people. Eunuch Wang was furious. He naturally knew that the emperor's oral order did not specify which son it was, but he still could not tolerate such behavior of taking advantage of loopholes. Moreover, if he picked the wrong person, the seventh princess would be unhappy and he would also be punished. Someone, come here. Mr. and Mrs. Fu Boyong will each be slapped 30 times. Yun Yang, who had just woken up, was confused. Her second brother was missing, and she was going to be slapped? His father, before she could finish her words, she was hit on the face with a loud slap, and her face was tilted. On the other side, slap slap slap, Fu Boyong was also slapped in the face, making him dizzy and unable to utter a word. The young eunuch now understood that the Fu family wanted to replace the second son with the eldest son. How could this be allowed? If they failed to do their job well, they would be punished. The attack was very ruthless. After 30 slaps, Yun Yang fainted again, and Fu Boyong's face was covered in blood, and he collapsed on the ground. The people in the palace had been gone for a long time, but he still hadn't come to his senses. Fu Boyong never thought that things would turn out like this. How could he dare to deceive the emperor? He just wanted to protect his youngest son. It's you, right? What did you say to Changming, right? He asked, staring at Changqing. At this time, Yun Yang also woke up. Hearing Fu Boyong's words, she wanted to get up and slap the boss, but as soon as she sat up, her head felt dizzy and she fell down again. It must be you. Changming is the smartest and most obedient one, how could it be? Yun Yang burst into tears. Changqing just felt funny while listening to the two people's accusations. The younger son offended the seventh princess himself, and you were willing to push the older son out to suffer. Now the younger son has to bear his own consequences, and it becomes the older son's fault. Father and mother, you are so unreasonable. The palace is full of gold and beautiful flowers. It's so wonderful. But I want to go there, but they don't want me. The two of them were like chickens with their necks strangled, choking there. He turned the words he used to persuade Changqing and used them on himself. It was really unpleasant to see himself reaping the fruits of his own labor. Fu Boyang's face was twisted with anger, bringing another burst of piercing pain. Go and get a doctor quickly. Do you want to watch your parents die in pain? Fu Boyang helped Yun Yang up and ordered. He still needs him now. When his injury heals, he will definitely give this unfilial son a good beating. Okay. Changqing did not refuse. When he walked outside to the alley, he saw many curious neighbors looking towards his house. Most of the people living in this area are from other places who come to Beijing to do business. Usually, everyone is very cautious, for fear of offending the powerful people in Beijing. Today, someone from the palace came to the Fu family, took away the second son of the Fu family, and slapped Fu Boyang and his wife. Everyone must be curious. Boss Fu, what happened in your family? Changqing had not taken a few steps when an ant came up to him and stuffed a handful of melon seeds into his hands. Eating melons is a joy that has existed since ancient times. He couldn't help but sigh that he went out to play every day these days, and most of the neighbors had seen him. They knew that the Fu family had brought their eldest son back from the countryside. Alas! He sighed and put the melon seeds in his arms. The emperor asked Changming to enter the palace to serve the master. My parents wanted me to take his place, but we were discovered. Changqing explained the matter clearly in a few words. Family disgrace should be made public. In the original plot, Fu Boyang established the image of an old father who loved his children. He explained that he sent the original owner to the palace because he was forced to do so. Later, after the original owner turned evil, he cut off ties in time and expelled him from the family tree. Who wouldn't praise his good character of sacrificing one's own family for the sake of justice? Changqing wants to tear off their hypocritical masks and let people see the dirty truth inside, serving the master. Isn't that like being a eunuch? Everyone was stunned, and he even wanted to play the substitution trick. No wonder he got slapped in the face. Everyone secretly labeled the Fu family as someone who should not be befriended. They even dared to cheat people in the palace, so there must be something wrong with their business integrity. Eldest son of the Fu family, you have been in the village for several years. Did your parents bring you back just to replace your brother to enter the palace? Asked someone who was not afraid of trouble. Changqing lowered his head and remained silent. Everyone looked at them with more sympathy, and looked down upon Fu's parents' actions even more, abandoning the eldest son in the village for several years without any care, and then bringing him back to let him suffer? Is this what a human being would do? Uncles, aunts, I still need to call the doctor. Seeing that the time was almost right, Changqing quickly ran away. Chapter 92, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World, 5. By the time he brought the doctor from Hua Chuntang home, Mr. and Mrs. Fu Boyang's faces were so swollen that they were in so much pain that they couldn't speak. The doctor checked and found no broken bones, so he prescribed a plaster and a decoction for 1 or 2 taels of silver. Yun Yang staggered back to her room to get the money and refused to let Changqing support her. Host, your mother is on guard against you, the system reminded. You don't have to tell me that. The original owner had never been accepted by this family from the beginning to the end, but he still had illusions about his family, which led to him being exploited and abandoned again and again. Changqing would not have any expectations of such parents. Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. Since both masters had been slapped in the face, the maid cooked some porridge in the evening. Changqing didn't care and drank 3 full bowls. However, Fu Boyang and Yun Yang felt uncomfortable and in pain, so they put down their chopsticks after eating half a bowl. On the other side, Fu Changming finally panicked when he was escorted out by 2 eunuchs. He began to cry loudly and struggle hard. The little eunuch was not his father or mother. He slapped him twice and said viciously that he would twist his head off if he cried again. He was so scared that he shut up immediately. When he arrived at a side room in the palace, he was given a cup of potion. Then, I felt dizzy and passed out. Knife faster, don't kill him. This is for serving the princess. He heard a sharp voice in a trance. Don't worry, Eunuch Lu. I've cut thousands of them. There won't be any problems. The man who was speaking took out a small curved knife, as thin as a cicada's wing, and warmed it over the fire. Host, feudal society is too horrible. The system was still terrified after eating the melon. One cut, blood spurted out, and the people who had fainted were awakened by the pain, and then fainted again. Do you have balls? What are you afraid of? Changqing said, looking at the system's round body. You don't understand this, host. This is called empathy, and it is also a capability of our system. Only by understanding people's emotions can we complete tasks better. The system introduced proudly with its belly bulging. But, since the male protagonist has been killed, what will happen to all his beauties? You worry so much. Changqing rolled his eyes at it. However, it is still nice to see the hero getting what he deserves. The original owner suffered for him, and endured tremendous pain both physically and mentally, but those so-called family members had no guilt at all and took advantage of him without mercy. This time they were allowed to reap what they sowed, which was also a relief for the original owner. The swelling on Fu Boyang and his wife's faces had just subsided when news came from the palace, and they also learned about Fu Changning's outcome. Oh, heaven and earth! How can it be so unfair? Fu Boyang pounded the ground and cried bitterly. His youngest son was smart and clever. The teacher said he was a good candidate for the Imperial examination and he had high hopes for the child. Now he has become a eunuch. He is neither male nor female. How can Fu Boyang live his life in the future? Even a poor family would not be willing to send their sons to the palace to become eunuchs as long as they could have enough food to eat, not to mention that his family had a small fortune. Wai Yunyang also cried so hard that she was out of breath. She fainted and woke up again, and fainted again. The child she held dear to her heart, the child she had loved so much for 8 years, was brought into the palace like this. She could only see him a few times throughout the year, and he suffered so much. His father, you must find a way to save Minggur. Yunyang trembled and held Fu Boyang's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. I know. Fu Boyang agreed readily, but he was also confused. What was the point of saving the second son? He had already been castrated and could not carry on the family line or take part in the Imperial examinations. His life was ruined. Thinking of this, he looked at Changqing with a complicated look. On the one hand, he felt that this son was useless and unfilial and he did not like him. On the other hand, it seemed that there was no one else to choose to carry on the family business. Changqing was concentrating on eating at this time, and he didn't know that his status in Fu Boyang's heart had been improved. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. That he had no intention of staying in this house for long. Unlike Changqing, who didn't want to stay at home, Fu Changming started to feel crazy homesick at this time. He felt excruciating pain, and then his wound became infected and he nearly died. In the end, it was only thanks to the medicine given to him by the people sent by the 7th princess that he managed to survive. At this time, he also understood his parents' painstaking efforts, which made him hate Changqing even more. Why can't that country bumpkin just come into the palace honestly? Why does he have to suffer like this? He stared at the ceiling, and a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. He no longer wanted to go to the palace to play, he wanted to go home. Finally, one morning, Changqing did not show up at the dining table. Wai Yunyang pushed open his door and looked out. It was empty, there was no sign of him. Dad, the boss is missing. Yunyang screamed. Gone? Fu Boyang panicked. Hurry up and check if the money is still there. Yunyang came to her senses and quickly ran into the room to search. Fortunately, no money was lost. So where did this child go? If the second child was still at home, they would naturally not care about Changqing's whereabouts, but now that the second child has entered the palace and become a eunuch, they can only rely on him. The two looked around the area twice but didn't see anyone, so they returned home dejected. This unfilial son must have run away. When he comes back, I will break his legs. Fu Boyang kicked the table hard. He thought that the boy was skinny and even beggars might not be interested in him. He had no money and would definitely come back after going hungry for a few meals outside. Yes, he must be taught a good lesson. Yunyang was also very angry. I have been trying to improve the relationship with my eldest son these past few days, but he still doesn't understand his parents' good intentions and even ran away from home. He is simply disloyal, unfilial and unrighteous. After thinking about it this way, the two decided not to look for the son anymore and instead discussed at home how to make more money to get the second child out. At this time, Changqing had already moved into a small courtyard with 3 entrances in the east of the city. Host, why did you spend a high price to buy this yard? A small courtyard with 3 entrances actually costs 500 taels of silver, and the system feels the pain. The host is really not good at living. The things in the space are not enough for him to destroy. Nonsense, of course it's for the mission. Changqing said confidently, only when you live comfortably and feel good, can you complete the mission more efficiently. I think you want to lie down again. The system said unhappily. It just went to the palace to eat melons, and the host bought a yard and 2 servants, spending a lot of money. The system felt that it would have to keep a closer eye on the host in the future and take charge of the household for him, lest the host lose all his wealth prematurely. It's time for dinner, young master. Wang Pa shouted at the gate of the small garden. Okay. Changqing stood up from the recliner and patted his wrinkled clothes. Wang Pa was about 40 years old. There was a flood in her hometown, so she and her husband and son fled to the capital. Later, their son fell seriously ill and died. All their money was gone and they had no means of livelihood, so the couple decided to sell themselves to make a living. It happened that Changqing needed someone to hire someone, and seeing that the couple were both honest people, he spent 20 taels of silver to hire them. Wang Pa was mainly responsible for cooking, washing and other matters, while the physical work was left to her husband. Although the two were surprised that the host was just a child, they did not look down on him at all and worked diligently. Changqing was also quite satisfied with them. Anyway, the objects involved in the mission are still young at this time, so he is not in a hurry. Changqing lived here comfortably. Chapter 93, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 6. The Fu family no longer had such a good life. Fu Boyang and Yunyang thought Changqing would come back in a few days, but after waiting for more than half a month, there was still no sign of him. His father, why don't we report it to the police? Yunyang became a little worried. She was old now and it was difficult for her to give birth, but her husband could. If he wanted to buy a concubine or something, her life would be difficult. Fu Boyang indeed thought so he was not too worried, but he was just mad at that ungrateful brat. The father is the leader of the son. If the father wants the son to die, the son has to die. But that bastard was disobedient and went against his parents. Now that the eldest brother has run away and the second brother has entered the palace, he can't hold his head up in front of outsiders and it is difficult for him to explain to his clan. It's so infuriating. He's just a little kid. He hasn't come back for so long. He must have been sold off. Even if you report him to the police, they won't find him. Don't waste the money. It's better to save it and get the second kid back. What he didn't say was that the government also charges money for helping to find someone, and the amount is not low. With that money, you can buy a concubine. Okay. Let's save money to save the second child. Yunyang wiped her eyes and cheered up. The Fu family rented a shop in the west of the city, mainly engaged in cloth business. The two had originally planned to take over the shop next door and expand the business while the profits were still good in the past 2 years. However, they did not expect such a big thing to happen at home. In the past few days, the business in the shop has been much quieter with only one helper looking after it. It must be that Wang Xiaoya who embezzled the money. Yunyang cursed during the evening inventory. Wang Xiaoya was a helper they hired. She was from a nearby village. She would come to the store to help every morning and go back home in the evening. Ever since her youngest son entered the palace and her eldest son disappeared, Yunyang has become more and more disgusted with her. She was worried that Wang Xiaoya would seduce her husband away. After all, she was younger and more fertile, while the Fu family was now facing the risk of having no descendants. She was under a lot of pressure. The little girl shouldn't be greedy, she is also an old employee of the store. Fu Boyang pondered. Xiaoya? Such an intimate name. Yunyang felt even more threatened. No, I have to go to the store tomorrow to keep an eye on it. This drop in revenue is unreasonable. Fu Boyang didn't think too much about it. If you want to stare at me, just go ahead. He was already feeling annoyed. Recently, the supplier got news from somewhere that his youngest son had entered the palace and his eldest son had run away, so he didn't dare to cooperate with him for fear that he had a bad character who spread these rumors. If he knew about this, he would definitely give him a beating. Yunyang went to the store and watched for several days, but came back dejected. His father, the business in the store is really not doing well. People outside say that we are unworthy of being parents, that we are unkind and unloving. Some even say. She lowered her voice. What did you say? Fu Boyan was so angry that veins on his forehead bulged. They said we deserve to be extinct. Bang, Fu Boyan slapped the table. Who said that? I'm going to tear their mouths apart. Although there is no so-called credit system in this era, a person's reputation is still very important, especially for businessmen who do business with people nearby. They need a good reputation to survive. Fu Boyan has obviously realized the seriousness of the problem, but what could he do? He had no choice but to watch his business go downhill. In less than 3 months, the shop's income was barely enough to cover the rent. Fu Boyan had to close the shop and find a job in other stores since the family could no longer afford a maid. Yunyang cooked for herself every day. The rice is overcooked. The peas have not even had their tendons torn cleanly. Fu Boyan was tired after a long day and got angry after eating a few bites of food. When he got home, he felt so frustrated. It only took him 3 months to go from a small boss to an employee. In the past, I thought about buying a concubine to pass on the family line, but now that life has become difficult, even the topic of saving money to have a second child is rarely mentioned at home. I haven't cooked for a long time. My hands are not very good at cooking. I'll go and simmer the rice for a while. Yun Yang stood up quickly. She was no longer worried about Fu Boyan buying a concubine, but was worried about his daily livelihood. Moreover, Fu Boyang's temper was getting worse and worse. He even hit her last time, which made her cautious at home. Alas, when will days like this end? If only the second child was still at home. She couldn't help but think so. Fu Changming, whom she remembered, was not having a good time in the palace either. After finally surviving the ordeal of life and death, when he felt a little better, a eunuch came to teach him the rules of the palace. The most important thing in the palace is rules. Slaves don't need personalities. Listening to the master is the first priority. Eunuch Li, who taught the rules, was very strict. Fu Changming did not dare to be careless at all, because the other party really beat people, not just threatening like at home. The pain from the bamboo stick hitting his hand went straight into his heart. After being hit once, he never dared to be careless again. What etiquette to follow when meeting masters of different ranks, how to stand, how to kowtow properly, when to eat, when to go to the toilet. There are many rules in the palace, and even though he is relatively smart, it took him more than a month to become familiar with them. Okay, I can take you to see the princess tomorrow. Seeing that he had learned almost everything, Eunuch Li finally said, Shao Qi? A trace of hatred flashed across Fu Changming's face. If it weren't for her, how could I have left home and come to the palace, and how could I have suffered so much? He still regarded her as a friend, but he didn't expect her to hurt him like this. Of course, what he hated the most was that country bumpkin. That country bumpkin must have known the disadvantages of entering the palace a long time ago, and he still lied to him that he was going there for fun. At this time, he completely ignored the fact that Changqing had nothing to do with the matter, and instead blamed all the sins on Changqing. He has suffered a lot during this period and has become extremely thin. Li Shui almost didn't recognize him when she saw him. May I have your name? Li Shui looked at the young eunuch in front of her and felt that he looked familiar, so she asked in confusion. I don't have a name. Fu Changming said in a hoarse voice. The palace maid who led the way had already reminded him that he had to call himself a slave in the palace and behave obediently in order to win the favor of his master. Therefore, even though he hated the seventh princess in his heart, he did not show it and kept his head down and looked submissive. The palace maid walked up and whispered something in Li Shui's ear, and then she realized that the young eunuch in front of her was Fu Changming. So you are Changming? How come you are so thin? You don't look good at all. Li Shui was a little surprised at first, but then showed a look of disgust. This young eunuch was too different from the fair and handsome boy she had seen on the street before. Instead, he had the same style as the low-ranking eunuchs who served in the palace all year round. Hearing her words, a trace of hatred flashed in Fu Changming's eyes. The reason he became so thin was not thanks to Li Shui. In this era when people can get married in their teens, the 8-year-old Fu Changming certainly understood what it meant to be castrated. His life is ruined. Chapter 94, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 7. However, he also knew that the White House was not a place where he could act as he pleased, so he held back. Thank you for your concern, Master. I am just a little weak. Li Shui was somewhat disappointed by Fu Changming's humble and submissive look. She remembered that time on the street. They both set their eyes on the last string of candied haws sold by a peddler. He was so arrogant at that time, and they had to fight for a long time before he gave it to her. How come you become such a wimp after entering the palace? After all, Li Shui was still young at the time, and no one told her these things, so she had no idea how great an impact castration would have on a man physically and psychologically. In her mind, she thought it was just like breaking the skin. You don't look well. Go back and have a good rest. Xiao Huan, I'll give Xiao Mingzi a bottle of blood replenishing pills. By the way, you will be called Xiao Mingzi from now on. That's what all eunuchs call you. Li Shuti walked up to Fu Changming, and when she got closer, she realized that he was pale, had big dark circles under his eyes, and had a faint smell of urine on his body, which made her frown in disgust. Newly circumcised eunuchs often have difficulty controlling their urge to urinate, and their bodies have more or less some odor, which is why they are called stinky eunuchs by the palace maids. Li Shui's disdain was obvious, which made Fu Changming clench his right hand. It was all her fault that he became like this. Now she was pretending to send him some blood replenishing pills. Isn't this humiliating him? Seeing her covering her nose with her hands and retreating, he was even more ashamed and angry, and he wanted to rush up and strangle her neck, but when he thought of the palace maids serving him, he finally loosened his fist. Thank you for the reward, my lord. His voice was a little gritted. Since he was the 7th princess's most important person, he was arranged to live in the ear room next to Changle Palace so that he could be at the ready to be dispatched at any time. Later, Li Shuyi summoned him several times and asked him to accompany her to pick leaves and fish in the lake. However, Fu Changming's behavior was no different from that of other eunuchs. He kept his head down, listened obediently, and behaved in a very proper manner, which soon made her lose interest. As a result, Fu Changming's life in the palace became even more difficult. You have to know that the eunuchs in the palace are also divided into factions. Those who have someone to protect them have an easier life, while those without a background have to do dirty and tiring work. After leaving Changle Palace, he first went to Huntangxi, and 2 years later he was sent to the Huanyiju. 3 years later, he was sent to clean toilets, responsible for transporting chamber pots and chamber pots out of the palace every day. In this way, there will be a chance to leave the palace. So, Fu Boyang and his wife finally saw their youngest son again after 6 years. Son, you have suffered. As soon as they met, Yun Yang took his hand and looked at him left and right, unable to stop crying. Fu Boyang's eyes also turned red, and he couldn't help but wipe his eyes with his hands. Their youngest son has grown taller, but his back has become hunched. The little boy who used to be chubby and fair is now skinny and looks like he could be blown down by a gust of wind. 14 years old. Outside, he is at the age to marry and have children, but now he has become a rootless eunuch. How could this not make Fu Boyang and his wife sad? Fu Changming's eyes also turned red. He looked at his parents in front of him. They had both aged a lot. At Yun Yang's hair was already half white, her face seemed to have scars, and her palms were covered with calluses, making her look like an old woman who did rough work. Fu Boyang has also aged a lot, and his eyes no longer have the sharpness they once had. Instead, they have a bit of a servile and fawning temperament. Mother, why are your hands so rough? Where is the maid at home? Fu Changming asked. He remembered that the family hired a maid to do the housework. His mother never did any housework, so how could her hands be so rough? The maid was dismissed a long time ago. The cloth business at home has gone bankrupt. Your father works as an accountant in another shop. The family has little income and cannot afford a maid. Yun Yang said while wiping her tears. Is it all my fault that we don't make much money? The man from the Wang family next door is also an accountant, and their wives can do embroidery to supplement the family income. What about you? You can't do anything. Fu Boyang was unhappy when he heard Yun Yang say that she earned little money, and he raised his eyebrows and exposed her shortcomings. I have to cook and wash at home. Do you think I am idle every day? Yun Yang was also angry. She didn't care about crying. She stretched out her hands in front of Fu Boyang and said, "Look at these hands. In front of my son, do you think I am idle?" Fu Boyang was furious and raised his hands, but Yun Yang did not retreat or give in. She came forward and said, "Go ahead and hit me to death." She is no longer afraid of Fu Boyang. She used to worry that he would take a concubine or divorce her, but now that they are extremely poor, they can no longer live without each other. Fu Changming also learned from the conversation between his parents that the family had not had an easy time in recent years, and he actually felt a little comforted in his heart. If his parents were having a hard time, then Fu Changqing would have a hard time too, right? He might be beaten every day and have to do all kinds of rough work. Mom and Dad, where is Fu Changqing? His voice unconsciously carried a hint of anxiety. He really wanted to know the bad news about Fu Changqing. Thinking of his eldest son, Fu Boyang became even angrier. Don't mention that unfilial son. He ran away not long after you entered the palace. Ran away? Fu Changming was unable to react for a moment. It might have been sold by a beggar. We looked everywhere nearby but couldn't find it. Yun Yang also said. Fu Changming was comforted instantly. What could a child of that age do outside? He must have been sold. Who knows where he is doing hard labor or becoming a beggar? Maybe he has died now. However, this comfort did not last long, as he was shocked by his father's words. Second son, your parents will depend on you for their old age. Fu Boyang's lips trembled as he held his son's hand tightly. Yes, you are the only male in the Fu family, you can't ignore your parents. Yun Yang also wiped away her tears and said. On this point, the couple reached a surprising consensus. Anyway, it is impossible for them to have more children, so they must make good use of this one child and shoulder the responsibility of raising him to provide for their old age. Am I still considered a man? Fu Changming smiled bitterly, but he couldn't say something as outrageous as not providing for his old age. After all, in this era, being unfilial would be condemned by everyone. Seeing Fu Changming nodded, Fu Boyang felt more relieved. Well, son, how much money do you get when you work in the palace for a month? Give some to your parents first. We are having a hard time making ends meet. Fu Changming had no choice but to take out the little change he had with him and put it into his hand. He had originally been somewhat grateful to his parents for wanting Fu Changqing to enter the palace in his place, but now he felt it was better to meet his parents less often. So little? Fu Boyang weighed the amount in his hand, somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't it said that those who work in the palace get 2 taels of silver every month? This amount is not even enough for 1 tael. Dad, I'm just a lowly eunuch. I don't make much money in a month. Fu Changming never expected that his parents, who doted on him, would become like this. When he heard his father say that he would come to see him next month, he felt despair. Chapter 95, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World, 8, It's all Fu Changqing's fault. Why didn't he just go to the palace? Why did he run away? After Fu Boyang and his wife left, Fu Changming cursed fiercely. However, Changqing, who was cursed by him, not only did not die, but also lived a very comfortable life. In recent years, he often went out to travel and study. He has been to Mabe, Jiangnan, the western regions, and the East China Sea. He has gained a very deep understanding of the development and customs and culture of this world. This time, he returned to the courtyard in the east of the city, and Wang Po was a little hesitant to recognize him when she saw him. Master, you have changed so much, she exclaimed. The young man in front of me was wearing a green shirt suitable for traveling. His skin was a healthy rosy color, he was tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked very heroic, there was no trace of his thinness in the past. Aunt, I'm 16 years old. How can I still be the same as before? Changqing also smiled. Don't call me aunt. I'm just a servant. It's our blessing to be able to take care of the young master. Wang Po waved her hands repeatedly. If it weren't for the young master, they wouldn't know where they would be sold to. Now, life is like falling into a blessed nest for the couple. They don't have to worry about food and clothing. They just need to take care of this yard and a master. The young master is such a good man. At this time, Wang Anshan also came back, carrying a large bucket of paint in one hand and holding a child about 4 years old in the other. When he saw Changqing, his face showed joy. Master, you are back. He quickly asked the children beside him to call him young master. This child was born in the 2nd year after they came here. It alleviated the couple's pain of losing their child to a certain extent and made the home a lot more lively. Wang Xiaoshan was also smart. After hearing what his father said, he quickly bowed and said, Greetings, young master. The hill has grown taller. Changqing reached out and touched his head, then took out a small shell from his arms and handed it to him. Here, this is a gift for you, it can only be found at the seaside. Wow! The little guy jumped 3 feet high immediately. I'm going to show it to my friends. Young master, there's no need for you to bring him any gifts. Wang Anshan rubbed his hands and said a little awkwardly, they have no worries about food and drink here, and the young master treats them like family, so much so that he doesn't know how to repay him. Little thing, entertain the children. You are going to paint the wall. Do it quickly in the afternoon. Aunt Wan will cook 2 more dishes in the evening. Changqing ordered. Of course, he came back this time for a mission, because the old emperor was already old, and several princes had grown up, and there was a turbulent situation inside and outside the court. It's time to get things started. He has the system plug-in, so it is naturally very convenient for him to get things done. Just recently, during the Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival, the sixth prince went out incognito, but someone lured away his secret guards and tried to assassinate him. Changqing took action directly, and with a long silver sword, he killed more than a dozen killers in no time. Since he lived not far from the scene of the incident, he simply took the sixth prince back home. Wang Pa thought Changqing had brought some familiar friends with him, so she quickly entertained them with delicious food and drinks. After drinking a large bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge and eating several pieces of peach cakes, the sixth prince Li Wenji finally calmed down. Hiccup, thank you for saving my life. He stood up and clasped his fists, imitating the way the people of the martial arts world did. I will never forget your life-saving grace. In the future, I will definitely repay you well. The sixth prince was about the same age as Changqing, but he was fatter. He talked like the people in the picture books, which looked a bit funny. He said he was a rich boy, and Changqing didn't expose him. I see that you are not very good at martial arts, so how come you were chased by those masters? Changqing asked with a smile after taking a sip of porridge. Li Wenji was speechless for a moment. He usually practiced with martial arts masters in the palace, and everyone praised him as a martial arts genius. He even thought that his martial arts skills were so outstanding that he had no rivals. As a result, when I faced the assassin today, his sword was knocked away in the first encounter. Those bootlickers, they almost killed someone. He was worried that something bad might happen if the people around him couldn't find him, so he didn't stay long. He just said he would come to thank them next time and left in a hurry. Changqing didn't try to keep him. The assassination of the prince is no small matter, and there will naturally be a series of investigations afterwards. After the sixth prince returned, he went straight to the Yangxin palace and cried in front of Emperor Shun. Father, please help me. I almost couldn't see you. As he spoke, he lifted up his clothes to show Emperor Shun the bruises on his body, which were caused by him falling while crawling and rolling while running. Emperor Shun was also very angry how audacious it is to touch his son right under the Imperial city. He immediately called the Imperial physician to treat him, and summoned Jingzhou Prefecture Governor Hai Mingrui at night to reprimand him, ordering them to arrest the murderer as soon as possible. Sixth brother, don't worry, father will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, concubine Chun's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, please make the decision for our son. Concubine Chun's eyes were swollen like walnuts. She knelt down as soon as she entered the hall, tears flowing uncontrollably. Your Majesty, I won't get up unless you make the decision for our son. Emperor Shun quickly stepped forward and helped concubine Chun up. My beloved concubine, please get up quickly. How can I not feel sad when my son is injured? Before she could finish her words, concubine Chun screamed again, my son, are you hurt? Show me where you are hurt. They are just superficial injuries. The sixth prince felt a little embarrassed in front of his mother. Skin injuries cannot be forgiven lightly. When has my prince ever been injured so seriously? Pulling up her sleeves, concubine Chun was furious when she saw the purple scars on the sixth prince's arms. No mercy, no mercy. The emperor nodded repeatedly beside him, and then shouted at Hai Mingrui, who was standing there in a daze, what are you still standing there for? Go and solve the case quickly. Hai Mingrui, why am I always the one who gets hurt? However, assassinating the prince in the capital was indeed a big deal. Even without the emperor's urging, Hai Mingrui would not let it go easily. For a time, the capital was in a state of panic, and the streets and alleys were full of officials investigating cases. However, after searching for a long time, there were no clues. The killers on that day had either fled far away or committed suicide, and several killers who were shot dead on the roadside had no identification on them. This reminded Hai Mingrui of a type of people, death warriors. The only one in the capital that had the conditions to train so many death warriors was the royal family. As soon as this thought came to his mind, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Think about it, several princes are already adults, and the target this time is the sixth prince who is in the limelight, so this is really possible. If it involves a fight between princes, it would not be something that a small governor of Jingzhou Prefecture like him could handle. Thinking of this, he quickly took the files into the palace. So, it's really possible that brothers are killing each other? After reading the file, Emperor Shun frowned. Chapter 96, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 9. Emperor Shun understood that his sons had grown up and had their own thoughts. He had gone through the same thing himself, but he was still heartbroken when he saw his brothers being stabbed in the street. When people get older, the thing they worry about most is family discord, and even emperors are no exception. Let's leave this matter at that. Finally, he said this to Hai Mingrui. The next day at court, the emperor found an excuse to reprimand several princes except the sixth prince, and then let them go after he lectured them on the principles of family harmony and national prosperity. After the court session, Emperor Shun returned to the Yangqing Palace and felt extremely tired. Pei Shang, do you think I'm old? He asked the eunuch beside him. He is so old that his sons are starting to covet the place under him. Your Majesty is still young and full of energy. The crown prince of the neighboring Wei state is older than you and has not yet ascended the throne. Eunuch Su naturally said what Emperor Shun wanted to hear. Emperor Shun laughed. He knew that Eunuch Su was trying to flatter him, but this made him feel comfortable. Tell me, which of my sons is suitable to inherit the throne? He changed the subject. Eunuch Su was startled and quickly took a few steps back and knelt down. I dare not interfere in the emperor's family affairs or national affairs. All right, you are just too cautious. Emperor Shun waved his hand unhappily. I hope my warnings in the court will work. Chang Qing was wondering why the authorities didn't invite him to have tea despite such a detailed investigation. Then he received the oral order from Emperor Shun, summoning him to the palace to meet the emperor. Of course, the emperor's invitation could not be refused. Moreover, since it was convenient to make an appointment with the emperor to do things, there was no reason to refuse. I guess the palace has already investigated his birth and growth experience thoroughly. His guess was correct. At this moment, Emperor Shun and Lord Hai, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, were discussing this matter in the Yangqing Palace. Born in a small merchant family, he ran away from home to travel around the world. He is a martial arts master who can fight 10 people alone. How could there be such a talent in the capital? After reading Chang Qing's experience, Emperor Shun was a little bit unbelievable. Your Majesty, he was abandoned in the countryside by his parents when he was young, and then brought back because they wanted him to enter the palace instead of his brother, so he ran away from home. Lord Hai personally participated in the investigation and was amazed at such a bizarre life experience. There is another brother in the palace? Yes, but he is not close to his family and always keeps to himself. So that's it. Emperor Shun fell into deep thought. If you are not close to your family, it is not easy to show kindness to them. Pei Shang, check what position the Fu family kid is in. If he's not important, let him go back. In those days, eunuchs who entered the palace often had to wait until they were old before they could return home. Emperor Shun also wanted to show favor to the Fu family by doing this. After all, family still had a great influence on people in this era. At this time, Chang Qing also walked into the hall under the guidance of the palace servants. Everyone looked up and couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. What a heroic young man! He had sharp eyebrows, eyes like stars, and hair casually draped behind his head. Instead of looking sloppy, he gave people the feeling that he was an otherworldly person, not in the worldly world. I am Fu Changqing, a commoner. I am honored to meet your Majesty. Changqing bowed and saluted. No need to be polite. Emperor Shun smiled and said, You saved my son. I want to thank you. I saved the prince? Chang Qing showed a puzzled look on his face. I thought it was some rich young master who was involved in a feud. Ha ha ha, Emperor Shun laughed out loud. Old Six is just a wild person who likes to travel incognito. He got into a big trouble this time. If it weren't for you, young man, helping him out, I'm afraid he would have lost his life. Your Highness the Sixth Prince is a lucky man, and I am just following God's will. Chang Chang was naturally humbled. God's will? These two words made Emperor Shun stunned for a moment. Could it be that the Sixth Prince really had God's help? Hai Mingrui was somewhat puzzled when he saw that Chang Qing was not nervous at all when meeting the emperor for the first time. His tone was casual, and he did not kowtow. Mr. Fu, where did you learn this set of kung fu? He was even more curious about this kung fu that could allow one to defeat 10 people at the same time. That's certainly because he's gifted and has been favored by a hermit. Chang Cheng laughed. No one can refute it. If he wasn't gifted, how could he have such martial arts skills at such a young age? If he wasn't taught by a hermit master, how could a country kid be exposed to such advanced martial arts? Even Emperor Shun nodded inside, heroes are born young. After some greetings, Emperor Shun asked Chongqing what reward he wanted. Chongqing thought about it and said he wanted a license to do business. In our great Xia, doing business does not require a license as long as it is not in special industries such as salt and iron. I wonder which industry Mr. Fu wants to get involved in. Emperor Shun narrowed his eyes. Chongqing would naturally not compete with the government for food. Salt and iron and other industries were pillar industries related to the national economy and people's livelihood, so he would naturally not get involved. He took out a small glass and said, I have seen this extremely pure colored glass in the western regions and learned how to make it. This is the kind of business I want to do. As soon as the glass bottle appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, crystal clear, as if there is nothing inside. This is really rare. Lord Hai wanted to reach out and touch it, but Emperor Shun picked it up with one hand. The tentacles are smooth and delicate, with no friction at all. It is truly a rare treasure. The Great Xia dynasty actually also produced colored glaze, but it contained many impurities and could not be so crystal clear. This is a wine cup used by the nobles of the western regions. If your majesty likes it, I will present it to your majesty. Chongqing saw that Emperor Shun was obsessed with this thing and didn't mind doing him a favor. After all, he has several such wine glasses in his space. Okay. Master Fu is a straightforward person. I approve of this deal. Emperor Shun was happy and agreed to the matter readily. He took out a pen and paper and wrote the words, color is as cold as ice, nothing blocks the fine dust, and gave it to Chongqing, and stamped it with his own private seal. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will register according to the procedures and pay taxes according to the law. Chongqing thanked him again. Emperor Shun felt even more relieved after hearing this. This thing is rare. If it can be made, the profit will surely be limitless. The tax revenue it will bring to the national treasury will also be a huge income. Emperor Shun didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise when he summoned Chongqing this time. He felt it necessary to let Lao Lu interact more with the young people around him. Host, aren't you the laziest? Why are you still working so hard to do business? On the way back, the system asked curiously. You don't have to do everything yourself to run a business. Look, the workers are already at the door. The system looked over and saw that it was the sixth prince, who was about to knock on the door. Chongqing took 2 quick steps. Mr. Li. Brother, I came here specially to thank you. Li Wenji clasped his fists. Chapter 97, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 10. Perhaps because he felt very comfortable in Chongqing, Li Wenji liked it very much. He brought very generous gifts. When boxes of pearls, agates, and gold were moved into the house, Wang Pa and her husband were so stunned. Sir, what kind of rich and powerful friends have you made? Mr. Li, you are too polite. Saving people is just a piece of cake. I feel ashamed to accept so many precious things. Chongqing led Li Wenji into the yard. Seeing Chongqing's generous attitude, Li Wenji was even more moved. He loved reading picture books, especially the ones about martial arts masters who could climb walls and fight 10 people at once. He draws his sword to help when he sees injustice and is generous and charitable in the world. This is a true master of the world. He also wanted to learn the sword technique that could allow him to defeat 10 people at the same time. Thinking of this, he knelt down without hesitation. Sir, please accept me as your disciple and teach me swordsmanship. His voice was a little excited. It turns out that those boxes of gifts were actually gifts for becoming a disciple. Chongqing finally understood, however, teaching people swordsmanship was a piece of cake for him. Good. Chongqing also said that his sect was called Zhutian, and that there was only one successor in each generation. He immediately prepared an incense burner, hung up a picture of a sacred tree, and asked Li Wenji to perform the ceremony of becoming his disciple. The process was professional and full of ceremonial sense, which made Li Wenji extremely excited. He seemed to see himself roaming the world with a sword in his hand. Master, when are we going to practice sword? He stood up, a little impatient. Chongqing still taught him sword skills in the old way. He pointed a finger at his head and injected a strand of true energy into it, then threw him a sword manual. You can just practice it yourself. Li Wenji looked confused. Is this how masters teach? This is how we all learn in our sect, and you, the 86th generation successor, are no exception. Chang Qing had a mysterious look on his face, like a hermit. Please don't let your teacher down. Chang Qing's words gave Li Wenjie an impetus. He felt that if he didn't work hard in practicing sword skills, he would not be able to shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the sect. On the other side, Fu Changming was finally released from the palace, and the family of three reunited. Why were you released? Did you make any mistake? Fu Boyan looked unhappy. Completion. During this period, the family had been relying on the money given by Fu Changming every month to get by. Now that the income is gone, how can they survive? Yun Yang was originally very happy that her son could finally return home to reunite with her family, but when she thought about the current situation at home, she became depressed. Mom and Dad, why are you not happy that I'm back? Fu Changming thought that what was waiting for him was a warm welcome from his parents and delicious food, but he didn't expect that the whole family was sitting at the table sulking. Of course I'm happy that you can come back, but my family is waiting for your money. Yun Yang finally explained the reason in a halting manner. Fu Changming was stunned. Has the situation at home come to this point? Isn't Dad working as an accountant? Doesn't he have any income? Your father stole money from the master's family some time ago and was caught. He paid compensation and didn't report it to the police. Yun Yang ignored Fu Boyang's gaze to stop him and directly pointed out his most embarrassing behavior. She was now extremely disappointed with Fu Boyang and didn't care about his face at all. What kind of man is he if he can't even provide for his family? If it weren't for her son who gave her some money every month, she would have run away with the peddler named Wang long ago. Fu Changming also felt very desperate. Are his parents relying on him for support? Although he still has some severance pay, it is simply unsustainable to live off his savings. What's more, as a person with a physical disability, it is impossible to find a job in the market and I will only be discriminated against. He took out a tael of silver and gave it to Yun Yang. Mom, go buy some rice, flour, and vegetables first and cook a meal. Before Yun Yang had the time to put it away, Fu Boyang snatched it away and said, I'll go buy it, and ran out. Yun Yang stamped her feet anxiously, and quickly got up and ran to the door, but it was empty and there was no one around. Mom, let Dad go. Fu Changming didn't know the situation yet and thought it would be the same no matter who went. Do you know that your father gambles? The money is gone after he buys vegetables once. Yun Yang covered her face and started crying. Just like all poor people who want to take shortcuts to get out of poverty, Fu Boyang became addicted to gambling some time ago and dreamed of becoming rich overnight. Why didn't you say it earlier? Fu Changming became anxious now and quickly chased out the door. This time, the weather was hot and many neighbors were enjoying the cool air at the door. When they saw Fu Changming, they all looked at him curiously. Fu Changming felt like a piece of barbecue. Those curious and contemptuous looks were like a dipping brush, brushing all over his body and making his face hot. He paused and silently retreated back to the yard. Sure enough, when Fu Boyang came back in the evening, he brought rice, noodles and vegetables, but the change was gone. Do you know that 2 taels of silver are enough for an ordinary family to live on for a year? Fu Changming yelled when he saw his father. He was really on the verge of collapse and even regretted coming back. Not only did he have to face the strange and contemptuous looks of his neighbors, but he also had a father who was a gambler and made no money, which made him see no hope. I gave you your life, so what's wrong with using some of your money? I'm still the boss of this family. Fu Boyan said indifferently, Hey, do you have any money on you? Give it all to your dad for safekeeping. Fu Boyan is naturally confident. This is an era where the father is the leader of the son, and filial piety is the basic principle of being a human being. As long as a person does not listen to his parents and is not filial, he will be cursed by everyone. Besides, it was he who bought the house, so naturally I have to pay him if I live in his house. This time, he had just lost money and had a few drinks, so he was in a bad mood and walked up to search the man. Fu Changming naturally would not agree, and Yun Yang quickly stopped him. Fu Boyang, you're going to take action right after your son comes back? Kill me first. Yun Yang's disheveled hair and desperate look scared Fu Boyang. Forget it, I won't bother with you, a crazy woman. I'll tell you about this tomorrow. He pointed at Fu Changming, turned around and went back to his room to sleep. Fu Boyang had naturally had a big meal outside, so Yun Yang cooked meals for both mother and son. Both of them were silent at the dinner table. Fu Changming felt that the days ahead would never be peaceful. In fact, the days that followed were even more difficult than he had imagined. Fu Boyang stole and robbed, and from time to time he took money from him to gamble. He always came back drunk and fell asleep immediately, and the next day he would repeat the same thing all over again. Fu Changming also wanted to find a job, but everyone around him knew that he was a disabled person and looked down on him. Moreover, his physical strength was not as good as that of normal people, so he could not find a job. "Mom, it would be nice if Dad wasn't here." When he had spent more than half of his silver, he finally uttered this sentence. Chapter 98, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 11. The bowl in Yunyang's hand fell onto the table with a clang, but there was not much surprise on her face. She also wanted Fu Boyong to disappear. He was either gambling or drinking all day long and completely ignored his family. Such a person might as well be dead, but murder is a serious crime and the penalty could be death. Yunyang couldn't make up her mind and didn't say anything. Fu Changming did not mention the matter again. A few days later, Fu Boyong was upset about losing money, so he beat up the mother and son and threatened to kick them out of his house. At dinner time in the evening, Fu Changming took out 2 taels of silver and handed it to Yunyang. "Mom, this is the last money I have," he said in a sad tone. "I plan to sell myself to a wealthy family. Being a slave is more comfortable than being at home, and I can have a full meal." "Selling yourself?" Yunyang's heart skipped a beat. Once you sign a contract to sell yourself, your life is no longer your own. No one would be willing to sell themselves unless they really couldn't survive. Looking at her son's desperate face, Yunyang finally made up her mind. It was 2 days later when the system informed Shangqing of Fu Boyang's death that he hadn't paid attention to the Fu family's situation for a long time. However, Fu Boyang was less than 50 years old. How could he die suddenly? In the original plot, he had a prosperous business and his son was an official in the court. He lived a very carefree life. He was still energetic in his 70s and 80s. I'm afraid it was not a natural death. As a missionary with a sense of justice, Shangqing of course chose to report to the police. The Fu family was holding a funeral when a group of officials rushed in. Yunyang was already nervous, and when she saw the police, she collapsed to the ground. Fu Changming's face also turned pale, and his legs were shaking like sieves. A burly man came in with the officer. When he saw the coffin, he knelt down and burst into tears. "Brother Boyang, you died in an unclear manner. We agreed to gamble together until the end of time, but I didn't expect you to die first. I have reported it to the police. I will give you justice today." Everyone understood that it was Fu Boyang's gambling friend who reported to the police, suspecting that he had died in unclear circumstances. "My dear friends, my father passed away due to a hair disease. Please do not disturb our relatives and friends from paying their respects." Fu Changming hurried forward to explain. The leading officer snorted, "We will judge for ourselves whether he died of illness or not. Open the coffin." Several officers came forward and pried open the coffin lid in no time, and Fu Changming was unable to stop them at all. The police naturally came. They must have known about this. Fu Boyang went to the casino every day and was in good health. No one had ever seen him sick, and yet he died suddenly. This was bound to arouse suspicion. Everyone was shocked to see Fu Boyang die with blood gushing out of all his 7 orifices. After an examination, the coroner concluded that he died of arsenic poisoning. The Fu family once again became the talk of the neighbors, and the person who poisoned him was soon caught. It was Yunyang. Before the interrogation even began, Yunyang confessed everything. She said that Fu Boyang gambled, drank, and beat people every day, and that she was forced to do so, and that it had nothing to do with Fu Changming. Fu Changming also lowered his head and said nothing, looking completely clueless. Although he had been in the palace for many years, he was only 14 years old now. Although the official who judged the case had some doubts, since there was no evidence and someone had confessed, the case was closed and Yunyang was sentenced to beheading. Men in this era naturally have privileges. If a wife poisons her husband, the law cannot tolerate it, and the people cannot accept it, so severe punishment is inevitable. Shangqing also didn't expect that Fu Boyang and his wife would die so early in this life. It seems that all the suffering in the previous life was endured by the original owner. Without the cannon fodder in this life, they can't make it through. However, he did not have time to continue paying attention to the Fu family's affairs. Ever since Li Wenji became his disciple, he has come more frequently, sometimes even wearing night clothes and visiting under the moon. As soon as it got dark, Shangqing heard the sound of breaking wind on the roof. "Come down, I have prepared some wine from Wangju's West City today, come and try it," Changqing said loudly. A figure flashed by and Li Wenji pushed the window open and walked in. "When I went to eldest brother's house, his guards couldn't catch up with me. How come when I came to you, master, I was discovered as soon as I heard the sound? He complained as soon as he entered the room. You don't go in through the door but go through the window. Don't say I taught you that. Chang Chang waved his hand and a strong wind closed the window. Who would go through the main door for a master? In the picture books, they all enter through the window. Well, another young man poisoned by the sketchbook. However, Li Wenji's attention was soon attracted by the things on the dining table. The charcoal fire in the small stove was burning brightly, and on top of it was a bagua-shaped pot. On one side was a thick white clear soup, and on the other side was a reddish oil soup. On the side there were several plates containing chopped lamb, beef, tofu, and vegetables. There were 2 oddly shaped wine glasses filled with half a cup of green wine. The glasses were so crystal clear that the wine seemed to be suspended in the air in the shape of the glasses. Which country's way of eating is this? Li Wenji was stunned that he knew that Chang Ching had been to many places, so he naturally thought that this was the way of eating in other countries. Also, what is this wine glass made of? It's smooth and crystal clear, and the design of the foot is so good, it can be picked up with just 2 fingers. Chang Ching sat down and looked at Li Wenjie with a smile, who was like a surprised baby. This is the way of eating in the western regions. This pot is called a hot pot, and that cup is called a glass cup. The omnipotent western regions is indeed the best reason to explain things of unknown origin. Chang Ching couldn't help but give himself a thumbs-up glass. Li Wenji stroked the surface of the cup with his hand, feeling its delicate touch. This thing was really rare. Eat first. I'll discuss a big business with you later. Chang Ching put the meat and vegetables into the hot pot. He still drank Wenji's usual wine, but today he used a special cup. Li Wenji felt that the taste was much better than usual. Master, this hot pot is so delicious. The boiling hot pot, the tepid wine, and the howling cold wind outside are really very comfortable. It's a pity there is no beer, Chang Ching sighed. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chang Ching got down to business. I learned how to make glass in the western regions. If we can make something like this, we'll definitely make a lot of money. Do business? Make a lot of money. Although Li Wenji was not short of money, he would not think that he had too much money. He thought that if he could make this thing, he would definitely be able to gain face in front of his father. He tapped the cup with his fingers, making a crisp tinkling sound. Through the cup he could clearly see the steam rising from the hot pot on the table. This transparent material is sure to have many uses. There is business to be done. The two hit it off immediately. After a hot pot meal, the 2 men came to an agreement. Li Yuanji would provide 80% of the startup capital in personnel, while Chang Ching would invest 20% in technology. Emperor Shan was well aware of the 6th prince's dealings with Chang Ching, but he never expected that his son would actually take Chang Ching as his teacher and start a business with him. Emperor Shan also knew some of Chang Ching's abilities. If Chang Ching had not been interested in politics, Emperor Shan would have wanted to recruit him into the court. Maybe Lao Lu really has some luck in his life, as he can actually make friends with such a strange person. So, when the 6th prince proposed to borrow a group of craftsmen from the Ministry of Works during the morning court session, Emperor Shan approved it readily, regardless of the resentful look of the Minister of Works. Chapter 99, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 12. Emperor Shun was also very curious whether his son could really make glass. He had been playing with the cup all day these days and had long discovered that the material could be used for more than just making cups. As long as you put a black cloth behind you, the person's figure can be clearly reflected in the front, much clearer than a bronze mirror. He also thought that if he could make large pieces of glass and install them on the windows, they would be much stronger than paper-pasted windows and would also be able to let in light. After the court session, the eldest prince and several others stopped the 6th prince. 6th brother, what kind of toys are you going to make? You are actually poaching people from the Ministry of Industry. The eldest prince smiled. He was really having fun. The eldest prince is now 26 years old and has worked in the Ministry of Revenue for several years. He was originally worried that his 6th brother would go to the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War and other powerful departments when he grew up to hold a position. Unexpectedly, not only did he have no idea, but he also poached talents from the Ministry of Works, one of the 6 ministries. When he saw the resentful look of the Minister of Works, he knew that his 6th brother had offended someone. That's right, 6th brother, you are already 14 years old, you are not a child anymore, it's not good to be so playful. The 2nd prince is also 20 years old and works in the Ministry of Personnel. He is very happy to see that his most favored sixth brother is not doing his job properly. If you ask me, sixth brother, why don't you come to the Ministry of Rights? I'll arrange a good position for you. The fourth prince was a supporter of the first prince, so naturally he followed suit. The sixth prince was also spoiled when he was growing up, and recently he has made great progress in martial arts, so he is not at all inferior to his brothers. Hey! What's wrong with making toys? Father supports me in making toys. Brothers, instead of worrying about me, why don't you do your own things well and show your face in front of father? Who knows, maybe father will take a closer look at you. This statement is quite murderous. Everyone knows that everything they have is given by their father, and that being favored by their father is the most important thing. But the sixth prince is the most favored child by his father. Now the faces of the royal brothers all darkened. Your brothers are giving you advice with good intentions, but why are you still speaking so harshly? Do you know that brothers should be friendly and respectful to each other? The third prince was tall and strong, standing there like an iron tower, very intimidating. The sixth prince was in a hurry to arrange the work of the craftsmen, but when he saw that they were never ending, he frowned. Get out of the way. His voice turned cold. Yo, the little brat is angry, ha 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 ha. He was answered with a round of teasing, and the third prince even stood in front and stretched out his hands to block his way. A humph. The sixth prince snorted coldly. The next moment, several people only felt a gust of strong wind blowing, and the third prince retreated dozens of steps and fell on his but the sixth prince flew out like an arrow. When did Lao Lu become so powerful in martial arts? Everyone was stunned where they stood, forgetting to help the third prince up. Naturally, the princes have all learned some martial arts, but none of them has reached this level. No, I'm afraid only well-trained secret guards can have such strength. The third prince's face turned even redder, and he felt like there was a fire in his stomach, burning his internal organs. He always thought that his martial arts skills were the best among his brothers, but he didn't expect to suffer a great loss at the hands of the sixth brother. After finally getting up, he let out a loud spit. I guess General Wei Yuan's mansion is secretly teaching him martial arts. He tried to save his own face. Several people were startled. General Wei Yuan is known as the god of war, and his horsemanship and martial arts are considered to be the best in the country. Could it be that he has been secretly teaching Lao Lu martial arts? This is not a good thing for the princes. The sixth prince didn't realize that his display of martial arts skills had left a huge shadow in the hearts of his brothers. He went straight to Changqing as soon as he left the palace. Master, I have contacted the craftsman. The sixth prince did not say that he wanted the person from the Ministry of Works, so Changqing naturally would not expose it. He took out a booklet and handed it to Li Wenji. Give this to the craftsmen and let them follow the instructions. Master, you're not going? He said a little unconfidently. Ahem, the recipe. I've written it down, so those craftsmen will definitely have no problem figuring it out. Besides, how can I show off your contribution if I go there? Host, you are lying. I was the one who gave you the recipe. The system screamed. What's the difference between you and me? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Changqing shamelessly tried to appease the system. Fortunately, the system's silicon-based creatures did not understand the twists and turns of human hearts, and upon hearing the host say this, they immediately quieted down. The host really trusts him. The sixth prince didn't think much about it, thinking that it wouldn't be difficult to make it if there was a recipe, so he didn't dwell on it. He is busy. This matter has been reported to his father, so he has to perform well. However, he didn't expect that he would be so busy in the future. Since the matter needed to be kept secret, he arranged the venue in a large manor on the outskirts of Beijing. The result is that I have to run between the capital and the manor every day. Today I go to coordinate the site, tomorrow I arrange the purchase of raw materials, and the day after tomorrow I listen to the craftsman report on the situation and difficulties. After a month, I became darker, but fortunately the first batch of test products came out. The craftsmen in the Ministry of Industry are naturally the best in the country and have experience in making colored glaze. However, the requirements for this kind of glass are higher and the proportions of various materials need to be more precise. Sixth Prince, this recipe is truly magical. We still didn't get the temperature and proportions right this time. The next batch will definitely be better if we improve on it. The leading craftsman presented the produced glass to Li Wenji and wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, he was a little skeptical when he first saw the recipe. These raw materials were not rare. How could they be made into glass by mixing them in such a proportion? But after 2 months of exploration and practice, he had to admit that these tiny changes in proportions could actually produce such a big effect. Li when he took the product and examined it carefully, well, it is indeed more transparent than the glass products on the market. You can see the outline of the objects on the opposite side through the glass, but it is still not clear enough. Continue to adjust and follow the recipe's instructions strictly. After saying that, he took the product and walked away quickly. Of course, any progress in work must be reported in a timely manner, and he understands this better than anyone else. He entered the palace that afternoon and presented the first batch of samples to the emperor. Okay. Although this first batch of samples was still far from the original, Emperor Shun was still very pleased and said good 3 times. Neither Emperor Shun nor Changqing mentioned their meeting. Li Wenji didn't know that his father actually had a glass cup in his hand. He thought that his father was praising the product sincerely because he saw it was better than the ones on the market. He thought that his father would be even more surprised and appreciative when he saw the real glass. He can't wait to produce better products. However, Emperor Shun's praise was not purely for encouragement. His son did a very good job. This first batch of tests had already produced glass with higher quality than those on the market. What about the second and third batches? He could imagine a large amount of glass flowing into the market and a steady stream of money entering the national treasury. The larger the market, the higher the tax revenue. Besides, his son's money was his own money when rounded off. I will keep this sample as a souvenir. Please send me the next batch of samples as well. He was like an old father who wanted to witness his son's career take off. Chapter 100, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World, 13. The sixth prince naturally agreed, and Emperor Shun encouraged him again before letting him leave. This child has really grown up. After the sixth prince left, Emperor Shun sighed to Eunuch Su beside him. Eunuch Su had followed Emperor Shun since he was a child, so he naturally noticed the emperor's preference for the sixth prince during this period. He immediately poured out nice words to him, saying that the sixth prince was like the emperor in his childhood, that the sixth prince was blessed by heaven and favored by the masters, and that he was filial and would think of his biological father first when he got good things. Emperor Shun was delighted to hear his words and truly felt that his son was very kind and considerate. Unconsciously, Emperor Shun's heart had begun to deviate. Another half a year later, the glass was finally made. The follow-up things were simple. Under Changqing's suggestion, the first batch of finished products were made into mirrors, wine glasses and other products and put on the market. After all, he was a prince and had the emperor's support, so nothing went wrong along the way. A special shop opened in the most prosperous area of the capital. There were no signs of a jewelry shop or a rouge shop on the signboard, but instead there was an inscription that read, "Colors are as cold as ice, nothing blocks the finest dust." Some thugs were thinking of causing trouble and collecting protection fees, but when they saw the signature on the signboard, they found that it was stamped with the private seal of the current emperor, and they were scared to death on the spot. In the private room on the second floor, the sixth prince looked aggrieved. "Master, it turns out that you have met my father a long time ago, and there is his inscription." He thought he had hidden his identity very well, but he didn't expect it to be exposed long ago. Li Wenjie felt very hurt. "It's the first day of business, don't look so sullen." Changqing reached out and patted his wrinkled round face, saying with a smile in his eyes, who could hide his true identity. Besides, the sixth prince was only 14 years old. Even if he looked mature, he was still young at heart. Not to mention that he had known the plot for a long time. Even if he didn't know, he could tell his identity at a glance. "In my eyes, your identity is not important, you are all disciples of my sect." He patted Li Wenjie on the shoulder. Yes. He was a true disciple of the sect who had worshipped the founder. Thinking of this, the sixth prince felt relieved. He had been worried that his master would change their way of interacting with him because of his identity, but now that there was no change, he was naturally happy that he wasn't worried at all about business matters. The production cost of glass is similar to that of colored glaze, but its uses are more extensive. He firmly believes that his product will be a hit this time. Many people had gathered downstairs, because the sign was so high-end, no one dared to come in for a while. This inscription by the current emperor must be a shop opened by the royal family. That's not necessarily true. The prices here must be very expensive. Most people probably can't afford it. You'll know if you go and take a look. The store is open to welcome customers. How can they chase you out? I don't dare to go. There were whispers among the crowd, but no one took the first step. The first person to enter was the wife of the Marquis of Qingyi. The Marquis of Qingyi was one of the most prominent families in the capital, and the Marquis of Qingyi was also a minister favored by the emperor, so she did not have so many concerns. She originally wanted to personally pick out 2 sets of headwear for her daughter who was about to get married, but when she saw that this newly opened shop had an inscription by the current emperor, she came in to take a look out of curiosity. After all, anything that catches the emperor's eye is definitely not ordinary. As soon as she walked in, she saw someone who looked exactly like her walking towards her, and even the maid beside her looked exactly the same. Oh my god. A scream went out. How could I not be scared when I saw another me in broad daylight? The maid next to her was also startled and quickly reached out to hold her master tightly. Don't be afraid, ma'am. That's one of our products. It's called a floor-standing mirror. It has a similar function to a bronze mirror. The fat shopkeeper had anticipated the visitor's first reaction and hurried over to explain. Bronze mirror? Mrs. Ho understood immediately, but this mirror is too clear, it looks just like a real person. Ma'am, you can come over here and have a look. In addition to floor-length mirrors, we also have glass mirrors of various sizes. The fat shopkeeper smiled and tried his best to sell his products. The Marquis's wife walked over to take a look, and sure enough, there were some the size of a palm, some the size of a head, and some the size of half a body, but without exception they all reflected clear human images, as if a real person had jumped into the mirror. This is too rare. The Marquis's wife was a little worried that she didn't have enough money. When I asked the price, it was only 1 tael of silver. Not expensive. But each person is limited to 1, what's there to hesitate about? Madame Ho immediately took out 3 taels of silver, and she and her 2 accompanying maids each took 1. Before leaving, they saw the wine glasses on the shelf on the other side. These were a bit expensive, 5 taels of silver each, and there was also a purchase limit. But for the Marquis's wife, it was nothing, and the 3 of them took 1 each. Glass is fragile, so be careful not to drop it. The fat shopkeeper reminded with a smile when the Marquis's wife left. After just 1 meeting and without any further ado, he earned 18 taels of silver. The fat shopkeeper felt that this business was too easy to do. As soon as the Marquis's wife went out, she was surrounded by the crowd. Just when I was about to ask what was being sold inside, I saw mirrors and cups in the hands of the Marquis's wife and 2 maids. Wow, this is a bronze mirror? How can it be so clear? Is this a wine glass? It has such a strange shape and is transparent. Someone couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but was blocked by a big maid with a stern face. Just go in and buy it yourself. 1 tael of silver isn't expensive. Don't block the way. Only 1 ounce of silver? Isn't this cheaper than a bronze mirror? Everyone thought that in the shop where the emperor had written his inscription, one would have to spend at least 100 or so taels of silver to buy something. Now everyone had no more worries and rushed in. The fat shopkeeper was so busy that he thought he could take a break after the wave passed, but he didn't expect that the word would spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and more people would come. By the afternoon, all the goods in the shop had been sold out, and even the floor-length mirror used for display was taken away by the Prime Minister's mansion for 100 taels. Recruiting people, we must recruit people. After seeing off the last customer, the fat shopkeeper slumped in the chair, not wanting to move at all. Glass products became an instant hit and set off a new fashion trend in Beijing. Women are proud to own a glass mirror, and men are proud to entertain guests with glass wine glasses. Many scalpers who speculate on glass products have appeared on the market, and a mirror or a wine glass can even be sold for hundreds of taels of silver. Li Wenji was very angry when he saw this, but what could he do? They were also buying and selling freely. So he became even busy expanding production capacity and opening branches. Only when the 200th branch was established in Beijing did he breathe a sigh of relief. Father, my next goal is to sell my products nationwide. No, I can even sell them to neighboring countries. In the Xianyang Palace, Li Wenji took a sip of tea and spoke in an excited tone. My son has made great progress. Emperor Shun smiled. The huge sales of glass products not only brought in generous tax revenue, but Li Wenji also donated half of his profits to the national treasury, which was a huge sum of money. All the policies that Emperor Shun had not implemented before due to lack of money began to be implemented, and his government orders were much smoother than before. And now, the more he looked at the 6th prince, the more he liked him. It was like seeing a mountain of gold. Look, only 10 minutes after the mid-autumn family dinner, the 6th prince has already been singled out and praised 3 times. Chapter 101, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 14. Concubine Chun never expected that her son would accomplish such a great cause, and she was very happy. Your Majesty, this is all because of your good teaching. You personally taught this child, and his personality is most like yours. He is able to endure hardships, be enterprising, and not be afraid of difficulties. Besides, without your support, he wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Concubine Chun's words made Emperor Shun laugh out loud. That's right, the children who are personally educated by myself are more promising. It turns out that I have a good eye for talent and I am good at teaching my children. This child has been like you since he was young. He never cries even when he falls down. Seeing that the emperor was in a good mood, the Empress Dowager also recalled some past events. Other princes, we didn't cry even when we fell down. Queen Mother, why don't you praise us? The eldest prince's face was gloomier than water. He thought his sixth brother was going to make some strange toy, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big fuss. Isn't it enough to sell in Beijing? We also need to sell to the whole country and to foreign countries. How much money would that be? The other princes were also feeling jealous. The prince's allowances are not small, but they also spend a lot. They need to win over court officials, recruit talents, and cultivate loyal followers. None of these requires money. How great it would be if this business was theirs, but this business has been registered with my father, so they can't snatch it away even if they want to. This made several princes feel like they were being outdone, but what can be done? Send assassins. It's not like the eldest prince hasn't sent people before. Not to mention that the sixth prince stepped up his guard after the first assassination attempt failed. He has many experts secretly around him, and even his own strength is now unclear. The third prince relied on his status to find trouble and suffered heavy losses several times. At this moment, seeing the sixth prince sitting in the seat closest to his father, the two of them chatting from time to time, the eldest prince couldn't help but clench his hands. He had to find a way. If he continued at this rate, he would have no chance of reaching that position. It was a family dinner, and except for the sixth prince, the other princes all felt unhappy eating. Ever since the business got on track, Changqing has completely fallen into disarray. The goddess of heaven was very surprised to hear that someone was visiting him. When I walked into the living room, I saw a woman dressed in men's clothes. Host, this is one of the male protagonist's beauties. Lu Ruxu. The system was a little excited. It felt that it had fallen by lying with the host every day. Lu Ruxu? Isn't she the businesswoman in the plot? After she followed the male protagonist, she provided a lot of financial support for the eldest prince's bid for the throne. Thinking of this, Changqing's eyes became scrutinizing. Mr. Fu, excuse me for disturbing you. Seeing Changqing coming over, Lu Ruxu quickly stood up and clasped his fists. Miss Lu, I don't think I've seen you before. What do you want from me? Changqing sat down lazily and got straight to the point. He was too lazy to beat around the bush. Lu Ruxu's face suddenly turned red like a burning cloud. You know my name? You know my name, so why shouldn't I know yours? Changqing asked back. Lu Ruxu had indeed investigated Changqing. Her father was a famous businessman. As the only daughter, she was raised as a boy. She had been dressed as a man and traveled around with her father since she was young. Naturally, she was knowledgeable. The sixth prince's glass products business was well known to everyone, but she didn't believe that a prince who had never left the capital could make glass himself, so she investigated the people the sixth prince had contact with. It was not known whether it was the special luck of being one of the heroines or something else, but she actually found out that the sixth prince had a close relationship with Changqing. After investigating Changqing's experience, traveling around the world at a young age, she naturally had the answer in her mind. However, she did not come here to cause trouble this time, but wanted to cooperate with him. Mr. Fu is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Ruxu came here this time to cooperate with you. She had no way to find the sixth prince directly, so she came to Changqing. Cooperation? How do you cooperate? Changqing had read the plot, so he naturally knew that the Lu family was really good at doing business and had extensive connections both at home and abroad, so he asked. Glass products are in great demand. I guess you are also expanding production now? My father has existing channels in neighboring countries. We want to be the sales agent in those countries. We won't touch the domestic market. What do you think? She spoke her thoughts in one breath. After all, I have been doing business with Lu's father for so many years. and this is indeed a mutually beneficial way of cooperation. I can help the other party solve the problem of sales channels, and I can make money at the same time. Chang Ching remembered that in the original plot, the Lu father and daughter also started out by doing border trade, which showed that they did not lie. However, this matter should be left to Li Wenji to handle. After all, he is the person in charge. I can introduce you and your daughter to the sixth prince. Changqing said finally. Changqing felt that if he could pull the eldest prince's money bag into the sixth prince's camp, the mission would surely be more successful. The cooperation talks between Lu and the sixth prince went very smoothly. Of course, the sixth prince also sent people to conduct a detailed background investigation, and also took some measures to completely tie Lu down. Even if she wanted to join other princes in the future, she would probably not be trusted. Changqing silently gave the sixth prince a thumbs up. As the business grew, the sixth prince gained more and more favor from the emperor. Emperor Shun paid more and more attention to him and was more willing to bring him to many occasions. Over the past year or so, the other princes have used many tricks, but the sixth prince has the emperor's protection and is also skilled in martial arts, so the other princes have never been able to gain any advantage in either a literary or physical fight. Gradually, some princes became discouraged. The second prince withdrew from the fight first, and the others gradually turned to support the eldest prince. There was no way. The sixth prince had been favored by Emperor Shun since he was young, and the other princes had often targeted him, so they did not dare to surrender to him at this time. With the support of his younger brothers, the eldest prince felt that he was capable again. Then the court began to become turbulent again. At the same time, a scream was heard from a small courtyard in the west of the city. Fu Changming is reborn. What could be more devastating than being reborn and finding yourself a eunuch? The neighbors thought he was going to commit suicide and rushed over to check. What year is this year? Fu Changming grabbed the other person and asked anxiously. You stay at home every day and don't even know the time? The neighbor told him the time in a bad mood, and left quickly when he saw that he was fine. If he hadn't been afraid that he would die suddenly and the officials would come to investigate and delay his work, he would not have been willing to come to Fu's house to check. No, it's impossible. It was Fu Changqing who entered the palace. How could I enter the palace? How could I become a eunuch? Fu Changming squatted on the ground, holding his hair, which had not been washed for a long time, with both hands, unwilling to believe all this. In his previous life, he met a wise ruler, was granted a title and became a prime minister, and lived a life of wealth and glory. He remembered that he lived to be over 80 years old and had many children and grandchildren. Everyone gathered around him when he was dying. He didn't expect that he would face such a situation after being reborn. When he was just reborn, he was very excited, thinking that with the memories of his past life he would definitely be able to take fewer detours and achieve greater success. Unexpectedly, he suffered a fatal blow. The next moment, the roots are gone. Nothing is left. How can you have many wives and concubines? How can you have children and grandchildren? Chapter 102, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 15. Fu Changming remembered that in his previous life he married the seventh princess as his principal wife, and his concubines were all talented and beautiful women. Now that he had become a eunuch, how could he give them happiness? What should I do? Fu Changming collapsed. What made him feel even more desperate was that he had no achievements in this life, and now he was a disabled person and could not take part in the Imperial examinations. It's over. After thinking for a day, he forced himself to calm down. Fu Changming carefully sorted out his memories of this life and discovered that the turning point of his fate happened at the moment his parents took Fu Changqing back home. Fu Changqing must have been reborn. He harmed himself and his parents. Thinking of this, Fu Changming couldn't help but clench his fists. Why does Fu Changqing care so much? Since he has been reborn, can't he help his family avoid the disaster of entering the palace? Do we still have the basic morals of being a son or a brother? Fu Changming's teeth were gnashing. If Changqing was in front of him, he would go up and bite him. However, the most important thing now is how to survive. He counted the silver money in his pocket and found that there was only 2 taels left. What can 2 taels do? In his previous life, he had to send more than 2 taels of money to his servants. Thinking of the women in his previous life who loved him madly, he decided to try his luck. Although his body was disabled, he still had the memories of his previous life and knew their preferences. So he spent 1 or 2 taels of silver to dress himself up, and then waited on the road that the 7th princess had to take to go to the temple to pray. Shao Qi, I'm Ming Lang. When the 7th princess carriage passed by, he suddenly jumped out and stopped in front of the carriage and shouted, "Who dares to stop the princess carriage?" Several guards shouted and stepped forward, drawing their swords. No, 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 I really know the princess. Her favorite food is water chestnut cake, her favorite red dresses, and she has a mole on her butt. Fu Changming quickly shouted out everything he knew. How dare you? You are talking nonsense and colliding with the princess. You deserve to be killed. As the guards shouted, several knives slashed at him at the same time. Wait. An anxious voice came from the carriage, take him back. I want to interrogate him personally to find out who ordered this. Chang almost laughed out loud when he heard the news that the male and female protagonists were both reborn. This plot is getting more and more interesting. Chang was very curious whether the protagonist's wife and consorts in his previous life were still willing to be with him in this life. After lying down for so long, it's finally time to move around. Chang stretched. The seventh princess never expected that she would be reborn into her youth when she was dying. In her previous life, she was the emperor's younger sister, and her husband was the powerful prime minister, who lived a life of wealth and glory. Her old face became younger, her loose skin became firm, her wrinkles disappeared, and the problems with her legs and feet disappeared. She was very excited when she was reborn. As expected, she is the one that heaven loves. One life of glory is not enough, she needs another life. However, after she integrated the memories of this life, she was confused. Why was it not Fu Changqing who entered the palace this time? Instead, it became her husband Fu Changming? Moreover, the sixth prince was not disfigured, and even had the upper hand inside and outside the court. All this was different from the previous life. This made her feel a little flustered. She immediately went to her eldest brother to find out what happened, but the eldest prince was busy dealing with the sixth prince and had no time to pay attention to her. So, she wanted to go to the temple to pray in a restless manner, but unexpectedly she met her husband from her previous life. This time, in a manner outside the city, the couple from the previous life finally held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Shao Qi. Akiro. Shao Qi, you're back too, right? Fu Changming was very excited. If Shao Qi also came back, then their marital relationship from their previous life would naturally return as well. The seventh princess nodded with tears in her eyes. Minglang, I am the one who hurt you. Thinking that her husband had become a eunuch in this life, the seventh princess burst into tears. In her previous life, she had never apologized for the harm she had caused to Fu Changqing due to her willfulness, but in this life, she apologized to Fu Changming. When Fu Changming heard the seventh princess mention this, his eyes dimmed. He was not without resentment in his heart. He was clearly a talented person who had passed the Imperial examination and was appointed as an official to assist the king, but now he was neither male nor female and was not even qualified to attend the court. However, this is not the time to be angry with her. Shao Qi, this is not your fault. You and I have been married for so many years. You are just a little willful. I don't have any bad intentions. He gently wiped away the tears from the corners of the seventh princess' eyes. It's all Fu Changqing's fault. He was also reborn. He was the one who harmed us, even my parents. When he said this, his voice lowered, as if carrying endless pain. Fu Changqing was also reborn. The seventh princess was so angry that her teeth itched. That man was the lackey of her sixth brother in her previous life. The fact that her eldest brother had not yet taken the position of crown prince in this life might have something to do with him. Minglang, don't worry, I won't let that person go. She really hated it. If that man had honestly accepted his fate, her elder brother would have already taken the position of crown prince, and her Minglang would not have ended up like this. Fu Changming also nodded heavily. As long as Fu Changqing is alive, the hatred in his heart will never go away. But, Shao Qi, can you give me some money first? This is the point today, money. He looked embarrassed and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. This aroused the seventh princess's emotions and guilt. The prime minister who was so suave in his previous life has now fallen to such a state. How could one not feel pity for him? She took out a stack of banknotes and stuffed them into the other person's hand. Take it first, and come back to me if you don't have enough. Fu Changming quickly stuffed the banknote into his arms, with a sad look on his face. Shao Qi, I can't give you happiness in this life. If you meet a good person, just forget me. At the end, his voice trembled a little, as if he was in great pain. The seventh princess was pampered in both of her lives and had deep feelings for Fu Changming. Seeing him in so much pain, she couldn't help but shed tears. Ming Lang, you and I were husband and wife in our previous life, and we were happy and loving. In this life, I am the one who harmed you. How could I abandon you? The seventh princess's reaction was just as Fu Changming had expected, which made him unable to help but curl his lips slightly. He felt that he had found a new path in life. Xiaoqi, you are so kind. Fu Changming reached out and held her in his arms, and the two of them talked to each other from the bottom of their hearts again. Finally, the two agreed on the next time they would meet before reluctantly parting. Chapter 103, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World, 16. Now that he had money, Fu Changming no longer returned to that small courtyard, but instead moved into a luxurious inn. He bought some clothes and jewelry and dressed himself up, and then he bought paper and pen, preparing to write a letter to Su Qingqing, a talented girl from the academy. In his previous life, he had hooked up with this talented girl through writing letters and got help from her father. You have to know that Qingshan Academy has students all over the world, and the Su family also has people serving as officials in the court. They are the main force among the civil officials, and he does not want to ignore this force. What he didn't expect was that when he picked up the pen and started writing, he found that his hands were completely out of control and the words he wrote sounded like chickens and ducks stepping on each other. Yawa, Fu Changming yelled and knocked over the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to the ground. Sir, what can I do for you? The waiter was afraid that he might break something in the store, so he leaned over and asked. I will pay for any damages. Get lost. Fu Changming was already feeling annoyed, so naturally he had nothing nice to say. He never expected that because he entered the palace early in this life, he had never learned to write. Although he had memories of his past life in his mind, his muscles were not under his control and he could not write down what he thought. Does he need to learn to write from scratch? He doesn't have the patience. It seems that Su Qingqing's path is blocked. The Prime Minister's mansion is a high-ranking mansion, and he is definitely not able to reach it with his current status. It seems that the only thing I can do is go find Ruxu. Finally, he met Lu Ruxu at the door of a special store. Ruxu. I am Ming Lang. Same lines, same expressions, but I didn't get the desired results. Lu Ruxu's face changed slightly, but then returned to normal. Who are you? I don't know you. Her voice was calm. I'm Fu Changming. You're back too, right? He said in a low voice. Fu Changming had the experience and scheming of his previous life, so he naturally would not miss the change in Lu Ruxu's facial expression. He firmly believed that Lu Ruxu must have been reborn, otherwise she would not have such an expression. Fu Changming? Never heard of him. Lu Ruxu frowned, turned around and was about to leave. Fu Changming had finally stopped her and was unwilling to let her go. He quickly reached out to grab her, but was stopped by a hand that came out from the side. Who did this scoundrel come from? How dare you lay hands on our young master's guest? The speaker was a big man with a full beard. Next to him stood a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked noble. Fu Changming's heart skipped a beat when he saw the young man. Wasn't this the sixth prince whom he had been targeting in his previous life? Six, what six? Do you think you can call my young master by that name? Before Fu Changming could say anything, he was slapped in the face by the big man, and fell to the ground. He felt a rush of hot blood to his forehead, and his face instantly turned the color of liver dye. In his previous life, even the eldest prince was polite to him. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? For a moment, he just wanted to rush up and fight with the enemy, but the next moment he thought of his current situation. If he attacked the prince, he might not even have enough heads to chop off, so he had to leave angrily. These women are so realistic. Back at the inn, Fu Changming was still very angry. He suspected that all his beauties had been reborn, but none of them came to find him on their own initiative. What a fickle world. They must have investigated the Fu family's situation and didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. After all, the Fu family is no longer the Fu family of the previous life, and his situation will be clear to the neighbors as soon as he asks what he thought was indeed correct. At least Lu Ruxu had once sent people to investigate the Fu family. After learning that Fu Changming had entered the palace, she no longer had any ideas. Now that the Lu family has boarded the sixth prince's ship and their glass business is booming, is she expected to give up everything and follow a eunuch? She doesn't want it. Everyone's fate has changed in this life, so there is no need to repeat the path of the previous life. As a businessman, profit always comes first. Fu Changming can't provide any value now, but can only suck blood. How can she recognize him? Besides, They should not know each other in this life. She is not a person who is simply obsessed with love, so she will naturally make the choice that is most beneficial to herself and the Liu family. After hitting a wall with Liu Ruxu, Fu Changming still didn't give up and tried every way to contact the other two, but unfortunately to no avail. All the letters I asked others to write fell into the sea. He even got beaten up by the servants when he tried to stop the carriage of the third daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. At this moment, he finally understood the fickleness of the world and the fact that the past cannot be retrieved. Shao Qi, you are the only one left for me. Fu Changming held the seventh princess's hand and cried bitterly. What he didn't notice was that the seventh princess's expression was a little stiff. The seventh princess was indeed unhappy. In her previous life, it was fine for her to share her husband with others. After all, her husband was in a high position, was handsome, and treated her very well. But now she has become a rootless eunuch, and she still wants to hook up with other women. Where does this put her dignity as a princess? Fu Changming, do you still want beautiful women around you even though you're in this state? She broke free from his hand and asked coldly. Fu Changming's hands froze. He realized that the seventh princess was jealous. In her previous life, she would also be like this from time to time, but he has experience in dealing with this kind of situation, so he forcefully embraced the seventh princess in his arms. Shao Qi, they are also my true love, but you are always the right one. Bang! Before she could finish her words, the seventh princess broke free from his embrace and slapped him hard in the face. You dare to hit me! Fu Changming was a little bit unbelievable. In her previous life, although the seventh princess was domineering towards others, she was always gentle and kind to him, which made him unable to accept it for a while. Fu Changming. The seventh princess pointed her finger at him and said, I am the current princess. Who the hell are you? How dare you betray me? I'm only giving you some respect because of our past life relationship. Don't forget that everything you eat and spend is paid for by me. Her tone was like scolding a eunuch in the palace, which made Fu Changming very embarrassed. Fu Changming opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. He naturally knew that his identity was not comparable to that of his previous life, but he did not expect that the gentle and considerate seventh princess in his previous life would have such a bad temper. Shao Qi, have you forgotten? They all have powerful forces behind them. In the previous life, Big Brother could not ascend to the throne without their efforts. He hurriedly explained. Although the seventh princess was naive, she was not stupid. She certainly did not believe all of Fu Changming's words. However, her prosperity came from the favor of her father. What about after her father passed away? She had to rely on her brother's support. Thinking of this, her tone softened. However, Fu Changming is in this state now, and the emperor is now at a disadvantage in the fight for the throne. Will those beauties in his previous life still be willing to help? She asked her doubts. Alas! Fu Changming sighed. My current status is low, so it is very inconvenient for me to contact them. If I could be the counselor of the crown prince, he made his request in a roundabout way. Well, the seventh princess understood that this was waiting for her to be introduced to her royal brother. In his previous life, he passed the Imperial examination and was recruited by the eldest prince. Now that he is unable to take the Imperial examination, he is naturally not in the eyes of the eldest prince. However, her royal brother has always been an extremely selfish person and is not very close to his own sister, so it is hard to say whether he can successfully introduce her. But thinking that Fu Changming had indeed given her brother a lot of ideas in his previous life, she decided to give it a try. Chapter 104, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World, 17. The result, of course, was failure. Little sister, you are getting more and more confused. You are a eunuch who entered the palace when you were young, has no achievements, and has never read a few days of sage books. You want to be my counselor? I am afraid I will become a laughingstock of the world. The eldest prince would naturally send someone to investigate the background, and he almost laughed out of anger when he saw the result. Women have long hair but little knowledge. What kind of counselor can such a person be? There are rumors in the capital that you have secretly married a eunuch. Can it be true? He glanced at the seventh princess with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Hearing the eldest prince's words, the seventh princess's hands trembled, the tea spilled all over the floor, and then her face turned red. Who spread such news? They were very careful when they met each other several times. I didn't. Reason told her that she must not admit this. Humph. It's better not to. If you lose face for my mother and me, I will let you go. The eldest prince's words were filled with murderous intent. If his own sister followed a eunuch, how could he have the face to compete for the throne? I'm afraid his younger brothers would laugh to death. After returning, the seventh princess did not dare to meet Fu Changming anymore. She privately ordered people to investigate and keep the matter secret. Unexpectedly, the matter became more and more serious. At the same time, a vernacular novel gradually became popular, which told the story of a princess and a eunuch falling in love in the form of a fictional dynasty. In the story, the two fell in love at first sight when they were young. The princess wanted the other party to enter the palace to accompany her, but she didn't expect that her father did not agree at all, and even asked the other party to enter the palace without any purification. But unexpectedly, even though they suffered so much, the two of them still had deep feelings for each other. In the end, they were separated again. The male protagonist was expelled from the palace, and the lovers were separated. The story is full of twists and turns and deep suffering, which moved many girls to tears. The emperor who broke up the couple in the story was scolded by many people. The seventh princess wanted to ban the spread of these books, but she was unable to do so. Instead, they were adapted into storytelling and opera and spread in a faster way. Finally, Emperor Shun heard this story while attending a play. Why does it sound so familiar? Emperor Shun thought about it carefully and realized that this was exactly what was happening around him. So, I have become the villain who broke up the couple. Investigate. Must investigate. However, after much investigation, it was found that the original painting book was made by a person who used the pseudonym Qingyi Jusher, and he bought it directly from the bookstore, so there is no clue to trace. However, they did find out about the meeting between the seventh princess and Fu Changming, so the investigation materials were soon placed on Emperor Shun's desk. Tell me, what's going on between you and that little eunuch? Emperor Shun looked at his daughter kneeling below, his face unable to tell whether he was happy or angry, but from the questioning tone of his voice, anyone could tell that he was very unhappy. Your Majesty, Shaoqi is still young. Defei wanted to add a few words to describe her daughter, but was interrupted impatiently by Xuanli. Let her speak for herself. I went to Lingyin Temple to pray last time, and an immortal appeared in my dream at night, saying that the man was my destined husband. Faced with heavy pressure, the seventh princess thought quickly and came up with a reason that seemed absurd but made sense. Yes. Didn't Shaoqi go to Lingyin Temple to pray last month? She had never met that little eunuch in private before. Concubine De also quickly joined in Lingyin Temple. Immortals appear in dreams. Emperor Shun was old and actually believed in these things. The investigation materials are indeed as Concubine De said. Before going to Lingyin Temple, the seventh princess did not show any closeness to Fu Changming, and even after he entered the palace, she did not take care of him at all. This might really be a dream sent by an immortal. If this is really the intention of the immortal, then it will be difficult to deal with, but if this rumor spreads, I will be known as a villain who breaks up a couple and it will be bad for me. Emperor Shun waved his hand to let them leave and thought about it all night. The next day, Emperor Shun actually issued an edict to grant the marriage. The Imperial edict said that the two were a match made in heaven and with an immortal as their matchmaker. They should choose a date to get married. For a moment, the capital was in an uproar. The seventh princess was confused. She hadn't prepared herself mentally yet. She was still angry about Fu Changming's secret contact with other beauties last time. How could she be granted marriage? She also learned that the other beauties ignored Fu Changming, which made her feel a little unhappy, as if she had picked up something that others didn't want. Seeing her daughter's dazed look, Concubine De was so angry that she vomited blood. She had long ago looked for a nephew or nephew appointed by her mother's family in the army to be her son-in-law, but she had no idea that her daughter was actually getting together with a young eunuch. Mother, is it true that my younger sister was betrothed to that little eunuch? The eldest prince rushed in angrily. The eldest prince was furious. His sister would naturally marry someone who could help him win the throne. How could a little eunuch with no fame, no wealth, and no power help him? It would only make him lose face. Shaoqi, it is said that it was an immortal who sent a dream to your father, and your father believed it. Defei felt as bitter as if she had eaten 100 kilograms of Coptus chinensis. What immortal dream? The eldest prince didn't believe it. There are no immortals, Buddhas, or ghosts in this world. If they really existed, who would dare to kill people or do evil? Your father has already issued an order. What can we do? Defei covered her face and cried. Mother, you should have advised her not to get too close to that little eunuch. The eldest prince complained. If they hadn't been so close, leading to those rumors, what happened today wouldn't have happened. The eldest prince came in a rage and left in a rage. He decided to deal with the seventh princess, the arranged marriage partner. His father couldn't force his daughter to marry a dead person. As a result, the inn where Fu Changming lived caught fire. The new one was robbed again. The small yard that I bought was accidentally blown up by my neighbor. The eldest prince tried his best to kill Fu Changming, but he always managed to escape by a hair's breadth. He was nearly killed in the explosion this time, but luckily the master rescued him in time. Changming, thanks you for saving my life. After calming down, Fu Changming bowed his head. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew that the continuous assassinations during this period came from the eldest prince. If it weren't for the help of this hero, he would probably have died in the fire the first time. It's a small matter. I received favor from your grandfather when I was traveling around the world. Now I am just trying to help you in a small way. The man in black in front of him waved his hand. His voice was old, and it was obvious that he was an elderly martial arts master. But, Mr. Fu, hiding like this is not a long-term solution. The man in black sighed. That's right. There are only thieves who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The continuous assassinations made Fu Changming hateful. Chapter 105, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World, 18. So, the Dengguan drum, which had not been sounded for 3 years, was struck by Fu Changming. Your Majesty, please save me. I was betrothed by your Majesty, and the Emperor's grace was great. However, the eldest prince was dissatisfied and sent people to kill me many times. Please, your Majesty, help me. Then, with tears on his face, he recounted what had happened during this period. I have to say that Fu Changming, who inherited the memories of his previous life, performed well. Not only was he not stage frightened, but he created a very touching atmosphere. In his words, he was just an ordinary person who was extremely honored by the princess's favor, but he had to face the hunting of the high and mighty eldest prince. His life was extremely miserable. He also showed the burns on his arms so that the ministers could see the eldest prince's cruelty with their own eyes. Therefore, the ministers looked at him with sympathy, and looked at the eldest prince with more contempt. Fu Changming, you eunuch! The eldest prince was so angry that he wanted to curse the eunuch Fu Changming, but then he remembered that his sister was betrothed to this man, so he had to keep silent. You said I sent someone to assassinate you. What evidence do you have? Can you file a complaint with the emperor just by talking? Fu Changming was on the run all day, and the eldest prince didn't believe that he could produce any evidence. Hearing the eldest prince's words, Fu Changming just smiled slightly. Without evidence, how could he beat the drum to report it? In his previous life, he was the eldest prince's advisor and knew a lot of secrets. He also asked the hero to help him collect evidence. His evidence was enough to nail the eldest prince to death. Evidence? I certainly have it. He stood up, took out a stack of letters from his arms and presented them to Eunuch Su. When the eldest prince saw those things, his eyelids twitched suddenly, and he felt that things might be bad, but it was too late to stop it now. Eunuch Su took a quick glance and presented it to Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun picked up the sheets one by one, scanned them one by one, and only put down the things in his hands after a long while. This time, his face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. These letters were actually correspondence between the eldest prince and military generals. In the correspondence with his cousin, he mentioned that he wanted to kill Fu Changming and have the seventh princess marry him. However, Fu Changming was no longer Emperor Shun's top priority at this time. The eldest prince frequently communicates with the army. What does he want to do? Do you want a rebel? Emperor Shun could turn a blind eye to winning over civil officials in the court, but if he communicated frequently with the military, the nature of the matter would be different. Our dynasty has always prohibited princes from building up power in the army in order to keep military power firmly in the hands of the emperor. After all, civil officials could not rush into the palace with swords in hand, but military generals could. What does an elderly emperor worry about most? His position and safety. The eldest prince has committed a serious taboo. As a result, the eldest prince was placed under house arrest, and the censorate began a comprehensive investigation into the eldest prince's secret dealings with the military. When Defei wanted to plead for mercy, she was also scolded by Emperor Shun, who also said that she did not discipline her children strictly and lacked female virtues, so she was demoted to a lower position. In this way, everyone knew that Emperor Shun had already convicted the eldest prince in his heart. Apart from those officials who were difficult to break free from the eldest prince, Who else would be willing to speak up for him? The investigation of the case went smoothly. Fu Changming provided some very useful clues. The censorate worked together based on these clues, and soon the truth came to light. Although the eldest prince had no intention of rebellion, it was a fact that he was secretly cultivating power in the army. He also privately built a manor in the suburbs of Beijing and secretly trained assassins. The previous case of assassinating the sixth prince was also reopened. This bastard. After reading the files presented by the censorate, Emperor Shun was so angry that he smashed the cup on the table. The eldest prince is disrespectful to his father and the emperor, and is killing his brothers. Let him go back to his fiefdom and not come to the capital without a summons. Emperor Shun circled a piece of land at the southernmost part of the map and said to eunuch Su beside him, "Other participants will be dealt with according to the law." When the eldest prince received the imperial edict, he was actually a little surprised that he has been living in fear these days, fearing that his head might be chopped off by accident. Fortunately, "I'm just going to the fiefdom." He opened the map only after the eunuch who announced the decree went back. The land of Lingnan. He just collapsed to the ground. Lingnan is a barren place with many insects and snakes and a lot of miasma. It is said that the life expectancy of people there is only half that of people in the capital. "Father, you are so cruel. You are trying to kill me." The eldest prince burst into tears. Her son was leaving, and concubine cried bitterly, but there was nothing she could do. Damn Fu Changming. Not only did he ruin my daughter, he also ruined my son. She hated Fu Changming so much now. If he hadn't filed a complaint with the emperor, how could her son end up in such a situation? Why would she have to experience the pain of separation from her own flesh and blood? She even hated the seventh princess. Did she tell Fu Changming about it? Otherwise, how could a little eunuch know the clues about the eldest prince's affairs? Since you want to marry a eunuch, then marry him. So, just as the eldest prince left the capital, the seventh princess got married, and her wedding was simple. Unlike the grand wedding with a huge bouquet in the previous life, this life was cold and deserted with only a few guests. Emperor Shun became ill due to the matter of the eldest prince, and everything was handled by concubine De. She hated Fu Changming so much that she even hated the seventh princess. How could she be attentive? When the seventh princess saw this desolate scene, she felt aggrieved and cried in the bridal chamber. Fu Changming was also very angry. The eldest prince wanted to kill him, and concubine De clearly looked down on him. Of course he could see it. So he had no intention of comforting her. Besides, he had no roots now, and the word bridal chamber sounded offensive to him. He simply decided not to stay here and went to the study. He looked carefully and found that the princess's dowry did not include any hard goods, and he had spent almost all his fortune to buy this house to marry the princess. It's so infuriating. Changqing ate hot pot while listening to system gossip. When he heard about the hero and heroine's wedding, he couldn't help but sigh. Oh my, I accidentally helped the hero and heroine achieve the goal of being together for life. The system wiped the non-existent sweat from its forehead. The host was so scared. It watched the host's entire operation. First, it spread the rumor about the seventh princess and the eunuch, then wrote the storybook, and it rescued Fu Changming several times when he was assassinated, and even provided him with a lot of evidence about the eldest prince. Now that the eldest prince has been demoted to his fiefdom, and concubine De and the seventh princess are no longer favored by the emperor, it is probably impossible for them to turn things around. Thinking of what happened to Fu Changming, the system suddenly felt a chill in its crotch. Fortunately, I am just a silicon-based creature. This time, there was a noise outside the door and Li Wenji came to visit. Since his success in starting his own business, Li Wenji has become much more civilized. He no longer acts like a thief on the beam, and now always visits through the main entrance. "Master, you're having hot pot without asking me to come." As soon as he entered the door and saw Changqing eating hot pot, he started yelling. "Isn't this in time?" Changqing smiled and brought him a pair of bowls and chopsticks. "Today's red soup is super spicy. If you don't like it, you can just have the clear soup base." "Who said I can't do it?" Li Wenji looked unconvinced and picked up a piece of beef and put it into his mouth. It smelled good. It really smelled good. But it was also too spicy. Sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. After taking a big gulp of water, he breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up, saying, "That's great. Master, are you really not going to promote this hot pot? If we start a hot pot business, we will definitely make a lot of money," Li Wenji said, wiping his sweat. Chapter 106, Abandoned Child in the Ancient World. 19. Changqing doesn't care about whether to promote it or not. The main thing is that these are the frozen products he brought from the modern era. They contain high-tech such as Sanhua evaporated milk, which cannot be produced in today's society. So, the omnipotent Western region was pulled out again. The main reason is that there are many ingredients in this hot pot that are unique to the Western regions, and we can't make them taste the same way here. He stuffed a mouthful of meat into himself and answered seriously. Liwenji, once this topic is brought up, the Western regions become irrelevant. He felt that if he ascended the throne, he must vigorously develop trade with the Western regions. There was no other way. There were too many good things in the Western regions and he was greedy. Changqing didn't know that his nonsense had such a great impact on Li Wenji, and now the situation in the court has become clear. Li Wenji was entrusted with an important task by Emperor Shun and was arranged to work in the Ministry of Revenue, in charge of the National Treasury. After a while, he was assigned to the Ministry of Rights. After all 6 ministries had completed their rounds, Emperor Shun announced that the 6th prince would be made the crown prince. There was no dissenting voice in the court, and even the other princes were sensible enough to come forward to congratulate him, when the crown prince was first enthroned. There was a festive atmosphere inside and outside the court. The only one who was unhappy was the 7th princess. She has memories of her past life, and her current life is like hell in comparison. She thought that Fu Changming would be more devoted to her now that he had lost his power and even became a eunuch, and she would no longer have to worry about those concubines competing for his favor. Now the concubine is indeed gone, but there is no favor at all. Fu Changming was physically disabled and his temper became increasingly strange. Not only did he live off her, he also spent her dowry without mercy and would beat her if they disagreed with him. She had to cry several times before going to see a doctor. The 7th princess wanted to ask her mother for help, but her mother hated her so much that she didn't want to support her at all. Fu Changming had given up and didn't care about his reputation anymore. There was a small quarrel at home every 3 days and a big quarrel every 7 days. He became a laughingstock in the capital. Fu Changming, you are a rootless person. You eat my food and use my things. How dare you do this to me? The 7th princess threw the cup of water in her hand at Fu Changming and screamed hysterically. Princess, have you forgotten that it's all because of you that I became like this? You owe me this. Fu Changming dodged the thrown water cup sideways with a sarcastic look in his eyes. You. The 7th princess pounced on him and was about to scratch him, but he pushed her hard and she fell to the ground. Fu Changming, you will not die well. The 7th princess cursed loudly as she watched his back as he left. As she cursed, the 7th princess burst into tears. How did life become like this? The wealth and splendor of the previous life seemed to reappear before his eyes, but disappeared like smoke the next moment. Rebirth meant suffering. She was unwilling to accept this outcome. Yes. Rebirth, she remembered that she was reborn into this life when she was about to die in her previous life. If that was the case, she would be reborn again after dying again, right? This thought appeared in her mind like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and she couldn't help but think of it every time she was sad. Finally, after being almost strangled to death by Fu Changming, she made a decision. She didn't want to continue living like this, she wanted to be reborn. And she didn't want to have anything to do with Fu Changming anymore. When Changqing learned the news of the heroine's suicide, Fu Changming had already been arrested by the censorate. Although he did not kill the princess directly, the scars on her body proved that her death was related to Fu Changming. After an investigation, Fu Changming was finally sentenced to exile to the northwest. This time, it was already winter, and the prisoners sentenced to exile were driven by officials. Like cattle and sheep, embarking on a long journey to the northwest, Changqing deliberately waited at the intersection where he had to pass, and he decided to meet the male protagonist. There is a small shed at the intersection where an old man from the village sells some hot soup, noodles, and porridge to warm up people on the road. 2 officers brought dozens of shackled prisoners to the shed and sat down. Old man, give us 2 large bowls of egg noodles, and give them each a bowl of porridge. The officers escorting the prisoners would be held responsible if the prisoners died on the way, so they would not deprive them of food, but it would be impossible for them to eat well. Fu Changming was shivering with cold. He held the porridge in his hands as if it were the most delicious delicacy in the world and drank half of it in one breath. TSK, isn't this your second brother? How has he ended up in this state? A teasing voice came. Fu Changming looked up and saw a tall and graceful young man wearing a pure white fox fur coat without a trace of other colors. He was holding a heater in his hand and sitting down opposite him. You are Fu Changqing? Fu Changming was a little hesitant to recognize him. The young man opposite him was much taller than the man he remembered from his previous life, and his skin was not as pale, but his general facial shape was still somewhat similar. Yes, my stupid brother, where are all your beauties? Why didn't anyone save you? Changqing smiled, but his words were like a knife piercing into Fu Changming's heart, leaving his heart pierced like honeycomb briquettes, full of holes. It's you. It's all your fault. You've been reborn, so why are you running away? Can't you just accept your fate? Veins bulged on Fu Changming's forehead. If his hands and feet were not in shackles, he would have wanted to rush up and beat someone up. TSK, brother, are you angry? It's just 2 tails of meat less. This is your destiny. Changqing repeated to him what Fu Changming had said to the original owner in his previous life. Fu Changming was so angry that he vomited blood. He stood up suddenly and spilled half a bowl of porridge on the ground. What are you doing? What are you doing? If you don't want to eat, don't eat. The official shouted, you don't have to eat the next meal. I'll deduct the money for the broken bowl. Fu Changming was stunned. The situation is beyond our control. He now only hoped to set off quickly so as to get away from this person whom he hated so much. However, the 2 officials were not in a hurry and even asked for more soup after finishing their noodles. Boss, give me a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs. Changqing shouted while knocking on the table. Okay. The old man's answer was also full of energy. After a while, a bowl of steaming egg noodles was served on the table. The aroma of the mixture of noodles and eggs went straight into Fu Changming's nostrils, and even the hatred in his heart seemed to be replaced by this smell. You. He just said one word and felt his saliva was about to flow out, so he quickly shut up. Changqing ignored Fu Changming. He ate the noodles in big mouthfuls, taking a sip of soup from time to time. Soon the bowl of noodles was finished, then he glanced at Fu Changming's flushed face and got on the horse. Fu Changming, you don't know yet, right? Ever since you were sentenced to exile, the family has already expelled you. Changqing gave him one last stab before leaving leisurely. Today is a good day. As the clear singing voice came, Fu Changming sat down dejectedly. In the days that followed, Changqing lay down again. It was not until the old emperor abdicated and the prince ascended the throne that he accepted the invitation to watch the ceremony. To his surprise, the new emperor appointed him as the Imperial teacher on the spot. Master, the country needs you, and I need you too. The new emperor looked at Changqing with a smug smile on his face. The system really wants to tell the new emperor that these operations are useless to the host who was an expert in lying down and running away, but unfortunately, its voice cannot be heard by others at all. In front of so many ministers, Changqing certainly would not offend the new emperor. I will devote my life to the country and the people, and I will not refuse even if I die. His voice was sonorous and heavy as 1,000 pounds. Although the ministers had never seen this young man who was about the same age as the new emperor before, this did not stop them from flattering him. The national teacher has an extraordinary demeanor and is obviously a man of great learning. The country is lucky to have such a national teacher. I have long admired the name of the national master. After meeting him today, I find that his reputation is well deserved. No, the national master's demeanor is even better than the rumors say. When I saw the Imperial master today, I felt that we were destined to be together. I have a little girl who is only 16 years old, Changqing responded with a smile, as if he was a veteran official. The new emperor nodded repeatedly, looking extremely satisfied. The master is indeed a master, he can handle any situation with ease. The country needs such talents. However, when the news came the next day, the new emperor was stunned. What? The official seal is hanging at the door, but the imperial teacher is gone? He almost fell off the dragon throne. Yes, the imperial master left a letter for your majesty. The chief eunuch presented a letter to the new emperor. When the new emperor opened it, he saw only one sentence in the letter. You are already a mature emperor. You must learn to manage your country. Forget it, I'd better work overtime myself, the new emperor sighed helplessly. Your majesty, do you want to send someone to find the imperial master? The eunuch asked cautiously. No need. The new emperor waved his hand. If he doesn't want to show up, no one can find him. In the following days, Changqing started traveling and enjoying the scenery again. However, with the system, he can always grasp the direction of the characters related to the plot. For example, the new emperor worked hard to govern the country and develop trade, and the country became increasingly powerful. For example, when the Turks in the northwest harassed the border, the new emperor personally led the army to annihilate the invading enemy in one fell swoop. Fu Zhou also made military achievements in the battle with the Turks and became one of the generals guarding the northwest. For example, Su Qingqing from the academy eventually married the newly crowned #1 scholar, the third lady of the prime minister's mansion, however, threw a ball of embroidery to find a husband, and ended up marrying a hunter. But all of this has nothing to do with him anymore. Since the mission of this world was completed early, Changqing chose to leave this world in his 60s. Chapter 107, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 1. Changqing woke up again and found himself lying on the bed with darkness before his eyes. He reached out his hand and touched it, and it felt warm and soft, so he quickly retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Oh shit, have you already been married in this life? Cautiously moving to the side, he began to recall the events of this life. The person who prayed in this small world was called Jiang Changqing, the adopted son of the Jiang family in Yuncheng. The Jiang family is a famous wealthy family in Yuncheng. Although Mr. Jiang has retired, he still holds most of the shares of Jiang Group and has a great say in both the company and the family. Jiang Changsheng, the original son of the Jiang family, was accidentally lost at the age of 4. His family was heartbroken as they could not find him anywhere, because Jiang's mother was injured during childbirth and did not get pregnant for many years. Mr. Jiang took the initiative to adopt the original owner from the orphanage. In fact, Jiang's father and mother had no intention of adopting a child, but due to the old man's prestige, they dared not refute, so they were indifferent to the original owner. Fortunately, Grandpa Jiang still had some affection for this adopted grandson, so he lived a good life in the Jiang family. After the original owner graduated from university, Old Master Jiang arranged a marriage for him with Feng Chanqian, the only daughter of the Feng family. Both the Jiang and Feng families are among the wealthiest families in Yuncheng, and a marriage between the two families would benefit everyone. The original owner was naturally happy to see this marriage. He was not a biological son of the Jiang family, and marrying a wife with a good family background would help him gain a foothold in the Jiang family. Unexpectedly, Jiang Changsheng came back shortly after the engagement. After Jiang Changsheng got lost, he was sold to another city by human traffickers. When he was 8 years old, his adoptive parents died in a car accident, and he eventually grew up in an orphanage. Despite his rough experiences, he was still very outstanding and was admitted to Jinghua University through his own efforts. The lost child was found, and the entire Jiang family was overjoyed. They held a grand welcome ceremony and were eager to tell everyone the good news. The original owner's position became awkward, but he was not unprepared for this moment, so he soon became indifferent and busied himself helping to organize the welcome banquet. He thought about moving out of the Jiang family after getting married, so as to avoid difficulties in handling the relationship. But things did not develop as he expected. At Jiang Changsheng's welcome party, the original owner drank 2 glasses of wine and was helped back to the room in a daze. The next day, he found himself lying naked on a big bed in the hotel with a woman. As luck would have it, it was discovered by Feng Chanqian in some gossip self-media that he wanted to explain, but he couldn't. So he became famous. The Feng family took the opportunity to cancel the engagement, and the Jiang family expressed their extreme disappointment in him. They took back his shares, announced that they would sever ties with him, and kicked him out of the house. The original owner was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He searched over and over but couldn't find any clues, and the incident was posted online, causing him to suffer a lot of cyber violence. There was no choice, so the original owner left his hometown. He worked hard in High City, and with a bit of luck and the ability to endure hardships, he built a huge foundation within a few years. When he returned to Yuncheng again, he was as a business tycoon. By this time, the Jiang and Feng families had already fallen into decline. Feng Chanqian, who was married to Jiang Changsheng, lives a miserable life. After the family fell into decline, old man Jiang died of anger, and Jiang's father and mother were also plotted against, and the company was acquired. Jiang Changshan was powerless to change the situation and instead became addicted to alcohol. He came home drunk every day, smelling of other women's makeup. If Feng Chanqian tried to persuade him, she would be severely beaten. Not only did she need to earn money to support Jiang Changsheng and the child, but she also had to endure his occasional domestic violence. Later, Feng Chanqian developed kidney disease. Not only did Jiang Changsheng not treat her, he secretly sold the house and ran away with the money. Feng's parents had no money to help her with treatment, and their life fell into complete despair. This time, she saw the information about the CEO of Yuncheng's upstart Junqing Group in the newspaper, and was surprised to find that the man was her ex-fiancé. She was like a person about to drown. She no longer cared about her face and ran straight to Jiangqing Group to find the original owner, asking the original owner to help her for the sake of their past friendship. I don't know if it was out of showing off or because he really had some feelings for his ex-fiancée, but the original owner actually arranged for a doctor to treat her and also gave her some money to help her through the difficult times. The above is the plot of the first life. In the second life, Feng Qianqian was reborn in the time of rebirth was a little late. At that time, the original owner had been kicked out of the Jiang family, but fortunately, she had not yet married Jiang Changqing. She was determined to compensate Jiang Changqing, because she knew that in his previous life, although Jiang Changqing had a huge family business, he never entered into marriage and the ENDIT was all her fault for breaking off the engagement and hurting him so deeply. In this life, she wants to give him a lifetime of love and give birth to a bunch of children for him. To inherit the huge family business. So she broke up with Jiang Changqing directly and ran to High City despite her family's opposition. She found Jiang Changqing, who was starting a business, apologized to him, and showed concern for him and pursued him. She knew that Jiang Changqing's stomach problems in his previous life were caused by irregular diet during his startup period, so she cooked and made soup for him every day and sent it to the company. The original owner was very moved to see that such a young lady was willing to humble herself and do so much for a small entrepreneur like him, so he accepted her pursuit. Later, his business grew bigger and bigger, and when he returned to Yuncheng, he was already ranked first on the rich list. This time, both the Jiang and Feng families were in trouble. Jiang Changqing came to ask for help, but was beaten out by Feng Qianqian. The Feng family came to ask for help, and Feng Qianqian asked the original owner to help. As a result, the Jiang family declined just like in the first life, and Jiang Changqing also lived a life of alcoholism all day long. However, the Feng family, with the support of a big tree, walked out of the haze and gradually prospered. Feng Qianqian also designed a plan to make Jiang Changqing addicted to drugs, causing his wife and children to leave him, squandering his remaining family property, and finally freezing to death on the side of the road. In this life, Feng Qianqian also suffered from kidney disease. She asked the original owner to donate a kidney to her to prove their love, and she recovered soon. However, the original owner lost a kidney and worked hard to start a business when he was young, so his health deteriorated a lot and he died in his 70s. Feng Qianqian lived a very perfect life. Although she and the original owner had no children, the original owner was very accommodating to her throughout his life, and all the family property was handed over to her after his death. Only after the original owner died did he realize that what he thought was love was just a careful plan by others. Even when Feng Qianqian was suffering from kidney disease, the hospital had available kidneys, but she was worried that the original owner would change his mind after her health collapsed, so she insisted that the original owner donate a kidney to her as a proof of their love. The original owner was very angry. He felt that he had been successful in his career but had failed in love. So his wish was not to be with Feng Qianqian anymore and to have a family that truly loved him. Chapter 108, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 2. After watching the plot, Changqing was speechless. He hates rebirth compensation the most. Before Feng Qianqian was reborn, she was unwilling to marry the original owner, a fake young master, so she asked someone to drug the original owner to destroy his reputation and took the opportunity to cancel the engagement. Later, when they were not living a satisfactory life, the original owner came to them eagerly asking for help after he became rich. Why are you so thick-skinned? It is simply too much to rely on the original owner for the rest of your life after rebirth. Is that compensation? It's just that I saw the original owner's career was developing well, and I wanted to take advantage of it. I had to give myself the compensatory hat. If the original owner was an average employee, Feng Qianqian would probably not pay attention to him even after her rebirth. In Changqing's opinion, Feng Qianqian has a great opportunity as a reborn person and can start a career on her own. Why should she think about relying on a man to gain wealth and glory? The Jiang family's actions also made him feel disgusted. When your son is lost, you want to find a replacement, and when your son is found, you kick him away. The key is to give the original owner a final blow when his reputation is in disgrace, which is completely leaving no chance of survival. No wonder the original owner was unwilling to help the Jiang family even after he became rich. Changqing sighed and shook his head. If he had traveled through time when he was in the orphanage, he would definitely not have anything to do with the Jiang family. He understood that the Jiang family favored their own son and that the Feng family wanted to cancel the engagement, but it was a bit too much to use tricks to destroy the original owner and then stand on the moral high ground. The original owner was neither a good student nor a bad student, and he didn't have any bad habits. He was considered to be one of the better-known second-generation rich kids in Yuncheng. Old Master Jiang had been quite fond of him and had given him 2% of Jiang's shares as a gift during his coming-of-age ceremony. This 2% of shares is neither too much nor too little. It is completely enough to be a rich and idle person. Chang Qing had nothing to say as he was going back, openly ignoring the original owner's explanation. He publicly accused him of betraying the family marriage. Chang Qing was very disgusted by this behavior of adding insult to injury. The Feng family took the initiative to cancel the engagement, and Chang Qing had no objection, but it would be ridiculous to let him take the blame for being dishonest, heartless, and ungrateful. As he thought about it, Chang Qing's fists hardened. Host, it's almost dawn, and the adulterer is coming. The system was a little anxious when it saw that its host was immersed in thoughts. Oh shit. Chang Qing then remembered that there was a woman lying next to him. This the time when the original owner was framed. He quickly got up and turned on the bedside lamp. This is undoubtedly one of the most luxurious rooms in the hotel. The room is spacious and well equipped. Chang Qing saw a small bar in front at a glance, and various kinds of drinks were placed on the shelves at the back. He looked at the woman lying next to him. The woman was about 20 years old, with short hair cut to her ears, and looked like a tomboy. Her face was abnormally flushed at this moment, and such a big noise did not wake her up. It seems that he has also taken medicine. Chang Qing understood it in an instant. However, he had no intention of waking the other person up. He quickly put on his clothes and slipped out of the room. Along the way, he walked lightly, like a cat walking in the dark, without making any sound, and the voice-controlled lights in the corridor did not respond at all. He took the elevator to the garage below and got into his car before he breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, Chang Qing integrated the memories of this body and remembered some details that he had not paid attention to in the plot. The girl who was caught cheating with the original owner was called by Xiaoqi, and she was Feng Qianqian's best friend ever since Jiang Changxing came back. Feng Qianqian brought this best friend with her several times when she met the original owner, as if she was on guard against the original owner. Chang Qing carefully recalled the scenes of their previous interactions and discovered that Bai Xiaoqi seemed to have some interest in the original owner, and Feng Qianqian seemed to be intent on creating opportunities for the two to be alone. It's just that Bai Xiaoqi is timid and shy, and the original owner was only interested in pleasing Feng Qianqian, so there was no real spark between the two. I guess Feng Qianqian wanted something to happen between the two of them, but that didn't happen, so she just drugged him. Chang Qing did not stay in the parking lot for long. He drove directly back to his small villa in the east of Yuncheng. On the way, he also asked the system to tamper with the hotel's surveillance to ensure that everything was foolproof. As soon as Chang Qing walked in and sat down, the phone rang and the name displayed was his fiancée. He pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a sarcastic smile. "Where are you? Why is Xiaoqi in your room?" As soon as the call was connected, a sharp questioning voice came over. From the sound of the voice, it sounded like a woman who was extremely angry because she found out that her best friend was having an affair with her fiancé. "Xiaoqi? Maybe she went to the wrong room." Chang Qing's voice revealed just the right amount of doubt. "I stayed in my room for half an hour yesterday. After I sobered up, I went straight home. I had some things to deal with at home." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Qing heard a noisy sound coming from the phone. It seems that I confronted him with the external speaker on, and the other side was exactly as he expected. Feng Qianqian opened the room where Chang Qing stayed last night early in the morning. "Brother Chang Qing, wake up." Before she could finish her words, she let out a piercing scream. Why are you in Brother Chang Qing's room?" She pointed at Bai Xiaoqi, who had just opened his eyes, and her body trembled slightly with anger. As she screamed, several people wearing baseball caps appeared at the door, pointing cameras at the room and taking pictures. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaoqi screamed and quickly wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. This time, everyone at the door realized that there was only one person in the room. What happened to catching an adulterer and making a big news story? Several self-media people put down their cameras and looked at Feng Qianqian suspiciously. Although there is no bottom line for self-media, breaking into a hotel room and taking pictures of a woman has no news value at all. Feng Qianqian was also a little confused. Chang Qing must be in the room. As she said that, she walked into the room, opened the closet, and took a look at the bathroom. It was empty everywhere, and there was no trace of Chang Qing. So, the above phone call happened. "Qianqian, my car will be recorded when it leaves the hotel, and it can also be checked through surveillance. Please trust me." There was a hint of urgency in the voice coming from the phone, as if the person was eager to prove his innocence. Check it then. Come to the hotel right away. I want to check the surveillance in front of both families." Feng Chanshan said this and hung up the phone. She just didn't believe it. How could he wake up in half an hour after drinking that kind of strong medicine? He must have sneaked out when it was almost dawn. Tell me, was Jiang Changqing also in this room last night? After hanging up the phone, she questioned Bai Xiaoqi again. Bai Xiaoqi was a little confused when he first woke up, but after listening for so long, he understood it in his heart. Isn't this the kind of adultery scene that we often see on the internet? They even brought in the media, which clearly shows that they want to nail the person to the ground. Chanshan, we are best friends, don't you still believe me? It was Xinxin and Xiaolu who helped me here yesterday. If there were people in the room, they would definitely not abandon me. If you don't believe it, you can call her to confirm. Feng Chanshan was not stupid. She knew that calling them would not give her the results she wanted. Could she still get them to admit that they had deliberately sent her friend to a man's bed? That would be socially fatal. Humph. Go ahead and quibble. Let's see what you say after we check the surveillance footage. Feng Chanshan didn't want to say any more. She stomped her foot and turned away. Several self-media outlets were originally planning to withdraw, but when they heard that there was still melon, they stayed. Chapter 109, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 3. Changqing arrived quickly and reached the hotel in just a few minutes. Nonsense, if you don't come faster, what if someone sees the surveillance video first? Chanshan, why do we have to go to the extent of checking the surveillance? Basic trust between people. He stopped Feng Chanshan at the door of the monitoring room, looking very anxious. Are you scared now? Didn't you just say that you could check the surveillance? Feng Chanshan glanced at him with full confidence. Brother, after all, that woman was in your room. It's normal for your sister-in-law to be worried. Wouldn't it be better to check the surveillance to prove your innocence? Jiang Changsheng also came over, showing concern. He had a friendly smile, wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked warm and approachable, and was very friendly. Seeing the Jiang and Feng families coming over one after another, Changqing smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface he appeared to be even more nervous, with even a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Finally, several media people came over with cameras, and he quickly stepped forward to stop them. Chanshan, this is just our family matter, there's no need to call the media, right? His expression seemed as if he was making a final struggle. Ha, you didn't do anything bad, what are you afraid of? Feng Chanshan snorted coldly, pulled him aside, and let several self-media walk into the monitoring room. Seeing Changqing leaning against the wall resigned to his fate, everyone laughed inwardly. The first surveillance video shows Jiang Changqing returning to the room. The time displayed in the upper right corner was 11:03 last night. Two young men helped him into room 703. After a while, they came out again. It was obvious that he was already lying in the room. On the way back to the room, his feet were dragging on the ground and he seemed to have difficulty walking independently. It was obvious that he was very drunk. A smile appeared on Feng Chanshan's face. In this state, it is not certain that one will be able to wake up in 2 hours, let alone half an hour. The staff pressed the fast-forward button and the screen switched to 11:44. The door of room 703, which had been silent all the time, suddenly opened, and a figure walked out of the room. It was undoubtedly Jiang Changqing. As the scene moves forward, you can see him walking all the way to the parking lot and then driving away from the hotel. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that Jiang Changqing did not lie. He indeed stayed in the hotel for a while and then left. This is impossible. Feng Chanshan shouted. Jiang Changsheng also looked incredulous. Chanshan, even if you don't believe me, you have to believe the surveillance. It shows everything clearly. Changqing had a hurt expression on his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. This time, the surveillance footage switched to 12:50.2 women helped by Xiaoqi to room 703. They didn't seem to look at the door number and just swiped their cards to open the door. After a few minutes, they walked out of the room. It was obvious that Bai Xiaoqi was left in the room. This time, Jiang Changqing had been gone for a long time, and it was obviously impossible for him to have any intersection with Bai Xiaoqi. After watching this, the matter became basically cleared. It seems that nothing has been posted. Everyone looked at Feng Chanshan with some doubt and inquiry. Some people have stood up and are ready to leave. Feng Chanshan was also a little confused. How is that possible? Obviously, you must have tampered with the surveillance. Feng Chanshan stared at Changqing, trying to read something from his expression. Unfortunately, she only saw confusion and disappointment. I just arrived at the hotel this morning, everyone can testify to this. Chang Cheng spread his hands and glanced at everyone. Shanxian, do you look down on our Jiang family and don't want to marry me? He changed the subject and dropped a bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Feng Shanxian's face change drastically, and both the Jiang and Feng families showed surprised expressions as several self-media people also showed interest on their faces and looked from one to the other, hoping to hear more gossip before Feng Shanxian could respond. The footage on the surveillance camera changed again. This time the scene actually shows two people kissing, and the scene doesn't look like it's taking place in a hotel. And you still say you don't have an affair? Feng Shanxian pointed at Chang Qing and cursed when she saw this scene. At this moment, she was thinking about Jiang Changqing and Bai Xiaoqi, and did not look carefully at the surveillance footage. Chang Qing didn't say anything, but just pointed at the surveillance camera and asked her to take a closer look. Hey, isn't this Feng Shanxian and Jiang Changsheng? Someone discovered the key point. This time, the two people in the picture separated, and the surveillance screen also fully showed the faces of the two. Who else could it be if not Feng Shanxian and Jiang Changsheng? Oh my god, so exciting. Several self-media people originally thought that their trip was in vain, but they didn't expect to see such a scene, so they immediately picked up their cameras and took a lot of pictures. Quick! Turn it off! Jiang Changsheng shouted quickly. Bang! The surveillance screen went black. Feng Shanxian covered her face and ran out. Great, Jiang Changsheng, that's your future sister-in-law. Chang Qing jumped up and punched Jiang Changsheng in the face, causing his whole body to tilt. Then he kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Jiang Changsheng didn't expect that this elder brother who was somewhat timid at home would dare to hurt others. He fell to the ground before he could react. His glasses were knocked to the side, his cheeks felt burning with pain, and his stomach felt like it was churning. He couldn't help but bend over and vomit as soon as he stood up. Seeing Chang Qing's ruthless attack, everyone rushed to stop him. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I will beat you to death. After all, we are a family. Let's deal with it when we get home. It won't be good for anyone if there is a fuss. Let's deal with family matters when we get home. There are media here. Changqing didn't want to kill anyone in public, so he just let go. We're not done. He yelled and slammed the door and left. When he got in the car, the anger on his face had disappeared, replaced by a relaxed smile. Ha 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 ha, host, you performed very well. The system jumped out and laughed non-stop. Then you didn't synthesize the surveillance video, did you? Although he knew that the system had some capabilities, Chang Qing had never expected it to be like this. No, I can search personal surveillance videos accurately over a large area. Look, I found the video of them in the coffee shop last month and grafted it over. As the system said this, it held its head high and chest puffed out, feeling extremely proud. You are really good. Chang Chung praised. Tell me what information you found. Chapter 110, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 4. It turns out that Jiang Changsheng and Feng Shanxian were college classmates. The two confirmed their relationship during college, but at that time Jiang Changsheng was still an orphan and the Feng family needed an alliance, so their relationship was not made public. After Jiang Changsheng returned to the Jiang family, the two were overjoyed and discussed changing the marriage partner to Jiang Changsheng. However, since the Jiang and Feng families had already held a public engagement ceremony, whether to cancel the engagement or change the person, a sufficient reason was needed. After all, the original owner has always had a good reputation. Breaking the contract without any reason will not only affect his personal image, but may even have an impact on the company. The solution the two men came up with was to ruin Jiang Changqing's reputation, so that they could justify their actions. After hearing what the system said, Changqing felt that the two were even more worthless. If you really want to date someone, don't agree to a marriage arrangement, why harm others? Make sure the photos taken by the self-media people just now will appear on the internet. Changqing said to the system. Changqing could guess what the Feng and Jiang families were doing with his eyes closed. Buying out photos and banning news were basic, but they were useless for those who cheated. By the time Changqing returned to the Jiang family, the news had already spread all over the internet. Fuck, come and see the gossip about the wealthy family in Yuncheng. If anyone has melons, please PM me. I'm crying. I'm like a scum jumping up and down, but I can't get any melons. Please PM me if you want pictures. Don't believe it, the above person is just a scammer. If you want to read the melon, go to Weibo and search for System 101 account. There is a detailed version, Changqing opened Weibo and found that there really was an account called System 101. There was only one message on it, which contained a long article that explained the whole story clearly and included various pictures. System, you don't even use an alias when registering an account. Changqing couldn't help but complain. Anyway, they can't find me, and they can't delete my information. The system's voice was as smug as it could be. Which ancient plane, immortal cultivation plane, or modern technological plane is the stage for it to show its prowess? Changqing took a quick look and saw that there were already over 10,000 comments. It seemed that the secrets of wealthy families were really a treat for the spectators. Fuck, the story of an engaged sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Are the rich and powerful good at playing this game? Nonsense, one is an adopted son and the other is a biological son. Between the fake young master and the real young master, which one would you rather marry? I would definitely choose the real young master. The one upstairs, what real or fake young master? Legally adopted children have equal inheritance rights. I think you need some legal education. That's right. Feng Qianqian is engaged to young Master Jiang and hasn't called it off yet. She's hanging out with young Master Jiang too. She's clearly greedy. Netizens were having a great time enjoying the spoils of the fun, and there were even various debates going on online, but most of them expressed deep sympathy for Changqing, and cursed Feng Qianqian and Jiang Changqing more. Many people even went to their social media accounts to curse them as scumbags and bitches. At night, the Jiang family gathered together, and everyone looked extremely ugly. Mr. Jiang had a gloomy face and the atmosphere in the room was gloomy. Hasn't the official Weibo been contacted? Why hasn't the information been deleted yet? He looked at Jiang's father with sharp eyes. Although the Jiang family company is now managed by Jiang's father, old man Jiang still owns the most shares, has a lot of say, and has the final say at home. Facing his father's questioning at this time, Father Jiang wiped his sweat helplessly. Weibo is processing it in the background. They said there is a system bug and it will take some time. Old Master Jiang snorted coldly, and then said to Changqing, you are the person involved, tell me how you want to deal with it? The old man had a serious face and a low voice, which gave people a great deal of pressure. If the original owner was here, I'm afraid I can only say that it's up to my grandfather to make the decision. However, Changqing was not nervous even when facing the emperor, so this little pressure was naturally nothing. He cleared his throat and said slowly, I have two requests. First, I want to cancel the engagement. Second, I want both of them to apologize to me publicly on Weibo. The original owner was raised by the Jiang family, and Changqing had no intention of bringing down the Jiang family. His demands were only directed at Jiang Changqing and Feng Qianqian. After hearing his words, Jiang Changqing's face looked very ugly. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. He and Feng Qianqian had known each other before and had feelings for each other. It was Jiang Changqing who intercepted him. A look of surprise flashed across Mr. Jiang's face. He did not directly say whether he agreed or disagreed. Instead, he looked at Mr. and Mrs. Jiang and asked, what do you think? Father Jiang rubbed his aching temple and said thoughtfully, of course you can cancel the engagement, but it's best to handle this matter calmly. Apologizing may cause new public opinion. Yes. I also think it's better to handle it calmly. Delete the information on the internet first, and then quietly cancel the marriage after a while. Jiang's mother and husband followed suit and quickly spoke up. Naturally, they don't want their own son to be more affected, and the cold treatment is the way they most expect. Jiang Changqing's expression eased slightly after hearing what Jiang's father and mother said. He knew that his parents still favored him. Okay, that's settled. Arrange for someone to delete the information on the internet as soon as possible. Old Master Jiang made the decision directly. Jiang Changqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Changqing didn't say anything else. Old Master Jiang is the person who has the final say in the Jiang family. Once he has said something, nothing else can be said. However, with the system plugin in place, they have no choice but to apologize or not. Soon, netizens discovered that the two parties involved in the gossip had actually apologized. Although the content is somewhat official, it undoubtedly further confirms the authenticity of the previous revelations. So the internet became even more lively. Ha, the person involved has apologized. Where's the person who spread fake news before? Come out and get beaten. Oh, reality is more exciting than TV dramas. Rich people really have fun. They are just scumbags and bitches. People like them should be criticized by the entire internet. The two people's Weibo accounts were flooded with comments again, with all kinds of ridicule and insults being heard. Chapter 111, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World, 5, Feng Chanqian is pregnant? Changqing was a little surprised when he heard the news from the system. At this point in the original plot, Feng Chanqian had not revealed her pregnancy, and there was still more than half a year before her rebirth, but it is easy to understand. In the original plot, the original owner suffered a great loss this time. People on the internet were scolding him. Feng Chanqian was so happy that she didn't have time to be stimulated and was hospitalized and found out to be pregnant. This reminded Changqing that in the second week, after the original owner and Feng Chanqian returned to Yunqing, the Feng family came to ask for the child to bring with them. Feng's father and mother said that they had a child in their old age, and the original owner didn't care. And now that I think about it, maybe it's not a son born in old age, but a grandson? According to the age, it does make sense. The original owner really got a good deal. What a pitiful person. It seems that the exposure of the drugging incident has brought about a series of chain reactions. According to the original plot, Changqing had already been deserted by everyone and was about to be kicked out of the Jiang family. 2 months after Changqing left for another place, Feng Chanqian and Jiang Changshang made their relationship public, and then Feng Chanqian was reborn. So, she should have just become pregnant not long ago, and her pregnancy really showed after she was reborn. At that time, Feng Chanqian naturally did not want this child, but for some reason she gave birth to the child and left it to her parents to raise. Changqing thought of the plot. Feng Chanqian was particularly fond of this younger brother who was more than 20 years younger than her. After the original owner's family returned to Yunqing, she often took her younger brother home to play. This is probably not a younger brother but a biological son. It's so fucking disgusting. No wonder the original owner's wish after his death was to never have anything to do with Feng Chanqian again. Master, the old man asked you to go to the living room. At this time, the aunt's voice sounded outside the door. It turned out that Feng's father and mother had arrived at Zhang's house. Okay, I'll be there right away. Changqing came back to his senses. This time things have gone completely wrong, and Feng Chanqian has no chance of hiding this child. At this time, in the living room of the Jiang family. Uncle Jiang, my daughter was bullied by your 2 grandsons. You have to give me an explanation. The first time he saw Mr. Jiang, Feng's father acted like a victim. Old Master Jiang couldn't help but twitch his lips and felt a headache. Is this a time to call for punishment? Jiang's father and mother hurried forward and led the 2 of them to sit down. We are here to get married, not to make enemies. There is a lot of news flying around the internet now. Grandpa, just give me a word and tell me what to do. After sitting down, Feng's father continued. Old Feng, the children's affairs are not worth your anger. Calm down, calm down. Father Jiang quickly poured tea for father and mother Feng and said nice things to them. He knew very well how favored the Feng family's daughter was. Although this matter was unfair to the adopted son, overall, the Jiang family really couldn't find fault with the Feng family. After all, their youngest son got the other family's daughter pregnant. Old Master Jiang was also feeling annoyed. He had just received news that the Feng family's daughter was pregnant, and coincidentally, the news was exposed on the internet. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Changsheng, who was sitting far away with his head down, with more impatience in his eyes. Although he is of Jiang family blood, he was not trained by the Jiang family after all. He does things without any rules and without considering the consequences. Now the old man has to clean up this mess, but after all, he is his own grandson, and he can't just ignore him. Let them get married, and after they get married, send them abroad to avoid the limelight. After a long silence, Mr. Jiang put forward his suggestion. Anyway, the matter has become so serious now that it can't be covered up. The information has been online for so long that it can't be deleted at all. Won't their marriage cause a huge discussion again? Feng's mother didn't expect that Mr. Jiang would think this way. Get a marriage certificate and get it after the wedding. Old Master Jiang sighed. I will give Chanqian 2% of Jiang's shares as a betrothal gift, and the Jiang family will also cover all of their overseas expenses. The Jiang family is wealthy and powerful, and 2% of the shares would bring in tens of millions in dividends every year. This betrothal gift could be considered extremely luxurious. Okay, let's do this for Jiang Changsheng. As for Jiang Changqing, he must apologize to my daughter. Father Feng suddenly changed the subject and spoke in a stern tone. Changqing was just pushing the door open at this time, but he didn't expect the fire to burn on his head. Apologize? How? Changqing walked to an empty seat and sat down with a sarcastic smile on his face. Do you dare to say that you didn't fuel the information online? Don't you need to apologize for ruining someone's reputation? Feng's father was furious. He didn't believe that the young man opposite him had the ability to take charge of the matter, but there was a high possibility that the initial news spread from him. Changqing, be polite when talking to your elders, and apologize to your Uncle Feng. Father Jiang was also very dissatisfied with Changqing's attitude. Although the Feng family girl was wrong in this matter, she was not hurt, right? Why did she have to make it known to everyone and damage the reputation and friendship of the two families? Changqing, Mom knows you've been wronged, but it's not good for everyone if this matter is posted online. Why don't you discuss it with your family? Zhang's mother also looked disapproving. She was injured when giving birth and could not have another child, so she had been trying her best to find her lost biological son. She had no feelings for the child that Mr. Jiang wanted to adopt. Now that her biological child has been found, she dislikes this adopted son even more, but they still hold 2% of Zhang's shares. The thought of this made her gnashing with anger, as her son didn't even have any shares. Changqing ignored Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. He just looked at old man Jiang. Grandpa, the daughter of the Feng family cheated first. Do you think I need to apologize for this? His voice was full of reluctance, anger, and doubt, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Old Master Jiang turned his face away, somewhat awkwardly avoiding his questioning gaze. Uncle Feng is an elder after all. Are elders always right? Can elders use their power to overpower others? Don't elders need to obey the law? Changqing stood up and asked loudly, then he looked straight at Feng's father again. Mr. Feng must know the defamation law. If I have committed a crime, please let the law judge me, and I should make a public apology without hesitation. Changqing's eyes were red and he seemed to be overwhelmed by anger. If Mr. Feng has no evidence to sue me, why don't I sue Ms. Ling for drugging me at the party? I have quite a bit of evidence in my hands. Changqing threw a stack of information to Feng's father and sat down heavily. Father Feng lowered his head and flipped through it casually, and his expression changed. It not only contains chat records of people arranged by Feng Chanqian, money transfer records, but also various on-site photos. Feng's father believes that he can be convicted based on this information. What's worse is that the drugs used are banned drugs which are strictly prohibited from being sold by the country. This alone is enough to cause trouble. My dear nephew, the Jiang and Feng families have always been on good terms. There is no need to take this to court. When he looked up again, Father Feng's tone had changed. When the Jiang family members saw that Changqing subdued the aggressive Father Feng with just one move, their faces changed color. How did this child become so strong, and where did he get the evidence? In the end, it was old man Jiang who smoothed things over and gave two dry chuckles. Changqing, after all, the Feng family has been a good friend of our Jiang family for many years. You were not injured in this matter, so there is no need to sue. Grandpa will compensate you. He will compensate you. Then he spoke to Feng's father. Mr. Feng, don't ask Changqing to apologize for the relationship between our two families. After all, your daughter was at fault first. It was also because our elders were too anxious about the eldest son's marriage and did not ask the child's wishes. Since she and Changqing are destined to be together, do as I say and let them get married first. The key is to calm down the rumors in the outside world in a timely manner. Changqing had not originally intended to seize upon this matter to file a lawsuit. After hearing what Mr. Jiang said, he snorted coldly and did not say anything else. This crime is not a serious one. The Feng family has some connections and Feng Chanqian is pregnant, so even if the prosecution is successful, she will most likely be given a suspended sentence. It would be better to let Feng Chanqian marry Jiang Changqing as soon as possible and lock them both up. Chapter 112, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 6. Father Feng glanced at Changqing and did not mention an apology again. He himself had a general understanding of what his daughter had done, but the real young master of the Jiang family had returned, and he was unwilling to marry his daughter to the fake young master, so he did not stop it. I didn't expect that this fake young master was so capable that he could find so many clues and evidence in such a short time. At this point, there is no point in making any further requests. Father Feng didn't stay long. He glared at Changqing fiercely, then got up and left the Jiang family. After Father and Mother Feng left, old man Jiang slammed the table and yelled at Jiang Changsheng, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you go to the hospital to see that phone girl? Jiang Changsheng was frightened and quickly stood up and went out. Seeing this timid look, old man Jiang shook his head. What can be accomplished like this? Forget it, let this boy marry the daughter of Feng family. With such a strong in-laws, he will be more competitive after all. However, Changqing's behavior has become more and more outstanding recently, and he needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Although my grandson doesn't have much ability, I still feel at ease when handing over the family business to my own bloodline. Thinking of this, he relaxed his expression and forced a smile on his wrinkled face. Changqing, you have been wronged in this matter. Mr. Jiang took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Grandpa had to make this arrangement for the Jiang family. They will be sent abroad soon, so the matter of prosecution, it's all up to Grandpa. Changqing said solemnly. Suing was never his goal, and besides, the Jiang family hadn't done anything to him yet, and it wasn't the time to fall out, so he had to continue playing the role of a good grandson. Okay. Mr. Jiang was very satisfied with Changqing's performance. I will give you another 1% of the shares as compensation. I hope you won't be jealous of Changqing because of this, Dad. Father Jiang didn't quite understand what his father was doing. The old man had a lot of shares, but he couldn't give them away like this. Changqing already owns 2% of the company's shares, he reminded. That's right, Dad. Changqing doesn't even have any shares yet. John's mother also spoke up. It's not good to give and give to others and let their appetite get bigger. Changqing is also my grandson. He has been wronged in this matter. What's wrong with me giving him some shares? The old man waved his hand with a smile, looking unconcerned. After a phone call, the company's lawyer came soon and took out a shareholding contract for Changqing to sign. Changqing signed his name without paying any attention to the ugly expressions of Zhang's father and mother. Thank you, Grandpa. The smile on his face was as sincere as it could be, making Zhang's father and mother tremble with fear. On the other side, Jiang Changqing finally arrived at Feng Chanqian's ward. Looking at Feng Chanqian's tearful face, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Chanqian, my family has already discussed it with your parents. We'll go get the marriage certificate when you feel better. He took Feng Chanqian's hand and placed it next to his face, his voice extremely gentle. Get a marriage certificate? Feng Chanqian was a little confused. If we get the marriage certificate now, won't we be scolded to death by people on the internet? Feng Chanqian's voice trembled a little. She was really scared. She didn't expect cyber violence to be so terrible. Some people on the internet even called her Feng Jianjian, saying that she and Jiang Changsheng, the scumbag and bitch, were made for each other. If Changqing knew what she was thinking, he would probably laugh to death. In her previous life, she designed a scheme to frame the original owner, and then led the internet's navy to abuse the original owner all over the internet, forcing him to leave his hometown. Now it's just tit for tat. Jiang Changsheng has been scolded a lot recently, and his face changed when he heard Feng Chanqian's words. However, thinking that my family had already arranged for the two of us to go abroad, I felt calm. Can netizens go to the internet to curse others? Most people can't access the internet at all. Chanqian, don't be afraid. We will go abroad together after we get the certificate and come back after the storm has passed. Going abroad, Feng Chanqian really hadn't thought about this. She has been loved by her parents since she was a child and has never left them. When she heard about going abroad, she subconsciously opposed it. I don't want to go abroad. What's more, what about the wedding? A wedding without my parents' blessing is incomplete. She is a girl who is full of longing for love and doesn't want to get married in such a low-key manner. Jiang Changsheng would naturally not be so naive that he knew that their relationship had affected the company's stock price. My grandfather had no choice but to make this decision. Chanqian, our affair has been exposed online, and you are pregnant again, so marriage is inevitable. As for going abroad, it is only a temporary arrangement. After a while, we can come back and hold the wedding of the century. Besides, he continued in a low voice, Grandpa promised to give you 2% of Zhang's shares as a betrothal gift. We can sign the contract after we get the marriage certificate. Real? Although Feng Chanqian was naive, she also knew what 2% of Zhang's shares meant. If you want to be a rich and idle person, this 2% of the shares is enough to support you for a lifetime. In this way, the reluctance to get the marriage certificate is reduced a lot. Later, Feng's father and mother came to analyze the situation for her in detail, and she no longer had any resistance to getting married. Chanqian, Mom and Dad can't do anything about it. You guys were too careless. Now that it's become such a big fuss, it's bad for the company's image. It was wrong for mom and dad to get you engaged without considering your wishes before, so now mom and dad are in favor of your marriage. Going abroad is only temporary. Your parents have helped to arrange everything there. They will pick you up after a while. Feng's father and mother patiently persuaded her, and soon, all the resentment in Feng Chanxian's heart disappeared. However, the moment she received the marriage certificate, she still couldn't feel happy. Jiang Changsheng. Where is the wedding of the century you promised me? Your Jiang family is too bullying. Feng Chanxian still couldn't accept a marriage without a wedding. Her younger sisters came from much worse families than hers, but they all got married in a grand ceremony. Why did she want to get the marriage certificate so quietly? She was unwilling to accept it. Jiang Changsheng wasn't feeling well either. Originally, he felt that he had a sense of accomplishment in robbing the so-called Big Brother's woman, and it was very exciting to do it secretly. But this incident became known to everyone, and now many of his friends have distanced themselves from him. Moreover, he had just returned to the Jiang family and had not yet established himself, but he was about to be sent abroad. This was undoubtedly a blow to him. Grandpa said that the wedding will be held later. He replied weakly. Let's do it later. When will that be? Feng Chanxian felt extremely aggrieved and started crying with her hands covering her face as she spoke. She felt like she was abandoned and had another tantrum when she got home. I don't want to go abroad. Mom and Dad, can you please not send me abroad? She looked at Feng's mother with tears in her eyes. Father Feng also sighed. Chanxian, don't be willful. Didn't I tell you clearly before? What if you don't go? Everyone outside is discussing your affairs now, and he has already found out that you drugged Jiang Changqing. I'm worried that he will cause trouble for you. Going abroad is the best arrangement for my daughter now. Besides, Jiang Changqing is going too, so they can take care of each other. Your dad is right. You should go out to avoid the limelight. We will pick you up when this storm passes. If you go out now, people will point fingers at you, and your parents will be worried at home. Feng's mother persuaded her daughter while helping her pack her luggage. Mom and Dad have already made arrangements for you there. Uncle Lu will take care of you there. You can go to him if you have any questions. Father Feng stuffed another bank card into his daughter's hand and reminded her. Chapter 113, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 7. Naturally, Zhang's father and mother were reluctant to let their son leave, but the old man's word was final, and once he had made the arrangement, there was no way to refute it. Besides, the matter was all over the internet right now, so I had no choice but to help pack my luggage. His father, what do you think the old man is thinking? Why did he return the shares to Changqing? Mother Jiang carefully put a stack of clothes into the suitcase and couldn't help but complain to Father Jiang, who was sitting next to her smoking. She was not worried that the old man would let Changqing inherit the Jiang family. She knew how much the old man cared about bloodline. But 3% of the shares was too much. In her opinion, giving a few million would be enough for the adopted son to live a rich life. Hearing her words, Father Jiang paused. This was also what he was worried about recently. Who knows what the old man is thinking? Although Changqing grew up in our eyes, Changsheng is the old man's grandson after all. Father Jiang said hesitantly. To be honest, he now has no idea what the old man is thinking. Now is it because he has been raising his son for so many years that he has a deeper relationship with him? It shouldn't be the case. The old man has 35% of the shares, so giving away 3% is nothing? The couple together still have 20% of the shares. I'll talk to the old man tonight. That night, Father Jiang walked into old man Zhang's study. No one knew what the two of them talked about, but when he came out, his face was no longer worried. When Jiang Changsheng and others boarded the departing plane, Changqing was called to the study by the old man. Changqing, you've been in the Jiang family for so many years. How has the Jiang family treated you? The old man smiled kindly, and his tone was gentler than ever before. Changqing was alert in his heart, but did not show it on his face. The Jiang family is my family, so they treat me very well. Grandpa, why are you asking such a question? His answer was very natural, and even his expression was just right, so that Mr. Jiang, who had been staring at his face, could not find any fault with him. Good. Old Master Jiang clapped his hands and praised, "I'm so glad you think of me this way. Alas, starting a business is not easy, and maintaining it is even harder. Think about how your grandfather started with a sports car team, then slowly built his own logistics company. Later, he seized the opportunity of the internet and developed an internet shopping platform. Now, he has ventured into all walks of life." Old Master Jiang sighed, then talked about his entrepreneurial experience, and then talked about Changqing's childhood. "When you first came to the Jiang family, you were very diligent and even helped the nanny with chores." At this point, Old Master Jiang laughed again. The original owner was 6 or 7 years old when he came to the Jiang family. He also helped with housework in the orphanage, so he brought this habit to the Jiang family. Later, when he was told that the nanny was a person specially hired to do housework, he stopped doing it. If the original owner heard about the stupid things that happened at that time, he might feel embarrassed, but Changqing could understand the original owner's behavior. Suddenly arriving in a strange home, it was inevitable that he wanted to show off and get recognition, but he just didn't take the right path. So he laughed too. "It was my grandfather who told me that a nanny is responsible for housework and a chef is responsible for cooking. Only then did I realize that we had so many people working at home. You have always been a hard-working person. How about this? You report to the company tomorrow and learn about company management." Mr. Jiang changed the subject and mentioned the business. Silence, deathly silence. Mr. Jiang did not hear the joyful agreement he expected. Instead, the young man in front of him turned serious and lowered his head to think. "What? You don't want to join the company yet?" Mr. Jiang asked casually. "I don't want to join the company." Changqing raised his head with a firm look in his eyes. I am the plot. The original owner was also arranged to enter the company for training, and his identity was concealed. He had originally been very enthusiastic and wanted to do something big to impress others, but after working for a while he found that he couldn't do the job at all. His boss and clients were making things difficult for him, and he couldn't push the project forward at all. In the end he had to go home in disgrace and admitted that he had no management talent. This is obviously abnormal. The original owner is not outstanding among the second-generation people, but he is not bad either. He should not be unable to accomplish anything after entering the company. Therefore, Changqing could also imagine the treatment he would receive in the company, which was nothing more than oppression. He suddenly felt annoyed by the Jiang family's roundabout approach. If you don't want others to interfere in your company, just say so directly. Why do you have to go around in circles and occupy the moral high ground, as if that would allow you to have a clear conscience? Changqing pulled the stool and stood up. "Grandpa, I have no interest in the Jiang family's company, and I don't want to compete with Jiang Changqing for any family property. Can you please stop testing me?" His voice was loud and it reached the living room through the study, so Father and Mother Jiang could hear it clearly. A cough cough. Mr. Jiang's face instantly turned red, and he started coughing violently. Changqing hurried forward and patted him on the back. He didn't want to make the old man angry to death. This time, the door was pushed open, and Jiang's father and mother appeared at the door. There was embarrassment on their faces, and a hint of anger at being exposed in their eyes. "Jiang Changqing, how do you talk to Grandpa? Do you know how to respect elders?" Jiang's father started accusingly as soon as he opened his mouth. "That's right. Grandpa wants you to go to the company for your own good, so that you can exercise more. If you want to be lazy and not go, that's fine. Why are you making the old man angry?" Jiang's mother also criticized, seeing that they were still covering their ears and pretending to be deaf. Changqing sneered. "Let me train? Are you planning to assign me a sales manager position?" "Oh, the sales manager is Wang Jigang, right? Are the shoes ready for me? Just waiting for me to wear them? Anyway, in the end they're going to ask me to admit that I don't have the ability to take over the company, so I might as well admit it right from the start to save myself the trouble, don't you think?" Changqing didn't bother to beat around the bush and just told him their arrangements. You unfilial son." Father Jiang was so angry that he reached out his hand and slapped Changqing in the face, but Changqing grabbed his hand and used a little force, causing him to cry out in pain. "Dad, you're going too far. I just skipped the process, but in the end I admitted that I'm incompetent. Why are you still not happy? Are you assigning math problems here? And grading them according to the steps?" Changqing bumped right between the two of them, nearly causing them to fall. After leaving the house, he drove directly to his villa. This small villa was also given by Grandpa Jiang to the original owner when he was 18 years old as a coming-of-age gift. At that time, Jiang Changsheng had not been found yet, and the original owner was still the only young master in the family. After arriving at the villa, he carefully sorted out his belongings. In addition to 3% of Jiang's shares, the most valuable thing is this small villa, which is worth about 4 million according to the market price. The original owner had more than 2 million in cash in the card. After Changqing came here, he invested it in the stock market and has currently made more than 1 million. After thinking for a while, he got up and drove to the local Blue Cross building. Chapter 114, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 8. What? Mr. Jiang, you want to donate 3% of Jiang's shares to help poor children go to school? When the girl who received him heard the purpose of his visit, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. It's not me who donated it, it's donated in the name of Jiang family, do you understand? Changqing corrected. I'll ask our person in charge to come and negotiate with you. This business is too big, and the girl doesn't dare to make the decision on her own. You have to know that Jiang's market value is more than 5 billion, and this 3% stake means an annual dividend of tens of millions. After a while, a neat and tidy woman with a bun came out with a smile on her face. Is this Mr. Jiang? Thank you very much for your concern for children in need. Do you have any requests that we can assist you with? For such large donations, caring people usually have some specific requirements, such as naming a foundation or setting up a special operating organization. So she asked the key question as soon as she arrived. Of course, as long as the request is reasonable, Blue Cross will cooperate. After all, this is an investment of real money. Changqing didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his request. One is to complete the share transfer as soon as possible, the second is to hold a press conference to publicize the matter. Oh, the person in charge immediately understood that this was to create a positive image of charity for the company. He understood. By the way, don't let the news leak out before the press conference. Changqing reminded again. John's is really a good company with a sense of social responsibility. Don't worry, we will definitely fulfill your small request. Changqing signed the share transfer agreement that afternoon, and returned to the villa feeling relaxed after everything was done. Didn't the Jiang family want to find fault with him and kick him out? People are bound to leave, but it is impossible to take back the shares. I wonder what the Jiang family's expressions will be when they see the press conference. Changqing is looking forward to it in the following days. Changqing did not go out, and the Jiang family did not call him, and everything was peaceful. Finally, the day of the press conference arranged by Blue Cross arrived. Due to the huge amount of donations, the Blue Cross headquarters also wanted to take the opportunity to promote a wave of charity. Not only were there some of the best media outlets in Yunqing at the press conference, but many of the big media outlets in Beijing also sent people over. After the host gave a grand introduction, he handed the microphone to Changqing. Everyone, Jiang's is a social enterprise rooted in the people. We have the obligation to take on more social responsibilities. Some time ago, we saw some regions. Changqing gave a moving opening speech, praising Jiang highly. Mr. Jiang, many companies set up their own foundations to do charity. Why did you choose Blue Cross? A reporter asked. I always believe that professional things need to be done by professionals. Blue Cross has experienced more than half a century of development in my country. It is one of the charities with the longest history, the deepest heritage and the strongest professionalism in my country. I believe it can properly manage and use this fund. Someone who knew the Jiang family asked, Mr. Jiang, the Jiang family gave you 2% of the shares at your coming-of-age ceremony. So was this donation yours or the Jiang family's? Changqing replied without blinking, of course this is Jiang's donation. I personally am not that generous. His answer caused laughter. At the same time, the Jiang family was indeed shrouded in dark clouds. It was only when a good friend called to tell him that Changqing had donated all his shares and was even holding a press conference that Mr. Jiang found out. This is like putting Jiang in a frying pan and boiling her. After hearing Changqing's words, the old man was so angry that he smashed a cup. Although the shares were given away, he thought that as long as Changqing lived in the Jiang family, it would only take a few minutes to get them back. Now that it has been donated to the Blue Cross, and with such fanfare, there is no way these shares can be taken back. Thinking of this, Mr. Jiang felt a tightness in his chest, and he quickly drank a sip of water to suppress the discomfort in his heart. At this moment, The cell phone next to him rang, and it turned out that the caller was his son. "Dad, Changqing donated all his shares. Did you know that?" Father John's voice was full of anger even through the phone. How could he not be angry? Jiang has always been very low-key in charity, fearing that once his image is established, many organizations and individuals will come to him for donations, and now, he has been labeled with social responsibility, national justice, and caring for the disadvantaged. How can he refuse donations in the future? That child's heart is not with the Jiang family at all. Now that Changqing has been found, why not give him some money and let him start his own business? Father John directly expressed his thoughts. "Okay, we'll discuss this matter in the evening when you come back. Remember to call Changqing." Old Master Jiang did not hesitate. "This child is really outrageous. Donating a few million is enough to show your appreciation, but why donate such a large amount of shares? How big a family business can withstand such a loss?" He thought this kid was smart, but now it seems he is not as good as Changqing. As soon as Changqing finished the press conference, Jiang's father called. "Don't be absent from the family meeting tonight." His voice seemed to be filled with suppressed anger. Changqing suspected that if he were to face the other person, he would pounce on him and bite him. After saying this, Father Jiang hung up the phone, as if he didn't want to hear his voice at all. Is he going to be expelled? Changqing sneered in his heart. "Unfortunately, there are no shares to be redeemed. Don't you like to stand on the moral high ground? Now I want to stand even higher. Let's see what else you can use to hold me hostage." Changqing had a meal outside, and when he returned to the Jiang family, everyone was already sitting at the table. Seeing him come in, Father Jiang couldn't help but snort. "What an ungrateful guy," he muttered. Old Master Jiang was sitting at the top, looking unhappy. "Changqing, the Jiang family has done nothing wrong to you over the years. Why do you want to sell your shares?" The old man's voice was a little hoarse. After so long, he still hadn't recovered from the shock of losing his shares. After hearing his words, Changqing showed a look of doubt on his face. "Didn't Grandpa say that I could do whatever I wanted with the shares I was gifted with? Besides, John's reputation outside has been a bit bad recently. I am doing this to restore John's image. Besides, didn't Grandpa always say that when a family business becomes big, it is necessary to shoulder social responsibilities? I am doing this precisely to shoulder my responsibilities. By the way, the municipal government also issued me a certificate of reward." He casually took out a red book and put it on the table. It was indeed a caring enterprise certification issued by the municipal government. "Grandpa, how about putting this in your study?" After the conversation, the faces of the Jiang family members all turned pale. Old Master Jiang felt the pain in his chest starting to come back. Father Jiang was so angry that he threw the teacup in his hand at Changqing, but Changqing dodged it by turning his head, and the tea splashed onto the ground with a clang. You unfilial son, do you want to piss us off to death?" He pointed at Changqing, his fat body shaking with anger, looking indescribably funny. Changqing laughed. He didn't understand why any conflict between elders and younger generations could be criticized as unfilial. It seems that unfilial piety is a frame. Any behavior that disobeys the elders can be put into this frame and then criticized with righteous words. His nonchalant look hurt Father John's eyes. If his wrist had not been pinched by him last time and was still hurting, he would have rushed up and cut him immediately. Jiang's mother's face also turned grim, and she was extremely dissatisfied with this adopted son. "The Jiang family has raised you in vain." In the end, she only said this. In the end, it was Mr. Jiang who made the final decision. "Changqing, you are grown up now and have your own ideas. It is difficult for us as elders to control you. You can live your own life. Keep the money and the villa for yourself. Don't get involved in the Jiang family's affairs in the future." Chapter 115, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 9. Does this count as being kicked out of the house? This situation was much better than the original owners. The house and money in his hands were not taken back, and he was allowed to move all the furniture and belongings for his own use out of the house. But Changqing soon figured it out. In this life, he did not become a villain hated by everyone like the original owner. Instead, he was the victim of a drugging incident, and later became an official philanthropist in name only. The Jiang family could not be too ruthless. "Well, in this case, don't I still have to provide for their retirement?" Changqing was somewhat dissatisfied with the result. "Forget it, as long as it doesn't affect the mission." Changqing didn't hesitate anymore and asked people to move all the things in his room and put them directly in the small villa. Zhang's father and mother looked at him, ordering people around with extremely unpleasant expressions. Old man Zhang stayed in the study by himself, trying not to see anything. After moving all the things, Changqing rested for 2 days, and then followed the system's guidance to a small alley in the west of the city. Does Bai Xiaoqi really live here? He asked the system as he walked. Of course, Ben Tongzi's business ability is definitely not wrong. Just go and knock on the door of number 207. She is at home today. The system spoke in a proud tone. It really loved modern society and had a strong presence. Host, I have helped this world so much, you must give me more soul fragments. Okay, it doesn't matter. Changqing waved his hand. He completed missions in several worlds and obtained some soul fragments, but it was still a drop in the bucket for Changqing, and it was better than nothing. However, he thought it was interesting to experience different lives in this way, so he continued to do it. This time, he was originally planning to go to High City to follow the original owner's old entrepreneurial path, but the system reminded him of Bai Xiaoqi's matter, so he had to make the trip. After reading the plot carefully, he found out that because of the original owner's absurd behavior that night, Bai Xiaoqi was actually pregnant. This is also an old plot in domineering president novels, but there's nothing we can do about it. That's how it happened to I. In the original plot, Bai Xiaoqi was also pregnant, but she did not run away with the baby because the original owner did not pay any attention to this matter afterwards. As for whether to keep the child or not, Bai Xiaoqi made the same choice as in a domineering CEO novel and gave birth to the child. The difference was that she did not take the child to ask the original owner for money, and she did not even tell the child who the father was. She just raised the child by herself. The system also doesn't know whether Bai Xiaoqi told the child his life story after he grew up, but judging from the plot, it did not have any impact on the original owner's subsequent life. She was like a minor supporting role in the early stage, and she left the stage directly after. She had no part in the later part. Now that Changqing is here, he cannot evade the responsibility he should bear. A knock, knock, knock. There was a regular knock on the door. Bai Xiaoqi, who was cleaning, was stunned. She hadn't contacted anyone for several months, so how come there were guests visiting? She reached out and touched her slightly protruding belly, and her face showed nervousness. She rented a farmer's house in a village in the city. There was no peephole on the door, which made it impossible for her to observe what was happening outside. I must have knocked on the wrong door, she thought to herself. A knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again. This couldn't have been a mistake. Bai Xiaoqi carefully opened the door a crack and saw a familiar face standing at the door. She screamed and took several steps back. Can I come in? The young man's voice expressed no emotion. Oh, please, come in. Bai Xiaoqi quickly opened the door and moved aside to let the person in. This is a 1-bedroom and 1 living room suite. The living room faces west and the light is not good. Changqing is tall and has long legs, so the whole space seems even more cramped after he enters the house. Bai Xiaoqi poured him a glass of water and they sat down. They both spoke at the same time, then stopped immediately, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. You speak first. Changqing took a sip of water and looked at the girl sitting on the stool opposite. She looked embarrassed, with her back straightened like a primary school student who had made a mistake and was called to the office by her teacher for a lecture, and her hands kept stroking the edge of her trousers. After waiting for a long time and with no sound from the other side, Changqing finally raised his hand. Are you pregnant? A flash of panic flashed across Bai Xiaoqi's face. Yes, it is. But, she calmed herself down and continued, it has nothing to do with that time. She was not a fool, and she knew what had happened when she woke up that morning. However, she was indeed grateful that they were not stuck in the room together. She still feels scared when she thinks of the moment when Feng Chanxian opened the door with the media people. Unfortunately, she was not a good liar, and Changqing naturally saw that he was not telling the truth, so he just told her what he knew. Feng Chanxian and Zhang Changsheng have married and moved abroad. I have also left the Zhang family and will be going to Haishur to develop in the near future. Going to High City? Bai Xiaoqi's expression was a little broken. So? Are you here to say goodbye? I have to say that Bai Xiaoqi had a hint of expectation in his heart at this moment. Perhaps he also treated himself differently. I have a small villa in the east of the city, and there is also a small convenience store nearby. I would like to ask you to help take care of it. I will pay you a salary. Changqing stated his purpose. This situation made him a little conflicted. If he had traveled through time earlier, he would definitely not have been ambushed and would not have had any relationship with Bai Xiaoqi. And now that things have happened, and Bai Xiaoqi obviously has no intention of aborting the child, he has no reason to force anyone to have an abortion. So after much thought, I decided to give her some financial help. At least this will make her life easier. Bai Xiaoqi didn't expect that the other party's visit was to offer him a job. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly understood what Changqing meant. I just want to help her. This was exactly what she needed, and she had no reason to refuse. Thinking of this, she felt a little relieved. Although she had some savings, her work required her to travel everywhere, which was not conducive to her pregnancy. She had been planning to quit her job recently. The two chatted about the specific details and finally invited Changqing to have a meal before leaving. Because the distance between the west and east of the city is far, Changqing suggested that she live in the small villa since there are plenty of rooms there anyway. Chapter 116, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 10. A few days later, Changqing hired a moving company to move some of Bai Xiaoqi's luggage over. I put a lot of stuff in the rightmost room and study on the second floor. You can choose any other room. Changqing took her to familiarize herself with the house. I bought some food for the refrigerator. There is a supermarket nearby, so I can go there to buy some or call to have it delivered. By the way, the convenience store is at the entrance to this villa area. The person we hired resigned, so it has not been open recently. If it's inconvenient for you to stay at home after your period, you can find someone you trust to help you out and arrange for you to stay in the villa. Changqing introduced her along the way, and seeing that she was holding a notepad and taking notes, he couldn't help but become more serious. After everything was arranged, Changqing finally boarded the plane to High City. The original owner studied international trade, and High City has the advantage of convenient international transportation. After Changqing arrived in High City, he did not hesitate and directly registered a foreign trade company. The name was also called Zhanxing according to the original plot. With the advantage of foresight, he quickly gained a foothold in Haishur and began to make a name for himself. Every month, Bai Xiaoqi would report to him about the situation at home and the convenience store. Because of this relationship, the two gradually became familiar with each other and were not as restrained when talking to each other as at the beginning. He originally thought that Bai Xiaoqi would call her mother or other relatives to take over after the baby was pregnant, but he ended up finding a young girl who was preparing for postgraduate entrance exams. Changqing made a brief investigation over the phone and seeing that he was a straightforward person, he agreed. The target customers of the convenience store are residents in the villa area. It mainly sells cigarettes and alcohol. It is not very busy during normal times, so it is suitable for those preparing for exams. That day, Changqing was in a meeting when the phone rang. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Your wife has given birth to a little boy. The caller was a girl from the convenience store. Her voice was a little noisy, and I guess she was in the hospital corridor, madam? Changqing was stunned for a moment before he remembered that it should be Bai Xiaoqi who gave birth. The girl saw that Changqing gave her the interview, but the salary was paid by Bai Xiaoqi, so she thought they were husband and wife. She felt that her husband was too irresponsible. He was so busy with work that he left his pregnant wife at home and did not come home for half a year. Being a woman is so hard, so when Bai Xiaoqi gave birth, she couldn't help but call her boss to remind him to pay attention to the woman at home. Changqing didn't know what the little girl was thinking. He just said, I know, and hung up the phone. Thinking about it again, he bought a plane ticket back to Yunqing. What he didn't expect was that when he passed the corridor outside the delivery room, he would run into the Jiang and Feng families, as well as Jiang Changsheng. What are you doing here? Jiang Changsheng saw that he had a very unfriendly expression on his face, and as he questioned him, both the Jiang and Feng families looked over. This hospital is neither owned by the Jiang family nor the Feng family. Why can't I come? What? You're back from abroad after all the hype? Do you want me to help netizens recall your story? Changcheng pretended to take out his cell phone to take a picture. You're looking for death. Jiang Changsheng roared and rushed forward to snatch the phone. However, before he could get close to Changcheng, he was kicked in the stomach. He fell directly onto Jiang's father, who was trying to hold him back from behind. Both of them fell directly to the cold floor. You're courting death if you fight me. Changcheng shook the phone in his hand and put it in his pocket. He ignored the cursing behind him and quickly left the scene. In the delivery room, Feng Chanxian looked at the medical staff who were busy around her with a look of shock. Where is this? She remembered that she had clearly died of old age in bed, So how did she come back to life? What are you doing standing there? Try harder. The nurse next to her saw her in a daze and shouted, "Was this the time for a daze?" She had worked in the delivery room for more than 10 years, but this was the first time she had seen a woman who suddenly froze during childbirth. Before anyone could say anything, Feng Chanxian felt a sharp pain in her body. She couldn't help but scream, and soon sweat began to form on her forehead. Just bear with it for a while. Giving birth will be like this and it will pass quickly. Seeing that she was reacting a little too much, the nurse quickly spoke to comfort her. This time, Feng Chanxian finally understood that she was reborn to the time of giving birth. She suddenly became excited. This is Jiang Changxing's child. She didn't want to have a baby at all. In her previous life, Jiang Changxing sold the house and ran away when she was seriously ill. She raised the child with great difficulty, but the child did not appreciate her kindness at all. When she was old, he threw her into a nursing home and ignored her. If Jiang Changxing hadn't helped her, her later years would have been extremely miserable. You are dying, maternity girl. The doctor saw her start to struggle and shouted. Soon, waves of severe pain came from below her body. Feng Chanxian knew that if she didn't cooperate with the doctor at this time, she might really lose her life. This time, she heard someone outside calling Jiang Changxing and the sound of a conflict. Changcheng? Did he come to the hospital to see me? The man who stood at the pinnacle of the business world in her previous life appeared before her eyes. This seemed to give her strength. Feng Chanxian hurriedly followed the doctor's instructions and exerted force. She felt as if her lower body was being hit by a hammer. Soon she was sweating profusely and her clothes were soaked. You've seen the end, keep going. The nurse next to her kept encouraging her. There was no way. She had never seen so many unexpected births and such great emotional fluctuations after entering the delivery room. The old obstetrician was worried that her reputation would be ruined. Feng Chanxian felt dizzy from the pain. In front of her eyes, one moment she saw the dignified face of Jiang Changxing in her previous life, and the next moment, the scene of Jiang Changxing beating and scolding her. This time, he should still be in the startup phase, right? No matter what, she must seize the opportunity in this life. Thinking of this, she became more conscious, and with a strong force, the child was finally born. Wow! The baby's loud cry came out of the delivery room. Feng Chanxian also fainted from exhaustion. Chapter 117, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 11. Feng Chanxian woke up in the maternity ward. When I opened my eyes, I saw the anxious faces of the Feng and Zhang families. Chanxian, you're awake. Jiang Changxing brought the child in his arms in front of her and said, Look, our child is so beautiful. When she saw Jiang Changxing, Feng Chanxian's face changed drastically as if she saw a devil. Why are you here? She remembered that she was not married when she gave birth to a child in her previous life. He didn't even look at the child, but just reached out and grabbed Feng's mother next to him. Mom, where is Jiang Changxing? Didn't he come to the hospital to see me? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several people in the Zhang family changed. Jiang Changxing couldn't help himself first. Feng Chanxian, what do you mean? You're thinking about Jiang Changxing while giving birth to a child for me? When Feng Chanxian saw Jiang Changxing, she thought of the irresponsible domestic violence maniac in her previous life who sold his house and ran away, leaving her and her son to suffer. She snorted coldly and started to curse. Jiang Changxing, you irresponsible scum, you still have the nerve to stand here, get out. Mother Feng was shocked when she heard this. What happened to my daughter? She was fine before. How am I a scumbag? When I was abroad, I always obeyed you. If you wanted milk tea in the middle of the night, I would get up and buy it for you. Jiang Changxing was also confused and furious. He was originally happy about the birth of his son, but first he was kicked by Jiang Changxing, and now even Feng Chanxian was pointing at him and scolding him. Seeing that her daughter was not in a good state, Feng's mother quickly started to correct the mistake. Chanxian is confused because of giving birth. Don't bother with her. Go back and rest first. I'll talk to her here. Jiang Changxing then snorted coldly, handed the child to the nurse, turned around and left. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang took time out of their schedule to come and see their grandson, but were unhappy when things turned out like this, so they called the nanny to bring over chicken soup and decided not to stay. After everyone left, Feng's mother came forward and patted Feng Chanxian on the back. Chanxian, what's wrong with you? You chose Changxing yourself. We're already married, you can't marry? That word seemed to trigger a switch of the memories of this life flooded into Feng Chanxian's mind like scenes from a movie, leaving her stunned for a moment. Really, married? She clearly remembered that she was not married when she gave birth to a child in her previous life. When did she marry Jiang Changqing in her previous life? It should have been half a year after the child was born. She carefully sorted out her memories and found that this life was very different from the previous one. In her previous life, Jiang Changqing was kicked out of the Jiang family early, and the fact that she was pregnant was never exposed on the internet. In her previous life, she did not get married and go abroad early, but stayed at home to raise the baby, and held a grand wedding after the child was born and her body recovered. It's a mess. She felt upset and wondered why she couldn't be reborn earlier. It would be great if she was reborn when she was still Jiang Changqing's fiancé, so she could just fulfill the engagement. With the advantage of his rebirth, he will surely be able to make his career even more successful and great. However, I am still young now. In his previous life, Jiang Changqing remained unmarried throughout his life, so he must have still had feelings for her. So there is still a chance. Mom, I want to divorce Jiang Changqing. She looked into her mother's eyes and said firmly, "What, divorce?" Mother Feng was shocked. They have been married for just over a year and just had a child. The Jiang and Feng families have a good relationship and many cooperation projects have been launched. Why are they getting divorced at this time? Feng's mother reached out and touched her daughter's forehead. She suspected that there was something wrong with her daughter's brain. Mom, I'm awake. Is Jiang Changqing in the hospital? Have you seen him? Her voice sounded a little anxious. This time, Jiang Changqing had just been kicked out of the Jiang family. He was facing difficulties in starting his own business and needed comfort. If I could approach him and help him at this time, I would definitely be able to win his favor. You silly boy, why are you still talking about that guy? He was kicked out of the Jiang family a long time ago, and now he is even more like a fire and water between him and the Jiang family. You must not be confused. Mother Feng reached out and tapped her forehead. Jiang family? Feng Chanxian sneered in her heart. In a few years, the Jiang family would be gone. Even if the Jiang family didn't fall, it would be nothing more than a spark compared to that man's career. However, it was difficult for her to explain this to Feng's mother. After all, who would believe such a bizarre thing as rebirth? After talking for a while, Feng Chanxian felt dizzy again and lay down. This matter also requires long-term consideration. On the other side, Chang Qing, who was being talked about by Feng Chanxian, was also sitting in the ward. Bai Xiaoqi was not staying in a single room, so there were other women in labor in the room. Chang Qing has a handsome appearance and attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as he came in, and the lively conversations became quieter. Bai Xiaoqi also noticed him, and her face showed surprise. I didn't expect you to come. She had been in labor for 3 days at this point and was planning to go home after 2 more days of observation. Seeing Chang Qing coming, she stood up and wanted to pour him some water. You lie down, I'll do it myself. Chang Qing poured himself a glass of water, poured another glass for her and placed it on the bedside, then sat down. The confinement center contacted me, but I refused. I hired an auntie to help with cooking and taking care of the baby, she said with a smile. Okay. At this time, an aunt in her 50s came in holding a child. Seeing Chang Qing sitting beside the bed, she walked straight over. Sir, you are finally here. He handed the child in his hand to Chang Qing while speaking. The child wrapped in the swaddle looked like an exquisite porcelain doll, with a red fluffy hat on his head, which made his skin look pink. He was sleeping soundly at this time. When Chang Qing took him over, he just hummed but didn't wake up. He even rubbed his little body against his arms. Look, this child is small, but he can sense closeness and intimacy. He will wake up and cry when someone holds him, but he feels at ease when the master holds him. The aunt smiled and said, I'll go back to cook and bring it over later. Bai Xiaoqi nodded and looked at the child in Chang Qing's arms with tenderness in his eyes. Due to Chang Qing's arrival, Bai Xiaoqi decided to be discharged from the hospital early. After all, eating in the hospital is not very convenient. At noon the next day, several people packed their luggage and walked out of the ward. Unexpectedly, I ran into Feng's mother and Feng Chanxian in the hall. Brother Chang Qing, you are really here? When she saw Chang Qing, her eyes immediately lit up. She broke free from Feng's mother's hand and took several quick steps to stand in front of Chang Qing. Then, she saw Bai Xiaoqi next to her and her face darkened. Why are you with brother Chang Qing? When Chang Qing saw her like that, he knew she had been reborn, and when he saw her coming forward, he quickly took a step back. Sister-in-law, where is Jiang Changsheng? Why isn't he here? Chang Qing also took out a red envelope and said, "Here, this is for my nephew." Feng Qianqian was stunned for a moment. She even forgot that she was married and had just given birth to a child. Mother Feng quickly stepped forward to take the red envelope and said, "Thank you, Chang Cheng." Qianqian is a little confused after giving birth. Don't bother with her. As he said that, he pulled Feng Qianqian aside. Feng's mother didn't know what was wrong with her daughter. Ever since she gave birth, she had been scolding Jiang Changsheng. Today, she was so angry that he simply refused to come to the hospital. Feng Qianqian was pulled back to the room by her mother in a daze. I sat on the bed and started crying. What should I do? Mom, it seems like he already has a child. She felt desperate. The changes in this life are really huge. Not only was she married, she couldn't hide the fact that she had a child, and Changqing seemed to have a child as well. Seeing that she was still stubborn, Feng's mother was furious. Feng Qianqian, what are you thinking about? Is Changqing not good to you? Is the Jiang family not good to you? Why are you making such a fuss? She felt that her daughter must have been possessed by an evil spirit, and she had to ask a sorcerer to perform a ritual to cure her. I don't care. I'm going to divorce Jiang Changsheng. Chapter 118, The Fake Young Master in the Contemporary World. 12. Feng Qianqian kept making a fuss and did not stop even after being discharged from the hospital. Feng's father and mother couldn't persuade him at all, and the Jiang family was annoyed by the constant commotion. If you ask me, I shouldn't have married that woman in the first place. She's still hanging around with Changsheng after getting engaged. She's dishonest. After hearing that Feng Qianqian had made a big fuss at home again, Jiang's mother said this to Jiang's father. Let them leave. But the child belongs to our Jiang family, so we can't give it to them. Father Jiang originally thought that it would be detrimental for his grandson to grow up without a mother, but Feng Qianqian had been ignoring the child these days and was obsessed with getting a divorce, which made him feel disappointed. Call Changsheng home in the evening and we'll talk to the old man. Feng Qianqian has been making trouble from time to time during this period, and Jiang Changsheng has been annoyed for a long time. Yesterday, he even hid outside and has not returned home yet. Today, in the evening, the family discussed it and quickly agreed to divorce. Feng Qianqian was even more anxious, and she asked Jiang Changsheng to go and get a divorce certificate the next morning. Heh, you've been married and had kids. Do you think someone will want you if you get divorced? Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Changsheng couldn't help but speak sarcastically. He felt that Feng Qianqian was really ungrateful. He is the biological son of the Jiang family and will definitely be the heir to the Jiang family in the future. He is also very obedient to her. Unexpectedly, she only wants to divorce him and even says that Jiang Changqing is 100 times better than him. Jiang Changqing? Just an adopted son who was kicked out of the house. If he hadn't donated the shares he had, he could have lived a wealthy life. Unfortunately, he's a fool and now he doesn't even know which small company he's working for. He felt that Feng Qianqian was just using Jiang Changqing as an excuse, and the real person she had fallen in love with must be someone else. However, don't you look at your own situation? You are divorced and have children. Which young man from a good family would be willing to marry someone like this? It's none of your business. Feng Qianqian shook her head. She doesn't think she's in a bad condition. Now she has the memories of 2 lives, and she knows exactly what the Jiang family will end up like in the future. She no longer wanted to live the kind of life she had in her previous life. She believed that with her advantage as a prophet, she would definitely be favored by Jiang Changqing. By then, let's see how the Jiang family can still be so arrogant. So she drove directly to Changqing's villa. Although she saw Jiang Changqing and Bai Xiaoqi together in the hospital, she still didn't believe that the two of them really had any connection. After all, in the memory of the previous life, I had never heard of any woman around him. Xiaoqi, why do you live here? After knocking on the door, Feng Qianqian saw Bai Xiaoqi feeding her child at the table. Her eyes were gentle and full of maternal radiance, and the scene made her eyes uncomfortable. Seeing that she looked unhappy, the aunt quickly stepped forward to stop her. Miss, what can I do for you? Feng Qianqian then realized that her reaction was a bit too big and quickly put on a smile. Auntie, I'm Miss Bai's friend, and I'm here specifically to see her. Before the aunt could respond, Bai Xiaoqi spoke. She's not my friend. Bai Xiaoqi is not a fool, so she naturally knows that being drunk that day was abnormal, but she just doesn't have the ability to investigate. But this did not prevent her from suspecting Feng Qianqian, because it was she who tried hard to persuade her to attend the banquet. Xiaoqi, we have been friends for many years, how could you do this to me? Feng Qianqian was heartbroken and put her hand on her chest. There must be a misunderstanding between us. Can we talk about it? She looked like she didn't want to leave without talking, there was no choice but to let her in. What do you want to talk about? She handed the child to the aunt next to her. Isn't this house Jiang Changqing's? Why are you living here? Feng Qianqian thought about it and asked the question that concerned her most. He went to High City to work and asked me to help look after the house and the store. Oh, is that so? Feng Qianqian put her heart back in her stomach. She did not see Changqing when she led people to catch the adulterers that day, so she did not think about the relationship between Changqing and the child. You were drunk that day and walked into the wrong room. Nothing happened, right? I was worried about you afterwards. I was just sent out of the country. When Bai Xiaoqi mentioned that incident, his face became even uglier. What can happen to me? This shouldn't be a good thing. But you were so concerned about that matter. It wasn't really arranged by you, was it? She stared at Feng Qianqian's face, not missing any of her expressions. However, there was nothing unusual on Feng Qianqian's face, only a look of being wronged and aggrieved. Xiaoqi, how could you think of me like that? Am I that kind of person? She retorted in a shrill voice. You betrayed your fiancé and got together with Jiang Changsheng. This is something everyone knows. Bai Xiaoqi coldly revealed her past. Feng Qianqian was so angry that she left. However, she still got two useful pieces of information from this visit. One was that Jiang Changqing really went to High City to start a business as he did in his previous life. The other was that Bai Xiaoqi was only hired to help look after the house and the store. This gave Feng Qianqian confidence to a certain extent. It seems that the development of this life is not much different from the memories of the previous life. Her memories of her past life did not include these specific details. Perhaps he had hired Bai Xiaoqi to help look after the house at that time. So there is nothing to worry about. She decided to go to High City. Host, Feng Qianqian has come to High City to look for you. Changqing had just finished negotiating a contract when the system's voice rang in his mind. Don't panic. Changqing ordered a takeaway for himself and opened his phone to look at the photos. Those were the photos of children that Bai Xiaoqi sent him. The child was chubby, wearing all kinds of festive clothes, and his styles varied greatly. Whether crying, laughing, or making noises, they were all recorded, and maybe it was because of the blood relationship between this child and this body. Seeing him, Changqing actually felt very close, so he asked Bai Xiaoqi to take more photos. We even chat via video chat frequently. Host, aren't you worried that Feng Qianqian will cause you trouble? The system was a little curious. Don't worry. Changqing didn't even raise his head. In fact, Feng Qianqian didn't really cause any trouble. After she came to High City, she found out the address of Zhanqing Company, but she couldn't get in at all. Changqing only rented one floor of an office building, and all visits here required appointments. Feng Qianqian tried to make an appointment several times but was never able to get one, so naturally she couldn't find anyone in the company. So, she rented a house near the company and often waited downstairs of the office building, but she didn't know Changqing's work schedule. Sometimes he didn't leave the company for several days, and sometimes he was on a business trip for several months. She waited for half a year but didn't find a chance to talk to Changqing. Finally, Feng's father and mother took her back to Yuncheng. Qianqian, it's fine if you don't like Jiang Changsheng, but you can't keep staring at that adopted son, right? What do you think of the youngest son of the Wang family? Although he can't inherit the family business, he is also a handsome man and has opened his own small company. Ever since Feng Qianqian returned home, her mother has been worrying about her marriage again and has tried every way to arrange it for her, but she has rejected all of them. The same is true this time. She casually glanced at the photo her mother handed over and threw it on the table. No, it's far worse than Jiang Changsheng. She muttered. Feng's mother reached out and touched her forehead with a look of disappointment. Why are you still not clear-headed? What good is that adopted son who was kicked out of the house? Without the help of the Jiang family, what achievements can he make by starting his own business? Don't be stupid. During this period, Feng's mother advised her daughter like this many times, but she was stubborn and refused to go to blind dates or participate in cocktail parties. She spent all day at home collecting information about Zhanqing Company. His father, do you think Qianqian has encountered some evil spirit? Why did her personality suddenly change? Before going to bed at night, Feng's mother couldn't help but nag about this matter to Feng's father. Let her go. She'll turn back when she hits a wall. Mr. Feng has had some minor problems at the company recently and is very worried about it, so he has no time to care about his daughter's affairs. Oh, that's all we can do. Mother Feng sighed, how can parents be better than their children? Chapter 119, The Fake Young Master in the Ancient World, 13. However, neither Feng's father nor Feng's mother had expected that Feng Qianqian would be so stubborn for several years. In the past few years, Jianqing Company has grown as rapidly as she said, and its market value has even far exceeded that of Jiang and Feng. Ha ha ha, I told you, the Jiang family can't compare to him. Now you believe what I said, right? At dinner time, Feng Qianqian laughed as if she had won.mr. And Mrs. Feng looked at each other in bewilderment. This kid must be crazy. In the second year after Changqing's branch opened in Yunqing, something bad really happened to the Jiang family. At first, there were a lot of seemingly true news about fake and inferior products on the internet, and then the tax bureau conducted an audit, and the corruption and illegal activities of the company's senior management gradually surfaced. Some competitors heard the news and took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Among them, Feng acted the fastest, most decisively, and most accurately, as if he had expected it. This made many people wonder whether Jiang's accident was Feng's doing. The Jiang family is on the verge of collapse, and the one who was most worried is old man Jiang. After much thought, he decided to visit Changqing. Save Jiang. When he saw Changqing for the first time, Mr. Jiang burst into tears. Bai Xian in Changqing's arms was startled by this scene. He jumped down and walked to Mr. Jiang and took his hand. Grandpa, don't cry. Then, he looked up at Changqing and said, Dad, can you help Grandpa? From the moment the child started talking, he called Changqing Dad, and Changqing did not deny it. Why should a child butt in when adults are talking? Bai Xiaoqi came over and picked up his son, with an apologetic look on his face. You two should go to the study to talk, this child is naughty. So the old man and the young man entered the study. No one knows exactly how the discussion went. The next day, Jiangshi and Jianqing issued a joint announcement that Jianqing completed the acquisition of Jiangshi. Subsequently, a series of reform measures were introduced, and the Jiang family quickly withdrew from Jiang's management. Marginal businesses were cut, and Jiang became a link in the Jianqing industrial chain. You bastard! Feng's father was furious in the office. Jianqing acted too quickly, and Feng became the victim of this sniper war. All the money invested was wasted. How could he not be angry? As soon as he got home, he called Feng Qianqian out of the room. Didn't you say that John's was going to be finished? Why would Jianqing acquire Zhang's? Father Feng's eyes were red and he stared at Feng Qianqian, as if she was his enemy. Feng Qianqian felt a chill down her spine when he stared at her, but what shocked her even more was what Feng's father said. Jianqing acquired Jiang. This didn't happen in the previous life. However, it is a good thing that Jiang family is gone, because in the previous life, Jiang family was divided up by others. Seeing his daughter's indifferent look, Feng's father became even more angry. Do you know how much money Feng invested this time? If Jiang is acquired, our investment will be wasted. Feng Qianqian then remembered that in her previous life, the Feng family also encountered a crisis shortly after the Jiang family's crisis and was almost divided up. Her face changed drastically. Dad, why don't we sell Feng's too? What, selling property? Father Feng was so angry that he just wanted to beat someone up. The Feng family business was founded by Feng's father's grandfather. If he sold it, how would he face his ancestors? What if we don't sell it? Feng's company will also be in crisis. Feng Qianqian didn't think it was a big deal. If you sell it, you can get enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. If you don't sell it, it will be divided up by others and you will have no money left. In fact, over the past 2 years, she knew in her heart that there was not much possibility for her in Jiang. Changqing. No one will help Feng overcome the crisis. So she repeatedly advocated selling the company as soon as possible to reduce losses, but Feng's father was particularly persistent on this point, and even Feng's mother disagreed after hearing about it. The Feng group has been through so many ups and downs, it's not easy for something to go wrong. Your father has been in charge of the Feng group for many years, so it's very stable. Feng's mother felt that her daughter was worrying too much. John's is also a time-honored brand. It can disappear just like that. Believe me. Seeing that her parents didn't take it seriously, Feng Chanxian became extremely anxious. There was constant quarreling for several days and there was no peace at home. In the end, Feng's father agreed to cash out some stocks in case of emergency. What was unexpected was that the news of the Feng family cashing out their stocks was soon spread online. This negative news caused the stock price to plummet. Then, someone revealed that Feng had suffered huge losses in the Jiang incident. All of a sudden, market confidence fell to the bottom and investors began to sell their stocks. Subsequently, competitors bought up scattered shares and lobbied major shareholders to buy. In less than a month, the company's largest shareholder was replaced and Feng lost control of the company. It's all your fault. What are you talking about? The company is in crisis. I think you are the crisis. After being fired from his job, Mr. Feng returned home and was furious when he saw his daughter curled up on the sofa watching a TV show. Feng's father, who had never hit his daughter before, picked up a feather duster and hit Feng Chanxian with it. Feng's mother, who usually loves her daughter, did not stop her and just watched Feng Chanxian run around the room after being beaten by her father. Feng Chanxian had never expected that the Feng family's problems in this life would be caused by her own suggestions, but things had already happened and she had no way to do anything about it. Dad, stop fighting. Don't we still have money to use? She shouted breathlessly. The Feng family's foundation is gone. After chasing and beating for a while, Feng's father was exhausted. He finally sat down on the sofa, covering his face and crying. Feng's mother hurried forward and whispered comforting words. Feng Chanxian stood aside like an outsider. In just half a year, Jiang's company was acquired and Feng's company changed hands. People all lament that the world is ever changing and life is impermanent. However, as the old goes, the new must come. Only 1 year after Jiangxing Group came to Yunqing, it became a household name. The relationship between its main person in charge and the Jiang and Feng families was also dug up again by some people with ulterior motives, and it became a hot topic on the internet for a while. Of course, most people say nice things as some people say that he is extremely talented and has built such a huge foundation in just a few years. Some people say that he was grateful and the acquisition of Jiang's company saved it from bankruptcy. There are also many parents and girls who are interested in his personal life, but no one really knows the situation. Some people said he was married and had a child, and they swore that they heard a child calling him dad in a shopping mall. Some people also said that their relative was at the Civil Affairs Bureau and after checking, he was still single. Chongqing didn't care about the outside world's discussions. He paid close attention to Bai Xian's growth and took him to the company for an internship after high school. After he graduated from university, the company was gradually handed over to him for management. I retreated to the second line early on. In this life, he lived to be over 80 years old. Chapter 120, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 1. When Chongqing first came into this world, he heard all kinds of noisy sounds, the sounds of footsteps, hawking, and bargaining mixed together, and Chongqing soon realized that this was a market. But why can't I feel my own presence? Just as I was wondering, the system's voice rang out. Host, you are now in a soul state. Soul state? Changqing was a little confused. Let's take a look at the plot first. This is a world where humans, demons, ghosts, and heavenly masters coexist. The original owner, Yun Changqing, was a prodigy of the Yun family, a family of Taoist priests, and was known as the strongest Taoist priest of the younger generation. During a mission, he encountered the Ghost King and was seriously injured. On the way back, he was ambushed again, causing his body to be annihilated and his soul to be preserved in the exquisite jade pendant. This jade pendant has an ordinary appearance and ended up in an antique market. The heroine Fang Yunyun is a college student at City University. She discovered this jade pendant while accompanying her friend to an antique market. She felt that it was destined for her, so she bought it for 200 yuan. Later, her dormitory was haunted and the original owner helped to solve the problem. Fang Yunyun then realized that there was a celestial master's soul in the jade pendant. She has great talent and pestered the original owner to learn the skills of the heavenly master. The original owner needed someone to help him investigate the truth of the assassination, and he also wanted to find a way to rebuild his body, so the two reached an agreement. The original owner guided Fang Yunyun in her cultivation and led her on the path of cultivation. After helping people solve several big problems, Fang Yunyun earned a lot of money, began to enter the upper-class circle, and was called Master Fang. The boyfriend who had abandoned her before began to beg her to get back together. The rich second-generation male idol who never even looked at her was very attentive to her, and the roommate who looked down on her began to surround her. She treated all these people's flattery with indifference. He only said one sentence, "You ignored me before, but now you can't afford me." Then he left in a cool manner. She had great talent and with the guidance of the original owner, she avoided many detours in the process of cultivation and reached the foundation building stage within a few years. After building the foundation, you can be said to have truly entered the circle of cultivation. In this world with insufficient spiritual energy, the ancestor of Xianmen has only reached the level of golden elixir. Having established her foundation in her 20s, Fang Yunyun can be considered a genius among the major sects and families. She has been recruited by many sects and families, however, she rejected them all, because at this time she has met her true love, Ghost King Li Yan, Demon King Bai Yi, Qingyun sect's senior brother Hui Yan, and Xianmen family's young master Yan Zai. That's right, she has a lot of Mr. Right. They were jealous of each other and had a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days, causing many human tragedies. Fang Yunyun, who was in love, had long forgotten about finding out the truth for the original owner. She was busy coaxing this one today and that one tomorrow. At this moment, she didn't want to practice anymore. Anyway, I have my destined lover to protect me, so why should I practice every day? The original owner advised her many times, but she didn't listen and instead blamed the original owner for meddling in her affairs. Finally, their actions angered the righteous Xianmen, and dozens of Jindan masters launched a siege against them. During a breakout, Fang Yunyun was seriously injured and awakened her third eye when she was on the verge of death. She thought her chance had come, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a nightmare. Her true lovers bared their fangs and began a desperate fight for the Eye of Heaven. In the end, the Ghost King Li Yan was more powerful, beat the others away, dug out the heavenly eye, and then left. At this point, it was too late for Fang Yunyun to regret. She apologized to the original owner, confessed, cried bitterly, and vowed to help the original owner restore the truth and asked the original owner to save her life. The original owner was trapped in the jade pendant and couldn't leave. Seeing her crying miserably, she couldn't bear it, so he used up all the magical herbs and medicines he had stored, and at the risk of damaging his soul, he healed Fang Yunyun. Maybe she was lucky, and later had many opportunities. After 100 years, her cultivation reached the golden elixir stage. However, before she could take revenge, the Ghost King Li Yan, the Demon King Bai Yi, the senior brother of Qingyun sect Hui Yan, and the young master of Xianmen family Yan Zai came to her. They apologized, cried bitterly, slapped themselves repeatedly, and begged for her forgiveness. They said that they had been regretting and suffering all these years, and that they were only blinded for a moment and had always loved her in their hearts. The beautiful and kind-hearted heroine Fang Yunyun chose to forgive. Her original words were, "I just lost my third eye, but I gained love." As a result, the original owner was completely ignored again. After 100 years of waiting, his spirit was already extremely weak. Hearing these words made him even more disappointed, and his heart was completely dissipated. The original owner's wish was to find out the truth about his murder and become the strongest person in the world. After watching the plot, Changqing had only one word of emotion: when looking for a partner, you must not look for someone who is in love. The original owner spent a lot of time, effort, and elixirs, but in the end got nothing. In the end, his soul dissipated and he died with his eyes opened. It seems I have to rely on myself. In Changqing's view, this is just a small plane for cultivating immortals, and the so-called heavenly master is also a cultivator. It's just that the spiritual energy here is insufficient, the inheritance has been cut off, and the highest cultivator can reach is the late golden core stage. Since this is a world of cultivating immortals, naturally strength is respected. The original owner was born into a noble family, and had reached the Jindan level of cultivation. This jade pendant was actually his storage space, which contained not only various spiritual medicines and herbs, but also many trophies obtained from killing ghosts and monsters. Changqing just flipped through it and found several books on ghost cultivation secrets. The original owner had the pride of a heavenly master in his heart and was unwilling to practice the way of ghosts, so he needed to rely on others to achieve his goals. Changqing doesn't have such an idea. You've lost your physical body, so what's the point of being proud? It is better to rely on yourself than on others. What's wrong with the way of ghosts? There are 3,000 roads, and all of them lead to Rome. He took out a few ghost cultivation secret books and took a look. Most of them were just chi training stage exercises, and only one book called Ghost Sutra had foundation building stage exercises. That's it, practice first. The spiritual energy in this world is thin, and even Changqing took 3 days to achieve the ability to draw in the energy. After drawing in the chi, his soul became more solid, and he could leave the jade pendant for a while without worrying about it dissipating. Only then did he begin to pay attention to his surroundings. As expected, this was indeed an antique market. The stall he was at specialized in selling all kinds of jade wares. There were more than 100 different types of jade pendants hanging on the shelves alone, which could be said to be a dazzling array. I don't know how Fang Yunyun chose her piece at first sight, however, this time Changqing decided to just be a bystander. It doesn't matter who is chosen. Chapter 121, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 2. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed and Changqing's cultivation had reached the middle stage of soul gathering. Although it has not yet completely solidified, it can be fully revealed to people at night. The spiritual energy is too thin, and the cultivation speed is too slow. Changqing sighed. After hearing what he said, the system couldn't help but roll its eyes. Host, you still think it's too slow? The middle stage of soul gathering is equivalent to the middle stage of chi refining. A genius like the original owner started practicing since her mother's womb, but she didn't reach the middle stage of chi refining until she was 8 years old. The system has been running around for a while now, and has finally figured out the cultivation system of this world. In this small immortal cultivation plane where spiritual energy is exhausted, the high-level inheritances of all major sects and families have been basically cut off. The Heavenly Master cultivation system includes 3 stages: Chi training, foundation building, and golden elixir, which correspond to the 3 stages of soul gathering, essence swallowing, and ghost king for ghost cultivation, and the 3 stages of spirit gathering, wisdom communication, and transformation for demon cultivation. Regardless of whether they are humans, ghosts, or monsters, most people only reach the 2nd stage in their entire lives, and even fewer can cultivate to the 3rd stage. The original owner was able to reach the early stage of golden core before the age of 100 years old. On the one hand, it was due to his extraordinary talent, and on the other hand, it was also related to his family's dedicated training. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, it will be difficult to achieve success in cultivation. I just want to improve my skills quickly and complete the task as soon as possible. Changqing's mind moved, and a gust of cold wind blew through the entire jade pendant space. A skeletal hand was faintly seen rolling in the black air. Host, are you practicing the 9-in bone claw? I'd rather call this the bone hand. Changqing has an urgent need to improve his cultivation. Moreover, the original owner did not have many memories of his own death, only a few scenes. I only remember that I suddenly encountered the Ghost King during the mission and was seriously injured in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, he was ambushed on the way back, which led to his death. You must know that the original owner was a talented cultivator who was cultivated by the Yun family with all their efforts. He had reached the golden core stage at a young age, had excellent combat power, and had many magical weapons of various kinds. The one who could have killed him must have been a cultivator at least above the golden core stage. Therefore, one must at least cultivate to the late Jindan stage before one can possibly unravel these layers of mystery. In addition, Changqing noticed something strange. That is, the Yun family, to which the original owner belonged, behaved too abnormally after the death of their own genius. So they just randomly sent people to look for him and made a conclusion. There was no temper or anger at the fall of one's own genius. Instead, it seems like it was as if I had known this outcome. Thinking of this, Changqing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Boss, how much is this jade pendant? On this day, Changqing was practicing when a clear female voice came into the jade pendant. Oh wow, is the love-brained heroine here? Changqing floated out of the jade pendant and saw a pretty woman in a light green dress standing in front of the stall, holding the jade pendant in her white jade hand and examining it carefully. Standing next to her was a girl dressed elegantly, who was urging her impatiently. Yun, let's go quickly. The jade pendants on this stall are not real. Before Fang Yun could say anything, the stall owner became unhappy. What are you talking about, girl? These are all passed down from my ancestors. Some of the fat middle-aged bosses frowned, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Besides, this jade pendant is not expensive. It can protect you and ward off evil spirits. It only costs 28,000 yuan. 28,000. Why don't you just go and rob it? The girl screamed. Yun, let's go. They're taking advantage of you. Fang Yun didn't move somehow. She felt that this jade pendant had a special connection with her. How about 200? She bargained cautiously. Okay, deal. The fat boss clapped his hands and agreed immediately. Fang Yun. At this moment, a girl came running hurriedly from the side, followed by several men in suits. Boss, I want this jade pendant, no matter how much it costs. Yi Xiaoxiao pointed at the jade pendant in Fang Yun's hand and shouted breathlessly. A big man came forward from behind, took out a stack of money and put it on the stall. Yi Xiaoxiao reached out to grab the jade pendant from Fang Yunyun's hand. Fang Yunyun quickly dodged to the side and quickly took out 200 yuan and put it on the stall. I was the first one to see the jade pendant, and I have already negotiated with the boss, right, boss? The last sentence was asked to the boss. That's right, the boss has said the deal is done. The jade pendant is already our Yunyun's. The best friend next to her also quickly chimed in. What is going on? The fat boss was confused. This jade pendant is just a cheap item that I bought from a fellow villager for 20 yuan. The material is not even the high quality jade that is popular nowadays. Why is it so popular? Looking at the stack of money on the stall, the fat boss felt a little regretful. At least 40,000 or 50,000, but if you ask him to regret it on the spot, he really can't do it. After all, I am an old stall here and I have basic integrity. Well, miss, would you like to take a look at the other jade pendants on my shelf? They are all good heirlooms. Once these words were said, the previous transaction was confirmed. Fang Yunyun even stuffed the jade pendant directly into her arms. Let's go, Xiaola. She turned around, took her best friend's hand, and was about to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao was anxious. She didn't even look at the stall owner's eager eyes and quickly stepped forward to stop the two of them. Sister, can you please sell me the jade pendant? I'll take any price you want. Her expression was sincere and her hands made a gesture of begging. Wang Xiaola laughed. How much do you want? 1 million, do you want it? Wang Xiaola comes from a well-off family, both his parents are working, and he knows a lot of rich people at school, but he has never seen anything so exaggerated. How much money do you want? How much is this jade pendant worth? She held Fang Yunyun's arm and waited for the other party to give up. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end didn't even blink, and immediately took out his phone. Yes. I'll scan you. Now it was Wang Xiaola's turn to be surprised. Really? Do you really want it? She looked at Fang Yunyun and said, how about selling it? This is 1 million, you can buy a house in this medium-sized city. She felt that investing 200 yuan and making 1 million yuan directly was a deal that anyone would choose if they voted with their feet, but she didn't expect Fang Yunyun to be so stubborn. This jade pendant is mine. I won't sell it for any price. Fang Yunyun said this and ran away with Wang Xiaola behind her. Yi Xiaoxiao stomped her feet in anger, and the fat boss opened his mouth wide, extremely surprised. However, the bodyguards in suits still had no expression on their faces. They had seen many times that Miss Yu would buy whatever she liked regardless of the price, so they were not surprised at all. Miss, please take a look at the other things. Besides the jade pendant, I also have, not interested. Yi Xiaoxiao ignored him and ran over with Fang Yunyun and the others. Only the fat boss was left disheveled in the wind. Could that jade pendant really be some great treasure? On the bus back, Wang Xiaola looked sad. Yunyun, why do you insist on having this jade pendant? How many things can you buy with 1 million? Her voice was quite loud and everyone around her looked over with an expression that said young people nowadays brag without any bottom line. But I don't know either. I just feel that this jade pendant has a great connection with me. It's like... Fang Yunyun thought for a while. It's like losing a great opportunity if I lose the jade pendant. Fang Yunyun whispered her feelings. She didn't know why she had such a feeling when she saw the jade pendant, but her sixth sense was always accurate. When she was a child, her friends asked her to go swimming in the reservoir, but she felt something was wrong. As a result, several people drowned that time. Since then, she has trusted her feelings very much. However, she did not expect that someone would be willing to buy it at a high price this time. She reached out and stroked the jade pendant in her bag, feeling a little irritated. That person wouldn't give up just like that, right? I still have to be more careful in the future. Wang Xiaola saw that Fang Yunyun looked a little nervous and didn't know what to say, so he comforted her instead. They were sitting at the front of the bus and did not notice that a commercial vehicle had been following them since they got on the bus and only turned around and left after they entered the dormitory. Chapter 122, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 3. Chongqing naturally followed the jade pendant into the girls' dormitory. System, what's the situation with the girl who bought the jade pendant at a high price? He remembered that there was no such thing in the original plot. The jade pendant looked ordinary and most people would not even look down on it. The system tracked all the way and naturally collected some information. That girl's name is Yi Xiaoxiao. She's the eldest daughter of the Yi family. She was once an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, but her roots were not good, so she returned home. Yi Xiaoxiao? Yi family, isn't this the fiancé of Qing Yunsek's senior brother Huiyan? Chang Qing remembered that Yi Xiaoxiao was one of the vicious female supporting characters in the original plot. She was deeply in love with Huiyan. Although she had a bad constitution, she was determined to stay in Qing Yun's sect, and her family spent a lot of money to get her an outer disciple. In the plot, she desperately gets close to Huiyan, tries her best to stop the relationship between Huiyan and the heroine, and targets the heroine many times. Of course, the ending will not be good. The Yi family was eventually bankrupted by Huiyan, and she herself jumped off the Yi family building. According to the timeline, she should still be in Qinji Unman at this time, so why did she go home? Is this rebirth? Yi Xiaoxiao has indeed been reborn, so she has been keeping an eye on the heroine, trying to snatch her opportunity. The system confirmed opportunity. This is quite interesting. However, Chang Qing does not intend to take advantage of the opportunity to become the heroine. That he turned his entire body into green smoke and floated away in the jade pendant space, turn a deaf ear to what's happening outside and focus on completing the task. There are 6 people in Fang Yunyun's dormitory except for Wang Xiela, with whom she has a relatively good relationship. The relationships with the others are not very good. It can be said that they are divided into 2 factions, and she and Wang Xiela are the minority. Seeing the 2 of them come back, the originally lively topic instantly became quiet. I'll go get some water. Oh, I'm still soaking clothes. Go wash them. Xin, you haven't eaten yet. Let's go eat together after a while. The other people dispersed. Humph. These people are so annoying. Wang Xiela stomped his feet and muttered. Seeing Fang Yunyun's eyes were red and she seemed about to cry, Wang Xiela comforted her again before going to the cafeteria to eat together. The next day, they went to class together, only to find that there was a new student in the class. Hello, classmates. I am this term's new student, Yi Xiaoxiao. I hope you will take good care of me. Yi Xiaoxiao stood on the podium and introduced herself confidently, but her eyes swept over Fang Yunyun, who was sitting in the back row. Fang Yunyun majored in journalism and communication, and this class was about the history of Chinese and foreign journalism. Since Yi Xiaoxiao didn't have the textbook yet, the professor asked her to read it with her classmates. As a result, she walked down from the podium and sat next to Fang Yunyun. Classmate, can I read with you? Yi Xiaoxiao was smiling and extremely polite. Just as Wang Xiela was about to lose his temper, he was stopped by Fang Yunyun. My name is Fang Yunyun, you can just call me Yunyun. We are classmates, so there is no problem reading together. Fang Yunyun also smiled and took the initiative to move her textbook between the 2 of them. Yi Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned, but soon sat down, and the 2 of them read together like good sisters. She didn't expect it would be so easy to get close to Fang Yunyun. You have to know that in the previous life, Fang Yunyun had always been protected by someone, including the Ghost King, the Monster King, the geniuses of the aristocratic family, and even Huiyan. Thinking of Huiyan, the unfaithful man, Yi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth secretly. The Hua and Yi families have been friends for generations. The 2 of them were engaged to each other since childhood and even entered the Qing Yun sect at the same time. What was the result? The Yi family was destroyed because of another woman. Fortunately, God gave her another chance. In this life, she has to protect the Yi family and teach those scumbag men and bitches a lesson. Since her rebirth, she has been sending people to secretly monitor Fang Yunyun, wanting to know how she embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. It's a pity that I didn't get the jade pendant last time. Thinking of the jade pendant, she couldn't help but glance at Fang Yunyun's neck, not hanging around. The neck. Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao didn't seem to be paying attention in class at all, Wang Xiela couldn't help but poke Fang Yunyun's arm. She must still be thinking about your jade pendant, she whispered into Fang Yunyun's ear. This time, even Wang Xiela couldn't help but doubt that the jade pendant was really a treasure. Fang Yunyun didn't say anything, but she was very worried. This worry reached its peak after she returned to the dormitory, because she found that Yi Xiaoxiao had moved to their dormitory, while one of her roommates moved to another dormitory. Yi Xiaoxiao, do you have to follow us, don't you? Wang Xiela couldn't help it and sprayed at Yi Xiaoxiao. I just want to be friends with you, why do you say that to me? Yi Xiaoxiao looked aggrieved. The other roommates had a good impression of Yi Xiaoxiao and spoke up for her. Yi Xiaoxiao came to the dormitory because of the dormitory manager's arrangement. Why are you blaming her? That's right, if you don't want to live here, just move out. Everyone started talking at once, and Wang Xiela's face turned red with anger. When Yi Xiaoxiao heard that Fang Yunyun was asked to move out, she quickly stopped them. No, we are all roommates, we should get along well with each other, they just don't know me yet and there are some small misunderstandings. Yi Xiaoxiao took out a big bag of snacks to share with everyone. Wow, isn't this dried fruit with chigusa flavor? It's my favorite. What brand is this chocolate? It's delicious. This jelly seems to be a big foreign brand. It's precious. Xiao Xiao, you are so generous. After a while, there was a burst of exclamations in the dormitory, and a lot of snacks were placed on the tables of Fang Yunyun and Wang Xiaola, and now even Wang Xiaola couldn't lose his temper. It shows that it is true that people are soft-hearted when they receive favors from others. Chang Qing was tempted when he saw so many snacks, but unfortunately he was just a ghost cultivator now and couldn't eat these things at all. This is such a pity. He sighed to himself. It would be better to ask Yi Xiao Xiao for something. The Yi family is wealthy and powerful, so it should be possible for them to give them some things used by ghost cultivators, compared to Fang Yunyun who can't give anything. Chang Qing thinks it is better to cooperate with the Yi family. So, Yi Xiao Xiao, who had just laid down, heard a voice in her ears. Hey, little girl, do you have any food for ghost cultivators? Yi Xiao Xiao sat up from the bed instantly. Oni Shu, why is there a ghost cultivator in the dormitory? Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Li Xian, who was lying on the bed opposite her, saw that she looked flustered and couldn't help but ask with concern, since I received so many snacks from others, of course I should be more enthusiastic towards them. I'm fine. Yi Xiao Xiao waved her hand because she had heard that voice again. Don't look at me anymore. I am the grandfather in the jade pendant you are looking for. Chang Qing calls himself an old grandfather without blushing. The original owner was considered young for a Jindan cultivator, but he was actually over 80 years old. Compared with these college students, he could indeed be called an old grandfather. Although Yi Xiao Xiao had been in Qingyun's sect before and was considered a cultivator, she reacted quickly. This old man must be Fang Yunyun's guide in cultivation. She glanced at her other roommates. They were all checking their phones and obviously couldn't hear the old man's voice. This made her feel a little more at ease. I think the old man's voice can only be heard by practitioners, and at this time Fang Yunyun has not yet started practicing, so the two cannot communicate. She wondered if she could try to please Fang Yunyun and snatch her opportunity away. Chapter 123, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger, for Chang Qing saw her eyes flickering and probably guessed her little thoughts. But he didn't care. We are all cannon fodder and tools, so it would be good to help each other. The next day, Yi Xiao Xiao went home and came to school with a bag of netherworld incense in her hand. As soon as she stepped into the school gate, she felt a gust of cold wind. Let's go to the little park and light some incense. Yi Xiao Xiao nodded. She was a practitioner, so she naturally knew that the incense of the underworld was attractive to ghosts. If she lit incense in the dormitory, it might attract some bad things. Chang Qing inhaled the aroma of incense with some comfort. If someone observes carefully, they will find that the incense at Yi Xiao Xiao's feet is burning particularly fast, and not a trace of green smoke is emitted, as if there are countless green smoke black holes around it, which absorb all the fragrance produced by the incense. Grandpa, is that enough? After burning 3 plates of netherworld incense, Yi Xiao Xiao tried to ask. That's enough. Chang Qing sat on the opposite branch and had no intention of showing up. Well, I'll teach you a spell to transmit sound, so it will be easier for you to talk in the future. Although Qingyun's sect is a major Taoist sect, in this era when the inheritance has been cut off, the outer disciples really cannot learn anything. As an outer sect disciple, Yi Xiao Xiao had never come into contact with any magic except learning how to draw in qi, which was a must for practicing in the sect. Hearing that Chang Qing was going to teach her magic, she immediately jumped for joy. Grandpa, can I become your disciple? She doesn't have a master in Qingyun's sect. If she can get a master-disciple relationship with the old man, her future path of cultivation will definitely be smoother. Chang Qing knew what she was thinking, but it wasn't that easy to make him her disciple. You little kid, I just gave you a meal, and you still want to rely on me? Learn the art of sound transmission first. After hearing Chang Qing's words, Yi Xiao Xiao immediately became full of energy. I will definitely study hard. Of course she would study hard. This was a chance she had snatched away. She felt that she had not lived her life in vain, and now she was ahead of Fang Yunyun. Chang Qing didn't care what she thought. After spending an hour teaching her the art of voice transmission, he disappeared. Pay attention to your spiritual energy consumption and practice more. He could see that Yi Xiao Xiao was only at the initial stage of qi refining. Although she could use some spells, her spiritual power was insufficient and she might not be able to withstand the consumption. Yi Xiao Xiao worked very hard and finally learned the art of sound transmission after 10 days. This spell did not consume too much spiritual energy, so it was easy to use. After learning the art of sound transmission, Yi Xiaoxiao became more talkative, and even when she was lying in bed at night, she would chatter and ask questions non-stop. But perhaps it was Changqing's casual tone that made her feel very comfortable, and she unconsciously spoke in a coquettish tone as if she was talking to an elder. "Hey, Grandpa, today's class was so boring that I slept all day in class. Do you think I should skip class tomorrow and go to the movies? The new movie has a very good reputation." "Grandpa, which sect were you the ancestor of when you were alive?" Some questions Changqing will answer, but for some questions there will be only silence. After a while, Yi Xiaoxiao learned a fireball technique and a cloud walking technique from Changqing. This made her very excited, and she would even go to the back mountain to practice for a while at night before returning to the dormitory. Wang Xiaola felt a little strange. Yi Xiaoxiao always pestered Fang Yunyun before, but she suddenly gave up during this period and stayed away from them during class. "Yunyun, is your jade pendant still there?" Wang Xiaola couldn't help but wonder if the jade pendant had been stolen by Yi Xiaoxiao. Fang Yunyun was also a little surprised. Yi Xiaoxiao had clearly put so much effort into the jade pendant before, so why did she change now? In addition to feeling strange, she was even a little panicked. Did she already get what she wanted? During class that day, she deliberately hung the jade pendant around her neck and walked past Yi Xiaoxiao, but found that Yi Xiaoxiao didn't even look at her. This made her a little panicked. I wanted to ask them privately countless times, but they kept their distance and didn't give me any chance. This made Fang Yunyun extremely annoyed. However, she soon stopped worrying about it because there was a haunted incident in the dormitory. First, the green plants on the windowsill withered overnight, then blood began to flow from the faucet, and the sound of the cold wind and crying at night made the whole dormitory scared. The report was submitted to the school. The teacher took a look but did not find anything unusual. He just said it might be due to the weather and told everyone not to think too much and to study with peace of mind. What should I do? I don't dare to live here. But renting a house outside is too expensive. Li Xian's face was pale and tears were in her eyes. She was timid to begin with and fainted on the spot when she encountered bloody water from the faucet. The other two girls who were close to her also had pale faces and said nothing. "How about we rent a house together?" someone suggested. "The rent outside is not cheap, at least several hundred yuan per person per month. Compared with the dormitory, which costs 1,000 yuan a year, it is really too much, and no one can make up their mind. I think you brought some unclean things here from the last time you went to the haunted house." Wang Xiaola said to Yi Xiaoxiao that a few days ago, Yi Xiaoxiao took several other girls to the haunted house, and did not invite Fang Yunyun and Wang Xiaola, which made Wang Xiaola a little unhappy. Before Yi Xiaoxiao could say anything, someone came up to explain. "The haunted house is played by the staff, how could there be unclean things?" "Wang Xiaola, don't make random accusations." Several people in the dormitory were talking at the same time and arguing fiercely. Why Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to ask Changqing, but he had no intention of paying attention to her. This is the heroine's chance to show off, and he doesn't want to steal the credit. After a few more days, the ghost became more and more ferocious. Finally, Fang Yunyun said that she met an online friend who was a Taoist priest, and she could ask him for help. Changqing was a little curious about who would be the golden thigh. This time, it seems that even if I don't act as the guide, there will be others who will. Is this the inertia of the plot? When he met this netizen the next day, he understood it even more clearly. Isn't this the Qingyun sect's senior brother Huiyan? It seems that she has to appear on the stage early to act as the heroine's golden thigh. Huiyan was wearing a shirt and long pants, with an upright figure and full of vigor. He entered the girls' dormitory as Fang Yunyun's cousin. "Xiaoxiao, why are you here?" Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao was there too, the handsome young man frowned. He was really annoyed with this childhood sweetheart who had been following him around since childhood, even following him to Qingyun sect. But she had no talent and could only hang around in the outer sect. "I go to school here, so naturally I have to live here." Yi Xiaoxiao's tone was very stiff, and she crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking very aloof. After her rebirth, she left Qingyun sect without stopping. This was the first time she saw Huiyan since her rebirth. At that moment, she seemed to see the ending of the Yi family and herself in her previous life. She only felt a fire burning her internal organs, making her want to attack him, but she was clearly aware of the gap in their strength, so she could only endure it. Huiyan felt a little strange. Usually, Yi Xiaoxiao was very enthusiastic when she saw him and couldn't be driven away. Why was she a little cold today? But it's better this way, so he doesn't get upset when he sees it. "Do you know each other?" "Brother Hua." Fang Yunyun didn't expect that the netizen she knew also knew Yi Xiaoxiao. which made her very uncomfortable. It's just that the two elders are more familiar with each other. Somehow, Hui Yan did not mention the marriage contract between the two families. Chapter 124, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 5. Hui Yan has now reached the foundation establishment stage, so dealing with this kind of little devil is naturally a piece of cake for him. He took out a compass-like instrument and checked the dormitory, and confirmed that there was a ghost. A formation was set up around them, and each person was given a talisman. After tonight, there will be no more ghosts causing trouble. You can live here without any worries. The girls surrounded her and asked what the hell it was, but she just said it was a secret of the Heavenly Master and they couldn't talk about it. This added a touch of mystery to his image, and Fang Yunyun looked at him with a hint of eagerness. Unconsciously that night, there were screams and commotion outside, but it soon subsided. The haunting incident was thus resolved. Brother Hua, thank you so much. I didn't expect there are ghosts in this world. A few days later, Fang Yunyun called a few people in the dormitory to treat Hui Yan to a meal. After drinking 2 glasses of rice wine, she thanked him solemnly. Yes, Brother Hua, you are so amazing. You subdued such a powerful ghost in just minutes. Brother Hua, what do you mean by practitioners? Can we practice cultivation too? Faced with this handsome and capable young man, several girls put aside their previous prejudices and started praising and asking questions. Hui Yan was playing with the wineglass in his hand. He didn't look at the other girls, his eyes were only on Fang Yunyun. As the second son of the Hua family, he had never entered such a small private room before, but when he received Fang Yunyun's invitation, he agreed for some reason. He thought Fang Yunyun was an interesting woman. The two met on a forum and added each other as friends. She was innocent and unpretentious, and she did not try to please him after learning that he was a monk. This is the person with whom he can have a heart-to-heart talk. If she had the aptitude to practice, he wouldn't mind introducing her to Qingyun sect. Practicing cultivation requires qualifications. Without qualifications, no matter how hard you try, you cannot embark on this path. Seeing that Fang Yunyun also showed interest, Hui Yan took the rare opportunity to explain to them the talents for cultivation and some basic information about cultivation, which made everyone admire him again. As he was talking, he realized that Yi Xiaoxiao was not here. So he asked, Yi Xiaoxiao, isn't she with you? She moved back home yesterday. Wang Xiaola said unhappily. For a moment, Hui Yan felt that something was wrong with Yi Xiaoxiao, but he quickly ignored it. Why Yi Xiaoxiao did return home, and brought Changqing with her. She had originally joined the school just for the jade pendant, and now that her goal had been achieved, she certainly wouldn't waste time there. Changqing's cultivation has now reached the Yuantun stage, which is equivalent to the foundation building stage of a heavenly master. He can now move completely independently from the jade pendant and will not follow the heroine around every day. This time, Mr. Yi was toasting Changqing. It is an honor for our Yi family to have you here, senior. The old man of the Yi family was once a cultivator, but his talent was limited and he was currently only in the initial stage of qi training. Because of his practice, Mr. Yi looks only in his 40s. The Yi family was founded by Mr. Yi's grandfather, and it has been passed down for hundreds of years. When Mr. Yi was young, he entered the Shenmen by chance and stepped into the threshold of cultivation. However, due to his limited talent, although he spent a lot of money, he was still only in the middle stage of qi training. Originally he wanted to travel around looking for a breakthrough opportunity, but he didn't expect that a car accident took away his son and daughter-in-law, leaving only a little granddaughter like Yi Xiaoxiao. There was no choice but to give up the plan of traveling and return to the Yi family to take charge. Fortunately, his granddaughter was more talented than him. He was very happy that she went to Qingyun sect, and he hoped that she could go further in her cultivation. He actually ran back from Qingyun sect some time ago and insisted on going to school, which made the old man very angry. I didn't expect that she could climb such a big Buddha. The body can be destroyed but the soul can remain immortal. This is something that ordinary Jindan cultivators may not be able to achieve. This is equivalent to knowing a Jindan cultivator. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but show a little more awe. Xiaoxiao is so lucky to be able to learn magic from you. At this time, Changqing has already solidified into a solid entity, and the image of a graceful young man makes people feel good at first sight. It's all fate. The fate of being cannon fodder. Changqing also responded with a smile. Next, Yi Xiaoxiao came to toast again. She said with a smile, Senior, why don't you accept me as your apprentice? I have been learning from you for such a long time anyway. Ever since she saw Changqing's young image, she couldn't call him old man anymore. Let's talk about it when you reach the late stage of qi training. Changqing drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Only after he condensed into a physical body could he enjoy the delicacies of the world. He was very happy with this meal. After hearing his words, Yi Xiaoxiao's face turned bitter. Her talent is better than her grandfather's, but she would probably have to be in her 70s or 80s to reach the later stages of qi training. What should she do? Just when I was worrying about it, I saw the young man opposite me took out a pill. This Butian Dan can improve your bones. You can try taking it. Butian Dan, this is a rare item that is rarely found in sects and families. Mr. Ye's eyes became hot. Yi Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and quickly reached out to take it. Thank you for the medicine, senior. She had heard that the beloved daughter of an elder of Qingyun's sect had a poor physique, so she tried every possible means to obtain the Butian pill to improve her physique, and now she has successfully established her foundation. The effect of this Butian Dan is obvious. Changqing waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. In the original plot, this pill was given to Fang Yunyun by the original owner to help her improve her bones and embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible. Now he would rather give it to Yi Xiaoxiao, who had some conflicts with Fang Yunyun. After all, the Yi family could still provide him with some help, while Fang Yunyun took the benefits without doing any work. After expressing his gratitude, Mr. Yi took out a stack of information. Senior, this is the information about the extremely dark place you are looking for. The Yi family provided Changqing with a detached villa located halfway up the mountain. There were no neighbors and very few pedestrians, which was very suitable for cultivation. However, Changqing still decided to go to the extremely dark place to improve his strength as soon as possible. In addition to practicing secret techniques step by step, ghost cultivators can also increase their strength by devouring other ghosts. The extremely in place refers to mass graves and places where major accidents have occurred where many people have died. The yin energy here is heavy, and it is very easy for a ghost domain to form and produce many evil ghosts. He flipped through the information and found a dozen locations that were likely to be extremely yin places, including the Trump Mental Hospital that was burned down by a fire 20 years ago, and the Maling Tunnel that collapsed and buried the construction team. Changqing chose the nearest Maling Tunnel as his first stop. Chapter 125, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 6. Maling Tunnel is the closest to the Banshan Villa and is also a widely known horror place. Rumor has it that the collapse of the tunnel killed more than 270 construction workers and the place has been abandoned ever since. Afterwards, countless curious people went to explore and died, which deepened the atmosphere of horror. Over time, this place became a terrifying place in the eyes of local residents. Changqing walked to the entrance of the tunnel under the moonlight. What I saw was a busy scene. There were countless work sheds on the flat ground at the entrance of the tunnel, and countless workers were sitting at simple tables eating boxed lunches. In the reflection of the cold moon, he could even see the faint white smoke coming from the lunchbox. The tunnel was brightly lit, and workers wearing safety helmets were walking in and out. Mr. Zhang, do you want to go to the city to have some fun after getting paid today? No, I have to pay for my children's tuition. The food at this construction site is too bad. I eat cabbage every day and my mouth is dry. The voices of the workers' conversation came through clearly, real and vivid. Seeing Changqing coming, a man who looked like a foreman approached. Are you Manager Wang who is here for inspection? Come, go over there and have a meal first. The chicken hot pot is already cooking. He had a flattering smile on his face and his body was covered in mud. At first glance, he looked like a leader who was working on the front line. Changqing nodded and walked forward. The foreman lagged behind half a step, like a little follower accompanying the leader on an inspection. The workers around cast curious glances from time to time, but lowered their heads under the foreman's stare. Hey, Manager Wang, the work shed is over here. The foreman suddenly spoke and pointed to the largest shed inside. Under the cold moonlight, the foreman's figure appeared extremely tall. He put his hand on Changqing's shoulder and eagerly gave him directions. Halfway through, the hand suddenly changed. The 5 fingers twisted and lengthened, and the sharp nails flashed cold light like poisoned daggers, piercing towards Changqing's body. A sinister smile appeared on the foreman's lips, but the next moment, it was replaced by shock. Changqing's body dissipated like green smoke, and his sharp fingers pierced the air. Disappear. Following a low shout. A pressure spread out, and the lively scene paused and disappeared in an instant. In front of me was the entrance to a tunnel covered with weeds. The cold moonlight poured down, casting the shadows of the weeds and trees onto the uneven ground, like a bunch of crushed corpses in strange postures. Sure enough, a ghost zone has been formed. Changqing looked into the tunnel again, and saw black air surging inside, with countless wailing sounds coming out of it. With a flash of his body, he appeared in the tunnel, countless black air rushed towards him, bringing with it a cold chill. Changqing stretched out his arms, and his whole body dissipated like green smoke, causing a tornado in the tunnel. The wind came so fast that the surging black air didn't even have time to retreat before being swept into it. Only a short howl was heard, followed by a deathly silence. When the wind stopped, Changqing's figure appeared, and his aura was even stronger than before. Come out. His voice was erratic, but it could be heard far away. Since a ghost domain has been formed, there should at least be evil spirits practicing there. Tap tap tap. Heavy footsteps were heard from the other end of the tunnel. The sound was like a war drum, echoing throughout the entire tunnel. Changqing's face changed slightly. The footsteps had a certain rhythm that actually made his heart palpitate. The pace of the footsteps became faster and faster, and along with a burst of thick black air, a figure almost as tall as the tunnel appeared in it. The huge battle axe dragged on the ground, emitting sparks as he moved quickly. Roar, with a strange cry, the huge axe came down with a strong murderous aura. For a moment, Changqing felt his body stagnate. Swallowing Yuan realm. This ghost creature has actually reached the Yuan swallowing realm. He was surprised at first, and then he was overjoyed. If he could devour ghosts of the same level, his cultivation would probably reach a higher level. The spell together. Two bony hands emerged from behind and directly met the oncoming giant axe. There was a huge crash, shaking the entire tunnel. A huge amount of black gas poured out of the tunnel, and the occasional crash scared the animals in the mountains and forests, causing them to flee in all directions. This abnormality continued until midnight, when it gradually stopped. The next day, a survey team rushed in, only to find that the tunnel had completely collapsed, leaving no space to enter. The official explanation is that the tunnel structure was corroded by running water for many years, causing the entire tunnel to collapse and be buried. But people have all sorts of opinions. Some people accept the official explanation. Some speculated that accidents frequently occurred among explorers there, so the authorities blew up and buried the tunnel. Some people also said that there was a battle between ghosts and monsters, and some said that they saw a black shadow rising into the sky. Changqing ignored what the outside world said. He was currently in the villa absorbing the ghost he had devoured last night. This time, he was surrounded by black air, which was as thick as ink and carried a trace of evil spirit, making people afraid at the sight of it. After a while, he gathered his thoughts, and the spreading black energy poured into his body, and the whole room became bright again. No wonder the ghost path is called evil by the orthodox Shinmen. This kind of training method is just like raising goo, where they devour each other and the strong ones become stronger. Moreover, he had suffered serious injuries in the battle last night, but after devouring the evil ghost, his injuries were healed without any treatment. It seems that the only way to avoid being swallowed is to become stronger. He didn't think that this way of practice was more evil, and that the Shenmen righteous way of practice was more righteous. The so-called justice is only relative. Hiding cruelty under certain rules cannot change the nature of cruelty. The fight for the resources of the righteous Shinmen is also a life and death struggle, only he was also somewhat concerned about what the evil spirit said before he died yesterday. It said that the Ghost King would avenge it. Could it be that the evil ghost was a subordinate of the Ghost King Li Yan? If that's the case, we have to be more careful. The Ghost King has the strength equivalent to the late Golden Core stage. At his current level, I'm afraid he won't be his match in one round. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and set up a hidden spirit formation around the villa. Fortunately, the original owner came from a noble family, and even after his death, all his belongings were still well preserved. Otherwise it would have been really troublesome. In the original plot, these things that were given to the heroine were used by Changqing without mercy. After all, I don't have enough strength now, so of course I have to ensure safety first. In the following years, he acted more cautiously. Every time he went to an extremely dark place, he would ask the Yi family to send people to investigate first, and then he would scout the area several times before determining the final target. Overall, it went quite smoothly. On the day when all the extremely Yi land around him was absorbed, he finally broke through to the level of Ghost King. At this moment, he could casually release a wisp of black gas that would fill the entire villa. He could even condense the black gas into various weapons to use against the enemy, and its hardness was comparable to that of gold and stone. Chapter 126, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 7. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through the Ghost King realm. Yi Xiaoxiao ran over with an excited look on her face. She and Changqing had already established a master-disciple relationship, and had even achieved foundation building a year ago. This was an achievement she had never achieved even before her death in her previous life. Now, not only her, but the entire Yi family is extremely grateful to Changqing. Because of Yi Xiaoxiao's successful foundation building, the Yi family's business has doubled compared to before, and is even on par with the Hua family. After all, Huiyan was only at the late stage of foundation building. Changqing's advancement is undoubtedly extremely beneficial to the Yi family. The Yi family has helped do a lot of things in the past few years. If something really happens to the Yi family, he certainly can't sit idly by. So for this breakthrough, not only did Yi Xiaoxiao come to protect him, but even old Master Yi, who was in the late stage of qi refining, also rushed over. That's right, Grandpa Yi also advanced from the middle stage of qi refining to the late stage of qi refining. In order to make it more convenient for the Yi family to do things, Changqing also gave him a Bu Tian pill to help him improve his bones. Today, Mr. Yi still looks to be in his 40s, and he has more ambitions for his own cultivation. When one enters the foundation building stage, his lifespan increases to 200 years. Who would complain about having a long life? Mr. Yi is also an old hand, and he even has some guesses about Changqing's identity before his death. How could I dare to think of making friends with such a big shot before? Congratulations to you for your successful promotion. The Yi family has prepared some light wine to celebrate with you. Good. Changqing would not refuse to celebrate, although he is only in the early stage of Ghost King. In this small world where the highest cultivation level is only in the late Golden Core stage, his cultivation is indeed at the level of an ancestor. At this moment, his aura was restrained, and from the outside he looked like an ordinary person, but his sensing range could extend to hundreds of kilometers away, and any movement could not escape his eyes and ears. During the banquet, she was naturally the center of attention. The Yi family has been taken care of by the seniors in the past few years. We, the grandfather and grandson, have achieved our current level of cultivation thanks to the seniors. This small gift is not enough to express our respect. Mr. Yi presented a box with a strange seal. Changqing felt a faint evil spirit emanating from the box. This is a ghost cultivator's thing, that's thoughtful. He opened the box and inside was a blood-red soft sword. However, the sword was covered with jagged gaps and was severely damaged. I saw this item at the Huqing auction last year. Although it was badly damaged, it was still extremely evil. Practitioners below the foundation building stage could not touch it at all. Mr. Yi told the origin of this sword. This should be a magical weapon used by ghost cultivators in the Yuan swallowing stage. Changqing closed the box and pondered. He could see the malice contained in the broken sword at a glance. It was probably owned by an evil spirit, as the bloody aura was so strong. However, this was not what he was worried about, just a trace of soul, nothing under the pressure of the complete Ghost King. This thing is useful to me. Seeing the disappointment on Mr. Yi's face, he added, afterwards, Yi Xiaoxiao's cultivation was tested again. When Changqing found out that she was seeking to break through to the middle stage of foundation building, he shared some of his experiences and suggested that she go out and gain some experience to seek growth in her state of mind. After returning to the villa halfway up the mountain, he called out the system again. What's the situation of the heroine now? He asked. The system is most concerned about the situation of the male and female protagonists, so naturally it knows. It turned out that Fang Yunyun had already joined the Qingyun sect under Huiyan's introduction, and her cultivation had now reached the late stage of qi training. He has been practicing in the Shenmen sect and has not had any encounter with the Ghost King or the Demon King. Sure enough, without the original owner as a scapegoat, Fang Yunyun's cultivation progress slowed down a lot. Host, are you going to cause trouble? The system rubbed its hands excitedly. Making trouble? What's going on? Just continue practicing. The original owner was also in the early stage of Jin Dan, but he died in the end. Changqing is not so arrogant that he can defeat the Golden Core Ghost King, the Demon King, and the Shenmen Patriarch just because he is in the early stage of Ghost King. Thinking of this, he took out the soft sword in an instant. The entire hall was filled with dark energy. A light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind, and the sword skills he had learned in some past life flew past his mind like movie fragments. His body floated, and he danced the soft sword into a red light in the thick black air. After all, this sword is too low level. Changqing sighed inwardly as the surging black air subsided, and he discovered something abnormal about the soft sword. Hey, the gap seems to be smaller. This sword is actually repairing itself automatically. Changqing had naturally seen magical weapons in the world of immortal cultivation that had the ability to develop intelligence, automatically repair themselves, and fight against enemies, but they were somewhat rare in this small plane. After repeated confirmation, it was discovered that the sword indeed had no intelligence and no soul hidden in it. It's just that this material is made of unknown material, but it can actually absorb evil spirits and repair itself. In this case, is it also possible to upgrade? Changqing suddenly felt that he also needed to go out and gain some experience. The largest supernatural forum in China, recently a post was highly recommended, #shocking. An underground palace was discovered at a construction site in Yongchang, and the archaeological team went to investigate and found no one survived. There are already thousands of discussion posts under this title of First Floor. I live in a community near the construction site, and I can see the situation at the site with a telescope. I don't know if anyone has died, but it is true that the construction site has been sealed off. There are also a few distant views at the end of second floor. There must be a ghost here. What do the authorities think? Don't let Shenmen go and sweep the place before the archaeological team goes. Third floor. The person above really overestimates the official esoteric organizations. They are just sitting there doing nothing. If you go there, you will probably be worse off than the archaeological team. Fourth floor. Uncle Wang from our village was working at that construction site. I heard that blood was oozing out when the body was first dug out. He is now seriously ill after returning home. Fifth floor. Is it that scary? People living nearby on the first floor should be careful. Ha 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 ha. Sixth floor. Look. The official has issued a recruitment notice, inviting the Shenmen Zhengdao to assist in handling this matter. Link. When Changqing arrived at the Yongcheng Municipal Hall, there were already more than 20 people of different ages sitting there, dressed in different clothes. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a huge straw hat that almost covered his entire face. As he approached, a faint aura of pressure emanated from him, reminding the people in the hall that the visitor was also a monk. Humph. But someone in the early chi refining stage has come to join in the fun, a woman in front muttered softly. Junior sister, don't say that. This trip is risky and we need to be united. Another woman advised softly. Changqing took a look. Oh no, isn't this the heroine Fong Yunyun? Next to her are Huiyan and a woman in a green dress. He practiced the ghost way, so naturally he would not expose his cultivation level in such occasions. The aura of the initial stage of chi training that he emitted was still achieved through the magic weapon of the original owner. Of course, he didn't want to deal with the heroine, so he automatically retreated and stayed away from them. However, despite the distance, their voices could still be heard. Junior sister Fong is right. We are both from the righteous Shenmen, so it is natural that we should be of the same blood. At that time, the worst that can happen is that we can take care of the low-level cultivators. This was Huiyan's voice. Although his voice was gentle, there was a kind of arrogance in his words. When the woman in the skirt saw that he was helping Fong Yunyun, she glared at her and said nothing more. Chapter 127, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 8. At this moment, another person walked in, causing a commotion in the hall. Oh my god, isn't this the young master of the Yun family? The Yun family? Is that the Yun family I'm thinking of? How could their young master be involved in something like this? The Yun family can't possibly care about the official reward. Could it be that there are valuable treasures in this underground palace? As soon as these words came out, there was another sound of inhalation. Yun Zai-Tian was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He smiled proudly, and when he saw Fong Yunyun and her group in front of him, he hurried over. Senior sister Fong, you are here too? His voice was clear and he called her Senior Sister Fong in a friendly way, making people think he was also a member of Qingyun's sect. Fong Yunyun's face turned slightly red, and before she could say anything, she was pulled aside by Huiyan. Who is your senior sister? Yun Zaiqian, you are not from our Qingyun sect, have some shame. Huiyan frowned and protected Fong Yunyun behind him like a child. Second brother Hua, we are all of the same origin and we are all of the same blood. That's what you just said. What's wrong with calling me senior sister? Yun Zai-Tian also stiffened his neck and refused to give in. Huiyan has an older brother, who is the second oldest in the Hua family. However, the elders usually call him second brother Hua. Now when he heard Yun Zai-Tian calling him that, his face darkened. Yun Zai-Tian, you want to fight, right? Let's go outside. Hit me even if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that the two were arguing more and more fiercely, Fong Yunyun hurried out to mediate. Brother Hua, Master Yun, please stop arguing over me. If you continue to quarrel, I will have no choice but to return to the sect first. As soon as these words were spoken, the two men immediately stopped bickering and instead gathered around her to comfort her. Changqing felt very sad when he saw this. Even the girl in green skirt from Qingyun's sect couldn't bear to watch it anymore and moved her feet a little to the side. At this time, Two more people walked in from outside. It turned out to be Yi Xiaoxiao and his grandson. Yi Xiaoxiao's cultivation in the early stage of foundation building spread out, causing a discussion among the crowd. However, they did not recognize Changqing. Instead, Old Master Yi walked up and started chatting with Huiyan and others. Although he is Huiyan's elder, his cultivation is one level lower than the other party, so he is very careful in his words and deeds. Yun Zitian glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao, but didn't care too much. His eyes were still fixed on Fang Yunyun, chatting and joking with her. More people came one after another. Changqing glanced around the hall and found that the highest level of cultivation was Huiyan, who was in the late foundation building stage, followed by Yun Zitian, who was in the middle foundation building stage. There were also 3 practitioners in the early foundation building stage, including Yi Xiaoxiao. This lineup should be safe as long as they don't encounter a ghost at the level of a ghost king. After a while, 3 people who looked official came, and their cultivation was all in the initial stage of foundation building. The square-faced leader glanced around and finally stopped at Huiyan and Yun Zitian. A smile appeared on his face. "Everyone, I am Ji Yunlong from the Paranormal Investigation Department. 2 colleagues and I will assist you in this operation." He made a brief introduction, and everyone knew that the other man with a goatee was called Yang Fei and the short and fat man was called Sheng Yang. It has to be said that the addition of the 3 official masters has made the investigation team more powerful, but it has also added some uneasiness. The authorities have sent 3 foundation building masters. Does this mean that the risk of this trip is higher than expected? Ji Yunlong saw hesitation on many people's faces and laughed out loud. The rewards for taking action at this time are rich, but there are also risks. You can quit at any time. Quit. If I quit at this time, I would probably be laughed to death by my peers. The scene was quiet for a while, but there was no sign of quitting. Someone raised his hand and asked, "Brother Ji, does the official have more detailed information for us to see, so that we don't have to go in the dark?" This question hit the point, and everyone looked at Ji Yunlong. Ji Yunlong shook his head. There is no official information, but some experts speculate that the land belonged to the Ji family, a family of heavenly masters, thousands of years ago. The ancient tomb may also have been built by the Ji family. Hiss, everyone gasped. Ji family, that is a Xianmen family that existed in history. It is said that during its heyday, it had more than 80 Jindan Tianqis, accounting for half of the Jindan Tianqis in China at that time. Later, for unknown reasons, it suddenly declined, and even later generations could not find it. If it is really the Ji family's ancient tomb, everyone felt a fire burning in their hearts and excitement appeared on their faces. No one wanted to quit at this time. No matter what's in the ancient tomb, we will not tolerate the slaughter of innocent people. It is our duty to uphold justice. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became heated. Every monk was filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fly over immediately to uphold justice and avenge the workers and expedition team who had died. Ji Yunlong seemed to be infected by the warm atmosphere. He immediately took more than 30 people and got on the bus at the door and rushed to the scene. After pushing open the water fence that blocked the scene, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb. The huge stone cover had been lifted aside, revealing a dark stone staircase that went almost vertically downwards. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly, but everyone felt a little cold. The person walking in front couldn't help but pull his clothes closer. "Damn, I should have brought a down jacket," someone cursed. "Ah, don't worry, we have all of these." Ji Yunlong smiled and waved his hand, and a pickup truck drove over from behind. The carriage is equipped with not only down jackets, but also dry food, water bags, and other supplies, which means it is well prepared. High-level practitioners naturally don't need these, but those in the Qi refining stage cannot do without these supplies. Changqing also went with other Qigong practitioners to get a set of clothes and dry food bags, and then slowly followed the large group into the ancient tomb. He was neither at the front nor at the back. There were people in front and behind him using flashlights or cell phones for illumination, so he didn't even need to use his own flashlight to see the surrounding environment clearly. The inside of the ancient tomb was unexpectedly dry, not as humid as expected. There was not a trace of wind, and there were no cordyceps on the stone walls on either side. It was as clean as a cave dwelling that was regularly maintained. After walking down several hundred steps, a platform appeared in front of us, but the stairs continued to extend downward and the end could not be seen in the distance. This ancient tomb looks like it has several floors. An old man in front took out a hard object and threw it down, but there was no sound of collision, just like throwing it into an unfathomable lake. Not even a ripple appeared. Should we leave one group to explore the first level, while the others continue down? After everyone walked onto the platform, Ji Yunlong asked hesitantly. Grouping is undoubtedly a more efficient way to explore, and if there are gains, there will be fewer people competing. I think this is a good idea. Hui Yan agreed. I think it's feasible too. Yun Zhaitian was unwilling to be left behind. The two men are very powerful, come from famous families, and have many magical weapons on them, so naturally they are not afraid, but it was different for the others, especially the Qigong practitioners, who became a little nervous when they heard that they were going to be divided into groups. I think it's better for us to be together. There's something evil going on here, someone said cautiously. That's right, Brother G, it's better not to divide into groups. It's safer for everyone to be together. Humph, how can we share the good stuff when we see it together? Yun Zhaitian had an arrogant look on his face and looked down upon these Qigong practitioners. He thought of a saying, wild beasts always travel alone, while cattle and sheep travel in herds. He felt that he was the wild beast, and those on the opposite side were the cattle and sheep. However, this beast soon gave up the idea of traveling alone, because Fang Yun said, how about we all go together? I'm a little scared, Yun, don't be afraid, I will protect you. He quickly comforted her softly. Hui Yan became even angrier. Yun? Is that something you can call me? Call me senior sister. Then he said to Fang Yun, don't worry, junior sister, I'm here and I won't let you get hurt. So, everyone decided to act together. Chapter 128, The Supernatural Dimension, The Golden Finger of Not Being a Heroine. 9. After walking across the platform, there was a long and narrow passage. At the entrance of the passage, everyone stopped again. It is said on the internet that there are usually traps in these kinds of passages, so we can't act rashly. A young man held up his cell phone and shouted a warning. Someone threw a stone, but nothing happened then. Some practitioners took out the human-shaped puppets they made to clear the way, and everyone walked into the long and narrow passage. Fortunately, no accidents happened along the way. Suck. When everyone walked out of the passage, they were shocked by the scene before them. 5 or 6 standing lamps in the spacious hall were still emitting a light green light. In the center of the hall was a huge altar, on which were enshrined the statues of the 3 Pure Ones. Some people with good intentions shone their flashlights at the 3 Pure One statues, but he found that the 3 Pure Ones had strange expressions, just like evil ghosts who were choosing people to devour. Snap, the flashlight fell on the ground and rolled forward for a long distance. Naturally, the man was reluctant to part with it, and took several steps forward before picking it up. Ah, there seemed to be a few medicine bottles behind the altar. He screamed and immediately rushed forward to grab the bottle of medicine in his hand. However, with his level of cultivation, he naturally couldn't be the fastest. When he arrived, 3 figures were already standing there, each holding a small medicine bottle in their hands. It was Hui Yan, Jin Zhaitian, and Yi Xiaoxiao. I saw this first. Without thinking, he grabbed the medicine bottle in Yun Zhaitian's hand. Yun Zhaitian was closest to him. Puff. A dull crashing sound was heard before the man's hand touched Yun Zhaitian. He was hit lightly on the chest. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and after struggling for a few times, he could not move. Obviously, he is dead and cannot die anymore. Oof, you overestimate your abilities. Yun Zhaitian's face was as cold as frost. He actually reached out to him but not to the other two. Was he treating him as a weakling? Brother. 2 people rushed out from the crowd, ran to the person lying on the ground, sniffed his breath, and immediately started crying. Of course, she did not forget to take off the bag on him while crying. It was obvious that they had no intention of rushing forward to avenge their companions. They cried and suddenly turned their eyes to the official Ji Yunlong. Brother Ji, you brought us here. We died at the hands of evil spirits without complaint. But attacking our own people like this, won't it chill everyone's hearts? His words were very provocative, and the others were also moved and looked at Ji Yunlong, expecting how he would handle the situation. Ji Yunlong smiled awkwardly and coughed twice. Everyone, why don't you take a look at what the pill is first? Maybe it's not something important at all. Only then did everyone react. Yes, it's not yet determined what it is. Hui Yan unscrewed the cork, put it to his nose and smelled it. His face changed slightly. Heaven repairing pill. Yun Zhaitian, resurrection pill. Yi Xiaoxiao, Qi gathering pill. The scene suddenly became noisy. Everyone is familiar with these kinds of elixirs, and they can even be said to be well known. However, ordinary cultivators have only heard of them but have never seen them. Legend has it that the Butian pill can improve one's physical constitution, the Hui Hun pill can revive the dead, and having it is equivalent to having an extra life, and the Qi gathering pill is a magical medicine that can help one break through the Dan formation stage. This elixir should be shared by everyone who sees it. They can't just take it all. Yes, we are all here together, we can't be so unfair. The crowd was arguing nonstop, and they spontaneously came forward to surround the three people, staring at the medicine bottles in their hands with burning eyes. Someone tried to send a message to an elder using a mobile phone, but found that there was no signal and communication was impossible. Changqing also followed the crowd's movement, but his eyes fell on the body lying on the ground. That corpse, it seems a little drier than before? Moreover, the body had just been moved, but there was no trace of blood on the ground. He was killed with one blow and all his internal organs were damaged. Changqing was sure that the man spat out a large mouthful of blood when he flew backwards, but at this time, with the scattered light from the standing lamp and the flashlight, there was no trace on the ground. This is a bit strange. He was secretly alert. Of course, these things belong to whoever gets them. Yun Zai Tian raised his head and said proudly, "There are only 2 pills in each bottle. How do we divide them among ourselves?" Huayan also shook his head in disapproval. Yi Xiaoxiao had the lowest cultivation level among the 3, so she wisely did not speak at this time. Everyone, as Brother Hua said just now, each medicine bottle only contains 2 pills, which adds up to a total of only 6. This is totally not enough to share. Why don't we explore other places first and decide how to divide the spoils after we get out? How do you think that is? Ji Yunlong's voice came, and he proposed a compromise solution. Huayan nodded slightly after hearing this. There would be no result from making a fuss here, and delaying too long would affect subsequent exploration. What if they run away after we get out? I suggest that the collected spoils be handed over to someone for safekeeping. Some people were worried. Yes, why not let me keep it for you? I'm a disciple of Duobao Pavilion and I'm trustworthy and reliable. Bah! Duobao Pavilion is a profiteer. It's better to let us, Dada Omen, take care of it. Changqing watched them quarreling coldly, without any urge to join in. And finally, Huayan got tired of listening and snorted coldly, releasing the pressure of the late foundation building stage, and the field became quiet in an instant. We will keep the bottles and discuss this after they are distributed. If you are dissatisfied, please attack us directly. Although he was proud, he was not so arrogant that he could fight against many people alone, so he used the word "we" to pull the 2 people around him into his camp. Everyone entered the chicken house quietly. Of the 3 opponents can be said to be the strongest group, especially Huayan and Yun Zai Tian. One is in the late stage of foundation building and the other is in the middle stage. They are the top 2 in the entire team. Who would be so desperate as to attack them? Ahem, there may be better things coming up. Let's continue. Ji Yunlong broke the silence and organized everyone to continue searching in the hall. With the stimulation of the previous elixir, everyone's enthusiasm was much higher. At the same time, they were also more wary of strangers around them. During the search process, they unconsciously dispersed into several small groups. The people from Qingyun's sect were naturally together, and Yun Zai Tian followed Fang Yunyun and also walked with them. Huayan wanted to invite Yi Xiaoxiao to join. After all, her current strength should not be underestimated, but she refused. Soon, someone discovered that there were many secret doors on the walls around the hall, which revealed small rooms when opened. With a roar, everyone chose a room and rushed in. Chapter 129, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 10. Changqing followed several chi-refining practitioners into the room at the edge. There was nothing there except a skeleton lying on the ground. What bad luck! The man carrying the giant sword was unhappy and kicked the white bones in the middle of the room, sending them flying into the corner. The other 2 looked carefully but found nothing. He shook his head and prepared to leave the room. Changqing was originally walking at the end, but when he left the room he was walking in front. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he heard a strong wind behind him. With a scream, he turned around and saw that the skeleton had stood behind the man with the giant sword. At some point, the bloody bony hand pierced through his chest, and large amounts of blood fell to the ground. Brotherly! The practitioner holding a hammer nearby exclaimed, and the black hammer hit the skull's head like lightning. In an instant, the skeleton turned into powder. The other 2 stepped forward to support the big man, but saw that his face was black and he was only breathing out but not in. At this time, bursts of screams were heard outside. Without caring about anything else, several people quickly evacuated the room and walked into the hall. It turned out that people in other rooms were also attacked by the bones. Even though practitioners are accustomed to life and death, the strange situation still makes everyone turn pale and feel guilty. I want to quit. I don't want to continue. Someone said in a trembling voice. Ji Yunlong glanced at them and said, "You can withdraw, but you can't participate in the subsequent distribution of spoils." The person who wanted to quit hesitated again. If he quit at this time, he would gain nothing. Thinking of those high-level elixirs, he fell silent again. Forget it, just be careful when following the main force. Changqing counted them. Wow, now there are 7 fewer people, including those killed by Yun Zitian before. There are only 24 people left out of 32. Among the remaining 24 people, 2 were injured. I'm afraid we'll lose more manpower along the way. He also saw Fang Yun with a pale face being protected by Yun Zitian and Huayan. He also saw that Ji Xiaoxiao and Old Man Yi both had ugly expressions, and he thought that they were both feeling a little uneasy. The crowd couldn't find any other way, so they returned to the stone steps. After walking down a few hundred meters, there is another identical platform. Everyone couldn't help but feel relieved and walked safely through the long and narrow passage and came to a hall that was somewhat similar to the first floor. The same altar, the same strange statues of the 3 pure ones. The difference is that the 3 plates in front of the altar contain 3 spiritual weapons respectively. A long sword with a cold glow, a dark battle axe, and a red soft whip. With this level of experience, everyone knew without even looking that these 3 items were definitely not ordinary items. However, it went through a layer of plunder and killing. At this time, people with ordinary cultivation did not dare to step forward. He was afraid that he would be killed by someone with higher cultivation level if he wasn't careful. There was silence for a long moment. Someone then stood up and said, "Why don't we let the 3 people keep it? We'll distribute it all in the end anyway." Huayan and Yun Zitian walked out. Huayan picked up the long sword, and Yun Zitian chose the whip. However, Yi Xiaoxiao did not stand up this time. After hesitating for a moment, she stayed where she was. Seeing everyone looking at her, she shrugged nonchalantly, "I can't carry that axe." Everyone laughed. Everyone naturally understood her choice. After all, she was only in the initial stage of foundation building, and there were several others in the team who were in the initial stage. It would be unsafe if she was too conspicuous. In the end, Ji Yunlong asked his colleagues to take down the dark giant axe. Next is the room at the back. Since the shadow of the previous level is still there, many people are unwilling to explore it anymore. However, before everyone could decide whether to go and investigate, a creepy squeaking sound was heard. The doors of each room opened automatically, and the furnishings inside were displayed to everyone. Hiss! There was a surprised gasp. There was a pitch-black coffin placed in the middle of each room, and a hint of ominous air emanated from the coffin, but surprisingly, there were all kinds of items on the small shelf next to it, including books, various bottles and jars, and various decorations. This room looks like a guest room. The occupant inside was lying in the coffin. Everyone was shocked, but they felt a little warmed after seeing the items on the shelves. Huayan and Yun Zitian looked at each other unconvincingly, then they flashed and ran towards one of the rooms. The other practitioners in the foundation building stage no longer hesitated and each chose a room to enter. As soon as people entered, the stone door behind them closed automatically. The people outside were stunned, and they were even more afraid to enter the room afterwards. After a while, the sound of fighting was heard in the room. Boom! The stone door of one of the rooms was shattered by magic. The first one to come out was an old man in the foundation establishment stage. His face looked a little ugly, and there was a deadly black aura wrapped around his arms. He just walked to the center of the hall, ignored other people's questions, took a pill and started practicing qigong for treatment. Everyone looked towards the room he walked out of. The coffin had been shattered to pieces, revealing a half-rotten corpse lying on the ground. The chest of the corpse was deeply sunken and there were burn marks on the head, probably caused by the recent battle. "Senior son, was it the corpse in the coffin that attacked you?" Seeing that the old man had finished his treatment and stood up, a qigong practitioner stepped forward and asked. The old man called senior son nodded silently. Boom boom boom, several stone doors were smashed in succession, and all the monks who had entered the room ran out. Huayan and Yun Zitian had unchanged expressions and their clothes were clean, looking relaxed and at ease. The others, on the other hand, looked a bit disheveled. Several of them had wounds on their bodies, with black air lingering around their wounds. Everyone rushed forward to inquire about the situation, but the injured person had no time to answer. He took the medicine and sat down to practice his skills. It was obvious that Huayan and Yun Zitian were not easy to deal with, so no one dared to ask them, and so people gathered around Old Man Sunday. "Ghostly aura? Old son, you said that the corpse in the coffin has ghostly aura?" "Yes, I feel like I am fighting a ghost cultivator. Fortunately, my protective magic weapon can restrain ghost energy, otherwise," as he spoke, Lao Sun's voice became lower. "Senior son, what are those things on the shelf?" someone asked. Hey, senior, why don't you say anything? What can't you tell others? Seeing that Old Man Sun didn't speak for a long time, someone couldn't help but stepped forward and pushed him. However, Old Man Sun suddenly made a move, and his dry and wrinkled palm pierced directly through his chest. Awiawa, the huge scream attracted a lot of people's attention. Old Man Sun, what are you doing? Several people came forward with weapons drawn and surrounded him. However, Lao Sun seemed not to see it. He pulled out his bloody palm and suddenly screamed towards the sky. A thick black air emerged from his facial features following his strange cry. The other two injured monks suddenly jumped up, grabbed the people next to them and bit them. They have been controlled by evil spirits, stay away from them. A panicked voice sounded. Everyone fled in all directions. For a moment, the hall was in chaos. Snap! 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 Changqing took advantage of the chaos and slipped into one of the rooms. He was surrounded by black air and had one hand covering the coffin. There was a struggle inside the coffin, but it soon became quiet. A wisp of pure ghost energy was sucked out and merged into the black air around him. Changqing let out a breath when he felt his aura grow stronger. He followed the same procedure and went through all the remaining rooms, and finally felt that his state of mind had loosened. Not bad, some gains. Changqing felt something strange when he saw the half-rotten corpse for the first time. It didn't look like a rotting human body, but rather like flesh and blood growing on the bones. That hint of ghostly aura made him even more certain that this must be some secret method of ghost cultivation to reshape the body. Of course, you should not refuse the cultivation resources that are offered to you. When Changqing returned to the hall with satisfaction, it was empty and there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. He moved and floated away like a ghost. Chapter 130, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 11. The remaining dozen or so people in the team were discussing whether to continue exploring on the second-floor circular platform. He held his breath and walked over with heavy steps. Who? The crowd immediately became alert and someone shouted. It's me. I just bumped into the wall and passed out, so I'm late. A trembling old voice was heard, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Are you hurt? Ji Yunlong asked. Hearing these words, everyone became nervous again. The shadow of the injured person in the hall just now suddenly attacking others was not far away. I'm not injured. I can wait here for 10 minutes before going over. The figure in the darkness stopped and did not move forward. So, everyone continued to discuss. Changqing listened carefully. There were only more than 10 people left, and they were divided into two factions. One faction is mainly composed of people with high cultivation level. They advocate continuing exploration because they have gained something from the previous two levels, so they expect that the next level will not be in vain. The other faction was mainly composed of chi refining practitioners. Practitioners at this level suffered the greatest losses, and they were the ones who caused most of the deaths, so they advocated withdrawing now. And then everyone divided the spoils and went back home. The two parties had almost the same number of people, and they were unable to reach a consensus on the dispute for a while. Damn it, each floor is more dangerous than the previous one. Why go down there? To be cannon fodder? I'm not going. A big man got angry when he saw that the argument was not going to be resolved. He cursed and walked away. Yes, I have lost my life, and I can't enjoy any treasures. I want to quit too. The crowd began to stir. Treasures are good, but life is more important, especially after the second level. Most of the dead were chi refining practitioners. This has caused many people to feel a sense of crisis, and no one wants to become the cannon fodder of the next level. Seeing that several people were about to go back, Ji Yunlong shouted, "Don't leave!" With a flash of his body, he was already blocking the way in front. If we withdraw now and send a message to the sect, and they wait for us to get what we want, then wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Yes, the cultivator who advocated continued exploration also reacted. They all stepped forward to stop him. If someone were to withdraw at this time, and they called on the family ancestors or the elders of the sect, they would not have a share of the things they obtained. Ji Yunlong, what are you doing? We said you can quit at any time. What does this mean? The big man asked loudly. Ji Yunlong sighed. If there is no harvest on the first or second floor, everyone can quit at will, but now. He looked at Yun Zaitian and Huiyan. Now we have a lot of harvest, and it is a harvest that those old guys will covet, so we must be careful. After hearing Ji Yunlong's words, the big man also understood. I'm afraid I can't leave now. How can others believe that you won't send people to rob you? Those elixirs and weapons are not ordinary items. It is absolutely true that our ancestors would be excited when they see them. Thinking of this, the big man couldn't help but feel a little weak. After hesitating for a long time, he finally retreated back to the team. He had no doubt that if he insisted on quitting, he would be killed. It's still my fault that my cultivation is too low. Old man, come here too, let's go down together. Before leaving, Ji Yunlong did not forget to call Changqing. Seeing his unsteady steps and weak breath, everyone did not suspect anything. Only Yi Xiaoxiao looked at it twice more, but didn't say much. The group continued to go down, and after walking several hundred meters, they finally reached the third platform. Surprisingly, the stairs don't end there. This ancient tomb actually has more than 3 floors. This discovery shocked everyone, and even Changqing found it a little strange. This structure reminded him of a pagoda he had seen in a certain world, but he wondered if it also had 9 floors. But he was not curious, because curiosity was a very dangerous thing. Same platform, same narrow passage, but the moment everyone stepped out of the passage, they were stunned by the scene before them. This is not an underground tomb, it is clearly a small village full of life. Before my eyes there are small bridges and flowing water, villagers working on the land on both sides of the river. Rising smoke from cooking fires, and children with yellow hair and weeping. What's going on? There was confusion, vigilance, and fear on everyone's faces. We have guests coming, someone shouted, and the villagers stopped what they were doing and moved their tables and chairs to the square. You have come from afar, please take a seat first, the banquet will be ready soon. The village chief with white beard came out with a smile on his face. Children in festive attire also came over and looked at the crowd in curiosity. Father, what village are you from? You are so warm and hospitable. When Changqing sat down, he heard someone chatting with the old village chief. This village has no name, but most of the villagers have the surname Jia, so some people call us Jia village. Ha, Jiatsuan, I'm afraid it's a fake village and fake people. This situation only made Changqing think of one word, that is ghost realm. However, this ghost domain can actually cover so many people at the same time. There must be a ghost king level existence behind it. He looked at the hostess and her group sitting at the opposite table of Fang Yunyan's face turned pale, while Wei Yan and Yun Zaitian also looked solemn, without the relaxed look they had in the previous 2 episodes. Not just them, almost everyone had a grim look on their faces, and some of the low-level chi refiners were even shaking in their hands and feet. The official one seemed more relaxed, but he just sat at the table without saying a word. Senior, can I sit here? While observing, a polite female voice sounded. Changqing turned his head and saw Yi Xiaoxiao, an old man, he standing beside him, seemingly waiting for his answer. His face had changed, so he wasn't worried about them recognizing him. Take a seat, please feel free. Yi Xiaoxiao always felt that the person in front of her was a little familiar, but when she looked closely, she found that he was a complete stranger, and she was a little surprised. She was about to test it out, but she found that the person opposite her had closed his eyes and was taking a nap. The words of inquiry got stuck in my throat. Yi Xiaoxiao has been practicing with Changqing, so she is naturally familiar with the ghost realm, and therefore knows more about its dangers. After a while, the wine and food were served. There were all meat dishes, including pig heads, pig trotters, pig hearts, and pig blood. It seemed as if the table was filled with all the parts of a pig. The wine was also reddish wine, which even had a faint fishy smell in the wineglass. This weird food coupled with this weird scene, who the hell dares to eat it? The village chief stepped forward and gave a toast, but when he saw that none of the guests raised their glasses, his expression changed. Could it be that the distinguished guest finds the wine and drinks too shallow? As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers looked over. The look was no longer hospitable and kind, but filled with anger, unwillingness, and murderous intent. There was silence. Chapter 131, The Supernatural Dimension, Not Being a Female Lead. Goldfinger, 12, Finally someone couldn't stand it anymore. I'm going to fight you. A Qigong practitioner suddenly jumped up, waved his hand, and countless explosive talismans flew towards the surrounding villagers. His face was full of madness and hideousness, as if he was a devil from hell. Changqing knew that he was just a coward. Although he looked ferocious, his legs were trembling slightly. It's like a dog that suddenly encounters a leopard. Although it barks loudly, it is actually really scared. Boom! The huge explosion raised a large cloud of dust. Everyone stood up and gathered together. It was undoubtedly safer to be close to people with strong cultivation at this time, so Hui Yan's table was surrounded by practitioners who came to explore. Changqing also followed the crowd, but he started slowly, so he just stood on the periphery, intentionally or unintentionally. This is the location closest to the entrance. Yi Xiaoxiao, an old man, did not squeeze in, but stood closely against him. Changqing glanced at her and felt a little strange. However, he soon lost interest in this. matter. After a loud explosion, the dust settled. The scene before my eyes had changed. The clean tables and chairs became rotten, the sumptuous dishes became moldy and smelly, and even the red wine in the wine glasses turned into sticky black blood, emitting a fishy stench. Vomit. A female cultivator couldn't stand the disgusting scene and vomited on the spot. He, since the guests disliked the food here, why not become the food here? The old village chief's hoarse voice sounded, with a hint of teasing. Half of his face was now peeled off, revealing the white bones underneath. His clean and neat clothes were now stained with black blood, as if he had crawled out of a pile of blood like the villagers around him. He also exuded a wisp of black energy. With a strange howl, the villagers rushed over with a bloody gust of wind. Everyone concentrated and held their breath, ready for battle. Everyone, please hold out for a while I use my magic weapon to break this ghost realm. Yun Zai Tian's voice was heard. He was seen sitting cross-legged at this moment, with a talisman shining with golden light floating in front of him. He took a deep breath and continued to inject spiritual energy into it. As the spiritual energy was injected, the golden light on the talisman became brighter. This is a real talisman. Everyone showed envy on their faces. This type of talisman contains the spiritual power of a Jindan cultivator. When used with full strength, it is comparable to a Jindan attack, but it has a limited number of uses. Often, some large sects or ancestors of aristocratic families with profound heritage will give such talismans to their disciples, which can help them repel the enemy and save their lives at critical moments. It seems that this battle is going to be dangerous. Young Master Yun even took out the true spirit talisman before the crowd had time to think. They started fighting with the villagers who were rushing towards them. For a moment, all kinds of roars, collisions, and screams mixed together, and the whole scene was like Shrek. Everyone held hope in their hearts that as long as they could break through this ghost realm, the crisis before them would disappear. But after a long time, Yun Zai Tian's talisman was still not released. When he turned around, he noticed that the talisman had fallen into Ji Yunlong's hands at some point. Yun Zai Tian looked listless, with one arm hanging limply at his side, obviously seriously injured. Ha! What a great Yun family! They are willing to give the younger generation the exquisite armor to protect themselves. Ji Yunlong laughed wildly, and wisps of black air in his hand were constantly contaminating the talisman. Standing behind him were the two subordinates he brought with him, both of whom had black energy wrapped around their hands. You actually colluded with the evil spirits. As soon as Yun Zai Tian finished speaking, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Fong Yunyun quickly helped him sit down and gave him some healing pills. Ji Yunlong and his companions did not try to stop them. With a wave of their hands, the three of them simultaneously attacked Huiyan, who was guarding Fong Yunyun. Among this group of people, only Huiyan has reached the late foundation building stage. As long as he is taken down, the others will not be a problem. Seeing the 3 people attacking, Huiyan's face turned cold. You are only in the initial stage of foundation building, and you dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers. His figure floated and disappeared in an instant. With a flash of cold light, 3 heads fell to the ground with a clatter, but strangely, the 3 people did not fall down, and no blood spurted out of the port. As thick black smoke rolled up, the 3 people grew new heads out of thin air. These ghosts are impossible to kill. Others who were fighting against the ghost villagers also discovered this situation and screamed in despair. Huiyan's face was as cold as ice. He pointed his toes and flew into the air. The aura of the late foundation building period spread out, filling the entire ghost domain. A small spiritual sword appeared in front of him, and with the help of a magic spell, it instantly turned into millions of swords. Go! With a light shout, thousands of spiritual swords flew out in all directions, bringing with them a strong sense of oppression and stirring up a gust of wind. Sizzle, as if the sound of glass breaking was heard. The ghosts that had been attacking people, along with the tables and chairs, disappeared in an instant. The ghost realm is broken. Huiyan showed a proud look on his face, and the others were also ecstatic. No one noticed the flash of black energy across Changqing's hanging hand. After calming down, everyone could see the scene clearly. The hall is the same as the first and second floors, with floor lamps emitting a light green light. As well as a huge sarcophagus lies in the center of the hall. Ji Yunlong and the other 2 were crawling in front of the sarcophagus at this moment. A wisp of black air flowed from their mouths to the gap in the lid of the sarcophagus. The whole scene was extremely weird. For a moment, everyone held their breath and dared not act rashly. Changqing sensed it briefly and knew that the person lying in the sarcophagus was a ghost king level being. He looked at the remaining 9 people on his side and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Yun Zai Tian was injured. Huiyan was also exhausted, and together with Yi Xiaoxiao and another person who was building the foundation, the rest were practicing qi. Disaster. He didn't count himself in it. After all, strictly speaking, he is still a ghost cultivator. Apart from his accomplice in the sarcophagus, he can be considered a fellow cultivator, besides, fighting on the same team as the heroine and her true love? He didn't dare to think about that scene. Thinking of this, he quietly took 2 steps back, otherwise, just run away unexpectedly. As soon as he made the slightest movement, 2 pairs of eyes came looking over at him. Wei Xiaoxiao and Yun Zai Tian. Wei Xiaoxiao was somewhat concerned about this person because of the strange sense of familiarity. Yun Zai Tian was a little curious because he had reminded him before. Damn it, Changqing stopped where he was. I, an old man, feel a little dizzy, he said with a smile. It's probably too late to leave in this situation. Huiyan snorted coldly and looked towards the passage they came from. At some point, the entrance to the passage had been covered by thick black air, which kept rolling like a tornado, making people's hearts palpitate. Changqing thought to himself, it's because you can't get out. Even that ghost door is like a piece of paper to him. At this time, the black gas in the sarcophagus became stronger, and the coffin lid could also make a creaking sound when it moved. Here we come. 3 explosive talismans flew towards the 3 people crawling in front of the sarcophagus. Yun Zai Tian had been ambushed by these 3 people before, and now he had finally recovered. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? He wanted to kill all 3 people with one move. Boom, there was a huge explosion, but there was no blood or flesh flying around. Chapter 132, The Supernatural Dimension. Not being a female lead. Goldfinger. 13. When the smoke cleared, they saw that the lid of the several-meter-long sarcophagus had actually flown out, blocking the explosion from the 3 people. Sitting on the top of the sarcophagus was a young man with an evil face and a strong aura. Ghost King level. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Even Huiyan couldn't maintain a calm expression at this moment. He had no confidence at all when facing the Ghost King level. He looked at Yun Zaitian next to him, and the 2 of them couldn't help but move closer and block Fang Yun behind them. This is not the time to be upset, or you may lose your life if you are not careful. Changqing didn't expect that the big boss here was actually the Ghost King Ji Yan. However, the moment Changqing saw him, he felt relieved. He was only in the middle stage of Ghost King Dai. In the original plot, the Ghost King Ji Yan was attacked by the Jindan Patriarch and was seriously injured. He was then picked up by Fang Yun, and they developed feelings for each other. Changqing was very curious about what kind of results would come out of this fateful encounter in such a scenario. Obviously, due to the lack of the plot of being rescued and warned, Ji Yan did not feel anything towards Fang Yun at this moment. No, I just took a few more glances at the woman who was protected by 2 male cultivators behind her, and that was all. He glanced at the crowd coldly and said, since you have come to my G mansion, just stay. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful aura of the Ghost King fell on everyone. Those with low cultivation base couldn't hold on at all, and fell to their knees with a thud. Senior Ghost King, we have mistakenly entered this place and disturbed your meditation. We are very sorry. I am willing to leave my magic weapon and elixir, but I only ask you, Someone immediately begged for mercy, but before he could finish his words, Ji Yan grabbed him through the air. A large hand surrounded by black air grabbed his neck, and in less than 3 seconds, only a piece of skin was left on the man, and he was thrown to the ground with a snap and noisy. Ji Yan shook his hands, which were not stained with any blood, looking nonchalant. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. You know, the person who was sucked dry just now was only at the initial stage of foundation building, and he was gone without any power to resist. Such an opponent was really despairing. Ji Yan did not miss the frightened expressions on everyone's faces. He swept his eyes around and finally stopped at Fang Yun. That woman, come here. He pointed with an interested look on his face. Destroying something that others protect and cherish will undoubtedly bring him greater joy. If Fang Yun never thought that she would be targeted. Her face turned pale and her beautiful almond eyes were filled with tears. She held tightly onto Huiyan and Yun Zaitian, who were standing in front of her. Her feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, and she did not dare to move at all. Changqing looked at the scene in front of him leisurely. In this life, the heroine embarked on a different path of cultivation. Practicing in a large sect, naturally there are not many opportunities to encounter ghost kings, demon kings, etc. However, as it stands now, she is still attractive to the Ghost King. Isn't it interesting? Yi Xiaoxiao didn't know when she moved next to him and whispered. Changqing noticed her expression of not being afraid of the high stage when watching a play and did not respond to her. Maybe they noticed his move to break the ghost realm and guessed his identity. It doesn't matter now in this situation. On the other side, Ji Yan had no patience at all. Seeing that his words had no effect, he simply conjured up a huge ghost hand and grabbed it. A scarlet glow emerged. The ghost hand with black air grabbed the light, making a burning sound. Junzai Tian pointed his finger to the sky, and a ray of red light came out from the spiritual ring on his ring finger, forming a protective shield that enveloped the few people. Everyone, come together. Don't hesitate if you want to live today. Huiyen shouted loudly, his aura surged, and he pointed his toes slightly, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Ji Yen. The man was in midair, but his figure changed again, splitting into three and stabbing from three different angles. 1 She becomes three pure ones. This is an authentic Shinmen technique. Everyone saw the Ghost King's brutality, and now that someone stood up, everyone rushed to take action. Those with low cultivation naturally didn't dare to get close, but they still had all kinds of talismans and magic weapons, which they threw at Ji Yen all at once. Suddenly, explosions were heard in the hall, and flashes of fire and sword light appeared from time to time. Changqing also followed the crowd and threw a few talismans. He was thinking about the possibility of absorbing Ji Yen. Ghost cultivators cannot absorb those of their own kind who have higher cultivation levels than themselves. This is the rule of this world, and now that his cultivation has reached the peak of the early stage of Ghost King, he must make a breakthrough if he wants to absorb him. Thinking of this, Changqing turned his gaze to Ji Yunlong and the other two standing behind the sarcophagus. The ghostly aura in them is quite strong. I think they are practicing some secret ghost cultivation method. Now they are half ghost and half human. Ji Yunlong, could it be that they are all from the Ji family, a 1,000-year-old Shinmen family? Ji Yunlong and others watched the Ghost King's battle with relaxed smiles on their faces. They didn't seem to be worried that the Ghost King would fail. When Changqing's gaze fell on them, Ji Yunlong returned a provocative smile. However, Changqing's reaction surprised them. He took out an unknown magic weapon, and his whole body was instantly covered with a layer of white light. He kept taking steps backwards, and finally turned around and rushed into the passage. The ghost door blocked his movement, but he still managed to rush out after exerting some strength. This treasure can actually ignore the obstacles of ghost energy. Everyone's expression changed. Even Ji Yen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. You guys, go and capture him back. He shouted to Ji Yunlong and others. Yes. Several people followed and rushed out. Everyone wanted to stop a few people, but Ji Yen stopped them. That man is only practicing qi, he can't bring any help. You guys, stop struggling. Blocking a magic weapon with his hand, Ji Yen spoke leisurely. Everyone felt miserable. Even if the qi cultivating cultivator has a magic weapon to protect himself, he would probably be in great danger when facing three foundation building cultivators. However, some people are also envious. At least they don't have to face the brutal Ghost King, right? Changqing didn't know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, he had already reached the platform at the stone steps and stopped. Ha 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 ha, this old guy must have fainted again. Ji Yunlong laughed, the other two also laughed. They all remembered the old man who was knocked unconscious and fell behind on the second floor, but they didn't expect that he actually had two magic weapons on him. It's such a waste of resources. That old man. Leave the magic weapon here obediently, and we can keep your soul for reincarnation. Ji Yunlong leaned forward and stretched out his hand to grab Changqing. He had a smug smile on his face, as if the old man would kneel down and beg for mercy at the next moment. Only the imagined scene did not appear. With one claw, it was like grabbing air, and the figure in front of him gradually became blurred. Hearing a cold snort in his ear, he knew something was wrong and shouted help. Before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. A bony hand passed through his back. In the jade-like bony palm was his heart, which was still beating slightly. He felt that the ghost energy in his body had disappeared at that moment, just like a stream flowing into the sea, without any ripples. The other two people who had just rushed halfway turned around and were about to escape, but were caught by two ghostly hands. In the blink of an eye, they melted in the black air. Fortunately, I didn't waste a top-grade golden talisman. Changqing sighed. After quickly setting up a formation, he sat down on the spot and practiced his skills. Thick black air lingered around him, submerging his entire body. The black gas continued to roll, mixed with creepy cries, but all of this was blocked by the formation. From a distance, one could only see the horror like the abyss. Changqing felt the surging force constantly hitting the bottleneck, and felt that layer of shackles becoming thinner and more brittle under the constant impact, until finally with a bang, it shattered into specks of starlight. He did not stop there, but guided this power to travel through countless large circles before slowly retracting his strength and absorbing all the surging ghost energy into his body. Ghost King middle stage, done. Chapter 133, The Supernatural Dimension, Not Being a Female Lead. Goldfinger, 14, well. The most important person is finally going to show up at the critical moment. When Changqing appeared in the third-floor lobby again, he had completely changed his appearance, surrounded by a violent ghost aura. His entire figure was almost impossible to see clearly. His gaze, which seemed to be real, swept across and made both sides in the battlefield startled. Another Ghost King. Changqing saw the situation of the battle clearly at a glance. The low-level monks on the field were lying all over the ground, with a faint black aura covering their bodies. Yi Xiaoxiao was stationed with a sword, transferring spiritual power into Old Man Ye's body to help him resist the ghost energy that was constantly spreading towards his heart meridian. Fang Yunyun fell in the corner, her face as pale as gold paper, with a large pool of blood beside her. Yun Zai-Tian and Huiyan seemed to have activated some secret technique, and their aura had actually reached the golden core level. At this time, they were constantly attacking Ji Yan. The ghostly aura around Ji Yan also dimmed a lot, and he seemed to be unable to withstand the attacks of the two. Seeing Changqing show up, Yun Zai-Tian and Huiyan became even more anxious. Huiyan spat a mouthful of blood on the spirit sword. His momentum suddenly surged. His long sleeves fluttered and the sword blew in gusts. Ji Yan was caught off guard and was broken through by his ghost defense and was directly slashed on the arm by the sword. Court death. His face was as cold as frost, and he slapped back with his backhand, but Yun Zai-Tian blocked it with all his strength. Ji Yan really didn't expect that the two young men in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. All kinds of magic weapons and talismans appeared one after another, and he even took out several life talismans that were comparable to the attack of a golden elixir. Finally, he activated the secret method and raised his cultivation to the golden elixir level. I had originally planned to hold on for a while and then take his life once the secret spell expired, but I didn't expect to get hurt instead. My fellow Taoist, come and give me a hand. He shouted to Changqing. However, the ghost cultivator opposite didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. His eyes, which were glowing red in the thick air, darkened, and the surging ghost energy turned into a tornado that swept through the people who fell to the ground. When the wind died down, the evil spirits from those people had been completely absorbed, and the chaotic look in his eyes gradually became clear. Master. When the ghostly aura dissipated, Yi Xiaoxiao could see the person's appearance clearly, and she was surprised and happy. Senior. Old Master Yi had just been rescued and struggled to stand up. Ji Yan's heart sank. He didn't expect that the ghost cultivator who came actually had such a relationship with the people from Shenmen. Yun Zai-Tian and Huiyan were overjoyed. If he was Yi Xiaoxiao's master, he would surely help her fight the enemy. Senior, it was this ghost king who injured Mr. Yi. Please help to suppress this beast. Huiyan spoke quickly. You and I are both ghost cultivators. Don't you want to help Xianmen destroy the passage? Ji Yan also spoke quickly. However, Changqing's reaction was beyond the expectations of both parties. He walked slowly forward, took out a jade stool, and sat down against the wall. Yi Xiaoxiao and Old Man Yi also hurried over and stood by. You all have a point. I'm in a dilemma. He spread his hands and said, then I will just not help either of you. Go ahead and pretend I don't exist. Everyone was stunned. If he won't help either side, then why is he here? Just for the theater? No one believed it, but at this moment, neither side had much time to think about these things, and the battle between life and death did not allow for any negligence. Both sides were worried that the bystanders would change their minds and help the other side, so they played all their cards and fought fiercely. Master, you are the old man from before, right? Master, is there something wrong with the medicine I got? Master, where did you go before? Where are those people who chased you? Are they all dead? Yi Xiaoxiao felt very relieved at this moment, and asked Changqing a million questions, which made Changqing's head hurt. Tell me about your training progress. Yi Xiaoxiao was speechless instantly. On the other side, the battle has entered a fierce stage. Ji Yan also became ruthless. Countless skulls surrounded his body, making sharp cries that made people feel very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the ghostly aura and spit out blood while in the air. There are clouds in the sky. He flew dozens of meters in the air, hit a stone wall, and fell to the ground. Before he could get up, he vomited blood again. In the sky. Fang Yunyun quickly ran over and helped him up. How are you feeling? She took out the medicine bottle and reached out to inject spiritual power into his body. After a long while, Yun Zaiqian finally recovered a little. Changqing was talking to Yi Xiaoxiao when he suddenly felt a malicious gaze. He turned around and saw Yun Zai-Tian's distorted face. I don't know whether this malice is directed at him or Yi Xiaoxiao. This reminded Changqing of a sentence. The enemy's strength is certainly despairing, but the passers-by watching are even more hateful, but it has nothing to do with him anyway. The original plot is from the heroine's perspective, mainly describing Yun Zai Tian's infatuation and his willingness to abandon the Yun family for the heroine Dai and the rare memories of the original owner. He didn't actually have much impression of Yun Zai Tian. Bang! Another loud noise was heard. Hui Yen leaned on his sword and retreated dozens of steps. Big brother! Fang Yun screamed again. It's so noisy. Seeing that Chang Qing really had no intention of intervening, Ji Yan felt relieved and used the Ghost King's magical powers. Sure enough, both opponents were injured in no time. Seeing that the woman was so annoying, he suddenly jumped up and pounced on her. The strong pressure from the Ghost King was overwhelming. Although Fang Yun was holding a sword in her hand seemed to be out of control and she couldn't stab at all. Two figures rushed over and blocked Ji Yan's attack. Hui Yen and Yun Zaiqian worked together to save Fang Yun. Once again, another round of fighting broke out, but now Ji Yan has completely gained the upper hand, and Hui Yen and Yun Zaiqian seem to be somewhat overwhelmed. How touching! Chang Qing was watching the play with great interest. Chapter 134, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 15. Fang Yun suddenly walked up to Chang Qing, her face full of tears, and she knelt down weakly. Please help them, seniors, for the sake of. She was stuck for a moment and didn't know how to continue. She had originally said this because they were both from the righteous Shenmen sect, but when she thought about the fact that the other person was a ghost cultivator, she couldn't continue. Do you think I should take action against our fellow ghost cultivators just for the sake of your righteous Shenmen? Chang Qing sneered. His words made Fang Yun's face turn red and white. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing Chang Qing's face darken, she stood up awkwardly. However, she did not give up. She turned around and spoke to Yi Xiaoxiao and Old Man Yi. Grandpa Yi, Xiaoxiao, the Hua family and the Yi family are old friends. Can you bear to watch him perish? Mr. Yi snorted coldly. The Yi family and the Hua family were indeed old friends in the past, but after the Hua family broke off the engagement 2 years ago, the two families only had a superficial relationship. Besides, with the ability of the grandfather and grandson, they can't help much. Yi Xiaoxiao had no good impression of Fang Yun. Fang Yun, your cultivation is not bad, and you are a disciple of a big sect, so you must have more magic weapons than us. Why don't you go up? Seeing Fang Yun's several true lovers fighting to the death, Yi Xiaoxiao almost died of laughter. Is this something she can get involved in? At this time, the battle scene changed again. Yun Zaiqian had his hair disheveled and looked mad. His entire face was deformed, with the corners of his mouth split all the way to his ears, and his eyes became narrow and long, flashing green light. His aura swept away the previous decline, and he was not inferior to the Ghost King. This is demonized. The Yin family has a unique way of improving their strength, using special pills refined from demon elixirs to greatly enhance combat effectiveness after taking them. This is also an important way for the Yun family members to save their lives. However, the price of becoming a demon is the loss of life. Chang Qing narrowed his eyes. It seems that Jin Zai Tian is going to fight to the death. On the other side, Wei Yan spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler, but his aura also increased greatly. The spirit sword made a continuous buzzing sound, and it seemed that it could fly out of his hand at any time and take someone's head 100 miles away. The two of them didn't even look at each other, but rushed forward tacitly. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous roars were heard, and those with low cultivation could not bear the roar of the sound at all. Blood oozed from the cracks in their hands that covered their ears. Half a minute later, the ghost energy dissipated, revealing a human figure. Ji Yan's breath was greatly reduced. Although no specific scars could be seen, it was not difficult to tell from his face that he was seriously injured in the fight. He paused, trying to gather his ghost energy again, but he only felt stars flashing before his eyes. He took several steps back before he could stand firm. When Yun Zai Tian saw this, he was overjoyed. His body shook, and a gust of evil wind rose from the ground, and his mutated claws like steel attacked Ji Yan's face. Careful! Hui Yan glanced and saw the smile on Ji Yan's lips. He shouted quickly, and the spiritual sword with a white glow pierced out like a stream of light. Ji Yan leaned back to avoid Yun Zaitian's attack, and the ghost energy that had not been condensed before suddenly appeared behind Yun Zaitian. A ghostly sword. Phew! The ghost sword pierced Yun Zaitian's body, and Hui Yan's spirit sword also arrived in front of him at this time. The dense ghost energy formed a small shield to block the spiritual sword, making a sound of clashing swords. Ah ha 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 ha! I won. Ji Yan laughed out loud. However, the next moment, disbelief appeared in his eyes. Yun Zaitian, who was hit by the ghost sword, had actually been behind him at some point. The violent demonic energy exploded, and a demon claw broke through his defense and inserted into the most concentrated ghost energy, breaking it up, crushing it, and causing it to dissipate. Ahem. Ji Yan supported himself on the ground with his hands and coughed repeatedly. On the other side, Yun Zai Tian's weird appearance had faded away, and he fell to the ground covered with wounds. His faint breathing proved that he was still alive. Hui Yan sat against the wall with a pale face. The spirit sword had fallen to the side. He moved his fingers slightly to respond to the spirit sword, but only caused the sword to tremble slightly. Junior sister Fong, Hui Yan's voice was extremely weak. Fong Yun came back to her senses and quickly ran over. Go kill him. I have a lightning spell in my bag. Thunder is the nemesis of ghosts. For the extremely weak Ghost King at this moment, he can be killed by simply using thunder spells. Ha, you want to kill the Ghost King with just a few spells? Ji Yan's cold voice was heard, and Fong Yun was so scared that she stopped her hand that was trying to cast the talisman. Junior sister, don't be afraid. He is now at the end of his strength and has no power to fight back. Ahem. After Hui Yan finished speaking, he coughed rapidly again. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Fong Yun hurried forward to support him. Don't worry about me, kill him first. Hui Yan's voice became stern. He used the secret method, and it would be difficult for him to raise his spiritual power for at least a few months. However, the ghost cultivator on the opposite side was already of higher level, so he would recover faster. After some persuasion, Fong Yun finally picked up the thunder talisman, but facing Ji Yan's pale face, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Brother, let's forget about it. I think he's seriously injured. Cough cough. Hui Yan spat out a large mouthful of blood. Changqing almost laughed out loud. In the original plot, the original owner once asked the heroine to help investigate his death after helping her to improve her cultivation level. Fong Yun also advised him, so what did Hui Yan say at that time? He said Yun is a kind-hearted person, unlike some people who have complicated minds and are full of hatred. This kindness backfired on me and I even vomited blood. Seeing that Fong Yun could not be relied upon, Hui Yan looked at other people. Everyone, killing this Ghost King is a great achievement. It will be a short time before you become famous in the Xian world. Then you have to make sure you can kill me and survive the pursuit of the ghost soldiers and generals in the future. Ji Yan's sinister voice sounded. Everyone looked at each other and no one moved. They are all qi cultivating monks. They will naturally resist if their lives are threatened, but at this moment they want to escape from this place rather than become enemies. Changqing was enjoying the show when he suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching. A truly magical talisman, he reacted immediately. Yun Zai Tian and Hui Yan both used the True Spirit Talisman, which contained a trace of the old ancestors' cultivation, and its consumption would definitely be sensed. So are people from the Yun family and the Qing Yun sect coming. The three breaths came so quickly, they arrived at the entrance of the passage almost at the same time. The ghost energy gate had become much thinner after Ji Yan was seriously injured. At this moment, under the pressure of the Jindan ancestor, it disappeared in an instant. However, as soon as the three of them entered the hall, they saw the hall filled with ghostly aura. Before they could even cast a spell, they felt countless bone hands whistling towards them, carrying endless murderous intent. All three of them were hundreds of years old, and one could tell from the attack that they were opponents at least at the Ghost King level. No one dared to be negligent at the moment, and each took action to keep it out. With just this obstruction, they felt a whirlwind passing by, and a powerful aura rushed out of the passage and escaped directly. Chase. An old man with a white beard had just taken a step when he was stopped by a middle-aged scholar next to him. Yunqi, you don't want to live anymore, right? How dare you stop me? The middle-aged scholar called Yunqi was not angry, but spoke in a friendly voice. Elder Zhou, instead of chasing that ghost, I think it is better to save your Qing Yun sect's eldest disciple first. At this time, the overwhelming black air had dissipated, and there was no trace of ghosts in the hall. Elder Zhou followed the direction he pointed and saw Hui Yan sitting on the ground, looking weak. Another middle-aged man with a short beard had helped Yun Zaitian up and stuffed a pill into his mouth. Elder Zhou quickly dodged over, fed Hui Yan a pill, and then injected spiritual power into him. Thank you, Elder. Hui Yan's voice was weak, just like an ordinary person who had suffered a serious illness. Chapter 135, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. 16. Half a year later, when Changqing appeared in the Yi family again, he was already in the late stage of Ghost King. Master, have you made a breakthrough? Yi Xiaoxiao was inexplicably surprised. The late stage of Ghost King is the ceiling of this world, coupled with the Ghost Cultivator's already unpredictable powers. There is probably no one in this world who can kill him. Mr. Yi also stepped forward to congratulate. Only then did Changqing discover that Grandpa Yi had also established his foundation. After a long talk, Mr. Yi was filled with emotion. I never thought I could build a foundation at my age. At this moment, his lifespan has been extended to more than 200 years. He has time to look for more opportunities. If he is lucky, there is hope of obtaining the golden elixir. Yi Xiaoxiao took out the elixir she obtained in the underground palace. Master, can you please tell me if this chi gathering pill is real? There was a gleam of excitement and worry in her eyes. The chi gathering pill was a magical pill that could help one break through to the golden elixir stage. If this thing was real, then the trip to the ancient tomb could be said to be a fruitful one. At the same time, she couldn't help but worry. If this thing was real, the Yi family would have no peace in the future. How many cultivators have spent their entire lives trying to break through to the golden core? They would probably do anything for this pill. Changqing took it and smelled it, and a fresh spiritual energy came to his face, but there was also a faint hint of ghostly energy mixed in it. If he had not already broken through to the late stage, he would not have been able to sense it at all. He placed his palm above the mouth of the bottle, and soon a wisp of black gas floated out of the bottle and was absorbed into his palm. As soon as the white jade-like palm closed, the black air dissipated. This pill was indeed a trap, but it's all right now. He pushed the medicine bottle over and said calmly. Although Changqing spoke calmly, Yi Xiaoxiao was shocked. This pill smells full of spiritual power and in every aspect is no different from the chi-gathering pills refined by the major sections. Who would have known that there was actually ghost energy hidden in it? What will happen if you accidentally take it? She thought of Ji Yunlong and his two half-human, half-ghost subordinates, and was afraid that would be the result. Fortunately, Master is here. Thank you, Master. She quickly took the medicine bottle and carefully placed it in a metal box. Afterwards, several people talked about the follow-up events of the ancient tomb that day. After Changqing took Ji Yan away, the three Shin Men ancestors each saved their own juniors. No one cared about the other young cultivators, and those who were still alive left on their own, who would dare to mention the matter of dividing things with the Jindan patriarch. Huiyen took out the pill and showed it to the ancestor, who immediately discovered that there was something wrong with the pill, so no one worried about the pill. Although several ancestors were somewhat skeptical about Yi Xiaoxiao's decision to take Gue Xiu as her master, what she learned was the authentic Shenmen mental method, and she had once been an outer disciple of Qing Yun's sect. Therefore, we didn't bother them anymore and just let them go. Yi Xiaoxiao felt a little regretful that those spiritual weapons were finally divided up by Qing Yun's sect and the Yun family, but old man Yi was quite open-minded about it. Just get out alive, he said. Besides, it was not without gain. He looked at the metal box, which contained medicine for breaking through the golden elixir stage. By the way, Senior, this is the information about the Yun family you requested. Mr. Yi took out a hard drive and a large box of paper materials. We don't have much contact with the family, so it's difficult to conduct an in-depth investigation. Changqing sent a message half a year ago asking them to collect information about the Yun family. In the past 6 months, they have not gained nothing. I know that. Changqing put away the information and disappeared into the sky in a flash of light. With the confirmation of these materials, Changqing finally pieced together the situation of the Yun family. The Yun family is one of the 4 great Tianshi families in China, and its heritage has been passed down for thousands of years. At present, the total number of people in the Yun family's main family and branch families exceeds 10,000. Although they are called the Heavenly Master family, similar to the Yi family, the Yun family's family businesses are spread all over the country and involve multiple fields. However, even the Yun family's cultivation talent is still a scarce resource. Every year, the main family of the Yun family selects talented children from each branch family for training, helping them to open their minds and practice. These people are also the future backbone of the Yun family. For the branch family, it is undoubtedly the greatest luck for their children to be chosen by the main family. In addition to receiving a large sum of money and resources, more importantly, they will receive a special token, with which they can obtain great discounts in the family's industry. Come to think of it, the original owner and Yun Zaiqian were both children sent to the main family by the branch family, and both had good talents, so they had some similarities. Changqing carefully recalled the original owner's last mission, Shishan Ghost Cave. The mission goal is to eliminate the Yuan swallowing level ghost. but in fact it is the Ghost King level. Such a huge information error is weird. The original owner had sent a message requesting support the moment he escaped while seriously injured, but was ambushed on the way. Moreover, after the original owner's death, the Yun family did not conduct a very detailed investigation and quickly closed the case. Chang would not believe it if someone said that this matter had nothing to do with the Yun family, but why would the Yun family take action? Against their own genius, Changqing felt that this problem needed to be investigated personally to be clarified. Is the host going to attack the Yun family? The system that hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly jumped out, looking excited. It loves to make trouble. What are you thinking? Even if you are at the peak of your powers, you can't fight against a noble family alone. Changqing stretched lazily. He decided to go to the Shishan Ghost Cave first to check it out. Shangxi Gakuri, as its name suggests, is actually a large natural cave. It was dark and damp inside, with water dripping from the upside-down stalactites from time to time. Changqing concealed his aura and walked in, and he felt a chill in the air. There were still ghosts living here. Feeling someone staring at him in the dark, Changqing stopped. Chapter 136, The Supernatural Dimension. Not being a female lead. Goldfinger, 17, he released a slight breath, and the being in the darkness fell to its knees with a thud. Greetings, Lord Ghost King. These were just a few little ghosts in the soul-gathering stage. Facing the pressure from the Ghost King in the late stage, they were so scared that their whole bodies were shaking. How long have you lived here? Changqing asked directly. He believed that the other party would not tell lies. Little ones, we have lived here since we were born. It must be hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Maybe he witnessed that battle. Do you remember the battle between the Ghost King and Xianmen Tianshi 20 years ago? He continued to ask. 20 years ago? One of the little ghosts quickly remembered. Ghost King, you are talking about the battle with the kid from the Yun family 20 years ago? In that battle, you displayed your might and beat the opponent to the ground. The little ghost thought Changqing was the Ghost King that day, so he quickly flattered him. Stop. Changqing's face was filled with black lines. The original owner was at least a golden elixir, so he shouldn't be so exhausted. Tell me in detail what happened during those days. So, based on the intermittent descriptions of several little ghosts, Changqing restored the scene of that day. The Ghost King set up a large formation several days in advance and suddenly launched an attack when the original owner arrived. The original owner was injured at the first encounter. Under the guidance of the little ghost, he came to the place where the battle took place in the center of the Ghost Cave. It was obvious that the battlefield had been cleaned up. There were no traces of fighting at the scene, only rubble and newly grown moss. Changqing brushed across those traces with his hand, and could no longer sense any spiritual or ghostly energy from them. It seems that we can only focus on the Yun family. Changqing returned to Lingcheng and stayed in a hotel near the Yun family manor. Lifespan in this world is very long, so he is not in a hurry. Every time the elite members of the Yun family went on a mission, he would follow quietly and investigate. After half a year, I had a general understanding of the situation of the Yun family's children. The main family has 10 direct descendants, and an additional 30 talented disciples recruited and trained from the branch families. However, the most promising one is still Yun Zhaitian. Since the battle in the ancient tomb that day, the Yun family has spent a lot of effort to treat him, and his cultivation has not declined but improved. He even broke through to the early stage of Jindan a few days ago. It is said that he even took 2 chi-gathering pills. This scene reminded Changqing of the original owner's situation during the foundation building period, when he also received a lot of attention and support, and the amount of resources allocated to him was also astonishing. Therefore, Changqing also paid special attention to Yun Zhaitian's movements, and even asked the system to keep a closer eye on his situation. That day, he was drinking tea in the hotel when the system voice suddenly came. Yun Zhaitian has been ordered to exterminate ghosts, come quickly. Normally the task system wouldn't bother me, but it seems there is a problem this time. Changqing walked out of the hotel without hesitation, and his figure disappeared in the heavy rain. Damn it! I have to run for a mere yuan-swallowing ghost. Yun Zhaitian's aura had become even stronger at this time, and the pressure from the early stage of the Golden Core was not restrained at all. The 2 young disciples who followed him listened to his complaints carefully and did not dare to say a word. Changqing followed him not far away, and was startled when he heard him complain. This is somewhat similar to the original owner's situation. However, the destination was not the Shishan Ghost Cave, but an abandoned villa in the west of the city. The subsequent development cannot be said to be similar, it can only be said to be exactly the same. The ghost that was supposed to swallow Yuan turned into the Ghost King. A great battle ensued, with both sides suffering heavy injuries. Ahem. Yun Zai Tian climbed out of the big hole on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a fierce look in his eyes and he leaped into the air in an instant. Go to hell! Ghost! Thousands of talismans fell like snowflakes, and fire, lightning, and sword lights illuminated the entire sky. The Ghost King on the opposite side let out a strange howl, and countless skeletons crawled out from the ghost energy and directly met the talismans in the sky. However, Yun Zai Tian twisted his body, changed direction in midair, and fled away quickly. The Ghost King shot down all the talismans, but did not chase after them. Instead, he stayed where he was with a weird smile on his face. Bang! A high five suddenly came from behind. Well done, great fight. A calm voice came over. The wind whistled past again. The Ghost King didn't even reply, but simply turned into a stream of light and attacked. But before he got close, he felt a pressure as strong as a mountain. No time to react. With a loud bang, the whole body fell to the ground. Late stage of Ghost King. His hoarse voice trembled. Not bad, you are very knowledgeable. Changcheng had already put one hand on his head, and with a slight force, the huge figure merged into it like green smoke. Since they are both ghosts, the interrogation process is omitted. As long as they are absorbed and integrated, their memories will naturally be retrieved. Changcheng closed his eyes for a while. When I opened my eyes again, everything was clear. The Yun family is indeed not simple. Host, Yun Zai Tian is going to die. An anxious voice came from the system. Changcheng followed the guidance of the system and came to the forbidden area in the back mountain of the Yun family, which was the burial place of the ancestors of the Yun family. After absorbing the Ghost King, although he failed to make further breakthroughs, his strength has reached a higher level. Changcheng walked in according to the order of the directions remembered by the original owner. Sure enough, the formation of the forbidden area did not attack him at all, and he arrived underground smoothly. He turned into a wisp of undetectable black smoke, focusing on everything in front of him. I in the square below, which was as spacious as a palace, the lights were as bright as day. Several 4 Jindan monks sat in their seats with solemn expressions. 2 people were lying on the huge formation platform. To be exact, 1 person and 1 corpse. There was no trace of blood on Yun Zai Tian's face at this time. His eyes were wide open, seeming to reveal a strong unwillingness. Changcheng was sure that he was dead and could not die anymore. Next to him lay a withered old man, with a hint of death diffused in the faint pressure of the late Jindan period. This was a Jindan ancestor whose time had come to an end. With Changcheng's knowledge, he naturally guessed at a glance that this was some kind of secret method of possessing another's body. System, remember to record it, he reminded secretly. Okay. As the monks in their respective positions moved their hands, a faint black gas emanated from the formation and wrapped the 2 of them. It turned out to be a secret method of ghost cultivation. The black gas blocked Changcheng's sight, but as a top-level ghost cultivator, he keenly sensed that the vitality of the old man next to him was constantly being transferred to Yun Zai Tian's body. Ho 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 ho! Yun Zai Tian opened his mouth wide, a strange inhuman sound came out of his throat, and his whole body began to twist, as if he was about to be torn apart by the transferred force. Increase the intensity. An old man shouted loudly, and the spellcaster changed his spell, and a strong ghost aura filled the entire space. The strange cries of the clouds in the sky gradually subsided. After another half-incense stick of time, the ghost aura dissipated, revealing the situation on the platform. The old man on the left was already lifeless, but Yun Zai Tian's chest began to rise and fall, and shallow breathing sounds could be heard. Done. Congratulations to the great elder for his new life. Amidst everyone's congratulations, Changcheng left the forbidden area, although he had expected it. Seeing that scene still made him feel a little uncomfortable. The Yun family's main purpose of recruiting geniuses from the branch families was actually for this purpose, cultivation container. No wonder Yun Zai Tian went into seclusion for a long time in the later part of the plot. I think he was possessed by another body after he broke through the golden elixir stage. Chapter 137, The Supernatural Dimension. Don't be the heroine's golden finger. End. What is the hottest event recently? If you ask anyone on the street, the answer will probably be the post about reincarnation that went viral on the Shin Men forum. In the scene below, which was as bright as day, the dying old man and the young man lay side by side, like the black air of the abyss and the uniform blessing of rebirth. It all combined is eerie. The online discussions are getting more and more intense. The voices of doubt are growing louder. Soon, the Yun family issued an announcement. This is a complete slander. We have already explained to the Shinmen Association that if we are guilty, we will take the initiative to accept trial. However, just a few days after the announcement, an investigation team composed of several sects and families including the Qingyun sect entered the Yun family, and dozens of people were forcibly taken away. It was rumored online that a fight broke out at the scene, but the ancestors of many sects, including Qingyun sect, participated in the suppression, which prevented the situation from becoming chaotic. A month later, the Shinmen Association officially confirmed the authenticity of the video and announced that several members of the Yun family were imprisoned in a prison in the back mountain of Qinjianmen. The Yun family has since declined. I never thought that the Yun family of Shinmen Zhengdao would have such evil magic. Yi Xiaoxiao poured Changqing a glass of wine with a melancholy look on her face. The Yun family had such a huge fortune, but in just a few days it fell from a first-rate family to a third-rate one, and those ferocious opponents had no intention of stopping. Changqing also sighed secretly. It is not uncommon in the world of immortal cultivation to use one's own descendants as a vessel for rebirth. In the final analysis, it is just the exploitation of the weak by the strong, since it is exploitation. You have to bear the consequences of resistance. As a family of righteous Shinmen, it would be fine if the Yun family was not exposed. If they were really exposed, there would always be more so-called righteous people standing on the moral high ground who would want to expose them. The Yun family has brought this upon themselves. That's all Changqing could say. Senior, are you planning to attend the Qingyun sect's cultivator conference this time? Mr. Yi suddenly asked. Yes, I heard that a disciple of Qingyun sect has awakened the divine phoenix bone, and a special conference was held for this purpose. I have to join in the fun. Changqing played with the wineglass in his hand and smiled meaningfully. And now that the ghost king Ji Yan and the young master of aristocratic family Yan Zai-Tian have both fallen, the heroine's true love is only Hui Yan and the demon king Bai Yi. Changqing had a hunch that this conference would be the opportunity for the heroine and Bai Yi to meet. According to the system, the heroine became warmer to Hui Yan after the ancient tomb incident, but although Hui Yan was still caring towards her, he was no longer as crazy as he was in his previous life. Changqing naturally wanted to know the reason. Without competitors, there is no sense of crisis. In the original plot, Fang Yunyun was surrounded by countless outstanding men, and Hui Yan was not even the most eye-catching one. He was always facing the crisis of being outdone, so he was naturally cautious and extremely eager to please. Now Fang Yunyun has to be bound by the sex rules, and it is inconvenient for her to contact other men. Besides, Ji Yan and Yun Zai-Tian are also offline, so he naturally has no sense of crisis. This is called monopoly. Can there be good service attitude under monopoly? Don't even think about it. Changqing said this to the system. The monks' conference of Qingyun sect was extremely lively. After the decline of the Yun family, the Qingyun sect can be said to be the undisputed leader of the righteous path, and this conference is also geared towards demonstrating its strength. First, the final of the elite disciple competition was held, and each elite disciple showed off his or her unique abilities, demonstrating a strength far beyond that of ordinary sections. Afterwards, 3 late Jindan ancestors gave sermons, further demonstrating the sect's heritage and shocking everyone. Then, several ancestors of the Yun family who were detained in the team were pulled out for a walk, satisfying the onlookers' desire to watch the show. Finally, Fang Yunyun showed everyone the magical power of the phoenix bone. Several Jindan monks on the stage cast fire spells at the same time, forming a sea of fire in an instant. Fang Yunyun sat in the sea of fire, as if there was no one around. Even in this sea of fire, her aura continued to rise, from the early stage of the golden core, gradually rising to the middle stage, and then to the late stage before stabilizing. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and many people stood up directly. Such a quick way to improve one's cultivation is truly unheard of. Everyone couldn't help but think of the legend that the divine phoenix bone could break through boundaries. Following a clear sound of a phoenix cry, a phoenix shadow rose into the sky from the sea of fire. The Jindan monks around immediately stopped their practice. When the sea of fire dissipated, everyone could see Fang Yunyun clearly. Her cultivation had returned to the early stage of golden core, and her face was as calm as water, as if nothing had happened. I guess the improvement in my cultivation just now was because the raging fire stimulated the power of the phoenix. Everyone couldn't help but think so. Changqing remembered that there was nothing mysterious about the phoenix bone in the original plot. Although Ji Yan obtained the phoenix bone, there was no news of him breaking through the golden core level in the end. The Qingyun sect is making such a big fuss today. I'm afraid it's not just a simple display of strength. The result was just as Changqing expected. For a long time afterwards, Qingyun sect became the focus of attention of the entire Shinmen. Half a month later, the great demon Bai Yi tried to kidnap Fang Yunyun, but was suppressed by the Qingyun sect's ancestor who was well prepared. His corpse was hung in front of the Qingyun palace, and the entire cultivation world was shocked. After that, several kidnapping incidents occurred in succession, and the Qingyun sect took the opportunity to protect Fang Yunyun and did not allow her to leave the sect again. Chang Qing smiled when he heard the news. Whether this is protection or house arrest, I'm afraid only Fang Yunyun herself knows. It was 100 years later that I saw Hui Yen again. At this time, he was already the youngest elder of Qingyun sect. He is leading numerous disciples to hunt down Fang Yunyun who defected from the sect. Chang Qing didn't know how Fang Yunyun escaped from Qingyun sect, but he didn't see any friendship in Hui Yan's eyes. He did not hide his figure, but stopped in the air and watched a group of people whizzing past. The strong wind they brought was blocked by the thick black air, forming a vortex. The people from Qingyun sect did not choose to eliminate the demons and defend the way. They didn't even look at him and flew away in a hurry. It was obvious that capturing Fang Yunyun was much more important than eliminating the demons. This is a bit ironic, however. Qingyun sect did not seem to have captured Fang Yunyun, because a few days later Chang Qing noticed that many ancestors of Qingyun sect quietly went down the mountain and rushed to various places to search. Chang Qing did not continue to pay attention to the follow-up. He estimated that with Fang Yunyun's luck, she might have really escaped. Later, he traveled around the world and tried to break through his limits, but that barrier seemed like an insurmountable chasm, difficult to reach. So, he didn't worry about it. After living in this life for more than 400 years, he became so bored that he chose to leave. Chapter 138, Nephew tricked by his uncle. 1. Then you guys chat for a while, I'll leave first. Chang Chung just walked through and found himself sitting in a restaurant box. The middle-aged man next to him got up and left after speaking. Good. He responded simply and looked up at the girl sitting opposite him. This is blind date scene. The girl is dressed fashionably, has fair skin and a little makeup, giving people a fresh and pleasant feeling. She is a very beautiful girl. Chang Qing saw that the girl was a little dazed as she stared at the man's departing back, and felt confused. I'm going to the bathroom. Chang Qing apologized and stood up to leave. After washing his face with cold water, he began to accept the plot. The original owner was Yu Chang Qing, and today was his blind date. The middle-aged man who left halfway was the original owner's uncle Yan Likun, and the girl was his blind date Shuiren. This blind date was also a major turning point in the original owner's fate towards tragedy. The original owner's parents died in a car accident when he was in junior high school, leaving him with more than 100,000 yuan in savings and 3 demolished houses. The law stipulates that minors need someone to supervise them, and the original owner chose his uncle Yan Likun as his guardian, because he gets along very well with his cousin from his uncle's family. His cousin often takes him to play games. When he was in high school, his cousin borrowed his house as a wedding house when he got married. The original owner did not get into college after graduating from high school, so he joined his uncle's construction team to work. He fished for 3 days and rested for 2 days, but his uncle didn't blame him, so he was very grateful to his uncle. When she was 22 years old, she went on a blind date arranged by her uncle. Today's blind date is Shuiren. Shuiren is beautiful and the type that the original owner liked. She fell in love with him at first sight. Before long, the two began talking about marriage. The woman asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan, plus the purchase of a new house and the addition of her name on the house. The original owner naturally didn't have that much money, but my uncle said that girls just need a sense of security, and giving a bride price is also the custom in the girl's hometown. He also said that he has a house and can buy a high-quality school district house at a price lower than the market price to make it convenient for the children to go to school. In addition, Shuiren kept making a fuss, so the original owner agreed. So he sold his 2 houses, bought the school district house recommended by his uncle, and used the remaining money as a dowry to marry Shuiren. The original owner thought that he would live a good life with a wife, children, and a warm bed after marriage, but things turned out to be completely different. 8 months after marriage, Shuiren gave birth to a son. After 1 year of marriage, Shuiren directly filed for divorce and repeatedly said that the original owner had committed domestic violence and cheated on her. The original owner's uncle also indiscriminately accused the original owner, which made him physically and mentally exhausted. After countless calls to the police, mediation, and making a fuss, the original owner became discouraged and gave up custody of his son and left the house. The original owner was in a daze, drank a lot of alcohol, fell off the bridge into the river, and ended his life. After death, the original owner found out that Shuiren was actually Yang Likun's lover and the child was not his at all. They had teamed up just to defraud his money. He only hated himself for being blind and treating Yang Likun as a good person and benefactor. Therefore, his wish was to keep it and not let young LeCun's family gain any advantage. Vomit. After watching the plot, Changqing felt so disgusted. What kind of uncle is this? He showed no mercy when it came to cheating his nephew, and that cousin is birds of a feather. The original owner had good grades in junior high school, but became depressed after his parents died unexpectedly. His cousin was already in college at that time, and did not encourage the original owner to work hard. Instead, he took the original owner to play various online games, causing the original owner to fall deeper and deeper. Later, when I got married, I lived in the original owner's house and never planned to return it. Such a person is actually the male protagonist. Changqing found it incredible. From his perspective, it's the struggle history of the little people. The system explained awkwardly. Dad was just a small contractor. He even needed to borrow his cousin's house to get married, but in the end he built the largest real estate company in Province A. Even after finally knowing what his father had done to his cousin, he broke up with his father. What a noble character. Noble character. Changqing didn't notice. In the end, he broke with his father but did not make his father's criminal acts public, nor did he send him to prison. How could this be considered a break? Can just crying at the original owner's grave change the fact that he is the beneficiary of the crime? In the plot, cousin Yang Ming's career success was built on the foundation laid by his father. It can even be said that the money his father cheated from the original owner was the capital for starting his career. He is a complete beneficiary. In the end, he broke with his father, and worshipped the original owner every year. He even changed his youngest son's surname to Yu, saying that he wanted to make up for his father's mistakes and leave a line of incense for his cousin's family. Who the hell is this disgusting? No wonder the original owner died with his eyes open and vowed not to let them take any advantage of him. When Changqing returned to the private room, Shuiren's face already showed impatience. Humph, you spent so much time in the bathroom, I thought you ran away. She snorted coldly. Her words were full of sarcasm. Setting up a trap to cheat someone is so natural? Changqing smiled. How can that be possible? If I have to run away to pay for a meal, am I still a man? He took a quick look at the various signature dishes on the table and knew that this meal would cost at least $2,000. Since the original owner didn't want anyone to take advantage of him, he had to carry out his mission strictly. Shuiren's face was full of disbelief, as if she had seen something strange. Of course, I don't fancy you. Do you still want me to treat you to a meal? Changqing leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking relaxed. Shuiren didn't expect him to be so direct. Her face turned red with anger. Do you think I like you? You're an illiterate who hasn't even been to college. Changqing's smile became even more obvious after hearing this. When Yang LeCun introduced the girl to her, he said she was a college student, but in fact she was only a junior college graduate. Can't stand being spoken bluntly, and still want to cheat people? Only because the original owner fell in love did she not notice anything unusual. Changqing simply snapped his fingers and called the waiter to come over for the bill. Sir, your total consumption is $2,200, scan the code here. Changqing directly scanned 1100 and said, let's go AA. Then he walked out of the private room without looking back. He is not the one who was anxious now. According to the date, Shuiren is now 2 months pregnant and her pregnancy will be obvious soon. Chapter 139, Nephew Tricked by His Uncle. 2. Changqing drove the original owner's Jetta slowly around outside before heading home. Before I got home, my cell phone rang. What's wrong with you? Why did you leave the girl in the store and don't even know how to see her off? When the phone was connected, Yang LeCun's voice was heard. It seemed that Shuiren was reporting to him. However, having worked as a contractor for several years after all, he did not directly say that the two were unhappy, but left a way for Changqing to save face. But Changqing doesn't need this kind of step. Uncle, Shuiren is so ugly. And she is several years older than me. I don't like her anyway. Yang LeCun choked on the words that were about to come out of his mouth. I don't care, you have to introduce me to someone younger. After saying this, Changqing hung up the phone. Yang LeCun has always been an image of a good uncle who cares for his nephew, so the original owner spoke to him more casually, and Changqing's tone would not arouse suspicion. On the other side, Yang LeCun had a grim look on his face after hanging up the phone, and Shuiren, who was sitting next to him, was even more angry. Boss Yang, your nephew is too arrogant. I can't afford him. Shuiren lay sideways on the sofa and put her feet on Yang LeCun's legs. Although Yang LeCun was just a contractor, he liked to be called Mr. Yang. Every time Shuiren called him that, he was happy, but this time his eyebrows were tightly knitted. I say, Kieran, why don't you pay more attention? That boy is young, you should be nicer. His words angered Shuiren. I don't like him in the first place, how can you expect me to be nice to him? Yang LeCun, do you have any conscience? Her voice became sharp and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. I'm doing this for our future. Yang LeCun quickly apologized with a smile. Who knows if you are doing this for that old hag at home? Shuiren turned her head away. I don't have any feelings for her anymore. Yang LeCun swore quickly, think about it, if you marry that guy and we get divorced later, the house won't be divided among you, but it won't be transferred directly to my name, right? This made sense, and Shuiren's expression eased slightly. 3 houses. Even in this second-tier city with an average location, the value is more than 5 million. Even if it is divided in half, it would still be more than 2 million. Thinking of this, Shuiren reached out and touched her belly. But what should I do if your nephew says he doesn't like me? And my stomach can't wait any longer. She couldn't help feeling worried. It was obvious that the boy had never been in a relationship. He seemed very satisfied with her before, but his attitude changed after he went to the bathroom. A man's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. I'll find a way to do this. You should be more polite when you talk to him. Yang LeCun patted the back of her hand that was touching her belly and stood up. The next day was Monday, and Changqing was supposed to go to work, but he slept until noon. Changqing doesn't plan to do this job anymore. I had just cooked a bowl of noodles for myself when the phone rang. Sure enough, it was Yang LeCun calling again. Xiaoqing, why didn't you come to work today? Are you in a bad mood? Uncle will give you a few days off to relax. The voice on the other end was still extremely gentle, and at first glance it sounded like that of a good uncle who doted on his nephew. Oh, uncle, weren't I disgusted by the blind date yesterday? I couldn't sleep last night. I just want to take a few days off. Thank you for the vacation, uncle. The young man's somewhat sleepy voice came from the microphone, and his words of persuading Changqing and Shuiren to get in touch were stuck there. Xiao Shui, is it that bad? Yang LeCun even began to doubt his own eyes. She's not pretty at all. She has a big mouth, small eyes, and is fat. She's much worse than my aunt when she was young. The voice coming from the microphone made Yang LeCun pause. Your aunt is almost 50 years old, how can she compare? Yang LeCun replied naturally. The young man on the other side reacted strongly. Uncle, if you say that, I'm going to tell my aunt. You can't get tired of the old and love the new. Ha, you are taking advantage of your uncle, Yang LeCun said with a laugh. Come to your uncle's house for dinner tomorrow. I'll ask your aunt to make your favorite pork elbow and sauce. Have a meal. Is this ideological work? Changqing did not refuse. Yang LeCun's home is located in an old neighborhood in the west of the city. When Changqing saw the conditions of the community, he understood why he wanted to cheat the original owner of the house. There is not even a property management company here. There are all kinds of small stalls downstairs and garbage is everywhere. The best description is dirty and messy. It seems that this contractor doesn't make much money. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Yang LeCun just got some migrant workers in the village to take on some small projects. He had no capital, so how could he make a lot of money? If you make 100 or 200,000 yuan a year and still have to support a mistress, your home will have to be shabby. Uncle, aunt, cousin, I'm here. Changqing had nothing in his hands, but he spoke very enthusiastically. The original owner was grateful to his uncle's family for providing him with a job and introducing him to a date, so he would bring a lot of fruits and gifts every time he visited them. Changqing would never do that, seeing that he was empty-handed. Aunt Li Shufen's face changed, but she soon put on a smile again. Come on, Xiaoqing, please sit down. Your cousin brought some wine here. Let's have a drink together. My cousin is just too polite. This is the first time Changqing has met the male protagonist of this world. He is tall, fair-skinned, with thick eyebrows, and is a lively young man. At this time, he was looking at Changqing with a smile and even pulled a stool for him. Doesn't the protagonist really know the disgusting things his father did? Changqing was very suspicious. He sat down awkwardly. Brother, you played games with me every day in junior high school and helped me get over the shadow of losing my parents. I toast to you. Changqing raised his glass with a sincere look on his face. but his words sounded a little sarcastic. Yang Ming also raised his glass, with no expression on his face. Hey, speaking of which, I still play those games occasionally. Can we play a couple of games together when we have time? What are you talking about? You're still playing games at this age. Your cousin should be considering getting married. Li Shufan reached out and patted her son, then picked up a piece of food for Changqing with her chopsticks. Xiao Chang, I heard that you made the girl your uncle introduced to you cry? Young man, don't be too impulsive. Girls nowadays need to be coaxed. If you have such a bad temper, who would dare to introduce you to a date in the future? In the plot, Aunt Li Shufan is a stingy and calculative person, but she has also experienced a lot of hardships. I used to work on the construction site with Yang Likun, doing all kinds of work such as tying steel bars, driving screws, and laying bricks. But before I could finally enjoy my hard work, he got me a mistress. After Yang Likun got the original owner's property, he divorced her and happily married the mistress. It was because of this incident that a rift arose between Yang Likun and his son Yang Ming. This time, Li Shufan certainly didn't know that Yang Likun introduced his mistress to his nephew. And, nowadays, people are encouraged to marry and have children later. I'm only 22, why are you in such a hurry? Changqing stuffed a mouthful of food into himself and spoke vaguely. Hey, it's a blind date. What does the girl look like? Yang Ming came over and asked with a no expression on his face. Not so good, he's 5 years older than me. Changqing looked dissatisfied. What's wrong with being a few years older? Your aunt is 3 years older than me, and your sister-in-law is 2 years older than your cousin. I tell you, older girls are more caring. Changqing was not in a hurry, but his uncle Yang Likun was. Besides, she's a college student. She works in an office, has fair skin, a good figure, and a gentle personality. Why are you so arrogant? TSK, why is this uncle still praising me? Uncle, how do you know that Shuiren has fair skin, a good figure, and a gentle personality? Changqing shook his wineglass with a meaningful look in his eyes. Chapter 140, Nephew tricked by his uncle. 3. Li Shufan also felt something strange and looked at her husband with scrutiny. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Yang Likun's face. Ahem, I'm going to introduce you to something. I've done some in-depth research. How can I dare to introduce you to something if I don't know the basic situation? Changqing didn't know whether Li Shufan believed this or not, but he believed it anyway. Now that we have children, we will naturally understand the situation. However, there is no way you can ask him to take over. No matter how good it is, I won't like it. Anyway, she doesn't like me, so this will work. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, Changqing just refused to give in, and in the end, Yang Likun also got angry. Don't you even look at your own conditions? You only have a high school diploma, but you're still picky. Where are you going to find someone in a few years? Well, so now persuasion fails and you're trying to undermine their self-confidence. The original owner used to often hear Yang Likun say this, which made him lack confidence in doing anything, so he felt that it was his uncle who provided him with the job, and he was very grateful. It is precisely because of this inferiority complex that when he sees a girl willing to accept his flattery, he wants to hold her firmly in his hands and can't wait to get married. You have to know that the original owner's conditions were not bad. Although he only graduated from high school, the 3 houses in his family were no joke. His living requirements were not high, so he could just rent out 2 of them and live a leisurely life. Uncle, my conditions are not that bad. Yesterday, my neighbor Aunt Wang said she wanted to introduce her niece to me. Seeing Yang Likun's expression change immediately, he continued. But I refused. Because I feel that my high school diploma is really not good enough, so I decided I will take the college entrance examination to improve my academic qualifications. When he said this, everyone else in the room was surprised. I couldn't get into university back then, so how can I still get into university after working for a few years? Cousin, you are so brave. I'd like to toast you. It took Yang Ming a long while to realize what his cousin was going to do. He could only praise him and say awesome. I won't allow it. Yang Likun reacted and became anxious, blurting out 3 words. When he saw Changqing's stunned expression, he realized that his tone was too impolite and he quickly corrected it. Ahem, what my uncle meant is that you are old now, how can you compare to young people in exams? Besides, it will take another 3 or 4 years to go to college, and you will be 26 or 27 when you graduate. It will be hard to find a job or a wife by then, so it is really not worth it. He spoke earnestly, acting like a good elder, which made Changqing want to laugh. What's there to worry about if you can't find a job? I have 3 houses. When my cousin buys one and moves out, I will rent out 2 and live in one, and live off the rent. He looked as if he had already made a plan, which made the faces of several people in the Yang family change. Even Yang Ming no longer had a playful look on his face. How can a young man have such depraved thoughts? Yang LeCun looked at him as if he were a monster. You should think about it carefully. Marrying a wife is a serious matter. Yes, look at how happy I am with your sister-in-law and I are. As for you, forget about the college entrance examination. You are already this old. Yang Ming finally stood on the same side as his father and began to persuade Changqing. The hero changes his face pretty quickly when his interests might be harmed. I'm 22, I can make my own decisions. Since insisting on his own point of view will make others unhappy, Changqing will of course stick to it to the end. The meal ended in a bad mood. Host, are you really going to take the college entrance examination? When I got home, the system couldn't help but ask, although it was a temporary idea, it is still a way of life. Changqing pondered. This era was equivalent to the early 2000s, and the college entrance examination had become a major choice to change one's destiny. Although Changqing can live a good life without taking the college entrance examination, the original owner has always been dissed for his low academic qualifications, and Changqing doesn't mind helping him to be proud of himself. He calculated carefully and found that he still had more than 100,000 yuan, which was more than enough for his studies. It is now August and the college entrance examination has just passed. Even if you want to sign up, you can only take the college entrance examination next year. Changqing was not vague and contacted a repeat school the next day. It was a pity that the original owner's grades were poor, otherwise the tuition could have been reduced. Yang LeCun called him these days and asked him to go to work. Changqing simply said that he quit his job and wanted to go to school. Yang LeCun was anxious and even came over to persuade him, but he still insisted on going to school. Uncle, didn't you always say that I didn't study hard and that I only had a high school education and didn't have a bright future? Now I want to study, why don't you let me? Yang LeCun was so angry that his face turned pale, and he didn't know how to respond to him. He can't say that he deliberately hit you in the past just to make you feel inferior and obedient. At this moment, he regretted always saying that his nephew was uneducated. What should he do now that he needs to go to school at this critical moment? Changqing's neighbor is an old English teacher. When he saw the uncle and nephew arguing about going to school, he came to mediate. LeCun, it's a good thing that the child wants to study. Why are you stopping him? There is an English proverb, better late than ever, which means that it is better to do it late than not to do it at all. Good things are worth waiting for. This teacher had also taught the original owner. Although the original owner's grades were not good, he was not a naughty person, so the teacher had a good impression of him. Seeing that he was willing to study, the teacher always felt relieved that he had finally become enlightened. Teacher Li is right. Good food is worth a day. Besides, I don't need the money for school. I don't need your help. Don't worry. Changqing echoed loudly, what can Yang LeCun do? He can't say that he stopped his nephew from going to school in order to find him a wife after saying, if you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. He left in shame. Thank you, Mr. Li. I don't know what happened to my uncle. He used to say that I had a low level of education. Now that I want to go to school, he says that studying is useless. After Yang LeCun left, Changqing thanked Teacher Li for helping him out. How can studying be useless? Teacher Li was so angry that he almost jumped up when he heard him say that. Don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. Nowadays, no good company can get you into without a diploma. You are still young, so there is no need to rush. Perhaps all teachers have a desire to encourage students to study. When he saw Changqing wanted to study, Teacher Li of course strongly encouraged him and asked him if he had contacted a good school so that he could help. I have already contacted the school, it is Xinhua Tutorial School. Changqing thanked Teacher Li again. Chapter 141, Nephew Tricked by His Uncle. For there is still some time before school starts in September. Changqing decided to go back to his hometown to visit his uncle. The original owner's father had an older brother who had always lived in the countryside. After the original owner's parents died unexpectedly, it was his uncle who rushed over to help with the funeral arrangements. However, the conditions in the countryside were poor, and the original owner wanted his uncle to be the guardian, so his uncle did not take care of the matter. However, this uncle actually always cared about the original owner. Every time he went to the city, he would bring him a lot of mountain products and vegetables in large and small bags. The original owner was influenced by his uncle and thought that his uncle was a country boy who was after his money, so he was always cold to him. Changqing felt that it would be better to have a good relationship with his uncle than with his uncle. He bought a large bottle of wine and some cookies and milk and stuffed them all into the trunk when he was almost at Nyogang village. After driving for 2 hours, he received a QQ message from Shuiren. "Hey, where are you? I was rude last time. I apologize. Let me treat you to a meal." The sun is rising from the west. You have to know that Shuiren never gave in during the time she was with the original owner, let alone apologized. It is estimated that Yang Likun saw that he was focused on going to school and wanted to use Shuiren to make a breakthrough. "Host, aren't you going to reply to her message?" When the system saw the host glance at the phone, it thought the host was going to start a fight, but he put it back. Changqing smiled like a scumbag. "Don't be in a hurry to reply. If I reply quickly, people will think I'm easy to talk to." On the other hand, Shuiren sent a message for a long time but received no reply, feeling very aggrieved. "Boss Yang, your nephew is too much. He doesn't even reply to my messages." She looked up at Yang Likun with a helpless look on her face. Shuiren actually didn't really want to marry Changqing. She wanted to hold on to the man in front of her. She has been with this man for 2 years. He treats her very well and is generous with her money. They rent a big house and he gives her 5,000 yuan in pocket money every month. The man said he was the boss of a construction engineering company and was worth hundreds of millions. She also often heard his subordinates calling him Mr. Yang. He said that the one at home was a tigress and marrying his nephew was just a temporary arrangement. She believed it, but she really couldn't like the young man, not to mention that he didn't have that kind of interest in her. "Keep posting, and think of a way. Where's your energy in seducing men?" Yang Likun frowned, very dissatisfied with Shuiren's attitude. This time, the cell phone rang. There is a reply. Shuiren quickly picked up her phone to look at it, and Yang Likun also came over. "I went back to Nyogang village. I haven't been in the city recently." When Yang Likun saw the news, he thought to himself that it was not good. Although Uncle Yu lives in the countryside, he has always been a shrewd man. He has always been opposed to Changqing's association with Uncle Yu, because he is worried that Uncle Yu will find out something, but they are uncle and nephew, so he can't stop them at this time. Talk to him more and make sure to coax him back as soon as possible. Before leaving, he said solemnly to Shuiren. "Okay, I know." Shuiren pouted and felt aggrieved. During this period, every time Yang Likun came to rent a house from her, he would talk about his nephew, and even the intimacy between the two of them was not as warm as before. He doesn't want to get rid of himself, does he? Suddenly, Shuiren had this idea. Uncle Yu lives at the entrance of the village, and you can drive directly into the yard. When Uncle Yu saw Changqing coming to visit, the pipe in his hand almost fell to the ground. "Come on, come in and sit down, Shirqin. Take out the candies you bought at the market last time." Uncle Yu smiled and took Changqing's hand, looking left and right. Farm work in the countryside happens in fits and starts, and he only has time to go to the city to see his nephew after the autumn harvest every year. Grow up, you really look like your dad when he was young." As he watched, Uncle Yu thought of his brother who died early, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. "Uncle, I came here specially to see you." As Changqing spoke, he opened the trunk and took out the things inside one by one. "Why are you so polite when you come to Uncle's house?" "I'm working now, so this is just a token of my appreciation." Having said that, Uncle Yu still took out 2 large bowls for dinner. "Try the wine my nephew brought today." Uncle Yu has a son and a daughter, both of whom are older than Changqing. His cousin and his wife work away from home, and his cousin is married far away, so the 2 elders usually take care of their grandchildren at home. The little kid was not afraid of strangers. Instead, he excitedly pulled Changqing and chattered non-stop. Many families in the village go out to work, so the children have few playmates. My aunt explained with a smile. Has the countryside already begun to hollow out at this time? Changqing remembered that in later generations, as the gap between urban and rural areas further widened, a large number of rural population flocked to cities for various conveniences such as children's schooling and elderly medical treatment, resulting in basically no infrastructure in the villages. Moreover, housing prices in the city will skyrocket in the next few years. Uncle and aunt, are my cousin and his family planning to buy a house in the city? The quality of education in the city is much better than in the countryside. Changqing held the little kid in one hand and picked up some food with the other. This is exactly the issue that Uncle Yu has been worried about recently. Houses in the city are expensive. Although my family has saved some money over the years, it is only enough for a down payment. If we buy a house, the pressure will increase all of a sudden, so I have been undecided. After hearing Uncle Yu's concerns, Changqing smiled. Uncle, the economy is developing so fast now, and the price of houses will definitely increase in the future. It's better to buy early than to lose out. Besides, our children will have to go to the county or city to attend high school anyway, so it's better to buy now in one go. In the original plot, Uncle Yu bought a house in the city when his grandson was in high school. At that time, the house prices were much higher than they are now. Not only did he empty his savings, he also had to borrow money from everywhere to make the down payment. So it is better to persuade your uncle to buy a good house now, as it will be useful in the future. Uncle, if you are willing, I can help you pay more attention to the housing resources. It would be a good deal if you buy it now. Changqing carefully analyzed the current economic situation with his uncle, talked about the development patterns of foreign cities, and said that housing prices in other similar cities have begun to rise. After hearing these words, Uncle Yu was so excited. In particular, Changqing said that houses are also investments, which are much more cost-effective than putting money in a bank. The value of a house may double after a few years. Buy it. You must buy it. Uncle Yu slapped his thigh and even thought that he could buy two houses, a larger one for his son's family to live in, and a smaller one for the old couple to live in. Anyway, my nephew said that there is no disadvantage in taking out a loan. When wages increase in the future, the monthly repayment will not be a big deal. But it will be troublesome to buy a house if house prices go up in the future. Although Uncle Yu had only met his nephew once or twice, somehow he felt that what his nephew said this time was particularly credible. Afterwards, Changqing talked about his preparation for the college entrance examination. My uncle and aunt were surprisingly supportive. Chapter 142, Nephew Tricked by His Uncle. 5. It's good to study. It's not too late for you to realize it now. After graduation, you can become a teacher or take the civil service exam. It's definitely better than working on a construction site. Uncle Yu said earnestly when his nephew graduated from high school and failed to get into college. He went to persuade him to repeat a year, but he was very stubborn and didn't listen at all. Instead, he went to work on a construction site. Although it is 3 or 4 years late at this time, as long as you want to learn, you are only in your 20s after graduating from college, so it is definitely not too late. During the meal, Shuiren sent several messages to Changqing and also called him, but Changqing ignored her. My uncle introduced me to a girl who was 5 years older than me. I said I wanted to go to school and take the college entrance examination, but she still insisted on harassing me. Seeing his uncle's questioning look, Changqing explained helplessly. You have to make this clear. You can't be distracted when studying. Your grades were so good in junior high school, but you fell behind in high school because you were distracted by playing games. When the aunt heard him say this, she hurried to persuade him. Your uncle is unreliable. You should be more careful. Uncle Yu knew that Uncle Changqing's cousin had borrowed his house and had never returned it, although Changqing himself agreed to this. As an elder, borrowing money from a child whose parents have both passed away is indeed suspicious. Yes, I know. Changqing nodded. Since there was still time, he was not in a hurry to go back to the city, so he simply stayed in Nyogang village for several days. He took his little nephew to the mountains to pick bird eggs and to the river to catch fish. They had a lot of fun. He even drove him around the village, which made the little boy very happy. My uncle is now ranked first among his favorite people. Shuiren called him 5 times in the past few days, but he didn't answer. She also sent him countless messages, but he ignored her. In the end, she posted several sexy photos that made people think of something fishy, including but not limited to bath photos, pajamas photos, etc. Changqing deleted them immediately after seeing them. Who are you disgusted with? You're an expectant mother now. Can't you just take good care of the baby? she even hooked up with a high school student. How insane. Host, you are already 22 years old and still a high school student. The system found it funny. I'm in the third year of high school, so I'm a high school student. This is a legitimate and logical identity. Changqing is justified. When he returned to the city, the little kid cried and they agreed to play together again next time. Just a few days after arriving in the city, Shuiren called him several times in a row and insisted on treating him to a meal. Tell me, what is this Shuiren up to? On the way to the appointment, Changqing asked the system. It's definitely not a good thing. Host, don't be fooled by her. The system is a little worried. When he arrived at the scene, Changqing finally understood why the system was worried. Opening the restaurant's private room, we saw all kinds of colorful balloons inside. Shuiren suddenly jumped out holding a bouquet of flowers. Surprise! This is confession scene. Changqing really wanted to persuade her to stop jumping around and be careful about the baby in her belly. It was probably his uncle's idea again. This romantic way, which was very old-fashioned, made him feel very embarrassed. Changqing, although there were some misunderstandings when we first met, I feel empty inside when I haven't seen you these days. I always can't sleep at night these few days. I think I have a good impression of you since the first time I saw you. Are you really willing to take this risk? She is a person who does great things, and Changqing couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. However, he would not accept the confession. Sister, I have to report to the senior high school repeater class in September. What's the matter with you? The young man had a serious expression and a frown on his face, and what he said shocked Shuiren. Yang Likun has been urging me these days and is becoming more and more anxious. She believed that if she still couldn't get it, Yang Likun would definitely get angry. You are already in your 20s, why do you still have to go through the hardship of going to school? It would be much more comfortable to get married and live a comfortable life. Shuiren's eyes were as gentle as water, which made Changqing's scalp tingle. Live a life? Live a life of broken family and death. He doesn't want it. I'm only 22, not 27. When I graduate from college, I won't be even older than you. Changqing's words stabbed Shui's heart like a knife, making her expression a little broken. Compared to Yang Likun, she is undoubtedly young, but compared to Changqing, she is older. Being a few years older wasn't a big deal, but she couldn't stand the fact that she was being called big sister and making comparisons with her. Do you dislike my age so much? When she raised her head, her eyelashes were already filled with tears, and she looked extremely pitiful. Is this a change of tactics? Changqing decided to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. No, it's not just your age, your looks are not my type. People my uncle's age like delicate types like you, and we young people like bold types. He leaned against the doorframe and said seriously, you. Shuiren choked, and for a moment she didn't know whether he was referring to something or just saying it casually. Seeing Changqing turning around to leave, she became very anxious and didn't care about anything else. She took a step and fell directly into his arms. She let out a short scream and fell over with her chest puffed out. You're trying to scam me. Changqing reached his hand around her neck and pressed an acupuncture point, and Shuiren fainted. He pulled her collar behind her neck and placed it on the floor. Call 120. Someone suddenly fainted. He said to the waiter, who came over with an anxious look on his face. Changqing then called his Aunt Li Shufan. Hey, Aunt, Shuiren asked me out for dinner and suddenly fainted. It's inconvenient for a man like me to take care of her. Could you please come over? She's at the third city hospital. So, when Shuiren woke up, she saw Changqing and a woman who looked to be in her 50s sitting beside the bed. The expressions of both of them were very serious, even a little weird. Why did I suddenly faint? Shuiren's voice was a little hoarse, and her mouth was very dry. Pour me some water, she said. No one moved. Shuiren, do you know that you are pregnant? You are pregnant and still going on a blind date. What are you thinking? Li Shufan was very pleased when she received the call from her nephew, thinking that her nephew, who had always been resistant to blind dates, was actually going on a date and had finally come to her senses. She didn't know about Yang Likun's arrangements. He just thought that his family could take this opportunity to show some kindness to his nephew. In this way, he would feel embarrassed to take back the house that his son was living in. So when she heard that the woman had fainted, she rushed over in a hurry. I didn't expect that. When I first arrived, I heard the doctor say that the woman had been pregnant for more than 2 months. What's this? Shuiren and Changqing had a blind date only 10 days ago, and they had never met before. How come she is more than 2 months pregnant? Li Shufan began to hate Shuiren a little. Didn't she know she was pregnant? After such a thing, Yang Likun, the matchmaker, lost face in front of her nephew. She was a little worried that her nephew would become estranged from her family and she would have to take back the house or collect rent. Chapter 143, Nephew Tricked by His Uncle. 6. When Shuiren heard the word pregnant, her brain buzzed and turned into a mess. Completion. There is definitely no hope now. She looked up at Changqing. His face was serious and there was no other expression. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Mr. Yang's wife. Changqing walked forward and pointed at Li Shufan. When Shuiren heard the name Madame Yang, her mind started buzzing again. For the moment she forgot her mission and looked at the woman secretly, but she soon felt relieved. She is totally a village woman. She has a thick waist and round arms, wrinkles on her face, and even a few white hairs on her head. No wonder Mr. Yang doesn't like her. Shuiren's mind works quickly. She didn't like Changqing in the first place, and she didn't like him anyway, so there was nothing she could do even if he knew she was pregnant. The key at this time is to catch Mr. Yang. When Changqing saw her stealing glances at Li Shufan, he knew what she was thinking. It is natural for him to leave at this time. Aunt, you introduced my uncle to me without even knowing his situation clearly. This is too much. There was deep disappointment in his tone, as if he was heartbroken. Well, Changqing, your uncle must have been deceived by her. Li Shufan wanted to pull Changqing aside to explain, but he shook her hand away and walked away. I guess he was just angry. Li Shufan understood Changqing's feelings because she was also very angry. Tell me. You're obviously pregnant, why are you still lying? She turned around and yelled at Shuiren. Of course, Li Shufan would not blame her husband for not understanding the situation. If she had to blame anyone, she should blame the woman for being too cunning. She not only deceived her husband but also tried to deceive her nephew. She had already imagined a conspiracy in her mind, and looked at Shuiren with even more hostility. Seeing Changqing leave, Shuiren let go. She was not afraid of facing this old woman. At least she was confident that Mr. Yang would definitely stand on her side. Sooner or later they would have to fall out anyway, so she thought this was a good opportunity. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, ask Mr. Yang yourself. She stroked her belly with one hand and mentioned Mr. Yang with a tender look in her eyes. This expression made Li Shufan's heart skip a beat. She didn't dare to delay and immediately called Yang Likun. What? Chang knows that Yiren is pregnant? Yang Likun was shocked when he heard the news and blurted out these words. You knew she was pregnant, didn't you? Go home now. No matter how stupid Li Shufan was, she could sense that something was wrong. How can you introduce a pregnant woman to your nephew? Isn't that crazy? After living together for many years, she has some understanding of Yang Likun's personality. He doesn't have much ability, but he is very cunning, and he won't do anything without benefits. Such a person does not have great wisdom, but is quite clever. He would introduce a girl to his nephew even though he knew that she was pregnant. The ideas behind this are worth pondering. Moreover, Li Shufan felt uneasy when she saw Shuiren's confident look. Whose child is it? After hanging up the phone, she stared at Shuiren's abdomen and asked gloomily. Shuiren was frightened by her ugly expression. Although she was not afraid of the old woman, if she wanted to harm the baby in her belly, it would be hard to guard against. So she didn't dare to provoke him anymore and just said, "This has nothing to do with you," and turned her head away without paying any more attention. Li Shufan had no choice but to rush home. On the way, she also called her son and told him to come back in the evening. This time, Yang Likun already felt like an ant on hot pot. He never expected that Shuiren's pregnancy would be exposed in advance. Wasn't it only 2 months and she wasn't pregnant yet? How did she suddenly go to the hospital? Shuiren, what's wrong with you? You can't even fool a little kid like that. When he called Shuiren, his tone was also filled with dissatisfaction. If this matter is exposed, not only will it be impossible to find someone for Changqing, but it will also affect the image of a good elder that he has always created, and even the relationship between uncle and nephew may be damaged. How would I know? I suddenly passed out while eating in a private room. Shuiren also felt aggrieved. She had obviously tried very hard, and she didn't want something like this to happen. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. You must never admit that this child is mine. Just say that it's your ex-boyfriend's, and you didn't even know you were pregnant. Do you understand? In fact, Yang Likun wanted to suggest that the child should be aborted. After all, his son was already that old and he didn't have too many desires for children. But he thought that Shuiren had always wanted her own child, and telling her would definitely make her sad, so he didn't say it. The two discussed it over the phone and finally reached a consensus. Okay, I won't say anymore. My phone is running out of battery. Remember what I said. It was almost 5 o'clock, and young LeCun repeatedly told Shuiren not to talk nonsense before hanging up the phone. Then, Li Shufan made several more calls, urging him to go home quickly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry someone to death. After unifying the lines, young LeCun felt relieved and drove home. On the way, he wanted to call Changqing to explain, but found that his phone was out of battery. Forget it, I'll explain it to him alone next time. There was some traffic jam on the road and the distance from the construction site to home was quite far, so it was almost 7 o'clock when young LeCun got home. Opened the door, the huge crowd of people scared him. His eldest uncle, his youngest uncle, why are you all here? He noticed that Li Shufan was wiping tears in the corner, and her sister-in-law was comforting her. I feel something is wrong. Young LeCun. My sister has been married to your family for so many years, helping you raise your son and taking care of the household chores, and you treat my sister like this? Li Shufan's elder brother Li Dezhuang yelled, which frightened young LeCun. What did I do? He was a little confused. Look for yourself. Li Shufan's second brother took out his mobile phone, clicked on the group Loving Family, and then played an audio. Shuiren, what's wrong with you? How can you not fool a child? Don't ever admit that the child is mine, just say it's your ex-boyfriend. Hearing his own voice coming out of the microphone, young LeCun became furious and reached out to grab the phone. What's the point of stealing the phone? Your nephew has already posted it to the family group. I didn't expect you to be so incompetent that you would follow others and keep a mistress and have a child with her. Sister-in-law Li Shufan sneered. Why you Changqing? Young LeCun gritted his teeth, not even thinking about why he had the phone recording, and turned around and rushed out. He must give that kid a good beating. However, he was soon stopped by Li Dezhuang. Yang LeCun, you dare to have a mistress, but you dare not admit it? Why are you running away? Li Dezhuang was tall and strong, standing there like a small mountain. When he spoke, it was like a gong and drum beating in young LeCun's ears, waking him up from his anger. Yes, the most important thing now is not to settle accounts with Changqing, but to solve the current troubles first. His mind moved very quickly. You cannot file for divorce at this time, otherwise you will not only be beaten, but also be asked to leave the house as the party at fault. When he saw Li Shufan crying on the sofa, he found a breakthrough. Chapter 144, Nephew Tricked by His Uncle. 7. Shufan, I am sorry for you. Emotions come and go. Young LeCun walked to Li Shufan in 2 or 3 steps and knelt down, accompanied by a howl, tears, and snot flowed down. I am a scumbag, I am not a human being. Shufan, hit me now. I won't blame you even if you kill me. He grabbed Li Shufan's hand and slapped it on his face, covering her hand with tears and snot. Li Shufan was so frightened by his move that she forgot to cry and just retracted her hand to wipe it on her clothes. Others did not expect young LeCun to do this and were stunned for a moment. Shufan, I was wrong. I am sorry for you and my son. I only ask you to forgive me this time for the sake of my son. I will definitely break off my relationship with that woman. Young LeCun cried and swore. Young Ming just found out recently that his father had done such a thing, and now he was feeling very embarrassed sitting in the crowd. Naturally, he sided with his mother in his heart, as she had always cared about him more since he was a child, but he also didn't want to see his parents divorce. Firstly, his parents are so old, and divorce at this time would make him feel embarrassed. Secondly, his father still earns 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a year and uses it to subsidize his small family. If he divorces his father and marries that woman and has another child, where will he get the money to subsidize him? Mom, he called out Mom and didn't say anything else. Li Shufan was woken up by her son. Naturally, she didn't want to get divorced. She couldn't afford to lose face at her age. Young LeCun, what do you think we should do with that woman? As soon as she said this, the 2 brothers looked at young LeCun threateningly, as if they were going to beat him up if he said something they were not satisfied with. Young LeCun shuddered at the gaze. I'll break it off right away and abort the baby. He hastened to assure. Call now. My brother-in-law Li Dezhuang is very imposing. Young LeCun's cell phone was out of battery, So he took Li Shufen's phone and called Shuiren. Seeing that he remembered Shuiren's number so familiarly, Li Shufen wiped away her tears sadly again. What? You want to break up with me and abort the baby? As soon as Shuiren returned home from the hospital, she received a call from Yang LeCun. Her face was full of disbelief. I don't agree. The child is not yours alone. You can't make the decision. Yang LeCun didn't dare to say much in front of so many people. After expressing his attitude, he quickly hung up the phone. Shufen, I have made my position clear. I will definitely ask her to abort the baby. Please forgive me this time. Li Shufen looked at her two brothers and only relaxed when she saw them nod slightly. It depends on your performance. The whole family gave Yang LeCun a political lesson for half a day before gradually leaving. When leaving, brother-in-law Li Dezhuang said to Li Shufen, if he treats you badly in the future, call us and we will be there to support you in a minute. Yang LeCun was so frightened that he shivered again. The whole family ate dinner without any appetite, and the atmosphere was very weird. Dad, you shouldn't do this. Mom has been with you for so many years. She suffered so much at the construction site. Why are you still? While eating, Yang Ming couldn't help but say a few words. What do you know? Yang LeCun wanted to say something to that disrespectful bastard, but stopped when he saw his wife's ugly face. He regrets it so much. What I regret is not that I cheated on my partner, but why the cheating was exposed unexpectedly just as I was struggling. The doorbell rang. Yang Ming went to open the door, and when he saw Chongqing, his face darkened. What are you doing here? He now hates his father the most for cheating on him, but the person he hates the second most is undoubtedly Chongqing, because it was he who posted this matter to the family group and made it known to everyone. Call, a teacup hit me. Yang LeCun was so angry when he saw Chongqing that he threw a teacup next to him. Even Li Shufen looked at him with an unfriendly look. What are you doing here? Aren't we suffering enough because of you? Li Shufen's tears had not yet dried, her eyes were red, and her voice was full of accusations. However, Chongqing was even angrier than her. He walked quickly forward and overturned the dining table. Even Yang Ming, who stepped forward to stop him, was kicked to the ground by him. I harmed you? I would like to ask my uncle and aunt, what do you mean by introducing your pregnant lover to me for a blind date? Li Shufen helped Yang Ming gang up and was about to curse, but she immediately became speechless after hearing these words. Oh yes, how could I forget about this? She was clearly his lover, and he clearly knew that she was pregnant, but he still introduced her to his nephew. No wonder Chongqing was so popular. Even Yang Ming, who was kicked, could not say with a clear conscience that what his father did was reasonable. Seeing that they were all speechless, Chongqing rushed forward and grabbed Yang LeCun by the collar. Yang LeCun. He doesn't even call him uncle anymore. What kind of elder are you? Bang, a slap hit Yang LeCun's face. Are you doing this to your sister? Tell me. Are you after my house? Do you want to kill me after I get married? Then I can leave the house to your lover. The young man's eyes were red and he accused loudly. Even though Yang LeCun was knowledgeable and experienced, he was still frightened by the momentum and his legs went weak. He didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Chongqing pushed him to the ground and pointed at them. You Chongqing, don't have any relatives like you. You move out of my house within 3 days, otherwise this matter will not only be known in the family group, I will post it online and see if you still have the nerve to live. After saying this, Chongqing picked up valuable things from the house and smashed them before leaving the young family members behind and walking away. As soon as he left, Li Shufen beat and scolded Yang LeCun. Heaven, earth, what have you done? Yang Ming's face also looked extremely ugly. He has lived in his cousin's house for several years, and he used to refuse to accept the rent. Now things are different. My father introduced his lover to my cousin, which completely offended that person. There was also more resentment in his eyes when he looked at Yang LeCun. Yang Ming stood up limping and walked out. Son, what are you doing? You are injured. Li Shufen couldn't help but worry. Move. I'm moving back here. Yang Ming said fiercely. He now works in a public institution, and face issues are particularly important. If his father's scandal gets out, how can he still stay in the unit? If he were you Chongqing, he would definitely be furious. So if anyone has to blame anyone for this, he can only blame his dad for not doing his job. Chapter 145, Nephew Tricked by His Uncle. 8. 3 days later, Changqing arrived and found the house had indeed been cleaned up. Yang Ming also left him a letter of apology to express his father's apologies. The letter said that he had not answered his phone calls in the past few days, so he had to write to apologize. He also said that what his father did was not right and he was very angry. He hoped that their brotherly relationship would not be affected. Changqing threw it into the drawer after reading it. He called a decorator, changed the door locks of the house, redecorated it, and bought some furniture. Renting it out can generate income. In the following days, he was first busy with renting out the house, and then he went to the agency to look at a lot of housing information and sent the information to his cousin. Before school started, my cousin's family and my uncle and aunt all rushed to the city. Changqing cooked a table of food at home to entertain them, which touched his uncle so much that he said his child had grown up. I took them to look at houses, and they were all nice ones. My uncle's family emptied their savings and bought 2 houses, one large and one small. Uncle, you also used Changqing's words to comfort everyone, saying that the value of houses will increase in the future, and the money is equivalent to depositing it in the bank and will not be a loss. Although my cousin was a little hesitant, he considered that the quality of education in the city was indeed better and it would be more convenient for his children to go to school, so he asked Changqing to borrow tens of thousands of yuan. After dealing with these things, it was almost time for school to start. Xinhua School is a famous repeat school in City A, but its location is a bit remote, so Changqing simply locked the door of his home and went to the school to apply for boarding. He had also learned high school knowledge in other worlds. Although there were some differences, it was very easy to fill in the gaps. In the first mock exam after the start of the school year, he ranked first in the school, with a score close to 700 points. The school teachers and leaders were shocked. After carefully checking the surveillance footage and confirming that there was no cheating, they not only refunded his tuition but also gave him a scholarship of 500 yuan. You have to know that the reputation of a cram school depends on the college entrance examination results, the rate of admission to key universities, the rate of admission to first-class universities, and the number of students admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University are all very important. Judging from Changqing's score, he is a sure-shot candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University. The school is also worried that he will be poached by other cram schools, so they are very concerned about his life in school. Changqing lived up to everyone's expectations and ranked first in the school in several consecutive mock exams. He even ranked first in the city in a citywide joint exam. This made the school leaders very happy. The rhythm of the city's top scholar, Xinhua School, is famous because it produced a city champion 2 years ago. Although the enrollment level has been improved in the past 2 years, it has always lacked top students. If we can produce another city top scorer this year, the school's teaching quality will be even more convincing. I basically take makeup classes at school during the winter vacation, and I don't have a vacation until the Chinese New Year. He originally planned to go back to Niugang village to celebrate the New Year, but before leaving he received a call from his cousin Yang Ming, who insisted that he go to his house for dinner. Changqing happened to be curious about the situation at his black-hearted uncle's home, so he went there. Of course, he went empty-handed. My dad is sorry for you, but there is no conflict between us brothers. My mom and I are both victims in this matter. My dad hasn't been home recently. Come to my house for dinner and have a couple of drinks with your brother. Yang Ming's voice was enthusiastic. After chatting for a few words, Li Shufan also took the phone. Changqing, I heard you are studying. Senior year of high school is so tiring. You need to replenish your nutrition. Today, your aunt made your favorite pork elbow in sauce. Come over for dinner tonight. I couldn't refuse such a kind invitation, so of course I had to go. When Changqing arrived at Yang's house, the dishes were already on the table. There were all kinds of dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, pork elbows in sauce, and many of them were his favorites. Hurry up and sit down. When she saw Changqing coming over, Li Shufan smiled so well that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes could kill a mosquito. Changqing noticed that his cousin's wife was pregnant and her belly was a little bit obvious, and he understood what was going on. Are you interested in my house again? Oh, Auntie, you are so polite. My uncle introduced me to a pregnant lover last time. I want to talk to him again. This was totally irrelevant and the scene in the living room was frozen for a moment. Eat, why mention him? That heartless man has been afraid to go home recently. Li Shufan quickly changed the subject. Don't dare to go home. Changqing was a little bit unconvinced. Young Le Kun was not a person who was so thin-skinned. Could it be that he got together with Shui Yiren again? He thought so and asked. Li Shufan's face froze. That shouldn't be the case, right? Last time your cousin's eldest uncle and second uncle came to visit, he was so scared that he took her to get an abortion the next day. She spoke hesitantly, as if trying to convince herself. And, did you see that woman go into the operating room? If she said she wanted an abortion, then she did. Don't be silly. Who knows, maybe she's in some corner of this city nursing the baby, waiting to give birth to inherit the family fortune. Chang-Ching has been concentrating on studying during this period and has indeed not paid attention to the movements of Yang LeCun and Shuiren, but intuitively he felt that Yang LeCun would not be so honest. Cousin, you'd better be more careful. When you give birth to a child, I will divide your family property. He turned around and said something to Yang Ming, who looked thoughtful. After a few words, the young family members lost their appetite. Only Chang-Ching was still eating rice and vegetables with big mouthfuls, his mouth full of oil. Hey, everyone, come eat, it's such a delicious dish. I like this braised pork elbow the most, my aunt's braised pork elbow is the best. He sighed while eating. Eat, eat, eat. Li Shufen's smile was forced. She was really worried that Yang LeCun and Shuiren were secretly together again. After all, she is so young that if Chang-Ching hadn't been here, she would have wanted to call Yang LeCun immediately to question him. Mom, in the end, it was her cousin's wife's words that woke Li Shufen up from her thoughts. She then remembered the important matter inside. Chang-Ching, if you want to eat braised pork elbow, come to your aunt's place more often. Tell me in advance and I'll make it for you. Even if you don't recognize your uncle, you can't deny your aunt too. Alas, it's just that my aunt's house is too small, and your cousin's wife is pregnant again. When she gives birth to a child, it will be even more difficult to make noise. Li Shufen spoke earnestly and said a lot of things in a row, talking about memories and difficulties. The main point was that although your uncle has let you down, your aunt used to treat you well, and you have a good relationship with your cousin. You see, your family is facing housing shortage now, so could you please help? Chang-Ching pretended not to understand. I'm in school every day. I'm going to college next year. I don't have many opportunities to eat braised pork elbow. Besides, there is a snack bar in front of our school. The braised pork elbows there are also very good. Cousin, I will take you there to try it next time. It tastes just like what my aunt made. When Li Shufen heard him say he was going to college, her first reaction was disbelief. Are you sure you can get into university? It's not easy after not studying for several years. I'll talk to your uncle next year and ask him to arrange for you to be a team leader so you don't have to work on the construction site. How do you think that is? Bang! Chang-Ching put the bowl heavily on the table, and his face turned red instantly. I've already said it before, there's no such uncle. Do you still want to expose my scars? He stood up, his voice filled with grief and indignation. You Chang-Ching, will never work for Yang LeCun again, even if I can't get into college, can't find a job, or starve to death on the streets. You guys should never mention this name again. After saying those harsh words, he strode away and no one could stop him. It was as if he was badly hurt. Chapter 146, Nephew tricked by his uncle. 9. Mom, why do you still want to mention Dad to him? You know that he hates Dad the most right now. After Chang-Ching left, Yang Ming came to his senses and couldn't help complaining to Li Shufen. I finally got someone to come over for dinner, just to talk about renting my house again. Originally, the cousins had a good relationship and they gave him face by inviting him to dinner. Yang Ming thought he had a great chance. But his mother went to the trouble of asking him to work under his father. Now, he was angered and left. What I said was true. If he fails the college entrance examination, he still has to find a job. I wanted to help him, but who knew he would react so strongly? Li Shufen felt very aggrieved. The house is old and the facilities are not good. During this period, her son and daughter-in-law live at home, and she has to help take care of her pregnant daughter-in-law. She is exhausted every day. As a result, her son still didn't understand and blamed her for this matter. It's all your dad's fault for introducing that woman to your cousin. You were living well. After thinking about it, she felt that all of this was to blame on Yang LeCun. How could Yang Ming not blame Yang LeCun? He hated him to death. Not only was it embarrassing to do such a thing, but it also caused him to be kicked out by his cousin. The house used to be so spacious and beautiful, and the transportation was convenient. Now I live in this shabby place and have to squeeze in the subway for an hour to go to work, but what can he do? After all, he is his biological father, and he is still using money to support his family. He can't fall out with him. At this time, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He opened QQ and his face changed immediately. What's wrong? Li Shufan and his wife both leaned over to take a look, and the Yang family was in an uproar. The pictures Changqing sent were of Yang Likun and Shui Erin. There are photos of the two of them going to the hospital to see the obstetrics and gynecology department together, photos of them entering a rental house together, and even photos of them walking in the park together. Although the photo was not very clear and looked like a screenshot of a surveillance video, Li Shufan was very familiar with both of them and recognized them at a glance. Oh, heaven and earth! How could your father be such a person? She immediately sat down on the sofa and started crying. Yang Ming's face also turned pale. Looking at the address Changqing sent him on QQ, he clenched his fists. Obviously, I live at home to save money. He is so good. He even spends money to rent a house for his mistress. That community seems to have better facilities, and the rent is definitely not cheap. There are also various fees for childbirth checkups, so I don't know how much it will cost. All this was spent on his money. If there was no mistress, wouldn't all the money go to him? The more Yang Ming thought about it, the angrier he became. Yang Ming's wife also looked unhappy. My father-in-law earns more money a year than Yang Ming's salary, but he gives them so little subsidy and is willing to spend money to support outsiders. Mom, let's go find them now. Yang Ming stood up. He wants to protect his own rights as well as his mother's rights. I'll call your uncle. Li Shufan took out her phone and was about to call someone, but was stopped by Yang Ming. He didn't want this matter to become known to everyone again, and family matters should be resolved at home. When Yang Ming took Li Shufan to find Yang Likun, Changqing was also driving on the way back to Nyogang village. System, thank you very much. With the system in place, tracking and surveillance is very easy. There are cameras everywhere now, and individuals have no secrets at all. The small matter system stood proudly in front of the steering wheel with its bulging belly. His uncle contacted him several months in advance and asked him to go back for the new year. This time when he went back, he also bought a lot of incense and candles to worship his parents. Although Changqing is not superstitious, this is the local custom. The original owner rarely went back home and deliberately avoided sad things. So he almost never went to worship his ancestors, which made him have a bad reputation in his hometown. Since Changqing planned to go back to his hometown to celebrate the new year, he was naturally willing to follow the customs and procedures. The little nephew was also very happy to see his uncle coming, and he surrounded him and told him many interesting things around him. This kid is really clingy to you. The eldest aunt was sewing the soles of shoes and said with a smile to the uncle and nephew who were chatting and laughing by the stove. Your uncle may be going to college. You should learn more from him. Uncle Yu was naturally happy to see Changqing. Unlike others who did not believe Changqing could get into college, his uncle's family had full confidence in him. Your father used to have good grades. He was one of the few students in the village who had a technical secondary school degree. You must have inherited his brains, so you won't be bad. I just wasted my time playing games during high school. Uncle Yu took a puff of his pipe and recalled the past. Unlike the warmth of the Yu family, the atmosphere in the Young family was depressed at this time. I want a divorce. The first thing Yang Likun said when he got home was to ask for a divorce. His hair was disheveled, there were some bruises on his face, and his eyes were red, as if there were tears in them. I don't have an unfilial son like you. He pointed at Yang Ming, who was also in a mess. Now that Erin has had a miscarriage, are you satisfied? Yang Likun regrets it. If I had known earlier, I should have arranged Shuiren to move to another city. Yet he didn't expect that his wife and son would come to his house and start assaulting him without any reason. Not only was she beaten, but Shuiren was also pushed to the ground when she stepped forward to persuade him, and was kicked twice by Li Shufan. It's all his fault for not protecting them and their child. If I had known this would be the outcome, I should have chosen to divorce from the beginning. When he saw Shuiren's pale face, he felt very uncomfortable. It's time to give her an explanation. Divorce. Go through the legal process. I want to take away everything that belongs to me. Yang Likun's tone left no doubt. This time he was determined. Yang Likun, you are not a human being, you have no conscience. Li Shufan didn't expect this result. She sat on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying. She didn't understand any law, she just knew that if she got divorced, the family would be gone. Seeing that Li Shufan was still trying to make trouble, Yang Likun glared at her with fire in his eyes. Li Shufan, you killed the baby in Aaron's belly. This is murder. You will go to jail, do you know that? Young LeCun was furious at this time. If Li Shufan insisted on making trouble, he wouldn't mind sending her to jail. Yang Ming lowered his head and said nothing at this time. He was also a little panicked because he was the one who pushed Shuiren down. At that time, he and Young LeCun were fighting, and he didn't even notice Shuiren, who was trying to stop the fight. They were so angry that they just fell to the ground with a wave of their hands. His mind was still in a mess at the moment, and when he heard the word jail, he suddenly raised his head. Mom can't go to jail, I can't go to jail, and I can't lose my job. He no longer had the energy to settle the score with his father, and now he was more worried about himself. Humph. Then just get a divorce and live your life as a family. Young LeCun snorted coldly and slammed the door and walked into the room. Chapter 147, Nephew tricked by his uncle. 10. Wait for Changqing to come back after the new year. The divorce battle is over. Although Young LeCun was at fault for his infidelity, Li Shufan was threatened by Young LeCun because she caused Shuiren's miscarriage and did not dare to ask for more property. The result was that all the property was divided equally, and Young LeCun moved into the rental apartment with his belongings. Changqing saw Yang Ming again the day before returning to school for the spring semester. He came to the door with a depressed look on his face. Cousin, my parents are divorced. Changqing was busy packing his things and just hummed when he heard that. Do you want to go see your aunt? She has been crying all the time. Yang Ming's voice was also very low. The divorce was too much of a blow to his mother. Changqing thought about the plot carefully and realized that his aunt was not a good person to the original owner. At the beginning, she really didn't know about Young LeCun's plan for the original owner. When the original owner died, Young LeCun quickly divorced her and moved into the original owner's house with Shuiren, but Young LeCun has always been very supportive of his son. He provided him with funds and connections when he resigned to start his own business, and he has always taken good care of his family life. Changqing didn't believe that Li Shufan didn't benefit from this. So Changqing naturally wouldn't have any affection for his aunt. Go away. Your father's affairs really disgust me, and associating with you will inevitably make me think of those things. After hearing Changqing's words, Yang Ming opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing and turned and left. Afterwards, Changqing returned to school and devoted himself to intensive study. This state continued until the end of the college entrance examination. After taking the last course, he returned home and slept until noon the next day. After all, he is not a 17 or 18-year-old kid, and he can't play with them. If Uncle Yu hadn't knocked on the door at noon, he wouldn't have gotten up. Uncle, why are you here? He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Uncle Yu's bags with some surprise. You have to know that the house my uncle bought is a pre-sale property and they haven't moved in yet. It took them a whole morning to get here from the village. Looking at the vegetables, fruits, and dried mushrooms covered with fresh soil, he knew that Uncle Yu must have set out before dawn. You've just finished your college entrance exam today, so I thought you were going home, so I came to see you. Uncle Yu smiled and asked, how did you do on the exam? It feels good. We're just waiting for the results. Changqing said confidently as he led Uncle Yu into the house. Changqing thought of the original owner's college entrance examination that year. Uncle Yu also rushed over early in the morning and sat at the door for a whole day before he was able to contact him, because the original owner went to an internet cafe and played games all night after the exam, and then slept at a classmate's house nearby the next day, and only returned to his own home at night. Alas, I couldn't tell who was good to me and who was bad to me. No wonder I suffered a great loss in the end. 2 large bowls of noodles were cooked, and the uncle and nephew ate while chatting. Uncle Yu invited him to visit his hometown after he achieved results, and Changqing did not refuse. Don't be too stressed. With your level, it won't be too bad. As he left, Uncle Yu patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Since he was awake anyway, Changqing simply drove Uncle Yu back to the village. He stayed in his hometown for another day before returning to the city. Because the class is organizing a farewell dinner for teachers, Changqing couldn't remember whether he had participated in such a teacher appreciation banquet in his previous world. Seeing the lively young faces, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The students, who were already over 18 years old, laughed and cried and drank with great enthusiasm, and finally got drunk. He stayed until the end and walked back home alone. Changqing originally thought that he would no longer have any contact with the Young family, but he did not expect to receive a call from Yang Ming a few days later. Cousin, you know, that woman didn't have a miscarriage at all. My father lied to us, and now they have given birth to their son. He seemed to have drunk a lot of alcohol and his speech was a little slurred. Young LeCun has not subsidized Yang Ming since their divorce, which has made the couple's life much more stressful than before. He thought that he was the biological son after all, and he was just too impulsive and had a fight with his father. It would be fine after a while when his anger subsided. After all, there is no overnight hatred between father and son, who knew that they would lose contact for several months. It was not until yesterday when he saw Yang LeCun and Shuiren shopping in the mall with their child that he realized that his father really didn't want him anymore. Changqing didn't have the time to comfort this grown man who had lost his father. He hung up the phone without saying anything. Yang LeCun lived a good life? He would not allow it.so. Not long after, a safety accident that Yang LeCun had tried hard to conceal was exposed again. Some family members recorded videos and cried out online, saying that Yang LeCun had lost his conscience and that the people he led died on the construction site. Not only did he conceal the casualties, he also withheld the pensions. Many family members appeared in the video, and they provided a lot of strong evidence in the video, which soon caused heated discussions online. In the rental house, Yang LeCun was so angry that he smashed his phone after seeing the online discussion. Why are you so angry? Don't you have to spend money to buy a cell phone? Shuiren came out of the room holding the child, and saw him smashing the phone with an impatient look on her face. She already knew that Yang LeCun was not a big boss at all, but just a small contractor, but she found out a little late, after Yang LeCun got divorced. At that time, she was afraid of missing the opportunity, so she quickly took him to get the marriage certificate. She thought they would move into a big house, but in the end they still lived in a rental house. After a big fight, I wanted to abort the baby, but the pregnancy was too advanced and the doctor said the risk was too high, so I just let it go. If it weren't for the fact that he could still make some money, she would have wanted to run away long ago. What do you know? Yang LeCun was like an ant on a hot pan at this moment, and he had no intention of coaxing this pampered woman. In fact, he regretted it after the divorce. Although Li Shufan is old, she takes good care of him. He never has to worry about family matters and can concentrate on doing his job. As for Shuiren, whenever the toilet at home was clogged, she would call him to come back to fix it. She never cooked at home every day, but ordered takeout. Don't you know that takeout is expensive and unclean? Moreover, she was in a very messy way taking care of the child. The child went to the hospital several times within the first 2 or 3 months after birth, which cost a lot of money. However, this is not the time to make trouble with her, because there was a knock on the door. He opened the door carefully and saw 2 policemen standing at the door, who collapsed to the ground. When Changqing received the notification that he had been the city's top scorer in the college entrance examination, he also heard the news that Yang LeCun had been sentenced to 5 years in prison and was required to pay full compensation. This time, Shuiren had already thrown the child at the door of Yang's house and ran away with her luggage. Li Shufan knew that Yang LeCun was in trouble, so when she saw the child, she immediately thought of whose child he was. However, she hated Yang LeCun and Shuiren to death, so how could she raise the child? Besides, she did not have the ability to do so, so she sent the child directly to Yang LeCun's hometown and left him to his parents who were in their 70s. When Yang LeCun was released from prison, Changqing had already graduated from Huaqing University. Since the original owner's wish was to keep his property, he did not struggle outside, but returned to City A and found a job that was neither busy nor idle to live on. When I met Yang LeCun again, his back was completely hunched and he was accompanied by a child carrying an elementary school backpack. Dad, don't pick me up every day. I know the way. My classmates will laugh at me if you do this. Changqing vaguely heard the child's disgusted voice and Yang LeCun's ingratiating laughter. He heard that Yang LeCun had gone to Yang Ming several times to ask him to help raise the child and give him child support, but was rejected every time. Yang Ming already had a child and had to take out a loan to buy a house. He didn't even dare to resign from his job, let alone have any spare money to help support his half-brother. However, Changqing remembered that the law stipulated that older brothers had the obligation to raise their younger siblings after their parents lost the ability to support them, and this responsibility would probably fall on Yang Ming sooner or later. Sure enough, after Yang LeCun turned 60, he used legal threats to force Yang Ming to take on the responsibility of supporting him in his old age and raising his younger brothers. Changqing remembered that day when Yang Ming came to him with tears all over her face, and kept complaining about Yang LeCun's ruthlessness and her own life experience. I would love to be in your shoes. Before leaving, he looked at Changqing deeply. Do you want your parents to die? Changqing just said this in reply, and then he saw his back turning and leaving in a hurry. In the days that followed, Changqing would still occasionally hear news about the Yang family's turmoil, but Yang Ming seemed to have seen through his attitude of watching the show and seldom came to him to complain. In this life, Changqing lived an ordinary life. Chapter 148 Cannon Fodder Prince 1. My lord, please save my parents. Chang Ching just came through and found himself sitting in a gorgeous carriage. He heard a woman's anxious shouting outside. The carriage in motion paused. My lord, this is the eldest daughter of the Chang'an Marquis 8. The guard next to him lowered his voice and said. The guard felt very insecure. This master had a bad temper and disliked the eldest daughter of the Chang'an Marquis' mansion the most. In his rage, he might be beaten to death. This was right on the main avenue of Chang'an Street. There were many pedestrians at this time, and when they saw the excitement, they all gathered here. The woman in front of the carriage began to cry, and the guards began to sweat. There was silence in the carriage. After a long while, a cold voice was heard. Ching Song, take this girl with you to write a complaint. If there is any injustice, report it to the censorate. The guard responded and walked up to take the girl away. Chang Ching vaguely heard the sounds of people kowtowing and thanking outside, but he didn't pay attention. At this moment, he only felt a burst of violence and his heart rushing straight to his mind, making him unable to help but get angry, hurt people, and destroy everything. He took 2 deep breaths before he suppressed this inexplicable madness. After taking the patient's pulse, he knew that he had been poisoned by a strange poison. Let's go back home. Following his instructions, the carriage set off again, and the onlookers then realized that this luxurious carriage was actually the one that the King of Chu carried. This King of Chu was so easy to talk to today, everyone found it incredible. You should know that the King of Chu is the most beloved prince of the current emperor. He was given the title Chu before he came of age and was allowed to set up a residence outside the palace. Over the years, the King of Chu had a violent temper and caused countless troubles, but under the emperor's favor, he had never been punished. Even last month, when he broke the legs of the 3rd son of the Prime Minister's family, the Prime Minister reported it to Emperor Li, who only confined the King of Chu to his home for 3 days. This shows how much Emperor Li favored the King of Chu. Chang Ching couldn't hear the discussions and disbeliefs of the crowd, as he was currently sorting out the storyline of this world. The original owner was the 3rd son of Emperor Li, named Chu. He was the most favored prince by Emperor Li, and he had always wanted everything from a young age. The original owner, who was favored by the emperor, was naturally extremely arrogant. His temper became worse and worse, and he became lawless over the years. He was a little bully that no one in the capital dared to offend. Although his mother had died of illness a long time ago, his in-laws were powerful and the mighty general's mansion had an army of 200,000, making it a noble among nobles. Even if he was not favored by the emperor, not many people could provoke him just because of the mighty general's mansion. Seeing this, Chang Ching understood a little. With such an excellent configuration, it is definitely a cannon fodder. Then I watched and it turned out to be true. Emperor Li has 7 sons and 3 daughters. 3 of his sons are adults, but the most popular ones are the eldest prince, the second prince and the original owner. The eldest prince was not of high birth, but as the eldest son, he had entered the court very early and had considerable influence around him. The second prince is the queen's legitimate son, and has the support of the upright royal family. He is known for his courtesy and respect for others, and enjoys a high reputation among the civil officials. Although the original owner lacked support in the harem, he was the most favored by the emperor and had the support of the general's mansion, so he was naturally the focus of attention. Many ministers in the court have taken sides, hoping to gain the credit of following the emperor, but there are also many who have not yet taken action and are just watching. On the surface, Emperor Li doted on the original owner the most, but in fact, the original owner was really a cannon fodder, just a tool used by Emperor Li to fight against the other 2 princes. The person that Emperor Li cares most about is the 14-year-old 5th prince, who was born to concubine Chun, the white moonlight in Emperor Li's heart. Concubine Chun was good at painting and poetry. She was a famous talented woman in Jiangnan before she entered the palace. After entering the palace, she was the most favored among the 6 harems. However, she was unlucky and died of a cold after giving birth to the 5th prince. Afterwards, rumors spread in the harem that the 5th prince was a murderer of his mother. The 5th prince was also disliked by the emperor, who had ignored him for many years, and he suffered a lot in the harem. But in fact, Emperor Li's most preferred heir to the throne was the 5th prince. He was worried that his attention to the 5th prince would bring him disaster, so he pretended to be disgusted with him, but secretly invited the best teachers to teach him civil and martial arts, as well as how to govern the country. At the same time, Emperor Li also encouraged other princes to compete with each other, hoping that the other princes would both suffer heavy losses, so as to reduce the resistance to the 5th prince's ascension to the throne, especially the original owner, because he holds military power and is feared by the emperor. He is the core of this fighting game. Emperor Li doted on him on the surface, giving him whatever he wanted. When he made a mistake, he would punish him with the stick, which made him become inflated and crazy. At the same time, in order to make the original owner more violent, he ordered people to drug him. This strange poison from the western regions would not be fatal immediately, but it would affect a person's spirit in the long run and turn a normal person into a madman. In the past 2 years, the original owner has become increasingly erratic and manic, which is closely related to the effect of this poison. The original owner lost his mind under the influence of the poison and bit around like a mad dog. The eldest prince was ordered to deal with the flood, but he had people disfigured him and lost his qualification to the throne. The second prince was killed by poison wine at a palace banquet. This time, the emperor finally woke up and hated himself for doting on the original owner too much, which led to the quarrel between brothers and the tragedy in the world. He learned from his mistakes and finally stripped the original owner of his title, demoted him to a commoner, and imprisoned him in the Imperial mausoleum. Finally, the fifth prince ascended the throne smoothly. The fifth prince is the male protagonist of This Small World, and the female protagonist is Song Yao, the second lady of Chang'an Marquis Mansion. In the plot, Emperor Li had arranged a marriage for the original owner, and the woman was Song Yao, the eldest daughter of the Chang'an Marquis Mansion. The Chang'an Marquisate also started out as a noble family. Over the years, they tried to shift from military to civil, but the transformation failed, and they ended up being neither up nor down, and gradually faded out of the center of power. But the foundation is still there, so it is still a good marriage, and the original owner is very satisfied with this marriage. Song Yao, the eldest daughter of the Marquis family, is a famous talented woman in the capital. She is good at poetry and painting, and is very popular. She is one of the women that the noblemen in the capital most want to marry, but who would have thought that Song Yao was actually a fake daughter? The story goes back more than 10 years ago. When the Marquis's wife was pregnant, she went to the Ju temple to pray for blessings. However, she miscarried halfway through the journey, so she borrowed a farmer's room on the roadside to give birth. Coincidentally, there was also a pregnant woman in that farmer's house who was about to give birth. Because there was a panic at the time, the child made a mistake. So the daughter of the Marquis's mansion became a peasant girl, and the peasant girl became the pampered daughter of the Marquis's mansion. It was not until last month that the two people's life stories were exposed because of an unexpected incident. Currently, the farmers have been sued by the Chang'an Marquis mansion for exchanging their daughter and have been detained. The direct descendant of the Chang'an Marquis mansion has also been renamed Songyu and has become the eldest daughter of the mansion. The fake daughter Songyao said that although she was reluctant to leave her adoptive parents, she was willing to return them to Songyu and move out of the Marquis mansion. At the same time, she also emphasized that she was disappointed with the biological parents' behavior of exchanging her daughter, hoped that they could accept reform, and said that she was willing to repay them for giving birth to her after they were released from prison. This high-profile statement won her a lot of goodwill, and everyone in Beijing said that she was very pure and filial and a good child. However, how could the Marquis wife be willing to let the girl she had raised so dearly for more than 10 years move out? After a lot of crying, it ended up that both daughters lived in the Marquis Chang'an's mansion. The eldest daughter was Song Yu and the second daughter was Song Yao. Although the original owner was a playboy, he had always been in love with the original legitimate daughter, Song Yao. Now that the legitimate daughter was suddenly replaced by Song Yu, he was naturally extremely angry. But the emperor was marrying off the eldest daughter, and he did not specify a name. The attitude of the Marquis's mansion was also to marry Song Yu off. Although Song Yu grew up in a farming family, she was loved by her parents and brothers. She had never suffered any hardship since she was a child and had a deep relationship with her adoptive parents. On the contrary, after arriving at the Marquis mansion, her biological parents liked Song Yao more and were not close to her. So when she learned that her adoptive parents were in prison, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, because she knew that her adoptive parents were honest and kind and would never do such a thing as swapping children. In the original plot, Song Yu was instigated by others and thought that the king of Chu could help, so she boldly stopped his car, hoping that he could speak a word for his adoptive parents. However, the original owner had always admired Song Yao and was extremely disgusted with this daughter who was raised by a farmer. After learning that she had stopped a carriage to ask for help, not only did she not help, but she took the opportunity to have her beaten with sticks. Song Yu was shocked and frightened, and worried about the condition of her father and adoptive parents. She fell ill after returning and died in the backyard of the Marquis mansion not long after. The specific cause of death was difficult to ascertain, but many people saw the original owner's outburst in the street, and the story spread like wildfire that the original owner had beaten and killed the relatives of the Marquis mansion. This incident also made the original owner's reputation even worse. Chapter 149 Cannon Fodder Prince 2. The Chang'an Marquis mansion also reported the original owner, saying that he had no respect for the law and beat and killed the Marquis's relatives in the street. The people also said that he was arrogant and domineering, and had no royal manners, and because of this incident, Song Yu's adoptive parents' brother also hated the original owner. After his parents were acquitted, he moved to the south with his family. Later, he passed the imperial examination and entered the officialdom. He became an important advisor to the fifth prince and contributed a lot of wisdom to the demise of the original owner, who was a cannon fodder. Finally, the fifth prince successfully ascended the throne and Song Yu was made queen. The original owner, a deposed prince who had once coveted the queen and tried to trip up the new emperor, was naturally given a cup of poison wine. Seeing this, Changqing just felt chest tightness. Although the original owner did some stupid things, he was just a poor guy used by the emperor. He was poisoned by a strange poison and was in a state of mental excitement. He couldn't control his temper at all. Is there such a father in the world? Is it true that there are no fathers and sons in heaven? He sighed and got out of the carriage. When he entered the palace, he found that the decoration and layout of the entire mansion were all fine things. The small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions were all exquisite and luxurious. The room was even more magnificent and extravagant. This is simply like boiling oil on a raging fire. When the guards and servants saw him passing by, they stood beside him trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. Butlerly and trotted over. Your Highness, today I saw a 9-linked ring made of pure gold in Duobao Tower. It was very interesting. I have bought it and sent it to your room. He had a sly smile, with a hint of shrewdness. Changqing looked at him deeply, then waved his hand indifferently. Thank you. When he returned to the room, he saw a 9-linked chain of pure gold in the wooden brocade box. The workmanship was very delicate and it was obviously an extremely valuable item. It's just the smell of this box. He smelled it carefully and suddenly sneered. Can't wait any longer. Changqing carefully observed the furnishings in the room. Most of them were treasures given by the palace. Each one was priceless. Who would find it strange that there are a few items with unique smells mixed in here? Coincidentally, these smells, when mixed, can produce a unique poison gas, which over time can make people extremely poisoned and hopeless. Fortunately, my body was not yet terminally ill, so there was still time to remedy the situation. If I had come a year later, even the gods would have been unable to save me. Changqing took out a few pills from the space and swallowed them, and felt that the dryness and depression were much relieved. It seems that this room cannot be lived in for long term. On the other side, Song Yu was still a little bit in disbelief after walking out of the gate of the censorate. Although she had just arrived in the capital, she had heard a little about the reputation of the King of Chu. She knew that he was not someone who was easy to talk to. She did not expect that things would go so smoothly. Thinking about what Lord Yang said, that the matter had been basically clarified and that it was all misunderstandings and that the adoptive parents would be released soon, she finally let go of the heavy stone in her heart. Miss Song, I will go back and report to the prince. Xing Song's voice woke Song Yu from her daze. She heard the sympathy in the other party's voice and her face was gloomy. Please convey my gratitude to you. She knew the consequences of doing so, but she really had no other choice. She had just arrived in the capital and didn't know anyone. She couldn't rely on the harsh Marquis mansion. Fortunately, her second sister Song Yu was willing to give her some advice, otherwise she really wouldn't know what to do. The marriage between the Prince of Chu and the daughter of the Marquis family is arranged by the Emperor. He is the most favored by the Emperor. If he is willing to speak up, there will definitely be a chance for things to turn around. On the way back to the Marquis mansion, she recalled what Song Yu had said that day. She said that she was also worried about the safety of her biological parents, but she was not of the Marquis' bloodline and her status was low, so she did not dare to offend the noble. She also said that the outside world had some misunderstandings about the King of Chu, and that he was actually a very enthusiastic person. The King of Chu is really a good man. Thinking back to the situation when she stopped the carriage that day, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. At that time, her mind was full of worries about her adoptive parents, and she didn't care about anything else. She rushed forward in a fit of anger, and now when I think about it, I feel that I was really bold, elder sister. A slightly playful female voice was heard, and Song Yu looked up to see Song Yu in a goose yellow hairpin skirt. I heard that sister stopped the King of Chu's carriage. Has she already been to the Imperial censorate? Song Yu walked over very familiarly, took her arm and walked side by side with her. Yes, Lord Yang has said that this is a misunderstanding and they will be released soon. Song Yu had a pleased smile on her face. Thank you for your advice, my sister. The King of Chu is such a good man. Hearing this comment, Song Yao couldn't help but twitch her lips. King of Chu? A good man. If the King of Chu is a good man, then there would probably be no bad people in this world. However, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she nudged Song Yu next to her with her elbow. It seems that sister has a good impression of the King of Chu? He is your fiancé. She spoke in a teasing tone, as if she were joking between two sisters. Anyone who saw this scene would say that the daughters of the Marquis mansion were deeply in love with each other. However, when Song Yu heard this, her face turned red like a sunset glow. She instantly thought of the cold voice coming from the carriage. Although she had never seen the person, she could imagine the appearance of the cold and wealthy young man just by the voice. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. She broke free from Song Yao's hand, lowered her head and ran forward a few steps quickly, leaving Song Yao behind. The shy, Song Yao's face lit up with joy. I knew that this country girl had never seen the world and was short-sighted. God knows how much she hates the King of Chu. He follows her around like a dogskin plaster at every banquet. But the two of them are married by the emperor, so no one can say anything. Now that she is not the real daughter of the Marquis' mansion, the arranged marriage will not fall on her. Song Yao is indeed relieved at this point. She was a very confident person. As long as she was not driven to the countryside, she would definitely be able to marry a good husband with her talent and fame, and she would not have to worry about the glory and wealth in the second half of her life. Besides, thinking of the elegant man she met at the Lotus banquet that day, her face turned slightly red. Hey, the news that you stopped the King of Chu's carriage to appeal for justice has spread. The Marquis and his wife will definitely be furious. I will go back with you. Song Yao quickly took 2 steps to catch up. Good. Song Yu wasn't really angry, but she became worried after hearing her say that. Chapter 150 Cannon Fodder Prince 3. The people of the Great Xiao dynasty were open-minded, and women did not stay in the backyard without going out of the house. Although the two of them walked side by side on the street and attracted a lot of attention, no one found it strange. As soon as the two returned to the Marquis mansion, someone came to say that the madam wanted to see them. Song Yu's heart tightened. Although I had expected it, I was still a little nervous when I actually faced it. Father, mother, my sister went to ask the King of Chu for help because she was too worried about Uncle Yang and the others. Don't blame her. As soon as they entered the inner courtyard, Song Yao spoke loudly after hearing her words. The Marquis and his wife, who were sitting at the top, looked even gloomier, as if water could drip out of their faces. Get down on your knees, you bastard. The Marquis' wife slammed the table and coughed repeatedly. She was angry and worried. Who is the King of Chu? He is the one who broke the legs of the third son of the Prime Minister's mansion. Although Marquis Chang'an has a title, he has no official position and has long faded out of the center of power. How could he dare to offend the King of Chu, who is in the Emperor's favor? If people were to vent their anger on the Marquis and beat him up, for him it would just be a scolding and confinement for a few days, but the Marquis' mansion would lose all face and dignity. Song Yu knelt down tremblingly, and Song Yao followed suit. Yaoer, there's nothing for you to do. Come and sit down. When the Marquis wife saw that Song Yao was also going to kneel down, she felt so distressed that she quickly asked her to stand up and sit. However, Song Yao rarely disobeyed. She sniffed and her voice was choked. Father and mother, you have always taught me the importance of filial piety and brotherhood. Although Mr. and Mrs. Yang did not raise me, they still gave me life, so how can I stay out of it? Besides, they have raised me for 15 years and have a deep relationship with me. I was just impulsive and did this in order to resolve the misunderstanding as soon as possible. I am willing to accept the punishment with my sister. Song Yu didn't expect Song Yao to defend her like this, and her eyes turned red. Mom and Dad, I acted on my own. This has nothing to do with my sister. She grew up in the countryside, and although her brother taught her to read, she was not like the daughters of wealthy families who had teachers to teach them, and her experience was far from enough. Naturally, she could not hear the strangeness in Song Yao's words. Seeing her defending me, I felt touched and took the responsibility without thinking. Is the King of Chu angry? The Marquis, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted and asked a question. He looked at Song Yu with scrutiny. The Marquis was about 40 years old, with a short beard. He had been learning literature since childhood and had wanted to take the Imperial examination to become an official. However, his talent was limited, and after many years of examinations he only obtained the title of a scholar. However, he has been living a life of luxury over the years, and as the head of the family, he does have a certain dignity. At this moment, he looked at Song Yu with a sharp gaze. which brought a great sense of oppression. He didn't seem angry. He just asked someone to take me to the censorate to find out what happened. Song Yu answered truthfully, she really didn't feel that the king of Chu was angry. His voice was like the water in an ancient well, without any fluctuations and without a trace of emotion. I guess he didn't have any emotions because she was the eldest daughter of the Marquis's mansion. The Marquis sitting in the front was quite satisfied with the result. What he was most worried about was offending the king of Chu and being retaliated by him. That kid had a violent temper and didn't play by the rules. There was no peace at all if he was targeted. It's good that you didn't get involved. In fact, he didn't care much about the young couple. He knew in his heart that this was a complete mistake, and the other party did not treat his daughter harshly at all. He even doted on her more than other people in the village. The reason why they were put in jail for a few days was to show an attitude and vent the anger, so that they would not come to ask for money in the future. However, the king of Chu's attitude is really hard to understand. Could it be that he still cares about this arranged marriage? The Marquis took a look at Song Yao and Song Yu. Both of them had excellent looks, but Song Yu was obviously several shades darker and her skin was much worse. She did not have that elegant scholarly air. After thinking for a while, he said, "You should stay in the yard and copy scriptures this month. Don't go out." It can be said that it was raised high and then dropped gently. Although the Marquis's wife was in charge of the rear quarters, since the Marquis had spoken, she had no reason to refute. That's how it was settled. It took Changqing many days to learn about the Cheng'en Marquis mansion. "Boss, your fiancée stopped you in the street, and now she is under house arrest by Lord Song. Why don't you go and beg for mercy?" In the number 1 private room of Zhuai Xianlu, a group of young men were drinking, listening to music and chatting. Suddenly someone said this and everyone looked at the handsome young man sitting in the middle. Changqing took a sip of wine, smiling, and said nothing. "TSK, everyone knows that our boss's crush is Miss Song Yao, who is an excellent poet and painter. What does that village girl mean to him?" Someone came out to warm up the party. Even though Song Yao is talented and famous, she is just a farmer's daughter and born in a humble family. How can she be worthy of the eldest brother? Someone went on to say, "These people are all dandies who follow the king of Chu. They spend their days eating, drinking, playing, and walking their cats and dogs. They are a small group that everyone in the capital dislikes. My dad is looking for a date for me. If things go well, I'll be married next year. After that, I might not have a chance to play with you all." The person who was speaking was Zhao Huai, the youngest son of Zhao Yuzhen, the vice minister of the Ministry of War. He was white and plump, and his face was wrinkled, which looked a little funny. When this topic was mentioned, many people started complaining. "My family is also looking for a date. It's so annoying. My mother asked me to meet her cousin next week. I can't join the boat cruise next week. It's still more comfortable for the boss. I stayed in Zhuai Xianlu for many days and no one dared to bother me. If I were like this, I would get my legs broken when I go back." These people are all 15, 16, or 17 years old, which is almost the age for them to meet and get married in this era. Changqing found that there were too many poisons in the room of the palace, so he simply moved into the private room of Zhuai Xianlu and had not returned to the palace for several days. Anyway, he had a reputation for being a playboy and a tyrant, so no one dared to persuade him. The censors reported him every day, but he didn't care. "Don't worry if you have too much. Don't worry if you have too many lice. Anyway, I'll just lie down and let people make fun of me, no matter what they say." These days, he spent the whole day chatting, drinking and having fun with a bunch of friends, and he was very much in line with the original owner's image of a playboy. Chapter 151 Ken and Fodder Prince 4. Emperor Li became anxious when he learned that Changqing lived in Zuishan Tower all day. So depraved. How could he get poisoned if he didn't go back to the palace? How could he cause trouble if he lay down all day? Send him back. He gave instructions to the eunuch serving him. So, one day, while we were drinking, the housekeeper came over. "My lord, all matters in the palace are waiting for your decision. Please go back to the palace." As soon as the butler came in, he kowtowed, tears streaming down his face, looking like a loyal servant. To be honest, the butler was also very nervous. After all, this master was moody and might chop off someone's head if he didn't deal with him properly, but there is no other way. The superiors are urging us to do it, so no matter how scared we are, we have to bite the bullet and do it. What can possibly happen in the palace? I'm the only master in the palace. If you can't even take care of the flowers and plants, Do you still need me to do it? The young man sitting in the crowd was playing with his wineglass in a very casual manner, but the words he said made the butler's temple throb. That's right. The King of Chu hasn't married yet, and he doesn't even have a concubine or maid in his house. What big or small matter could there be? Boss, I think you are an irresponsible steward. You can't even manage such a simple palace. This is simply a wicked servant bullying his master. All those present were the King of Chu's younger brothers, so they could naturally hear his tone, and so they started talking at once, and their words became more and more outrageous. The butler's forehead was covered with sweat. He felt that if he let them continue talking, he would be convicted of a serious crime and be beheaded. Your Majesty, I am worried about you too. It has been spread all over the place, saying that you are addicted to prostitution and have no time for work. If this gets to the palace and His Majesty hears it, it will affect your favor. He quickly brought up public opinion and the emperor, trying to persuade him from this angle. Does Chongqing care about these things? Not at all. It's not like he doesn't know his reputation. If the original owner was here, he might have taken it into consideration. Although he was domineering, he had no idea that he already had a bad reputation, and he cared more about the opinions of the palace. Chongqing knew what was going on in the palace, and he also knew that he had no good reputation, so he became even more unscrupulous. Pull him out. He waved his hand, and 2 guards behind him came forward, picked up the butler and dragged him out. Your Majesty, even if you don't care about your reputation, you should at least consider Miss Song Yao's opinion, right? Miss Song won't like you being like this. The butler was anxious and shouted at the top of his voice. He came with a mission and could not report back until he completed it. Thinking that he had always had some face in front of the prince, he became anxious and started shouting without caring about anything. By the time he noticed that the prince, who had been smiling, had turned gloomy, the words had already been spoken. What a courage! The young man opposite had a face covered with a layer of frost. He put down his wineglass and walked forward leisurely. Butler, who gave you the courage to speak to this king like this? He stretched out his hand and pulled out the guard's sword. He leaned down, got close to the butler's ear, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, Is it the emperor? The housekeeper's heart was shocked and his eyes opened wide instantly, but the next moment, he felt the cold blade cutting through his chest. Wrong, you all misjudged him. This was the last thought in the butler's mind. Chongqing loosened his grip on the knife and took 2 steps back. Take him away and give him a proper burial. There was still a hint of anger on his face, and he was obviously very angry. The young masters sitting there were also frightened. Although they were rich and powerful, they had never killed someone in public like this before. However, this housekeeper was really in bad luck. Everyone knew that the King of Chu cared about Song Yao the most, but he actually dared to say in front of him that he didn't like Song Yao. Forget it, let's all go back. After this experience, everyone lost interest. Chongqing also decided to go back home to take a look. Apart from the butler who was a thorn in the side, you also have to give the other party a way out to avoid being discovered. Inside the Taiji Hall, subordinates reported the situation in Zuixiang Tower to Emperor Li. So, the 3rd brother returned home after all? This was what Emperor Li was most concerned about. After getting a positive answer, he smiled. Give some rewards to the family of the housekeeper. He died a worthy death by calling back the 3rd brother with his life. He didn't even have the intention of blaming the king of Chu. In the eyes of those in power, the lives of ordinary people are nothing but like ants. Chongqing saw this clearly and got rid of the housekeeper without hesitation. Although there is definitely more than one secret agent in the palace, the butler is undoubtedly the one with the most contacts and the greatest influence. It is really annoying to have him around. The news that the King of Chu killed his own steward in public for Song Yao soon spread throughout the capital, and many people talked about it. The King of Chu's reputation plummeted to the bottom. Mother, the King of Chu is going too far. In the inner courtyard of Cheng'en Marquis' mansion, Song Yao burst into tears in the Marquis' wife's arms as soon as she saw her. She didn't expect that even though she was no longer the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' mansion, rumors of an affair between the 2 of them would still spread. At this moment, she hated the King of Chu in her heart. It would be fine if he disregarded his own reputation and killed someone in public, but why did he have to involve her? During this period, she also learned that the elegant young man she met at the Lotus banquet that day was the 5th prince. The 2 even communicated twice, and they seemed to have a good impression of each other. What would the 5th prince think when this rumor spread? Yaoer, you've been wronged. Mrs. Ho reached out and touched Song Yao's hair. Seeing that she was crying so sadly, her eyes unconsciously became red. She knew very well that her pampered daughter was not willing to marry the king of Chu. To be honest, she didn't think the king of Chu was a good match. Although he was favored by the emperor, he had a bad temper, was easily angered, had little knowledge, and had a bad reputation. Which girl would not be worried about marrying him? Besides, the Marquis also said implicitly that his family was not on the side of the king of Chu when the emperor arranged the marriage. The Marquis's wife fainted. Fortunately, this marriage contract no longer falls on Yaoer. Thinking of this, she instructed the nanny next to her, "Go, call Song Yu over as well. Yaoer, don't be afraid. Your mother will take care of this matter for you." Madame Ho patted Song Yao's back gently to comfort her, her eyes firm. Since the engagement has fallen to Song Yu, she should clarify the matter. After all, according to the emperor's arranged marriage, she was the king of Chu's fiancée. When Song Yu entered the inner courtyard, she heard Song Yao crying softly in the Marquis's wife's gentle, comforting voice. She seemed to be accustomed to such scenes and walked forward with an unchanged expression. "Mother!" She shouted somewhat stiffly and stood there motionless. Although she had been in the Marquis mansion for some time, she did not feel close to her biological mother at all. She was quickly sent away when she paid her respects every morning, and they had almost no communication at other times. Although she had enough money here, she felt that she was not as happy as she was in the village. She also followed Song Yao to participate in some poetry readings and other activities, but on the one hand, she didn't know how to do those things at all, and on the other hand, other people seemed to look down on her and were not willing to talk to her, so she didn't have any friends after coming to the capital for so long. The Marquis's wife frowned when she saw her like this. "People who come from the village are petty-minded. Even if I hired a nanny to teach me, I still couldn't learn it. You've heard the rumors outside, right? The king of Chu shouldn't be associated with Yaoer. You go and clarify this matter." The Marquis's wife was unhappy, so her words were harsh. Song Yu was surprised. Clarify? How could a girl like her clarify such rumors? Recently, she heard many rumors about the king of Chu. Some said that he was lustful and frivolous, some said that he killed people without blinking, some said that he was favored by the emperor, and some said that he had a bright future. More often, she was told that the king of Chu loved Song Yao and had done something for her. She was skeptical about these words. It was really hard for her to connect the sounds in the carriage that day with the descriptions of these people, but if she were asked to clarify the rumors, she really didn't know how to do it. "Mother, I don't know what to do," she stammered. Mrs. Ho frowned. Chapter 152 Cannon Fodder Prince 5. The rumor has spread very widely at this point, and it really can't be resolved with just a few words. This is a difficult situation. This time, Song Yao stopped crying and raised her head. "Sister, aren't you the king of Chu's fiancé? You can write to him and ask him to clarify the matter. He will definitely be willing to help." Her eyes were red and there were traces of tears on her face. She looked very pitiful. Yes. Write a letter to the king of Chu immediately and ask him to clarify that he has nothing to do with Yaoer." The Marquis's wife spoke hastily, her tone more urgent than ever before. Song Yu knew that she had no room to refuse, so she could only nod and agree. However, the rumors died down before her letter was sent, because the palace's attitude is very clear. Not only did Emperor Li not blame the king of Chu, he even sent a lot of rewards to the palace, saying that he was worried that the king of Chu would be frightened. What does this mean? It means that the current emperor is still on the side of the king of Chu. This imperial favor shocked the court and its people. In this era when the emperor was the king, who dared to blame the emperor? So the surging public opinion was suppressed. Of course, some people talked about this matter in private, but everyone was as quiet as a chicken in public. Shangqing knew that this was the effect that Emperor Li wanted. Public opinion will not disappear because of being suppressed, but will only become more turbulent from light to dark. Of course, the people did not dare to hate the emperor, but the surging malice in the dark would be directed at him, a prince who already had a notorious reputation. But he doesn't care. After returning home, he simply claimed to be sick and lay down in bed, and did not go out for another 10 days. He had also looked at the things sent from the palace. Many of them had a faint smell. They must have been specially prepared for him. It was appropriate that he fell ill at this time. When Emperor Li heard that the king of Chu was ill and had not left the house for many days, he became anxious. 3 Imperial doctors were sent to treat the king of Chu. Changqing was lying on the recliner in the study, looking sick. "Oh, Your Majesty, the study is not a place to rest. Why don't you go to your room to rest?" When the Imperial doctors saw Changqing, they asked this question. Changqing took a quick look and found that the three Imperial doctors who came were the ones who often treated the original owner. Among them, Imperial Dr. Wang and Imperial Dr. Liu were both veterans of the Imperial Hospital. The other Imperial doctor was a young man who had joined the Imperial Hospital in recent years. It was said that his ancestors had inherited the medical tradition and his medical skills were very impressive. Since the Emperor gave him the medicine, the Imperial physician who often came to treat him would naturally be the first suspect. After all, the medicine had to be taken at the right temperature so that the person would be poisoned but not killed, in order to achieve the ultimate goal. Well, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by the Imperial doctors. I feel short of breath and very uncomfortable when I stay in the room. On the contrary, I feel much more relaxed in the study. He frowned, looking puzzled. As he spoke, he maximized his keen perception so as not to miss any of the reactions of the Imperial physicians. However, several Imperial physicians showed a look of doubt on their faces, making it difficult to judge from their expressions whether these words had any impact on them. The location of the room where the prince lives is the most advantageous in this mansion. It shouldn't make people feel uncomfortable. The leading doctor, Wang, stroked his white beard and pondered. Dr. Liu stepped forward to feel his pulse, and asked him to open his mouth and check his tongue. The pulse is weak and deep, and the tongue is covered with white fur. It sounds like poisoning. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Changqing's face changed and his brows were deeply furrowed. Does the Imperial physician recognize this poison? Imperial physician Wang also stepped forward to observe and ask questions, and finally the other Imperial physicians discussed with each other for a long time, finally draw a conclusion. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. This poison is something we have never seen before. Of course, this was something he had never seen before. Changqing got a poison from the space himself and gave it to himself, just to make himself look more sick. However, judging from the prince's condition, this poison may not be fatal, but it will only make people weak. Dr. Wang considered it for a while before slowly expressing his guess. Changqing seemed to be comforted by this speculation, and the solemn expression on his face dissipated a little. Doctor, can you find a way to relieve this symptom? He reached out and took Dr. Wang's skinny hand, with a hint of urgency in his voice. We can try to prescribe a medicine for the prince. Finally, the Imperial physician gave him a prescription for dietary supplements, and only allowed him to leave after repeatedly assuring him that he would further study the symptoms after returning. As the Imperial physician walked away, Changqing's face turned cold. He clapped his hands lightly, and a man in black flashed in. Greetings, Master. Investigate all the information about Doctrine. He ordered. Yes. The black shadow in front of me flashed and disappeared in an instant. This is a group of shadow guards secretly trained by the original body. Although there are not many of them, each of them is highly skilled in martial arts and is good at doing things. Host, how can you be sure that Doctrine is the one who poisoned you? The system, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly said something that scared Changqing. I thought you had it repaired. Is it still there? Of course, our systems are all made of new materials. Unless we encounter a spacetime storm, there is no chance of getting hurt. Speaking of this, the system is a little proud. Hey, don't change the subject. Doctrine had a paralyzed face the whole time. How are you sure? Seeing that the system was still curious, Changqing smiled. My perception is particularly sharp. At such a close distance, I can clearly distinguish not only facial expressions but even heartbeat changes. Do you understand what I mean? Changqing also showed a proud expression as he followed the system. In the palace, Emperor Li's eyes darkened after hearing the report, but he waved his hand to let the other doctors leave, and stayed alone to treat Doctrine. And Leshy, what's going on? Emperor Li also felt strange. The poison described by Doctrine was colorless and tasteless, and the symptoms were not visible in the pulse. He hadn't had any problems for such a long time, so how could he be found to have been poisoned again? Doctrine quickly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please allow me to report that the poison found by Imperial Dr. Liu is another kind of poison that has never been seen before. He quickly told his conclusion in detail, and at the end he speculated that the King of Chu might have offended other people, which led to someone secretly poisoning him. After hearing what Doctrine said, Emperor Li was shocked, and then delighted. The first people he thought of were the eldest prince and the second prince. They were rivals of the king of Chu and had the strength and courage of fight. The harder you fight, the better. Emperor Li knew that the king of Chu was not stupid. He could think of the eldest prince and the second prince, so the king of Chu would definitely suspect them first. The next step is definitely to fight back. However, it seems that the eldest and second brothers also have some strange people in their families, who can even get some strange poison that even the Imperial doctors have never seen. Emperor Li silently mourned for the king of Chu. The third brother is also careless and has become a poisonous person. Chapter 153 Cannon Fodder Prince 6. There's nothing we can do about it, it's their fault for blocking Lao Wu's way. Have the director of the Imperial Hospital bring a few more doctors to treat the king of Chu tomorrow, and take out a few things from the storehouse to send over as a consolation. Also, put up notices and search for miracle healers. Emperor Li gave instructions to Eunuch Fu, who was serving beside him. As the emperor who loved the king of Chu the most, he must of course show his appreciation. I'm sure the other princes will seize the opportunity to kill you while you're sick. Emperor Li narrowed his eyes to eye. In this case, what will happen to the mighty general's mansion? The general's mansion has become increasingly low-key in recent years, and it seems that they are planning to be loyal ministers, but Emperor Li didn't believe that. They would be so honest. Generals who command large armies have been feared by emperors since ancient times, and this is no exception today. However, the Han family had made great contributions and Emperor Li had no reason to seize their military power. Besides, the border was not stable and he was also worried about foreign invasions. However, he has already sent his trusted confidants to the border, and is just waiting for them to grow up. Soon, everyone knew that the king of Chu was ill. When the notice for recruiting miracle doctors was posted, Chang Qing also received the information about doctor and sent by Shadowguard, and Leshi, whose original name was Lin Jiang, was born into the Lin family, a family of medical practitioners. He had a talent for medicine since childhood. His father was also a well-known doctor in the local area and his family was well off. The turning point came when he was 8 years old, when his father was summoned by the imperial court to treat the plague, but unfortunately he became infected and died in the process. From then on, life became difficult for the orphan and widow. Unfortunately, there happened to be a second-rate uncle in the clan who was attracted by his mother's beauty and harassed her frequently, even breaking into his house at night to commit indecent acts. This uncle has some relationship with the clan leader. Lin Jiang and his mother reported the matter to the clan leader many times, but his case was not dealt with. On the contrary, Lin Jiang's mother was under increasing pressure and was like a frightened bird in life. After being teased and harassed again and again, she finally had a mental breakdown and stabbed her uncle to death with a golden hairpin. However, he was caught by angry tribesmen and beaten to death in the ancestral hall. When Lin Jiang came back from collecting herbs, what he found was his mother's cold body. He was filled with hatred in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. After burying his mother, he threw a handful of poison into the well, and more than 300 people in his clan, young and old, died. This person disappeared from then on, but unexpectedly he was recruited by the emperor and became a member of the Imperial Medical Service. He seems to be a poor man. The system couldn't help but sigh after seeing Lin Jiang's experience. It's precisely these people who have committed serious crimes that are useful. They are good at doing dirty work. Lin Jiang is a good doctor and an expert in using poisons, but he has committed a serious crime and has to hide his identity. Only the emperor dares to employ such a person, and only the emperor can give him hope of a new life. He is a good tool. Chang Qing called the shadow guard, whispered a few words, and a smile appeared on his face. Several groups of imperial physicians came from the palace, and their conclusions after examination were similar. There is no solution yet, but there is no need to worry about one's life. Chang Qing showed his irritability and sadness as the situation demanded, and the imperial doctors understood him very well. The body is infected with a strange poison, and the internal heat is rising. During this period, Lin Jiang also came twice and said a few clichés, acting very inconspicuous. Chang Qing didn't care either. As the announcement to recruit famous doctors was issued, everyone in the capital knew that the king of Chu was ill. There was an endless stream of people visiting these days, which made the Prince Chu's mansion quite lively for a while. Several princes came together, each bringing gifts of comfort. When they saw the pale-faced king of Chu, the brothers had different expressions on their faces. I say, third brother, you don't take care of yourself. Now that you are sick, how can you share the worries of your father? The eldest prince took a sip of tea and looked at the king of Chu, who was sitting at the top. He looked relaxed, and his attitude of watching a show was clearly revealed. The conflicts among the first three princes had already become public, and Changqing did not expect them to say anything good. This was the first time he had seen these brothers, but today they were almost all here, except for the seventh prince who was still drinking milk. The royal genes are naturally good, and being in a high position, their demeanor is naturally extraordinary, but the atmosphere when they sit together is a bit weird. I'm not sick. I've been poisoned by a strange poison that even the Imperial physician has never seen before. Changqing stated the shocking fact of sin in the calmest tone. The alien poisons in this space are extremely strange poisons that even the Imperial physicians have never seen. The faces of all the princes changed. Changqing did not miss their expressions. He calmly smoothed his clothes and smiled. Today I am the one who was poisoned, tomorrow it may be you brothers and sisters who are poisoned. He glanced at everyone present one by one, and his voice was unexpectedly calm. The notice only said that famous doctors were being recruited to treat the King of Chu, so everyone thought that the King of Chu was ill. I didn't expect it was poisoning. Ordinary people would not dare to poison the prince. For a moment, several princes thought of their brothers and could not help but move their chairs, wanting to stay away from others. Changqing was very satisfied to see their reaction. Don't worry, everyone. The tea used to entertain guests in the palace was given by the palace. There will be absolutely no problem. When these words were spoken, the hands of several princes who were drinking tea shook so much that they almost dropped their teacups. Third brother, what are the symptoms of this poison? The second prince looked worried and asked a question that everyone was concerned about. The Imperial physician said that it is not fatal for now, it will only make people weak, but this poison is rare and there is currently no medicine to cure it. Changqing was telling the truth. With the current level of medical care in this world, no matter how great the doctor is, he cannot cure this poison. He saw the mixed expressions of joy and worry on the faces of the princes and sneered in his heart, I think it's because the King of Chu was poisoned and was weak. If the poison could not be cured for a long time, it would be like having one less competitor. At the same time, he was worried that the poison was given by other brothers. If the King of Chu was poisoned, he might not be absolutely safe either, and he was afraid that he would become the next victim. Fifth brother, what do you think of this poison? Changqing changed his tone and looked at the fifth prince who had remained silent. The fifth prince was only 14 years old at this time, and his stature was not much shorter than that of the other princes, but he is still young after all. Compared with the iron-blooded emperor who finally ascended the throne in the original plot, his mind is still immature. When he saw the topic turned to himself, he couldn't help but feel panicked. He calmed himself down, faced everyone's inquiring gazes, and forced a smile. Third brother, how could I know anything about poison? You are the one that the emperor loves the most. This time, we will look for famous doctors, and they will definitely be able to cure you. Ha, that's not that stupid. It was common knowledge that the emperor doted on the King of Chu, and it was also what the other princes were most jealous of. When they mentioned their father, everyone's faces changed again. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, if they were poisoned, would their father go to such great lengths to find a miracle doctor to treat them? However, these princes are all full of mind, body and eyes. The fifth prince's words would certainly arouse everyone's jealousy towards the King of Chu, but he would probably also attract more attention to himself. Changqing did not miss it. The eldest prince and the second prince were glancing at the fifth prince. Third brother, the fifth brother is only 14 years old and is in the palace every day. Your poisoning has nothing to do with him. The one who spoke was the fourth prince. He was about to turn 16 and was the closest in age to the fifth prince, and they had a very good relationship. When he saw Changqing directing his firepower towards the fifth prince, he couldn't help but open his mouth to defend himself. Changqing glanced at the fourth prince, then looked at the fifth prince who had a livid face beside him, and almost laughed out loud. If you can speak, say more. No one said that the poisoning was related to the fifth prince, and no one even confirmed that it was intentional. Everyone was talking about the matter vaguely and ignored it. But he directly denied poisoning, which was tantamount to attracting suspicion. Changqing remembered that in the original plot, the fourth prince was the fifth prince's follower, and because he was so honest, the first prince and the second prince were not willing to win him over. In the plot, he didn't help accomplish anything big, he was more of a tool who shouted 666 behind him. Cough, cough. Changqing coughed a few times and held back his laughter. My dear brothers, I am not feeling well and cannot stay with you for long. Please go on your own. After some friendly and respectful conversation, they said goodbye to each other. Chapter 154 Cannon Fodder Prince 7 Host, what do you think of the fifth prince? I watched the entire game and was very curious about Changqing's opinion. It's just average. Changqing gave his evaluation that if it weren't for Emperor Li paving the way, building bridges, and clearing obstacles for him, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to get close to that position. It seems that the key lies in the Emperor's attitude. However, Emperor Li was determined to pass the throne to the fifth prince, and it was extremely difficult to change his attitude. However, Changqing had no intention of gaining Emperor Li's support. In the next few days, there was an endless stream of people coming to visit. Some came in person, while others asked others to bring gifts to express their gratitude, keeping the servants in the palace very busy. Leaning back in the chair, Changqing leisurely listened to Qingsong's report on the situation of the various people who came to express their condolences. The mighty general's mansion sent a bottle of detoxification pills, plus 200-year-old wild ginsengs, and countless other precious medicinal materials. Hearing this, Changqing paused slightly as he was feeding himself grapes. The mighty general's mansion, this outsider family undoubtedly supported the original owner, but over the years, the original owner had been in the emperor's favor and had acted more and more eccentrically, so the relationship between the mighty general's mansion and him had become distant. Changqing searched his memory and found that the original owner had had several conflicts with his in-laws. The reason was that they persuaded the original owner to keep a low profile to avoid getting into trouble. However, the original owner was too arrogant and conceited and did not take it seriously. Instead, he blamed his in-laws for meddling in his affairs, which led to the estrangement between the two families. Changqing, who had watched the plot, naturally knew that the mighty general's mansion had actually been secretly supporting the original owner. On the one hand, he was their nephew and they had a natural blood connection there. On the other hand, they knew that their family held military power and was feared by the emperor, so it would not be good for their family if other princes ascended the throne. However, no one expected that the old emperor had no moral principles and already had a candidate in mind. The original owner was poisoned and lost his order, so he failed in the end and did not accomplish his goal. Instead, he made things difficult for the fifth prince. Changqing felt sad when he thought about how some were beheaded or exiled in the mighty general's mansion. Give me a visiting card and find time to visit my grandparents. Because of his injuries, General Han has been recuperating at home in recent years. The Han family army has now been developed and expanded by his uncles. However, the emperor's birthday banquet will be held in a while, and Changqing knows that his second uncle Han Shu has already returned home, so he can take this opportunity to visit him. Qingsong was an excellent guard, so he naturally didn't ask the reason. As soon as Changqing gave the order, he arranged it. Your Highness, the eldest lady of the Chang'an Marquisate also sent a gift and brought a letter. Qingsong came back in a hurry, presented a letter and spoke carefully. He felt somewhat nervous. Having followed the prince for such a long time, he was still not sure about his master's temper. It was obvious that the prince had been in love with Song Yao, the original daughter of the Chang'an Marquis's mansion, and he hated the newly found eldest daughter so much that he would lose his temper when he heard any news about her, but last time he promised to speak up for him and even sent him to help write the petition. Perhaps the prince also has some different feelings towards the new lady. After all, the marriage was arranged by the emperor and it cannot be changed. So after receiving the letter from the maid, he quickly presented it to him. Changqing hasn't thought about the matter at Chang'an Marquis Mansion for a long time. When I heard Qingsong mention it, I was suddenly shocked. In the original plot, Song Yu died young, and the Chang'an Marquis Mansion was left without a legitimate daughter, so the arranged marriage naturally could not be carried out. Now that he has come and interfered with the matter of Song Yu's death, this arranged marriage will probably have to go ahead. According to the date agreed upon previously, it will be the spring of next year. Changqing didn't care whether to get married or not, but this was another troublesome matter. The marriage arranged by the emperor cannot be easily cancelled, and this is not an appropriate time to do so. Changqing carefully recalled the plot about Song Yu. He only knew that although she was raised in a farming family, she was also quite loved by her family, so she had a relatively naive and simple personality. After returning to the Marquis Mansion, although she was the eldest daughter, she was always in the control group of Song Yao. She was unable to integrate into the circle of noble ladies and was not favored by her parents. Then he died early, leaving only Miss Song Yao in the Marquis Mansion. He dared to stop a car and ask for help, which shows his Qicheng character. After opening the letter for a long time, I found that although the handwriting was a little rough, it was surprisingly not that bad. Considering the conditions of the farmer's growth, it was indeed 1 in 100. In the letter, she first expressed her gratitude, saying that her adoptive parents had returned home safely, then expressed her concern about their illness, and also enclosed a prayer for peace from the temple. "How is Song Yu doing in Chang'an Marquis' mansion?" Changqing put away the letter and asked the system. This. The system is a little hesitant. "Forget it, tell me what's going on with Song Yao." This system is very snobbish and pays special attention to the male and female protagonists. When asked about the female supporting role, it always knows nothing. When asked about Song Yao, the system was no longer sleepy. Although the heroine lost her status as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' mansion, she was adopted as the adopted daughter of Marquis Chang'an, and her treatment remained unchanged. She managed the situation well, and on the contrary, she gained a wave of sympathy because of this. She took Song Yu to several noble ladies' gatherings, which only made her look even more talented and beautiful. And now she is hooked up with the male protagonist, the fifth prince, and the two have already secretly fallen in love. Oh? Has it been passed on privately, as expected of the male and female protagonists? They are so brave. Although this dynasty was not so strict about the separation between men and women, private transactions were still unacceptable behavior. In the original plot, the relationship between the two people did not develop so quickly. However, after thinking about it, Changqing understood. In the original plot, the original owner was obsessed with Song Yao. In most cases, when Song Yao went out, he would follow her. This undoubtedly hindered the development of the relationship between the male and female protagonists. After all, the original owner was favored by the emperor and behaved extremely eccentrically. The fledgling fifth prince naturally did not dare to bring bad luck upon herself, and now that Changqing no longer acts as a tool, their relationship has naturally developed much more smoothly. But I don't know if the fifth prince will cherish such a beauty who is so easy to get. Chapter 155 Cannon Fodder Prince 8. At this time, the fifth prince and Song Yao, who were worried about Changqing, were expressing their feelings to each other on the Nanhu pleasure boat. Although it is autumn, the weather is still warm, which is a good season for boating. Song Yao disguised herself and entered the cabin under the guidance of the old nanny. She saw the noble young man leaning against the window. At a glance, her eyes lit up, and a dazzling light burst out from them. Goro! When the young man saw her, an eager smile appeared on his face. He walked up to her, picked her up, put her on the soft big bed in the cabin, and began to take off his clothes while touching her all over. Song Yao's face was so red that it seemed like water was about to drip out. She felt as if there was a fire in her body, burning her whole body and making her feel uncomfortable. He quickly pulled the quilt over his face. After a while, strange noises were heard from the bed cabin, and the two maids guarding there had no expression on their faces. The clouds have cleared and the rain has stopped. Song Yao sat on the edge of the bed and tidied her messy hair. She looked at the man beside the bed with incomparable tenderness in her eyes. Goro, her voice still carried the lingering sound of lovemaking, like a hook that lured people's souls. The fifth prince put his arm around her waist and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, Yaoer. In a few months, I will ask my father for permission to marry me. In a few months, he will come of age and can leave the palace and get married. Damn it, you messed up my hair again. Song Yao reached out and slapped away his hand that was touching her head, and said in a soft voice. Her voice made the fifth prince pause, and he felt the fire in his heart starting to burn again. He took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Yaoer, you are so attractive. His voice, which was originally between that of a teenager and a young adult, now had a hint of hoarseness. He lowered his head and spoke into Song Yao's ear. Song Yao's face, which had just calmed down a little, suddenly turned red again to her ears, like a ripe apple. I'm ignoring you. She turned her head and heard a low laugh. The fifth prince knocked on the window, and soon a maid came in carrying a bowl of medicine. Goro, medicine is bitter. Song Yao took the medicine bowl and looked at the fifth prince with a bitter face. Be good, drink it first. Now is not the time to get pregnant. You won't have to drink this after we get married. With the fifth prince's gentle comfort, Song Yao closed her eyes and drank it in one breath. The fifth prince quickly reached out and took a piece of candied fruit and put it in her mouth, patting her back gently until her face relaxed. Then he stopped. Yaoer, has the king of Chu been bothering you lately? He asked the question casually. King of Chu? Song Yao frowned. She hated the shameless king of Chu the most. He was uneducated and extremely thick-skinned. She would run into him every time she went out. However, he has not appeared recently, and even no gifts or letters have been sent. Thinking of this, she felt a little uncomfortable again. No, he hasn't contacted me recently. Instead, he has been. She thought for a moment, somewhat different towards Song Yu. She remembered that the king of Chu had said before that he hated that country girl the most, but recently he had sent guards to help her appeal and rescue her adoptive parents, which made her feel something was wrong. Song Yu is the daughter of the marquis who was found real. The fifth prince frowned. I have to say, he was a little disappointed. As for Song Yao, he was sure that he liked her. Who could not love such a talented and beautiful girl? Only if the king of Chu could not get the love he wanted, he would be much happier. Look, no matter how arrogant and domineering you are, or how powerful your background is, it doesn't matter. The woman you always want is still in my bed, but how could he just give up? What is this? Did he try to please Song Yao so much just because of the marriage arranged by the emperor? So now that the legitimate daughter has been replaced by Song Yu, is he trying to please Song Yu again? The fifth prince thought more and more, and suddenly asked, have you contacted him recently? What? Song Yao looked at him in disbelief. I hate the king of Chu the most, so why would I contact him? Wu Lang, you have to believe in my feelings for you. She thought the fifth prince suspected that she had some connection with the king of Chu, so she quickly spoke up to clarify. Everyone knows that she hates King Chu the most. Okay, she never read the letters he sent her, and donated all the gifts he sent her to the Salesian church, so it was really unfair for her to still be associated with him. The fifth prince seemed pleased by her eager expression. He smiled indulgently and patted her hand. I definitely believe you, but I don't understand why the king of Chu suddenly got involved with Song Yu. Didn't he hate her the most before? When mentioning Song Yu, Song Yao couldn't help but curl her lips. Who knows? One of them is a country girl, and the other is uneducated. I think they are a good match. At this point, she couldn't help laughing again. The fifth prince also laughed, and for a moment the painted boat was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Chang Qing, who they thought was a match for a village girl, was in the Taiji hall at this time. What? You don't want to get married? When Emperor Li heard the purpose of his visit, he was shocked. How can a prince not get married? If a son cannot get married, it is not his own business. It will make the father seem like he does not care about his son, is useless and cannot take care of the matter. This won't do. Emperor Li can't stand being told off. Nonsense. As a prince, it is your responsibility to expand the royal family. Father can obey you in other matters, but you can't be willful in this matter. After saying this, Emperor Li saw that Chang Qing looked sad, and thought that he might have spoken too harshly, as this child had always been spoiled by him. So he lowered his voice and said a few words of comfort. Third brother, are you worried about the poison in your body? It's okay. Father has found many famous doctors who can definitely relieve this worry. Besides, didn't the Imperial physician say that this poison will only make you weak, not fatal, so don't worry too much. Changqing still had a bitter look on his face. Father, you love me the most. Don't you know that I have always liked Song Yao? But now you want to change to the woman from that village? I won't give up. Seeing Changqing frowning and talking about the girl he liked, Emperor Li smiled. He remembered that when he was still a prince, he also had a lot of troubles over love. After all, you are still too young. You are still too young. Song Yao is the real country girl. She is not of the Marquis Chang'en family. So what if she is talented and famous? Not worthy of a royal family at all. After hearing this, Changqing silently bowed to the male protagonist. It seems that marrying Song Yao's father will be a difficult hurdle. In this era, bloodline hierarchy was strictly enforced. Emperor Li was unwilling to let his own son, who was just a tool, marry Song Yao, let alone the fifth prince, who he was training as his heir. In the original plot, the original owner pestered Song Yao, which made her extremely annoyed, but didn't this also invisibly increase her value? He didn't even say a word to the most favored king of Chu. What a noble character and what a personality. However, even so, the fifth prince first married Song Yao as a concubine, and then found an opportunity to make her his principal wife. But Song Yu has been in the capital for so long and she can't fit into the circle of noble ladies. Those people look down on her. If I marry her, won't they look down on me too? Changqing still looked dissatisfied, as if he was infinitely worried about the future. They dare. Emperor Li slammed the table, frightening eunuch Fu, who was serving beside him so much that he almost stumbled. The emperor favors the fifth prince, but if others look down on his other sons, that would also be a slap in his face. So, Emperor Li was really a little angry. Chapter 156 Cannon Fodder Prince 9. Emperor Li also began to understand the King of Chu's concerns. In this case, Song Yu must have just arrived in the capital. I guess the Chang'an Marquisate doesn't support her. I will confer her the title of County Lady to raise her status and give her some support. That should be fine, right? Emperor Li could probably imagine the difficulties a girl who grew up in the countryside would face after coming to the capital. However, this was easy to solve. The emperor just had to express his stance. Once the emperor had expressed his stance, who would dare to look down on him? Okay, Changqing's expression relaxed a little. He seemed to think about it again and again, and then spoke again. Father, why don't you give her some more good things and give them to her in public? This will give her more face. She will be brought to your son's house anyway, so we won't lose out. Ha ha, Emperor Li laughed out loud at his words. You little brat, you come to take advantage of your father, you are amazing. However, as the emperor who favored the King of Chu the most, he certainly could not refuse. With a wave of his hand, he agreed. You go to the warehouse and pick out 3 items yourself. I'll ask Fu Chuan to go there. Eunuch Fu was a senior eunuch who had served the emperor since he was young. He was given great face by making this trip. Thank you, father. Changqing loved to play the role of a loving father and a filial son, so he didn't hesitate and followed his father-in-law to the warehouse. When Emperor Li saw the items chosen by Changqing, he couldn't help but twitch his face. A white feather lotus bracelet, a golden hairpin with a pattern of 100 flowers and a jade screen. These were all good things tributed by foreign countries. The emperor originally wanted to keep them as rewards for his concubines, but he didn't expect that they were all picked out by Changqing. Any one of these things can become a family heirloom in an ordinary family. How come that boy has such good taste? Emperor Li couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but the emperor's words were as good as gold, and he could not go back on his words. He could only wave his hand with heartache and let Fu Chuan take the Imperial edict to reward. There was also something indescribable on Fu Chuan's face. He was clear about the emperor's attitude towards the King of Chu, so he understood the emperor's heartache. The King of Chu loved to play and was knowledgeable about all kinds of treasures. He selected the best ones at a glance. Your Majesty, your son bows down to thank you. Your Majesty really loves you the most. Changqing's expression changed quickly after receiving the benefit, and he immediately started to flatter Emperor Li. The praise made Emperor Li, who was already feeling a little depressed over the loss of his treasure, feel much better. Chang'an Marquis Mansion. Song Yao had just arrived home and was talking to the Marquis's wife when she heard a palace servant's sharp shout outside. The Imperial edict has arrived. Marquis Chang'an had no official position and was at home at the time. When I heard that Eunuch Fu was coming to announce the decree, I felt confused. Neither I nor my children and grandchildren have done anything wrong recently, so there is no need for us to be reprimanded by Imperial decree. And what was strange was that the person who announced the decree did not enter the palace, but stood on the street outside the door. Today happened to be a holiday, and there were many people coming and going on the streets. When they heard that the Chang'an Marquis Mansion was going to receive an Imperial edict, everyone gathered around, wanting to know what was going on. Song Yao's heart also skipped a beat. Could it be that the emperor's decree granting marriage has arrived? Didn't Wulong say that he would ask for permission after a few months? Could it be that something has changed and he can't wait any longer? Song Yao was a little uncertain. Does this imperial decree have anything to do with you? Seeing that Song Yao looked a little strange, Madame Ho couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I'm not sure either. Song Yao's face was as red as a sunset cloud. It's so embarrassing. We just met and Wu Lang is already asking for permission. It seems that what he said about the emperor favoring him the most is true. Song Yao was secretly happy. Receiving an imperial edict was a big event, which required setting up an altar, burning incense, and having the whole family kneel down. The Marquis's wife told the Marquis about Song Yao's behavior, and the Marquis also felt that the imperial edict might be related to Song Yao. After all, the others had really not done anything recently. So, when they knelt, the Marquis's wife pulled Song Yao and the Marquis to kneel in the first row together. The emperor, in compliance with the will of heaven, proclaims, I have heard that Song Yu, the first daughter of the Marquis of Chang'an, is of a dignified and gentle nature, and is able to be frugal despite being noble. She is hereby canonized as the princess of the county, given the title of Chang'el, and granted a fief of 500 yuan, a white feather lotus bracelet, a golden hairpin with 100 flowers in a phoenix shape, a jade screen, and a number of gold, silver, and cloth. I decree this. The palace maids behind him came forward one after another and placed various rewards on the table, which dazzled everyone. When she heard Song Yu's name, Song Yao's face turned pale, Her body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. By the time the entire Imperial edict was read, her mind was a complete mess. When she saw the various rewards laid out in front of her, she felt her heart bleeding. The Marquis's wife also swayed and felt that the air around her seemed to become thinner, making it difficult for her to breathe. Although the Marquis had seen some scenes, this was the first time he had seen such a reward, and he found it hard to believe for a moment. Eunuch Fu, it's Song Yu, not Song Yao? The Marquis found it hard to believe and couldn't help but ask a question. He was not being nosy, this was simply too unbelievable. Song Yao was a well-known talent in the capital after all, and Song Yu had just come to the Marquis mansion from the countryside not long ago. She hasn't even learned all the rules yet, but she was given the title of County Lady. Moreover, this is a county lord with a fief, not to mention so many rewards. Even an ordinary princess might not receive such generous rewards. Not only the Marquis was suspicious, but even the people around who were kneeling and listening to the decree were shocked. Everyone living around here is either rich or noble. Everyone knows that the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Chang'an Mansion was just brought back from the countryside not long ago and has not yet adapted to the circles in the capital. Yet she has received such a generous reward. How can one not be jealous? My lord, be careful with your words. How could the imperial decree be wrong? Eunuch Fu glared at the Marquis fiercely. I know I was wrong. The Marquis' forehead was covered with sweat, and he quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake and apologized. You have to know that Eunuch Fu was here in person on behalf of the emperor. I suspect that the imperial edict could even accuse him of treason if it is exaggerated. The Marquis was even more frightened when he thought of this. Fortunately, Eunuch Fu did not dwell on this matter. He glanced around and shouted in a shrill voice, Who is Song Yu? Why don't you come out to receive the order? Song Yu was kneeling behind, completely confused. Only when she heard Eunuch Fu calling her name again did she react, and she quickly knelt forward with her hands raised above her head. I, Song Yu, accept the order. Long live the emperor. It had been a long time since the group that announced the decree had left, but Song Yu was still in a daze. The people around her had all kinds of emotions on their faces, including shock, envy, and jealousy. Chapter 157 Cannon Fodder Prince 10. It was Mrs. Ho who reacted first. Hurry! Carry all these rewards in. These are all great treasures. Don't you see those people staring at them with envy in their eyes? Several servants came forward and carefully picked up the rewards. Now the problem arises again, which yard should it be placed in? Why don't we send it to the main courtyard warehouse first? The Marquis's wife's eyes flashed and she glanced at the Marquis. These things are so precious, any one of them is a family heirloom. It would be great if I could leave them to my youngest son, so that they can be used as a talisman for the house and passed down from generation to generation. Send it to Jilan Garden. The Marquis reacted and quickly gave orders loudly. He glared at the Marquis's wife fiercely. A shallow-minded woman, dare you covet the gift given by the emperor? There are so many people watching here. The Marquis' wife was glared at by him and quickly fell silent. Jilan Garden is the courtyard where Song Yu lives. It is a reward from the emperor. Whoever it is given to owns it. Although the Marquis is jealous, he dare not even think of embezzling it at this moment. He looked at Song Yu, who was in a daze beside him, with a complicated look in his eyes. It is impossible for him to be completely indifferent to his biological daughter, but compared with Song Yao, this daughter is indeed not presentable. Besides, they haven't been together for decades, and he doesn't know how to get along with her. Unexpectedly, she caught the emperor's eye and received so many rewards. It seems that this girl will be blessed in the future. With a fief of 500, you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Seeing that many people wanted to come forward to ask questions, the Marquis quickly asked his family to return home. What's the point of asking him? How would he know why Song Yu was rewarded? This matter caused a big stir, and he received the imperial edict in the street. He could also see the intention of the palace, which was to clear Song Yu's name and support him. The Marquis could already imagine how the outside world would view Song Yu after tonight. It would probably not be an exaggeration to describe it as a complete transformation. Song Yao followed the crowd with red eyes. She felt terribly embarrassed. I never expected that Song Yu would be conferred the title of county lady, and a county lady of a high standard. Wouldn't it be great if she could be sealed? In this way, even if you come from a farming family, your status can be improved. Although she appears calm and composed on the surface, God knows how much she cares about her. Identity, the reason why she stayed in the Marquis mansion and the reason why she quickly accepted the fifth prince were all to better achieve the transformation of her identity. Unconsciously, the knuckles of her fingers holding the handkerchief turned white, and her fingertips pinched into the flesh, causing a pain that made her slightly sober. How come Song Yu was so lucky? At this time, Song Yao had already forgotten that if it weren't for the wrong report, Song Yu would have been the eldest daughter of the Marquis mansion, loved by everyone. When the Marquis's wife noticed her abnormality, she stepped back a few steps to her side and patted her on the back. Yaoer. After Mrs. Ho called out twice, Song Yao finally reacted and smiled weakly. Mom, I'm fine. I just feel a little embarrassed. The Marquis's wife didn't know what to say to comfort her, so she let her lean on her shoulder. Her clothes soon soaked with tears. Unlike Song Yao's discomfort, Song Yu's mood at this moment was shocked and panicked. After returning to Jilan Garden, she sat in the chair in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. However, Jiqing, the personal maid, was extremely happy and chattered non-stop. Hey, miss, please be happy. You are now a county lady, a real title. Jiqing is the maid assigned to Song Yu by the Marquis's wife. She is a servant of the Marquis's family. She is lively and has no bad intentions. She has been getting along well with Song Yu for some time. Although Miss Song Yu did not have much face in front of the Marquis and his wife, she was a legitimate descendant of the Marquis's family after all, so the servants would at most neglect her but did not dare to treat her harshly. Jiqing tried to persuade her young lady several times to straighten herself up, but her young lady was just a soft-hearted person, which made her feel a little disappointed. I didn't expect that the young lady would have this blessing. This is the county lady appointed by the emperor himself. With a fiefdom, there are so many rewards. Jiqing grew up in the Marquis mansion and had seen many kinds of treasures, but she had never seen something like this. Just by looking at the attitude of the Marquis and his wife, she knew that this must be a top-notch item. Miss, look at this hairpin. This phoenix looks just like a real one. Its wings and tail feathers can even move. If you put it on, it will definitely look like you are really flying into the sky. Jiqing looked at this and that, and couldn't stop sighing. Please be careful to store them in the small storeroom. Don't accidentally break them if you leave them outside. After calming down for a while, Song Yu finally calmed down. Okay, my lord. Jiqing responded happily, making Song Yu laugh. During dinner, the main courtyard sent someone for the first time to invite Song Yu to have dinner in the main courtyard. My lady, the Marquis and his wife, please come to the main courtyard for dinner. The person who came was the personal nanny that came with the Marquis's dowry. She usually looked at Song Yu with a hint of arrogance and disdain, but today she was very respectful. At the dinner table, there were still people looking at us curiously. The Marquis's mansion follows the rule of not talking while eating or sleeping, so they could have a peaceful meal. After dinner, it is natural to discuss business. The family sat down in the front hall, and everyone's eyes turned to Song Yu. There was no doubt about the topic of today's meeting. Ahem, Yaoer, do you know why you were awarded? The Marquis coughed twice and asked. His voice was gentler than ever before. At this point, he naturally no longer thought that the palace had made a mistake, but he just couldn't think of a reason for the title. Naturally, the others couldn't think of it either, and at this moment they all looked at Song Yu with intent eyes, expecting her answer. However, Song Yu just shook her head. Father, mother, I don't know either. She hasn't gone out for a long time since the cold and awkward scene at the last Lotus banquet. What a fool! Don't you know what I have done during this period? It really is a country. The Marquis's wife was feeling annoyed. Before she could finish her sentence, the Marquis glared at her fiercely and she had no choice but to shut up. Song Yu's face turned pale. Although the Marquis's wife didn't finish her words, the others could naturally hear what she wanted to say. In fact, Song Yu felt that the countryside was much better than the Marquis's mansion. Although the food, clothing and other expenses were not as good, it was very comfortable. Besides, she did not have such a biased mother, and did not have to worry about sarcastic criticism. The Marquis secretly cursed the old woman for being ignorant. Not to mention that Yaoer was his biological daughter. Just because she was a county lady appointed by the emperor himself, he should be more polite to her. He gave Song Yu a reassuring smile. Yaoer, your mother is just too worried about you, don't take it to heart. Think carefully, have you contacted anyone recently or rescued anyone in the past? What the Marquis might have been thinking about was whether this girl had helped some noble person when she was in the village before. Although such a plot in the picture book is unlikely to happen in reality, there is a chance that it may not happen. Song Yu still shook her head. She has never helped any noble person. As for contacting other people, she just wrote a letter to the King of Chu recently, expressing her concern when she heard that he was ill and thanking him for his help last time. In the end, no one responded at all. However, Song Yao suddenly raised her head when she heard this. "Father, my sister has been communicating with the King of Chu recently." Could it be that the King of Chu? Song Yu remembered this very clearly because this was the suggestion she had made. On the one hand, the King of Chu had been pestering her, making her extremely annoyed. Recently, things were going well with the fifth prince, so she wanted to get rid of the King of Chu as soon as possible, so she hoped someone could divide the King of Chu's attention. On the other hand, she was also concerned about her sister. Her sister came from the countryside and could not integrate into the circle of the capital, and it was difficult for her to find a good husband. Fortunately, the emperor arranged a marriage for her, and she also hoped that her sister and the King of Chu could cultivate their relationship. Chapter 158 Cannon Fodder Prince 11. But she didn't expect such a result. Could it really be the King of Chu? People outside said that the King of Chu was the most favored by the emperor, so maybe he could really get such a favor. Song Yao only felt a dense bitterness spreading from the bottom of her heart, and her whole body felt like it was soaked in Coptis Chinensis water. King Chu? Impossible. He didn't even reply. Song Yu subconsciously denied it, but there was a hint of grievance in her voice. Having been in the capital for so long, she had more or less heard of the King of Chu's previous reputation, which was a very bad reputation, but she didn't really believe those rumors. Rumor has it that he has a violent temper and often beats people in the street, but I have never heard of such a thing in all my time here. Rumor has it that he loves Song Yao and often creates opportunities to meet her and often visits the Marquis Mansion, but she has never seen him come to the Marquis Mansion. Rumor has it that he hates her, a daughter of a marquis from the countryside. She feels that this is wrong. When she stopped a carriage to rescue him, he even helped her. The marquis also fell silent. The Chang'an Marquisate was far away from the center of power, and he had no way of guessing the emperor's intentions, but he also vaguely felt that the emperor might not intend to pass the throne to the King of Chu. This kind of unlimited favor did not seem like a requirement for the successor. He seldom paid attention to matters in the rear quarters, but he understood the King of Chu's feelings for Yaoer in the past. However, Yaoer was the eldest daughter of the Marquis's mansion and had an arranged marriage with the King of Chu, so he did not stop the two from interacting. Now that Yaoer has become the eldest daughter of the Marquis's mansion, he was worried that the King of Chu would make a fuss, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly become quiet. It seems that the King of Chu is a man who knows what is going on. I was nice to Yaoer in the past only because of our arranged marriage. However, would the King of Chu ask for such a great favor for Yaoer? He was not sure. Others were not sure either. Even Song Yu herself did not believe it. However, they soon believed it, because the steward of the Prince of Chu's mansion came and brought a large box of pearls. After some greetings, the butler delivered the King of Chu's reply and conveyed the King of Chu's original words, which roughly meant that the emperor's reward should be well kept and taken to the King of Chu's palace when the couple got married next year. Princess Changle, the prince thanks you for your letter and concern, but I have been ill recently and need to rest at home. The housekeeper had been gone for a long time, but Song Yu still felt her face burning. She had not expected that it was really the King of Chu. Not only did he reply to the letter, but he also asked for such a great favor for her. The Marquis's wife thought more about it. She had heard about Song Yu's embarrassing position in the circle of noble ladies in the capital, but she did not expect that the King of Chu could actually persuade the emperor to support him. It seems that King Chu was very satisfied with Song Yu. Could it be that what he said before, that he would never marry this country girl, was all false? If that's the case, the Marquis's eyes flashed. Yaoer's life will be difficult. A real daughter and a fake daughter have always been hot topics, and it is inevitable that they will be compared and discussed. This is a dead end where the east wind prevails over the west wind. In the past, Yaoer was talented and beautiful, and was very popular among the noble ladies. Later, because of her identity issues, she had a lot of negative impact, but fortunately, with Song Yu as a comparison, she was still okay. Now that Song Yu has been conferred the title of county lady, it can be seen that the emperor is very satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. He is probably dividing 2 points of his favor for the King of Chu and giving them to her. From now on, whoever dares to look down on her will probably have to flatter her. Looking at Song Yao's pale face beside her, Madame Ho felt a pain in her heart. She couldn't help but reach out to hold Song Yao's hand, but found that her hand was trembling slightly. Poor Yaoer. Things turned out just as the Marquis's wife had expected. Within a few days, the news that the eldest daughter of the Chang'an Marquis's mansion was conferred the title of county princess spread throughout the capital. For a time, the two words Song Yu became a hot topic of discussion. Even the story of the true and false daughter, which had been dormant for a long time, resurfaced and was brought out for discussion again. More and more posts were sent to Zilanyuan. Song Yu selectively participated in some activities and found that more people took the initiative to talk to her. After communicating with Song Yu, the noble ladies in Beijing found that she was not as vulgar as they had imagined. Although she could not write poetry, she could recognize words and characters. Although she could not play the piano or compose fu, she could play beautiful music with 2 leaves. She even knew many medicinal herbs and could embroider lifelike patterned purses. My previous understanding of her was nothing more than prejudice. Gradually, Song Yu made some friends and became much more cheerful. On the contrary, Song Yao felt that her life was becoming difficult. Of course, she had many friends, but every time she attended a banquet, there would always be some people looking at her with suspicion. Once she even heard the servants of the host family say that she was shameless, saying that she was obviously a fake, but she insisted on staying in the Marquis's mansion, which made her very angry. What are you talking about? It was obvious that she stayed because she couldn't bear to leave her parents and wanted to repay them for raising her, right? At that time, she proposed to move out of the Marquis's mansion, but her mother was heartbroken and didn't want her to leave. What if I insist on doing it and my mother falls ill? Isn't this unfilial? Wulong, they said I was occupying the magpie's nest, and also said that when they met again on the painted boat, she couldn't help crying on the 5th prince's shoulder. Goro, are you listening to me? Song Yao slapped away the 5th prince's hand that was touching her clothes, feeling a little angry. She was feeling so miserable, but the 5th prince was still thinking about that. The 5th prince looked a little unhappy that he was very busy and he didn't come here to listen to her crying. The royal family of Daxia has many rules, and he has to maintain an external image of diligence and self-discipline. He cannot have a bunch of concubines like his elder brother. Besides, he does not like ordinary women. He has higher goals. However, he still had some patience towards Song Yao, so his face quickly changed into a guilty smile. Yaoer, I'm sorry, you are so attractive to me. Let those people say whatever they want. Once I ask for permission from my father, no one will dare to say anything about you. There had been a lot of turmoil outside during this period, and the 5th prince certainly knew some of the situation. He also didn't expect that the king of Chu would put so much effort into Song Yu and even asked for the grace of a county lord. Although his father said that it was just a means to appease the king of Chu, he still felt unbalanced. Why can the king of Chu get so many benefits so openly, and he himself has to hide behind and keep a low profile? However, my father also said that although the Chang'an Marquisate still has some foundation, the Marquis has no official position and can provide limited help. He is not a good match for a prince who aspires to the throne. Not if the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Chang'an is not considered a good match, then isn't Song Yao, the fake daughter, even less so? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little irritated again. Song Yao did not notice his irritability, but was somewhat dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude. The king of Chu knew to help Song Yu improve her status and avoid embarrassment in social situations, so why didn't the 5th prince think of it? Can't think of it or don't want to. Didn't he say that he was the emperor's most beloved son? Song Yao couldn't help but doubt. She chose the 5th prince not only because of his noble status and handsome appearance, but also because he was very talented and had excellent literary talent and poetry. But at this moment, she felt that being able to write poetry and prose was useless. If he was not considerate and could not help solve problems, it would be better to not as good as the king of Chu. When this thought came to her mind, she was shocked, but if you think about it carefully, it is true. Although the king of Chu was annoying at that time, if anyone dared to disrespect her, that person would be in trouble the next day. Unlike the 5th prince, he just told her to be patient and wait. However, he had already invested so much in the 5th prince, so he had no choice but to go ahead with it. The meeting between the two people ended on a somewhat unpleasant note. Chapter 159 Cannon Fodder Prince 12. Finally, it's the end of the month holiday. The Daxia court implemented a system of rest every 5 days and 2 days off at the end of the month. At night, the manor in the west of the city was terribly cold. A carriage stopped at the gate of the manor, and 2 men who had been waiting for a long time hurried forward. Meet the prince. Changqing got off the carriage, waved, and stepped into the manor. I am the Imperial physician. You are so bold that you kidnapped someone from my palace. Aren't you afraid of the law? An angry voice came from the main courtyard and reached Changqing's ears. He curled the corners of his lips nonchalantly. As I stepped into the yard, I saw 2 shadow guards holding a man down and kneeling on the ground. He was wearing a blue robe and it could be no other than the Imperial physician Amel Shan. Doctor, long time no see. He sat down leisurely, crossing his legs, in the most relaxed posture possible. Chu, King Chu. When Anlshir saw who was coming, he was shocked. He thought he had run into some petty thief who was asking for a ransom, but it turned out to be the King of Chu. Doctor In, Chang Ching waved his hand, asking the shadow guard to release the man who was being escorted to the ground. Why don't you tell me what poison I was poisoned with? Anleshi, who had just gained freedom of his hands and feet, stood up. When he heard these words, he staggered and almost fell. After finally standing firm, he looked at the young man sitting opposite him. He was wearing a white robe with golden threads, leaning casually against the back of a chair. The moonlight hid half of his face in shadow. Although there was a faint smile on his face, Anleshi felt a kind of arrogance. Anlshir's heart skipped a beat. The King of Chu might not be as simple as imagined. What? Dr. In has nothing to say? The other party spoke calmly, without any sign of anxiety. Anleshi felt his throat was dry. He swallowed some saliva to moisten his throat before he started speaking. The Imperial Hospital is still researching the poison that the prince was poisoned with. Currently, there is no information. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold voice. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Anleshi's heart was shaken. He knows. He knows everything. For a moment, he could hardly maintain the expression on his face. He glanced around and found that there was a figure with a knife standing faintly on the wall. This is my villa, which is far away from the Imperial city. Dr. In should not think about escaping. A maid brought a cup of fragrant tea. Changqing took a sip and placed it on the stone table next to him. King Chu, even if you are a prince, you have no right to arrest people privately. Anleshi's eyes flickered, and he wanted to continue struggling. Changqing waved his hand, and a guard came forward, took out a stack of manuscripts, and read aloud. Anleshi, male, born in the 13th year of Jian Yuan, originally named Lin Jiang. At the age of 8, he poisoned his entire family in a well and later moved to Shaanxi, Sichuan, Shandong, etc. He has a wife, and Wang, and a son, and Xiang, who is now 7 years old. As the guards continued to read out information, Anleshi's face became paler and paler. When the information about his wife and daughter was read, his eyes were already red. That's enough. He yelled, his voice hoarse. The guard got Changqing's look and stopped reading. Anleshi's face was as pale as paper, and he was sweating all over. He looked like he had been fished out of the water. He laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that the prince could find out the information about my wife. I guess they have been invited to the capital. The King of Chu has capable people under his command. He didn't even tell the emperor about his family situation, because he poisoned his entire clan and escaped. He was always on guard and kept his marriage extremely low-key. He never expected it would be brought up. Changqing smiled with an ambiguous meaning. It's really not that the shadow guards are capable. The shadow guards only investigated basic information, which the emperors can definitely find out. The information about their wives and daughters was extracted from the plot. They were placed in a small courtyard in the capital. Changqing did not hide this point. In the original plot, Anleshi worked for the emperor just to allow his children to avoid having to hide. Although he poisoned the original owner, his feelings for his wife and daughter are unquestionable. Plop, Anleshi fell to his knees. The poison that the King of Chu was poisoned with was Miluo incense, a scent poison I learned from ancient books that can make people violent. I am willing to prepare an antidote for the King of Chu. Please forgive my family. He kowtowed so hard that his forehead started bleeding. The King of Chu was completely different from what he had imagined, and it looked like he must have solid evidence in his hands. Anleshi was a smart man and naturally knew that this was not the time to hide anything. Changqing clicked his tongue twice and said, "Why didn't you cooperate earlier? Why are you making such a fuss?" He waved his hand and asked the guards to help Anleshi up. "These poisons cannot harm me. But my father wants to use you to harm me, so of course I have to use you to pay him back." The young man sitting opposite stood up. He was tall and the cold moon cast a large shadow on him, like a huge rock pressing on Anleshi's heart. After hearing his words clearly, Anleshi's face changed drastically to "Is the King of Chu planning a rebellion?" He looked at Changqing with surprise, fear, and a hint of understanding. When the father poisons his son, it is understandable that the son would rebel, but he was undecided about joining the rebellion. They work hard for the emperor because the world belongs to him. Even if there is a disturbance, the emperor can handle it. But if they follow the prince in a rebellion, they will be guilty of the great crime of executing all 9 generations of their clan. He no longer had any members of his tribe to kill, but his wife and children were his weak spot. He could not allow his wife and children to endure the bullying and insults of others like himself and his son. Changqing saw his expression change several times and knew that he was struggling. He waited for a while before speaking slowly. The current emperor is extremely concerned about his own image. Doing dirty work like you will only be a stain on your image in the future. What else do you want to gain from the emperor? You are so naive. Changqing really thought that Anleshi was extremely naive, thinking that the emperor's words were really lauded. He was somewhat smart and had good medical and poison skills, but he was a complete novice when it came to politics. He had no idea how complicated human hearts were, and the emperor's heart was even more complicated. Changqing's words were like a thunderclap exploding in Anleshi's ears, making his head buzz. A chill emanated from the soles of his feet and moved around his body like a poisonous snake, making him feel a chill in the gaps between his bones. Well, rebellion is not. He was trembling as he wanted to ask a question, but when he met Changqing's cold eyes, he suddenly understood what he wanted to say. Yes, doing dirty work for the emperor is a stain on the emperor and will eventually be cleaned up. For the rebellious prince, rebellion is the dirtiest thing to do. It is a huge risk and he would not care about any stain. It's like, my clothes are new, but you are covered in mud. I'm worried that the mud on your body will splash onto me, but if everyone is covered in mud, then there's nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, his eyes gradually became firm. I want to meet them both. He finally said this. The young man opposite smiled, as if he had known that he would make such a choice. I'll have someone arrange it for you. Chapter 160 Cannon Fodder Prince 13. Changqing has been a little annoyed lately, because Emperor Li gave some poison as a reward, some are even special study tools. Wow, it looks like you put in some effort. Changqing thought to himself, the old emperor has no moral principles, so let's see who poisons him first. However, there are also good things. When the palace posted a recruitment notice, quite a few doctors from other places responded to the notice. Several famous doctors came one after another and prescribed many medicines. The miracle doctors didn't say they could definitely cure the disease, they just prescribed some medicine and told people to give it a try, with about a 50% chance of success. Of course, this means you can attack or defend. However, Changqing recovered in a timely manner. In the palace, Emperor Li heard that a miraculous doctor had cured the king of Chu of his poison, and he was still very worried, so he called in Li Shi to ask him more questions. Your Majesty, rest assured. The smell poison is different from other poisons. It only affects the mind and does not reflect on the pulse. No matter who comes, it cannot be diagnosed and cured. Anleshi looked very confident and gave repeated assurances, but Emperor Li still had some doubts. He was not relieved until he heard the news that the king of Chu had beaten the eldest princess's youngest son in the street. Good, good. This poison really still has an effect. He hoped that the king of Chu would offend more people, and it would be best if he could quickly fight with the eldest prince and the second prince. So, when the eldest princess came to the palace to file a complaint, Emperor Li raised the board high and brought it down gently, making the eldest princess very angry. The eldest prince and the second prince also came to flatter Emperor Li. Father, the king of Chu is really outrageous. He beat up the royal family in the street. The impact is extremely bad. That's right. If he is so lawless, won't he beat us brothers in the future? Where will the dignity of the royal family be? Emperor Li stroked his forehead as if somewhat embarrassed, and looked at Changqing, who was standing leisurely in front of him. Old three, what do you think is going on? In my heart, I was shouting, get angry. It would be best to confront the eldest and second princes as soon as possible. Only when there is hatred can there be conflict. Changqing glanced at Emperor Li's expression and did not miss the helpless look of watching the show. What's wrong with me, as an elder brother, teaching my little cousin a lesson? Who told him to say that my fiancée is a country girl? He spoke with confidence. The eldest princess' eyes were red and she stared at Changqing. Because of this, you beat your little cousin so hard that he couldn't get out of bed for more than 10 days? Changqing snorted and muttered, I didn't beat him to death or maim him, so why does Auntie have to hold on to him like this? The eldest princess was so angry that she fell backwards. Brother, look at this, what are you talking about? She pointed at Changqing and her whole body was shaking. Changqing really didn't care at all, because he knew that Emperor Li would not punish him severely at all. He was just waiting to build up his arrogance so that he could compete with the eldest and second princes. How could he discourage him? In fact, the boy I beat up was not chosen randomly. In the original plot, the youngest son of the eldest princess was really bad, relying on his family's power and influence. He often did evil things to bully men and women. This time, Chang Ching provoked him and he started to curse without restraint. As a result, he was severely beaten. Chang Ching just wanted to tell him that even though you have a strong background, there are people with stronger backgrounds than you, so you shouldn't go too far. There was a commotion in the Taiji Hall, and in the end Chang Ching was punished with house arrest for half a month. When he walked out, he gave the eldest princess a nasty smile, and he almost fell down due to anger from her. This is just the beginning. Next, Chang Ching was going to continue to use the drug to its full potential, fully demonstrating the brutal consequences of this poison. Then there was a continuous chaos in the capital. First, the eldest prince's uncle seized farmland outside the capital to build a manor, and arrested farmers who were about to report to the authorities on the street. Unfortunately, he ran into the king of Chu, who went straight to his house, beat him up, and then took him to the government office. Later, the second prince's maternal cousin tried to rape a woman in the street and met the king of Chu, and was beaten to death on the spot. Many people suffered from this in bits and pieces. Complaint books floated onto Emperor Li's desk like snowflakes. The eldest and second princes even went to Taiji Hall many times, demanding that the king of Chu be punished with all their might. Emperor Li was enjoying the show, so why would he deal with Chang Ching at this time? At least we have to wait until he kills the first two princes. Let's just keep this sin in mind and settle the score later. However, Emperor Li still felt that the king of Chu had become smarter. He chose a good time to launch the attack and caught the other party in the moment of breaking the law. Bang! Emperor Li slammed the table hard. You still have the nerve to beg for mercy and demand that the king of Chu be punished? Look at what these people have done. They have seized fertile land and raped women. Which of these is not enough to warrant a heavy sentence? The eldest prince, the second prince and others naturally knew that their people had done something wrong, but it was not right for the king of Chu to solve this problem. They stiffened their necks and said, "Father, our country has its own laws. If they have committed a crime, it should be handled by the government. How can the king of Chu handle it in the street like this?" Chang Ching is not inferior to them. He took out a stack of information from his arms and presented it to Emperor Li. "Father, please see, the people I dealt with were not first-time offenders. They were all repeat offenders, and they were repeat offenders who had never been dealt with. They even dared to disregard the law in front of me. They were simply lawless." Emperor Li knew from a glance that these investigation materials were all ironclad evidence of those people's crimes. He also heard King Chu say, "These people do not abide by the laws of the Son of Heaven, which means they do not take the court and you, the emperor, seriously. As a son, I eat the salary of the emperor, so I naturally have to share the worries of the emperor." What he said was righteous and stern, and Emperor Li just glanced at him sideways. This kid has grown up. He used to act recklessly, but now he knows how to find a reason. But it's good to grow up, so there is more reason to let it go. By then, those who were offended by him will hate him to death. Better start fighting quickly. The eldest prince, the second prince and others did not expect that the king of Chu was so fully prepared. When they saw Emperor Li pondering, they thought to themselves that something was not good. There are too many cases where the king of Chu caused trouble, but the emperor took it easy. Is it going to be like this again this time? They did not dare to hate the emperor, but the gazes they looked at Chang Ching were like knives, and they wished they could cut him into pieces. Emperor Li seemed to be pleased by the undercurrents among the brothers below the stage, and a smile appeared on his face. Although the king of Chu acted impulsively, he is sincere and admirable in serving the country and the people. Send those people to the censorate for processing, and let this matter rest. The emperor finally made a decision and handled it with care as usual. Chang Ching faced the distorted faces of the eldest prince and the second prince and showed a smile like a smug villain. Emperor Li could see it clearly from above and felt very relieved. The fight is finally about to begin. He secretly prayed that the king of Chu would be more powerful, and preferably bring in the general's mansion to kill the eldest prince and the second prince, so that he could attack them together and deal with them together. Chapter 161 Cannon Fodder Prince 14. Chang Ching naturally knew what the emperor was thinking. Would he make the emperor happy? Of course not, so the next day, he met the fifth prince. "Boss, is there really anything good to watch in Nanhu in such cold weather?" "Of course, just follow my instructions." Chang Ching is mysterious and is followed by a large group of younger brothers. There is a system cheat, and Chang Ching knows the whereabouts of the fifth prince very well. For this operation, he also brought several shadow guards with high martial arts skills, so he was fully prepared and tried his best to ensure that nothing could go wrong. The fifth prince's men were knocked out silently, and there was no time to warn them. Crash. When the door of the houseboat was pushed open, the two men were fighting fiercely. "What are you doing?" Chang Ching shouted. Song Yao, who was only wearing a belly band, screamed and was just a little bit away from dying on the spot. She quickly pulled the quilt to cover her white body. The fifth prince reacted quickly. After a moment of hesitation, he jumped up and ran naked to the window, wanting to jump into the lake, but Chang Ching came forward and held him down. At first, everyone thought that the king of Chu had made an appointment with some courtesan to listen to music on a pleasure boat, but they didn't expect it to be such a big secret. There was an expression of interest on their faces. The fifth prince and Song Yao, a talented woman from the capital? Who would dare to believe this if it got out, especially Song Yao? The gossip about the real and fake daughter caused a lot of discussion some time ago. Unexpectedly, she climbed into the bed of the fifth prince again. They didn't know that the fifth prince was actually the emperor's most beloved son. They only knew that he was an invisible prince and that the king of Chu was the one favored by the emperor. So even though the fifth prince's eyes were bleeding with hatred, none of the visitors were afraid. Instead, they were all laughing and pointing, looking extremely happy. Although Song Yao pulled the quilt to cover her body and buried her entire body in the quilt, she kept shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, and fear surged from every part of her body. Completion. How can I face people in the future? Although the Great Xia dynasty did not have such strict separation between men and women, such unmediated and secretive adultery was still very shameful, especially for women, as it would cause their reputation to plummet and everyone would condemn them. "You guys, put on your clothes and follow me to see the emperor." After making sure everyone understood, Chang Ching asked everyone to leave. By the time the two men came out after putting on their clothes, a lot of onlookers had gathered around them to watch the fun. The gazes cast at the two of them, either sarcastic or knowing, made the fifth prince and Song Yao feel like thorns in their backs, and they didn't dare to look up at all. Chang Ching asked someone to invite the two men into the carriage and drove away. Only the onlookers were left to discuss endlessly. "That's Miss Song Yao, the eldest daughter of the Chang'an Marquis mansion, right? I didn't expect her to be so shameless, being in the painted boat with the fifth prince. Bah. She is just a peasant girl. How can she be called the daughter of the Marquis Chang'an mansion? How lowly. If you ask me, this is still the fifth prince's fault. He is a prince. How can a girl refuse if he forces her? Miss Song may have been forced as well. You don't know this. Miss Song has rejected the king of Chu many times before. How could the prince force her? This must be consensual on both sides." Chang Ching did not hear the discussion of the people. At this time, he had already brought the two of them to the Tai Chi Hall. "Father, my fifth brother is really outrageous. He hid in the painting house and had an affair with Miss Song without a matchmaker. He simply brought shame to the royal family." Chang Ching pointed at the two people who were escorted all the way to the Taiji Hall, with their clothes and hair a little messy, and said angrily. The fifth prince's eyes were red and his face was full of indignation. My father said that his favor for the king of Chu was fake and that he was the one he really cared about, but the king of Chu relied on this false favor to be arrogant and willful, and lived an extremely happy life. As for himself, although he clearly had real favor, he had to be low-key, humble, and give in everywhere. Today, his reputation is gone. He wanted to see how his father would handle this matter, who is the real love and who is the fake love. Song Yao lowered her head and didn't dare to look up at anyone. She had never expected that her relationship with the fifth prince would be made public under such circumstances. This is tantamount to public execution. She couldn't even imagine how she would live her future life. Even Emperor Li, who was sitting behind the desk, felt his temples throbbing. He wanted to make the king of Chu angry. But that was in the hope that he could get on the bad side of the first and second princes, thus clearing the way for the fifth prince to ascend to the throne. It's not about attacking the fifth prince. Seeing the two people kneeling in the audience with disheveled clothes and messy hair, he felt extremely depressed. Emperor Li felt his head buzzing and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Vomit suddenly. He felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted directly onto the table. Chang Ching reacted quickly and immediately pointed at the two people kneeling down, shouting in grief and anger, "You made my father so angry that he vomited blood. You deserve to die." The fifth prince was stunned. It was obviously you who insisted on taking us to see the emperor, and now you are the first to complain. Seeing everyone's contemptuous looks, he didn't dare to refute. Soon, the Imperial doctors came to take the patient's pulse, and Anilshire was among them. After a diagnosis, The Imperial physician said that it was just a momentary attack of anger and there was nothing serious. So Emperor Li waved his hand and asked the Imperial physician to leave. This matter involves the fifth prince, so he has to deal with it as soon as possible to avoid any further complications and greater impact. In fact, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards the fifth prince. You said you wanted to be romantic, take a concubine, get a few maids, who can say anything? But you just wanted to have sex with a girl without a matchmaker. And you were caught by accident. Shameful, it's such a huge loss. He did not blame the King of Chu because he knew that the King of Chu was poisoned and acted without any logic or scruples. He also didn't have the heart to blame the fifth prince. After all, he was born to his white moonlight and was his intended heir. So the only thing to blame is Song Yao. Although she was born in a humble family, she was raised in a marquis's mansion after all. How could she be so unself-respecting? Compared to his own son, he believed that it would undoubtedly make him feel more comfortable if Song Yao seduced his son. Tell me, why did you seduce the fifth prince? Emperor Li slammed the table with all his might, frightening Song Yao so much that she trembled and couldn't utter a word. She could only look at the fifth prince with misty eyes. When the fifth prince heard the emperor's question, he was startled. He understood that his father wanted to put the blame on Song Yao, but he was young after all and had some love for Song Yao. Besides, he also wanted to test his true weight in his father's heart. So he clenched his fist and spoke loudly. Father, I am in love with Miss Song and I cannot help myself. I am willing to be punished. He knew that the news must have spread outside by now and the facts could not be denied. If he tried to shirk responsibility, not only would it appear that he was acting ridiculously, but it would also appear that he had no sense of responsibility, so he quickly knelt down and apologized. When Song Yao heard the fifth prince's words, she was so moved that her eyes turned red and tears rolled down her cheeks. Your Majesty, Wulong and I were in love with each other, and we were confused for a moment and did such a shameful thing. I am willing to be punished. She also knelt down and stepped forward to apologize. Chapter 162 Cannon Fodder Prince, 15. Emperor Li's face turned ashen with anger, and he could smell a slight taste of rust in his mouth. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood and took a sip of tea. Fortunately, he still thought that the fifth prince was smart, as he actually contradicted his father for a woman. Chongqing smiled secretly when he saw that Emperor Li's face was getting worse and worse. This is definitely developing into the direction of a wicked mother-in-law who breaks up a couple. This time, the Marquis of Chang'an walked in with a grim face. Father, when Song Yao saw the Marquis, her face became even more panicked. The Marquis didn't even look at her, but knelt down and apologized to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I failed to teach my daughter well and she did such a shameful thing. Please punish me. I have no complaints. The Marquis didn't want to come at first, but there was nothing he could do as the palace sent someone to invite him. When he heard the servants report that Song Yao and the fifth prince were caught and taken to the palace by the King of Chu, he was so angry that he smashed a cup on the spot. He valued his reputation the most in his life and was a respectable man in the capital. He never expected that one day his reputation would be completely ruined by this daughter, and she was just an adopted daughter. On the way into the palace, he received a lot of strange looks, which made him feel extremely embarrassed and angry. It turns out that it is not my own kind. All the way, he regretted listening to his wife and not driving Song Yao out of the Marquis mansion. If I had insisted a little longer and sent her out earlier, the reputation of the Marquis mansion would not have been ruined now. So, when he saw Song Yao, he didn't have a happy expression at all. Song Yao's face was pale, but she was not surprised at all. She had some understanding of the Marquis's cold temper. In the past, she had been famous for her talent, so of course he was reluctant to drive her away. Maybe he even hoped to form an incestuous relationship with her to bring more support to the Marquis mansion. Now that my reputation is ruined, I'm afraid he would like to expel me from the mansion immediately. Therefore, she just looked at the fifth prince with tears in her eyes and said nothing. Emperor Li was not surprised by Marquis Chang'an's attitude. He just thought that notifying the Marquis's residence was normal procedure. Someone come! Emperor Li shouted loudly and was about to ask people to take Song Yao away. This time, the fifth prince became anxious. If Song Yao was taken away, she would definitely be in great danger. So he knelt down and walked forward quickly. Father, please let Miss Song go. It's all my fault. I forced her to do it. I am willing to marry her. Please grant my wish. What does it mean that love is stronger than gold? That's it. Emperor Li was so angry that he almost laughed. The fifth prince's performance really surprised him. What a mutual affection. Old 5, does this mean you are determined to marry her as your princess? The emperor at the top stared at the fifth prince with a gaze as sharp as a knife, making his scalp tingle and his whole body feel uncomfortable. The fifth prince knew that his father was angry with him and was waiting for him to make a choice. He wanted to give in, but when he met Song Yao's tearful eyes, he couldn't say the words to surrender. Yes. Yao is not of the bloodline of the Chang'an Marquis Mansion. After what happened, there is no way the Chang'an Marquis Mansion would tolerate her. Besides, if I shirk my responsibility, my father won't know how to punish her. When he saw the King of Chu's half-smile on his face, he became even more determined. His father said that he was the prince he cared about the most, but he didn't feel it at all. Instead, he only saw that the emperor tolerated the King of Chu's misfortune, found a miracle doctor to detoxify the King of Chu, and gave him countless rewards. Today he had to see how sincere his father was to him. Replying to your majesty, I will not marry anyone other than Yao. The fifth prince stiffened his neck, blushed, and looked determined. Puff Emperor Li was so angry that he vomited blood again, and this time he fainted. Fortunately, the imperial physician was nearby and immediately began treatment. This case cannot be tried. There is no regulation on unmediated adultery in the national law, but it is usually severely punished in clan and even village rules. Now that Emperor Li is in a coma, there is no one who can handle the matter for him. The queen came over and asked everyone to go back first. So everyone had to return home and wait for the emperor to wake up. You made my father so angry that he vomited blood. I don't have a brother as unfilial as you. Before leaving, Chang Cheng pointed at the fifth prince and said with gritted teeth, what could the fifth prince do? He could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Everyone saw it. The emperor vomited blood because he insisted on marrying Song Yao. He couldn't deny it, but it is absolutely impossible for him to give up Song Yao at this time. It was 2 days later when Emperor Li woke up. When Emperor Li learned that the fifth prince had taken Song Yao, who was driven out of the Chang'an Marquis Mansion, to his own villa for settlement, he spat out blood again. Fortunately, after the big commotion in the Taiji Hall, he is now mentally much stronger and did not faint. Duty is a disaster. Duty is a disaster. Emperor Li slammed the table and sighed. Your Majesty, Lao Wu is obviously being stubborn. Why don't you help him? When the queen saw the emperor's sad face, she began to persuade him. She has a son of her own, so naturally she doesn't like other princes to stand out. Now the eldest prince does not have a strong foundation, the third prince is tyrannical, the fourth prince is a nobody, and the fifth prince is about to come of age. If he marries Song Yao, who has a bad reputation and has no support from her natal family, it will undoubtedly make her feel at ease. Emperor Li just glanced at her and said nothing. He had his own arrangements for the fifth prince's princess, but he never thought of letting him marry Song Yao. After he felt a little better, Emperor Li called the fifth prince to the palace and carefully analyzed the pros and cons with him. But what was unexpected was that the fifth prince was determined to marry Song Yao, and even said that he wanted to live for himself once. Good. You're doing fine. You've grown up, haven't you? Emperor Li pointed at the fifth prince and trembled all over. I have no intention of disobeying my father, but Yao only has me to rely on, and I cannot abandon her. The fifth prince knelt on the ground with a sad look on his face. Emperor Li laughed in anger. I never thought that you, Lao Wu, are actually a romantic. Before the fifth prince could say anything else, Emperor Li waved his hand and he was driven out of the Taiji Hall. It could be that external pressure and opposition aroused the fifth prince's rebelliousness, or it could be that he sensed in his heart that the emperor was indulging him. In the following days, he actually knelt in front of the Taiji Hall every day. Father, if you don't agree to my request for 1 day, I will kneel for 1 day. If you don't agree to my request for 1 month, I will kneel for 1 month. The fifth prince's face was pale, but his voice was powerful. Emperor Li was so angry that he smashed the white jade inkstone on the table. Chapter 163 Cannon Fodder Prince 16. The fifth prince fought for love, so Changqing naturally didn't mind giving him a push. Thus, a picture book about the love story of the fifth son of a certain aristocratic family and a commoner girl spread in the capital. The love story between the fifth son and the commoner girl was told in a touching and moving way. The biggest villain in the story is the fifth son's father, who forcibly breaks up the couple. In order to let his son marry a girl from a noble family who is well matched with him, he firmly opposes the two of them being together. No matter how much he begged, he would not give in. He even sent someone to poison the commoner girl, causing her to die young, in order to put an end to his son's thoughts of them being together. But love is not so easily hindered. After learning that his sweetheart had passed away, the fifth young master was heartbroken. On a thunderous and rainy night, he climbed over the wall and cried his heart out at his sweetheart's grave, or perhaps his grief moved the heavens, and after a thunder and lightning, the tomb exploded. The fifth young master jumped into it regardless of everything, and then the tomb closed by itself. The two of them turned into butterflies, dancing gracefully in the world of the story has twists and turns in the plot, and is somewhat similar to the most hotly debated story of the time, The Fifth Prince and Song Yao, so it spread quickly, and some people even turned it into a storytelling story and preached it in taverns and teahouses. When Emperor Li saw this picture book, he almost vomited blood again. So he is the villain who breaks up the couple, right? Check it out. Find out who wrote this picture book. He threw the sketchbook to the ground and yelled at the guards. The first thing Emperor Li suspected was the fifth prince. Did he instruct his subordinates to create this kind of thing in order to force me to submit? To be honest, Emperor Li had thought about sending someone to secretly kill Song Yao. Could it be that the fifth brother would really commit suicide for a woman? He wasn't sure, nor did he dare to gamble. What if the fifth brother is the only bloodline left by concubine Chun, and he cannot let concubine Chun down? After searching for several days, I still couldn't find any results. In the end, I could only conclude that it was written by a student who was studying abroad, but he might have already gone to the next destination. What to do? Just leaving it alone would make you seem guilty, so it's better to let the matter go as soon as possible. In the end, Emperor Li finally relented. 2 months later, the fifth prince came of age and established his own household. He was given the title Qi, and the matter of getting married was put on the agenda. Originally, Song Yao had a marriage arranged by the emperor, and wanted to marry out of the Chang'an Marquis's mansion, but both the marquis and his wife firmly refused. There was no other way but to contact her biological parents, who lived far away in the south of the Yangtze River, and buy a small courtyard for them in the capital as a place for her to get married. On this day, the king of Qi got married in there. Where huge crowds of people. No one was sent from the palace, but several princes came. Not many ministers came, but many people came to watch the show. On the hero and heroine's wedding day, Chang Qing naturally has to join in the fun. What are you doing here? When he saw Chang Qing, the fifth prince's face darkened. If it weren't for him, how could the wedding turn out like this? Among the fifth prince's guests, there were many people who came to watch the show, but few who came to congratulate him sincerely. None of the important people he hoped to meet came, and a few brothers who didn't mind making a fuss gave him insincere congratulations. Of course I'm here to congratulate you, fifth brother. You're ahead of me. What's ahead? Did this curse cause him to die early? The fifth prince's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The fifth prince was so angry that if it had not happened at his own wedding, he would have probably not been able to hold back and punched him. He glared at Chang Qing fiercely. When he ascends the throne, the first thing he will do is to deal with this hateful king of Chu. The eldest prince and the second prince also came, and they looked at the fifth prince with unfriendly expressions. During this period, the fifth prince was making a lot of noise, but even so, his father did not punish him. Instead, he compromised. This is something that makes people think deeply. Perhaps this fifth child is not so marginalized after all. The several princes came with the intention of testing each other, and they were all making clever remarks in their words. After dealing with wave after wave of guests, the fifth prince returned to the bridal chamber, feeling exhausted and with no joy of getting married in his heart. After all, she was a woman he had already had, so he didn't have the energy to deal with her anymore. He simply fell asleep, leaving Song Yao, who was worried, crying secretly. Chang Qing did not see anyone from the Chang'an Marquis mansion at the wedding banquet. It seems that they have completely broken up. However, it did allow the male and female protagonists to get together early. In the original plot, the male and female protagonists got together 2 years later, that is, after the original owner killed the eldest prince and the second prince, and he himself was imprisoned, and Song Yao was not made the main wife, but only a concubine. At that time, the emperor had already made him the crown prince, and he was extremely proud of himself. Song Yao was not driven out of Chang'an Marquis mansion, and was still a talented and beautiful young lady who was loved by the Marquis. In comparison, the situation now is really miserable. On the way back home, Chang Qing was thinking all the way, Emperor Li has vomited blood several times in a row now. I think he has been poisoned deeply. According to this process, it will only take 1 or 2 years. It's time to visit my grandparents. The next day, Chang Qing swaggered into the mighty general's mansion. The mighty general Han Tai's ancestors followed Emperor Taizu to conquer the world. He was an aristocrat among the nobles in the capital. He also held a large number of troops and was feared by the emperor. Han Tai has been very aware over the years that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger, so he has always been very low-key. Even his support for his grandson was done in secret. On the surface, the two families have basically no dealings with each other. It's a pity that the mighty general's mansion in the original world was eventually dragged down by the King of Chu and did not have a good ending. Now that Changqing is here, he naturally doesn't want the tragedy of the original world to happen again. Han Tai is now over 70 years old, with white hair and beard. He is sitting opposite Changqing, looking very majestic. In addition to Han Tai and Changqing, Changqing's second uncle and second cousin were also in the study. His eldest uncle was still guarding the border and could not return to Beijing easily. Han Tai looked at Changqing with a complicated look. His beloved daughter died shortly after giving birth to this child, not long after entering the palace. He was undoubtedly very concerned about his daughter's bloodline, but her status was noble, as she was not only his grandson, but also a prince. Once the prince has too close contacts with the army, he will inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicion. Han Tai knows this better than anyone else. He can't interfere with his grandson's growth. In recent years, the King of Chu has been increasingly favored by the emperor, and his behavior has become extremely eccentric. He sensed something was wrong, but his repeated reminders were ineffective and instead led to discord between the two families. During this period, the King of Chu had done a lot of great things, and he himself was the focus of discussion in the capital, so he couldn't help but feel worried. I didn't expect that he would come to visit. I want to seize the throne, please help me, grandfather. Changqing's first words frightened the old general, who had spent his entire life in military service, so much so that he jumped up, and the other people were also shocked by his words. It took a long time for my second uncle to react. Seize, King Chu, are you planning to seize the throne from the emperor? It's not his fault that he had a short circuit for a moment. It's just that what Changqing said was too outrageous. The mighty general's mansion naturally supports the King of Chu, not only because the King of Chu is half the blood of the Han family, but also because the general's mansion itself is feared by the emperor. If the new emperor is to take office, it is impossible for him not to take action against the general's mansion when purging the King of Qing. This is a relationship where everyone prospers together and everyone suffers together. However, seizing the throne from the emperor is tantamount to rebellion. Chapter 164 Cannon Fodder. Prince 17, Changqing saw the shock, hesitation and confusion in their eyes, so he told them everything he knew in detail. What? The emperor actually poisoned you? Now everyone in the Han family was anxious. Han Tai immediately went to see a doctor, and his second uncle and eldest cousin also hurriedly asked if there was any solution. Don't worry, grandfather, I have already solved this poison. I also poisoned father. He was pissed off by old Five a few days ago and vomited a lot of blood. He spoke with confidence, and the expressions on Han Tai and the others' faces were hard to describe. What is going on? I poisoned my son, and then my son poisoned me back. This is how the father and son in heaven are. However, seeing that Changqing looked confident, several people breathed a sigh of relief. He seems like a man who can accomplish things. So were all those troubles you caused before just for show? Han Tai suddenly had an idea and imagined a scene of enduring humiliation and destroying one's own reputation. Changqing nodded without blushing. My father poisoned me, hoping to turn me into a madman and fight with the first and second princes. How could I do as he wished? I just attacked the fifth prince instead. He wants Lao Wu to succeed him, so I will destroy Lao Wu's reputation first. The Han family members looked at each other. Emperor Li intended to pass the throne to the fifth prince, so he hoped that the King of Chu and the eldest and second princes would all suffer losses, thus clearing the way for the fifth prince to succeed to the throne? This is simply too much. Uncle Han pounded his fist on the table. Han Tai also looked angry. At that time, he had chosen a good friend's son for his daughter, but the emperor was afraid of the Han family and wanted to take his daughter into the harem as a hostage. For the sake of the family's interests, he sacrificed his daughter and swallowed his anger, but unexpectedly, the emperor would not even let go of his daughter, his only flesh and blood. Such an emperor is probably trying to clear obstacles for the fifth prince. And he wants to clear away the Han family as well, right? Thinking of this, Han Tai felt a chill down his spine. He has spent his entire life in the military, serving his country, his people, his family, and himself. How could he watch the Han family perish because of this? Looking at the grandson opposite him, he seemed like a different person. He suddenly felt that this might not be a bad opportunity. When Changqing came out of the general's mansion, it was already dark, but he felt very relaxed. In the original plot, the general's mansion was a staunch supporter of the King of Chu, and it is still the same today, which saves him a lot of trouble. He sensed that someone was following him in secret, but he didn't care. The emperor sent people to monitor his movements, but these people could not infiltrate the general's mansion. Ha 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 ha. In the palace, Emperor Li was so pleased after hearing the secret guard's report that he couldn't help laughing. It seems that the eldest and second brother are putting a lot of pressure on me. Is the third brother finally going to use the power of the general's mansion? This is the best. After both sides suffer losses, he will clean up the mess. Well, the general's mansion is quite powerful. I hope the eldest and second in command can hold on longer. Yes, although the fifth prince went against Emperor Li's wishes for Song Yao, he did not give up the idea of passing the throne to him. After all, he is the son born to her white moonlight. He felt that only in this way could he be worthy of his love. Only why do I always feel chest tightness and shortness of breath recently? We have to call the Imperial physician to take another look. The road hasn't been paved yet. I hope the King of Chu can be more powerful this time. Fuchuan, who do you think will win between the King of Chu and the eldest or the second oldest? While reviewing memorials, Emperor Li chatted with Fuchuan as if nothing had happened. Oh, Your Majesty, I don't understand that. I think both sides will suffer losses. Even if someone wins, it will be a miserable victory. Eunuch Fu knew what Emperor Li liked to hear, so the words he said were naturally very pleasant to the ear. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Li was amused by his words. In his eyes, a scene seemed to emerge of several people fighting to the death. In the end, the eldest prince and the second prince were both defeated by the King of Chu, and the King of Chu was also seriously injured. At that time, he acted like a god, quickly dealt with the King of Chu, and made the fifth prince the crown prince. On the other side, Chang Qing had just returned to the palace when the butler reported that the Chang'an Marquis Mansion had sent a visiting card today. It turned out that he was invited to the Chang'an Marquis Mansion to discuss marriage matters. Chang Qing then remembered that according to the arranged marriage, he would have to get married in the spring of next year. Very bald. Originally, the man's parents were going to visit the woman's home to discuss specific matters, but the King of Chu's mother died early, and his father is the current emperor. Going to the Marquis's mansion would make too much noise, and the King of Chu was a reckless person, so the Marquis's mansion did not dare to make a decision privately. So, I have to go to the Marquis mansion to discuss my own marriage? The housekeeper had no choice but to ask, how about you, Your Majesty? Please ask the elders from the general's mansion to go. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Emperor Li is still alive, so it would definitely be inappropriate to ask my maternal family to handle this matter. On the other hand, Song Yu also learned that her father had invited the King of Chu to discuss the marriage. This made her nervous again. The King of Chu had been beating and killing people recently, and had also captured Song Yao and the fifth prince, which had caused a particularly big commotion, and she had no choice but to pay attention. Tell me, will he be retaliated against for offending so many people? Song Yu grabbed her handkerchief and couldn't help asking Jiqing. Oh, my lady, why are you so worried? I think the King of Chu is fine. He is favored by the emperor and is protected by him. And didn't you say before that we should fight? Those people who robbed women and occupied good farmland are not good people. Jiqing used to think that the King of Chu was a little scary, but she changed her mind after her young lady was conferred the title of county princess and received many rewards. It can be seen that it is true that people are bound by duty when they receive favors from others. But Song Yu was still worried. It's nothing, Mississippi. Didn't you say that the King of Chu is a good man? Good people will definitely live a long life. You two will definitely grow old together. Jiqing is a personal maid. Normally, a personal maid would go to the new home with the young lady to serve. But she had heard that the Prince Chu's mansion was extremely luxurious and she was very curious. Jiqing's words made Song Yu relax her brows slightly. In this era, many young men and women have never met each other before marriage. Song Yu accepts this kind of blind marriage well. When she was little, she thought that she would be arranged by her parents to marry a man in the village or the next village, and then live a simple life. Or if she was lucky, her brother would introduce his classmates to her, and she might even become the wife of a scholar. Who would have thought that her fate would change so suddenly overnight? And she turned out to be a lady from a marquis's mansion in the capital, and was even engaged to someone arranged by the emperor. At first, she was extremely panicked. Who wouldn't want to marry a man of noble status and handsome appearance? But she knew her situation best. The young men in the capital all liked noble ladies like Song Yao who could write poems, paint, and play the piano. How could they like a girl like her who grew up in the countryside? After returning to the Marquis mansion, she heard people say more than once that the King of Chu hated the fact that his engagement was changed to a country girl, but she had no choice but to shed tears secretly. But when she stopped a car to ask for help that day, she did not feel any ill will from the King of Chu. He even asked people to help her, and later asked for the title of county princess for her, which made her life much better. This gave her some hope, although marriage is in the name of parents, who doesn't want their life to be better? Xiqing, you said that the King of Chu doesn't even have a maid in his backyard. Why is that? Thinking of this, she asked again. A woman who was about to get married is particularly delicate in mind, always worrying about this and that. Xiqing's eyes flashed. She heard that the King of Chu kept himself clean because he liked Song Yao, but she refused to believe it, so she didn't plan to tell the young lady. Ahem, who knows what's going on in the prince's backyard? His mother died young, so it's possible that there's no one to make arrangements for him. These words undoubtedly comforted Song Yu, and the sadness on her face suddenly faded a lot. Hey, go to sleep. Chapter 165 Cannon Fodder Prince, 18. The next day, Changqing visited as promised. The discussion went very smoothly. Changqing had no objections to the dowry and marriage procedures. As long as he had one thing in mind, he should go for the big picture. After all, he is the most favored prince, and he cannot be as shabby as the fifth prince. He has thought it through. She wanted to take advantage of the marriage to fleece the emperor. After the discussion, he was arranged to meet with Song Yu. For men and women who are already discussing marriage, parents don't mind letting them meet. This was also the first time Changqing met Song Yu. Looking at the girl opposite him who was lowering her head and looking a little reserved, he smiled. You were so brave when you stopped the carriage last time, why are you so timid now? Song Yu looked up suddenly, and what came into her sight was a face so handsome that it took her breath away, beautiful peach blossom eyes with a hint of smile, and although the voice was clear, it was very similar to the voice she heard across the carriage that day. With a bang, Song Yu's face turned red to her ears and she quickly lowered her head again. However, when it came to the issue of stopping the car there, the atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed. I was too anxious that time, and tried all kinds of treatments. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Then, I wonder what Miss Song thinks of me, a random healer? Your Majesty, he is naturally a good man. Song Yu felt the eyes on her, which made her face extremely hot. Seeing that she was not amused, Changqing did not continue. No, I brought you a gift. He pushed over a large open box containing a sculpture he had made. Song Yu was deeply attracted at just one glance to eye and the exquisite wooden box. 12 lifelike puppies are sitting or lying, playing, or frolicking. These wood-carved puppies have vivid expressions and smooth lines, which make people fall in love with them at first sight. Knowing that the girl was born in the year of the dog, I carved this set of gifts. The young man opposite seemed to be pleased by her surprised expression, and even his voice was no longer clear, but had a hint of warmth. Carved by the prince himself? Song Yu was so surprised that she even forgot to be shy. She raised her head and looked at the young man opposite her in disbelief. Of course, you must have heard of my reputation. I'm not good at studying, but when it comes to having fun, no one can compare to me. He looked somewhat smug, which revealed some of his youthful nature. Song Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing and quickly covered her face with a handkerchief. In this era when everything except reading is inferior, carving and other such techniques are considered strange and obscene skills that are not worthy of being shown on the stage. Decent people never do these things. I didn't expect that the prince had such an unknown side. Song Yu felt that the distance between them had shortened a lot. She had not studied much, and although she had made up for it for a while after arriving at the Marquis mansion, there was definitely still a big gap between her and those who had been studying since childhood. Moreover, she also liked embroidery, which was not looked down upon in the Marquis' mansion. The Marquis' wife also did not allow her to embroider, saying that it was the job of an embroiderer and no decent girl would embroider every day. She felt that she and the King of Chu might actually have something in common. It's just that the embroidery work that she was most proud of was far behind his carving skills. So much so that the purse that she had prepared for a long time was not even worth showing off. It was not until Changqing stood up to say goodbye that she desperately stuffed the purse into his hand, turned around and ran back to her room. Changqing looked at the exquisitely embroidered purse in her hand, on which were 2 lifelike little goldfish. This girl is also an interesting person. When he met the girl's parents for the first time, he brought gifts for both the Marquis' wife and the Marquis. The gift for the Marquis' wife was a small box of rubies, and the gift for the Marquis was a set of white jade gold. It's my first time meeting the Yu family, so I can't look too shabby. At the Song family once again witnessed how favored the King of Chu was. The rubies were full and sparkling, and the Marquis knew at first sight that these were valuable tributes from foreign countries. As for the white jade gold, they were something he had only seen in the palace before. Yuer is a blessed person. The Marquis's wife touched the ruby box with one hand and said to the Marquis with emotion, "Ever since the affair between Song Yao and the fifth prince became a hot topic, the Chang'an Marquisate has cut ties with Song Yao. There is no way, the Marquis mansion still has to save its reputation." It was rare for the Marquis's wife to show some concern for Song Yu, but the two had not been together for many years, and she had been partial to Song Yao before, so their relationship had always been distant. There was a thoughtful look in the Marquis' eyes. Although he was not an official in the court, he vaguely felt that something was not right with the emperor's favor towards the king of Chu. This was not what a father who truly loved his children should do. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. However, he could not interfere with the emperor's arranged marriage, so he had to go ahead with it whether it was a blessing or a curse. If the Marquis was confused about this, then Song Yu was very satisfied. After returning to the room, she looked at a box of wooden carvings of puppies, and the blush on her face remained for a long time. She is so beautiful, of noble status. And he even made the wood carving for her himself. What's more, she found that the king of Chu was easy to talk to, and there was no sense of distance when chatting. He was much easier to communicate with than those noble ladies from aristocratic families. "This is simply the man of my dreams." When Jiqing saw the young lady's dreamy look, she knew that this meeting with the king of Chu would be a great success. "Miss." She nudged Song Yu's elbow. "Are you eager to marry into the Chu palace?" She laughed teasingly. "You little girl, you're making fun of me." Song Yu stood up and pretended to fight. Jiqing quickly ran to the yard, singing as she ran, "Girl waiting to be married, your heart is flying." For a moment, the yard was filled with a lively atmosphere. On the way back to the palace, the system, which had not appeared for several days, suddenly resurrected. Host, the hero and heroine have been reborn. The fifth prince and Song Yao were reborn. Changqing was surprised for a moment, then smiled. "It's good to be reborn. Life will be more lively after rebirth." Chapter 166 Cannon Fodder Prince, 19. It turned out that the fifth prince and Song Yao went to the palace to pay homage to Emperor Li early this morning and were criticized again. After returning home, both of them were in a bad mood. They blamed each other, had a big quarrel, and pushed each other. As a result, both of them fell to the ground and hit their heads. Reborn. At this time, the fifth prince was looking at his young hands in disbelief, with an expression of inexplicable surprise on his face. He clearly remembered that he was lying on the hospital bed just a moment ago, with the princes and grandchildren weeping around him. How come the scene flashed and he became young again? As I was thinking, I heard a voice, "Your Majesty. Are you back too?" Turning around, I saw Song Yao, with her hair a little messy, sitting up with the help of the ground. "Queen. Could it be you?" His voice was trembling. It wasn't until he saw Song Yao nodding with tears in her eyes that he reacted. The next moment, the two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. "I'm back to my youth. God really treats them well." It is not enough to enjoy the blessings in one life, there is also a second life. However, after the two of them cleaned up, they carefully recalled the situation in this life. I was dumbfounded. Why is the situation so different from the previous life? In their previous life, the two did not get married so early, and the fifth prince did not marry Song Yao first, but the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Xianghua. It was not until the king of Chu overthrew the eldest and second princes and was imprisoned himself that he married Song Yao as a concubine. Later, when his wife died early, he made Song Yao his principal wife. "Why was I kicked out of Chang'an Marquis's mansion?" Song Yao screamed. After Song Yu died early in her previous life, she had always been the only young lady in the Chang'an Marquis mansion and was pampered like a treasure. Why is the situation so different in this life? Why is Song Yu still alive? And why is she going to marry the king of Chu? Song Yao remembered that the king of Chu had always been deeply in love with her. Even after she married the fifth prince, he still wanted to snatch her away from him. Why did he want to marry Song Yu? After the two discussed it, they realized that the current situation was far from satisfactory. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Song Yao couldn't stop crying. The fifth prince also frowned deeply. He didn't understand why the situation was so different in his new life. Could it be that someone else was reborn? No. If other princes were reborn, they would probably try every means to kill him now. After all, he was the one who ascended the throne in the previous life. "Yaoer, don't call me the emperor now." He considered it for a while before slowly saying, "Now I am the king of Qi, and you are the queen of Qi. Don't worry, my father has always supported me in his heart. The other princes have to stand aside." He waved his fist, as if to cheer himself up. As long as I have the support of my father, what is there to worry about? Besides, I now have the memories of my previous life, so there is no need to panic. He recalled that at this time, the king of Chu and the eldest and second princes were already at loggerheads with each other, so there was no need for him to do anything, just wait. When the eldest prince and the second prince die at the hands of the king of Chu, and when the king of Chu is imprisoned by the emperor, he will be made the crown prince. Thinking about how he had made Yaoer sad for a long time in his previous life because he married the daughter of Duke Shangua, although the process was not so pleasant now, he did marry Yaoer, and he felt comforted in his heart. Yaoer, there is no other woman between us in this life. We will definitely be happier than in the last life. Song Yao had not yet recovered from the memory of her ruined reputation, and smiled weakly when she heard the fifth prince's words. Seeing Song Yao's weak and pitiful appearance, the fifth prince felt a fire rising from his abdomen. He stretched out his hands, held her in his arms, and walked towards the room. Huang Wulong, let me think about it carefully. Song Yao's words were stuck in her throat, leaving only short whimpers. Chang Qing heard that the fifth prince had been entering the palace frequently these days, and his expression was extremely ugly every time he came out. Just act. Chang Qing smiled secretly. The fifth prince must have gone to repair the relationship between father and son, and considering the feelings that Emperor Li had for him, it would be an easy task for him to do so. It is estimated that by now, the father and son have become loving and filial sons. Sure enough, a few days later, news came that the fifth prince was under house arrest for a month. After hearing this, the eldest prince and the second prince finally felt relieved. It seems that the emperor has no special feelings for the fifth son. The reason he didn't let him marry Song Yao was simply because the girl was born in a low-class family. As a result, more and more small actions were taken against Chang Qing. Chang Qing naturally wouldn't bear it, and the drug effects took effect, and he personally went to fight, killing quite a few of their men. Seeing the king of Chu fighting with the other two princes, not only Emperor Li was secretly happy, even the fifth prince who was confined at home was very happy. Although things have changed, the general direction remains unchanged. He is the heir chosen by his father, and the other princes are cannon fodder. This person tends to get carried away when he is happy. And now, at the autumn hunting conference, he faced off against the king of Chu again. Originally he wanted to keep a low profile, but the look in King Chu's eyes when he looked at Song Yao revealed the same naked fanaticism from his previous life. How could he tolerate this? In his previous life, he had been on the throne for decades and had accumulated great power. Who would dare to peek at his woman in front of him? Although he was reborn as a prince, he still had this kind of ambition and couldn't help it. So, in the youth martial arts competition, he took the initiative to provoke the king of Chu, wanting to teach him a lesson. Brother Wang, you are 2 years older than me. You won't be afraid to accept your younger brother's challenge, right? The fifth prince looked directly at the king of Chu, a determined smile on his lips, and the rustling autumn wind made his clothes rustle. At this moment, he actually had some imperial majesty. No one had ever seen a fifth prince like this before, and everyone was horrified. Emperor Li originally wanted to stop him, but when he saw the fifth prince's graceful demeanor, he changed his mind and gave up the idea of stopping him. This child is indeed the most like me. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The fifth prince had been taught both civil and martial arts by famous teachers, so Emperor Li was not worried that he would lose to the king of Chu, whose enthusiasm for learning could not last more than 3 minutes. It would be good to let him establish his prestige. Anyway, the king of Chu and the first and second princes have become mortal enemies. Are you sure you want to compete with me? This is a stage for unmarried men. Chang Qing glanced at him and sat there without moving. That's right, all princes and ministers would participate in this autumn hunting activity, and they would bring their own children of marriageable age. Various competitions were a stage for them to show themselves. After the autumn hunting every year was the peak period for engagement. My brother hasn't married yet, and my concubine position is still vacant. The fifth prince didn't want to miss the opportunity to teach the king of Chu a lesson in public. My brother, if you don't dare to compete because you are not good enough in martial arts, just say so. I am not such an unreasonable person. He clapped his hands, looking calm and at ease. Chapter 167 Cannon Fodder Prince, 20. Chang Qing cast his gaze towards Emperor Li, who was sitting at the top. Father, do you think it is appropriate for me to compete with old five? Swords are blind, it would be bad if I hurt my younger brother. The fifth prince didn't like to hear this. Hurt me? King Chu, you are so arrogant. He didn't even call him Brother King. He picked up the long knife from the weapon rack and flicked it with his fingers, making a loud clanging sound. The fifth prince pointed his knife at Chang Qing and said, "Come on, let's fight to the death." Emperor Li looked at the fifth prince and then at Changqing, and finally decided to follow the fifth prince's wishes. It's been a while since the emperor has tested your martial arts. Today is a good opportunity to see how your progress is. He also called 2 guards with high martial arts skills to stand beside the arena and watch, so as to provide timely rescue in case of danger. We can't let the fifth prince suffer any loss. Changqing stood up, but he did not go to the ring. Instead, he continued to look at Emperor Li. Father, there are so many people here, it's rare to have a competition. Why don't you give us a prize? It will be more fun this way. Ha ha ha, Emperor Li was amused by his words. You are such a playful kid. He took off the jade pendant he always carried with him. This is a reward from your royal grandfather for me winning the first prize in the first autumn hunt. I'll use it as a prize today. At this time, many people gathered together, including women, who came to watch the fun. When they heard what the emperor said, they were all startled, and not to mention the value of this jade pendant. The fact that it is inherited from the late emperor is of great significance. The eldest prince and the second prince could no longer sit still. Father has given us such a good prize, we have to participate. As the elder brother, we can't fall behind, right? The eldest prince smiled, but his eyes were shining. Could it be that the emperor wanted to choose an heir with outstanding martial arts skills? Even this jade pendant that he never took off had to be taken out as a prize. That's right. I've been busy with work lately, so my martial arts skills are a little rusty. I was just looking for an opportunity to practice. The second prince also came over. He also wants the jade pendant that his father always carries with him. The fourth prince, I am just a nobody. Seeing how Changqing had caused such a mess in the situation with just one sentence, the fifth prince's face darkened to the bottom. Emperor Li also had a headache. He originally wanted to give the reward directly to the fifth prince after he won, but he didn't expect that a few more participants would be attracted by this sentence, and he didn't want to refuse their participation. After all, on the surface he is still a kind father who treats everyone equally. Since there are so many people, there must be a competition rule to ensure fairness. How about you draw lots for a knockout match? He suggested. The other princes naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. However, Changqing was different. He did not care about the jade pendant and knew that if the jade pendant was given to the fifth prince, it might represent inheritance. If it was given to other princes, it would just be a jade pendant. I give up, you guys compete. He simply raised his hand, showing no interest. No. The fifth prince was so angry that he felt like there was a lot of anger stuck in his stomach, making his internal organs rebel. When he heard Changqing's words, he subconsciously shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Oh no, he put himself in the shoes of the emperor of his previous life, and his subconscious action was to give orders. After he shouted it out, he felt something was wrong and quickly added a few more sentences. Ahem, among our brothers, the third brother is the best at having fun. If you don't join in, wouldn't it be a lot less fun? Don't you agree? The last half of the sentence was addressed to the onlookers. The onlookers naturally wanted to watch the fun, and no matter how big the event, they all shouted yes. Some even persuaded the fourth prince to join in as well, so that everyone could see who was better. The autumn hunting competition is mainly for entertainment, so everyone has no concerns. Changqing naturally would not be convinced so easily and refused to agree no matter how much he was persuaded. Father, I am not feeling well. I cannot stand the constant fighting. I'd better stay by the side and cheer for the other brothers. He bowed to Emperor Li and was about to sit back down. Seeing this, the fifth prince became anxious. He had come forward just to teach the king of Chu a lesson, but ended up facing the first and second princes? This was not what he wanted. With a determined mind, he simply jumped onto the stage. That's it. I'll guard the ring and wait for you to challenge me. That should be all right, right? He is not afraid of continuous battles. After he ascended the throne in his previous life, he continued to practice martial arts diligently. His kung fu was no longer comparable to that when he was a prince. Since his rebirth, he has integrated the memories of his previous life, but his body is younger. He feels that he has no rivals among the princes. Oh no. So arrogant, everyone was surprised. Could it be that the fifth prince was quite talented in martial arts? The eldest prince was the first one who couldn't stand it. He drew out a spear and rushed forward. He learned kung fu from an old general, and his skills were bold, powerful and unparalleled. However, this is useless in front of the fifth prince. He simply blocked the attack with his hand, causing the eldest prince to retreat repeatedly. Then he chopped down with his sword, breaking the spear in his hand into two pieces, and then kicked him off the platform. After 3 moves, 1 block, 1 chop and 1 kick, the eldest prince was lying on the ground in a miserable state. The arena was neither too high nor too low, so he would not get hurt if he fell down. However, he was still dizzy and couldn't get up for a long time. The onlookers looked at each other, all with expressions of disbelief. Royal education has always advocated both civil and military talents. Although the eldest prince has not joined the army, he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Ordinary soldiers may not be his match. How could he be so vulnerable? Not only did everyone else not believe it, even the eldest prince couldn't believe his own eyes. Did he just lose like that? Until he was helped up by the guards, he was unwilling to accept this reality, and he didn't dare to look his father in the eye. I brought shame upon myself. Emperor smiled, took a sip of wine, narrowed his eyes, and looked very satisfied. This is the air he wanted. Concubine Chun, did you see that? Our child is indeed very brave and has extraordinary grace. The second prince looked at the eldest prince with disdain. This eldest brother is really getting more and more incompetent. He never defeated me when practicing martial arts before, and now he can't even beat the fifth brother. And this isn't a fight on horseback, so why would you choose a spear? You can't use it at all. He turned around and picked up a big knife. He flashed and chopped directly at the fifth prince. The speed was so fast that it brought up a white light. The fifth prince backhandedly. With a loud sound of metal clashing, the second prince felt his arm shaking violently, and a sudden feeling of numbness and soreness came over him. He retreated repeatedly and couldn't stop at all. The next moment, he felt a pain in his waist and flew up. Boom! It was the sound of someone falling to the ground. The second prince reacted quickly. He got up quickly after landing, but his face turned red. He felt like there was a fire in his chest, burning his internal organs. The fifth prince didn't even look at him. He pointed his knife at Chang Ching and said with a teasing smile, "Third brother, dare you stand with me? I will try my best not to hurt you. Don't keep staring at your third brother. Your fourth brother is standing over there." Chang Ching didn't seem to be provoked at all. Instead, he turned the topic to the fourth prince, who was daydreaming. I am no match for my fifth brother. I admit defeat. The fourth prince had always been best friends with the fifth prince, and he took good care of this younger brother who was close in age. Recently, he felt that the fifth prince was very majestic and imposing, so he automatically retreated to the position of a follower and would never go up to challenge him. Chapter 168 Cannon Fodder Prince, 21. It seemed that there was no way to push forward, so Changqing stopped pretending and picked up a copper hammer from the weapon rack and attacked. Oh my god, everyone was surprised again. This bronze hammer was powerful and heavy, and was a powerful weapon on the battlefield. However, it would be clumsy in a single-player battle. As soon as Song Yu and Ji Qing squeezed to the front row, they saw the scene of the copper hammer and the big knife colliding on the stage. Oh, why did the prince choose such a heavy weapon? Although Ji Qing doesn't know martial arts, he knows that the copper hammer is definitely not as flexible as the broadsword. Her words were drowned out by the loud crash and Song Yu didn't hear them at all. At this moment, her heart was beating like a drum and her eyes were fixed on the stage, not daring to miss any details. Don't worry, sister. The king of Qi said he would be careful not to hurt the king of Chu. Song Yao squeezed next to Song Yu without knowing when. She looked relaxed, as if she was sure of winning. Song Yu snorted and didn't want to pay attention to her. She took 2 steps to the side, away from Song Yao. After being in the capital for so long, she has grown a lot. She knows that although Song Yao treated her well in the Marquis mansion, he was actually setting a trap for her. What's more, she was kicked out of the mansion because of her bad reputation due to her affair without a matchmaker. She didn't know why, but after seeing them at the autumn hunt, they always targeted her and the king of Chu. It was simply unreasonable. Song Yao saw the disgust in her eyes, which made her look a little ugly. What's there to be proud of? Even if Song Yu didn't die early in this life, so what? She will be the queen in the future, the queen above all others. However, the two soon lost interest in bickering because their attention was drawn to the fight on the stage. The king of Chu was seen wielding the bronze hammer with great vigor, and each of his moves seemed to contain 1,000 pounds of strength, while the fifth prince was circling around him as if strolling in the garden, occasionally taking advantage of a gap to deliver a Knife. The eldest prince and the second prince stared at the stage with faces as gloomy as water. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in just a few moves, while the king of Chu was able to fight back and forth. Brother, who do you think is better, the third or the fifth? The second prince suddenly asked the eldest prince, and the two of them seemed to sympathize with each other at this moment. The eldest prince glanced at him unhappily and said, "Third brother may look powerful, but the copper hammer is so heavy. This momentum cannot last long and will soon be defeated." Not only the eldest prince thought so, many people who had practiced martial arts in the audience thought so. Even Songyu, a girl who had never learned martial arts, could roughly tell who was struggling more and who was more relaxed, and her heart was in a knot. Songyu naturally did not miss Songyu's nervousness, and a smile appeared on her face. "Don't worry, sister. The fifth prince will not hurt his brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an exclamation from the crowd. It turned out that the fifth prince took advantage of the moment when the king of Chu was blocking the knife and kicked the king of Chu in the waist. Although he blocked it slightly with the handle of the copper hammer, he seemed unable to withstand the force. He retreated dozens of steps and did not stabilize his body until he reached the edge of the ring. His face was red, he was hammering the ground, breathing heavily, and he seemed to be in a bad condition. When Emperor Li saw his state, the smile on his face paused. "Is this kid going to have a seizure?" The next moment, his worries became a reality. Chang Qing had already prepared for the medicine to take effect. When the fifth prince was about to chop him with a knife, his eyes suddenly turned red. And he turned his head to avoid the vital points, and the copper hammer in his hand smashed into the chest of the opponent without hesitation. There was a scream from the audience. This is no longer a competition, but a fight for life. The fifth prince was also greatly shocked. If this move was carried out, he would chop the opponent's shoulder with his sword, which would at most break one of his arms. But if the heavy hammer hit his chest, he would probably die on the spot. Madman, he cursed inwardly, withdrew the knife, blocked it in front of his chest, and then retreated unexpectedly. The other party turned his body, and the copper hammer in his hand turned a corner, and suddenly hit the arm holding the knife at a strange angle. With a clang, the long sword immediately fell to the ground. The fifth prince didn't even have time to shout before he was knocked flying, directly into the crowd and fainted. This change happened too quickly. It was so fast that the guards guarding the edge of the ring had no time to react. "Hurry, hurry, Imperial physician!" Emperor Li was also frightened by this sudden change. He quickly stood up and walked forward in 2 or 3 steps to investigate the situation. "How is my son?" His voice was more anxious than ever before. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Qi's arm is broken and needs to be reattached immediately." "Hurry up! If anything happens to my son, I'll kill you." The imperial physician rushed to provide first aid, while the eldest and second princes looked at Emperor Li's anxious expression thoughtfully. "This is really unusual. Isn't the fifth prince the least favored one? Why is the emperor so concerned and anxious?" Even the queen had a look of disbelief on her face. Chang Qing also put down the copper hammer and walked down. He was breathing heavily, his face was abnormally red, and his eyes were bloodshot. Songyu hurried forward and handed over her kettle. Chang Qing smiled at her, took the kettle and drank half of the water in big gulps. "King Chu, you are murdering your own brother." Song Yao's scream attracted everyone's attention. She pointed at King Chu with one hand and her body trembled slightly, as if she was very scared. Chang Qing looked at her as if she were mentally retarded. "The fifth prince is currently being treated. Why are you making such a fuss here? Aren't you afraid that the imperial physician's hands may shake and the bones may be misaligned?" Sure enough, when Emperor Li heard her voice, his face became very unhappy and he glared at her fiercely, scaring her so much that she quickly covered her mouth. Chang Qing naturally knew that Emperor Li would never punish him for this. After all, the eldest prince and the second prince have not been defeated yet, so of course he is still his father's most favored child. Sure enough, Emperor Li looked at him with a knife-like gaze, but he forced a smile on his face. "Swords have no eyes, third brother, how do you feel? Are you hurt?" He tried his best to make his voice sound kind, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he unconsciously took on a hint of sharpness. Chang Qing seemed to be unaware of it. His condition seemed to have recovered somewhat, but there was still a strange red blush at the corners of his eyes. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I just felt dizzy on the stage. I was so upset and irritated that I lost my balance and hurt my fifth brother. How about I give the prize to my fifth brother as a consolation?" His tone was sincere and frightened, as if he was feeling extremely guilty for accidentally hurting his brother. Emperor Li looked at him deeply, not knowing how much truth there was in his words, but since the prize had been made before, there was no reason to give it to the loser. After all, the emperor still has to keep his promise. Nonsense. Since you won the competition, the prize is naturally yours, and no one can take it away from you. Emperor Li took off the jade pendant from his waist and put it into Changqing's hand without hesitation. Brothers don't hold grudges overnight. Accidents during competitions are inevitable. When you feel better, go check on your fifth brother. After saying these polite words, he hurriedly turned around and returned to his tent. Chapter 169 Cannon Fodder Prince, 22. I'm still thinking about the loving father, filial son, friendship between brothers and respectful younger brothers. Changqing smiled secretly in his heart. However, judging by his hurried pace, he would probably lose his temper again when he returned. How could it not be uncomfortable to hold your breath? As soon as the emperor left, the scene became lively again. The original owner's younger brothers crowded forward, surrounded Changqing and Song Yu, and talked at once. Boss, you are so awesome. You are invincible. That hammer weighs at least 40 kilograms. Boss, did you learn some kind of internal skill to be so strong? I watched the boss because Miss Song was watching from the audience and inspired his potential. Some of the second generation who were only interested in eating, drinking and having fun spoke without restraint, which made Song Yu so embarrassed that she tightly grasped her handkerchief and just looked down at the ground. Let's go, let's roast lamb together tonight. Changqing waved his hand and pushed through the crowd, escorting Song Yu to Marquis Chang'an before going to his own tent. That night, there were piles of bonfires burning in the camp, and the aroma of meat wafted far away. It was the bonfire barbecue that everyone loved. Changqing sat with a group of young people, chatting, drinking, and singing. When they were in a good mood, some people stood up and danced with swords. The scene was extremely lively. His second cousin Hanshin happened to be sitting next to him, and the two of them whispered to each other from time to time and laughed heartily from time to time, which was very appropriate. Today is the first day of the autumn hunt, and there will be many exciting events to come. The competition interludes during the day have also increased the topic of this autumn hunt, making this year's campfire barbecue more lively than in previous years. Unexpectedly, bad news came from the main account the next day. After the emperor returned to his tent, he was furious and threw a lot of things. As a result, he vomited blood again, and it was more serious than last time. He did not wake up all night. In order to take care of the disease, he had to interrupt the autumn hunt and return to the palace. However, bigger things are yet to come. 3 days later, Emperor Li woke up, but found that half of his body could not move. Only then did he realize that he had suffered a stroke. You must heal me. He held Dr. An's hand and spoke slurred, his words unclear. Emperor Li knew better than anyone how important a healthy body was to an emperor. A weak master was bullied by his servants, a weak monarch was bullied by his ministers, and his sons were all eyeing his position, so how could he not be panicked? No, I haven't paved the way for the fifth brother yet, I can't fall down like this. Although Emperor Li had a strong will, it was of no use. The Imperial Medical Bureau took turns to diagnose and treat him, but to no avail. Instead, the symptoms of the stroke seemed to be getting worse. What to do? He felt that he needed to appoint an heir, but although the king of Chu and the eldest and second princes had won and lost against each other, there had never been any serious consequences. He had no reason to appoint the fifth prince as heir. Not only would the ministers oppose it, but the people of the world would also find it difficult to understand. So Emperor Li decided not to maintain the image of a wise ruler anymore and took action himself. It happened to be raining heavily in the south. The eldest prince was sent out to control a flood, but a mountain collapsed halfway and all the people were buried. The eldest prince's funeral banquet. The second prince was poisoned in the wine and died of the poison a few days later. Coincidentally, a lot of evidence points to the king of Chu. For a time, the capital was in a state of panic, and there were fewer pedestrians on the streets. As expected, things are still developing along the same route as in the previous life. Inside Prince Chi's mansion, the fifth prince, who had half of his body wrapped tightly, laughed out loud, and the pride in his eyes seemed to overflow. Congratulations, Garo, congratulations, Garo. Song Yao also had an irrepressible smile on her face. It's finally coming. In the previous life, the eldest prince died on the way to controlling a flood, the second prince died of alcohol poisoning, the culprit, the king of Chu, was imprisoned, and the fifth prince was made the crown prince. This life seems to be smoother than the previous one. Wu Lang will soon be made the crown prince, and she will soon become the only crown princess. It's a pity that my father was soft-hearted. The king of Chu was only imprisoned, but he was able to survive for a few years. Thinking of how the king of Chu had caused him such severe injuries, the fifth prince felt that giving him a cup of poison wine as he did in his previous life was too easy for him. In this life, he was going to send someone to torture the king of Chu to death and let him feel the pain. This time, a guard came to report that the emperor summoned King Chu into the palace. Let's go to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The fifth prince immediately became excited. It seemed that his father was going to imprison the king of Chu today. He couldn't miss such a wonderful scene. Today, Emperor Li's spirits improved for a rare occasion, and he was supported by others to come to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Announced the king of Chu to enter the palace. He wanted to expose the king of Chu's crimes today to clear the last obstacle for the fifth brother. A young man in a python robe and with a majestic aura stepped into the hall. Today he was quite different from the past. His eyes lacked the usual cynicism, but instead had a hint of murderous intent that was hard to detect. Not only had the ministers never seen such a king of Chu, even Emperor Li was shocked. King Chu, do you admit your guilt? Emperor Li wanted to release his imperial power, but his unclear and stuttering voice made him lose all his momentum and instead seemed a little funny. I don't know. The young man in the audience spoke in a stiff tone, without even bending his waist, and stared directly at the emperor with a deep gaze. Emperor Li waved his hand and said, "Read." A maidservant presented a stack of files to him, and eunuch Fu took 2 steps forward and took them in his hands. This evidence of the king of Chu's guilt. Everyone was surprised. Isn't the emperor's favorite the king of Chu? Is he going to be put on public trial? If the evidence is made public, there will be no room for maneuver. Fu Chuan's eyes fixed, and sharp voices began to sound in the hall. As they listened, everyone's faces turned strange. How can this be evidence of the king of Chu's guilt? This is clearly evidence of the emperor's guilt. Among them are the emperor's arrangements for the death of the eldest prince, who was involved, how a small-scale landslide was caused, and how to deal with it afterwards. There is also how to poison the second prince, who was assigned to do it, and how to point the clues to the king of Chu. Every detail is listed clearly, making it impossible to refute. As soon as Emperor Li heard the clue, he was shocked. Stop. With a roar, he even overcame the stuttering caused by the stroke. However, Fu Chuan acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to read the contents of the file in a shrill voice. Some ministers wanted to step forward to stop him, but the king of Chu stopped them with his hand. Outside the hall, there were chaotic footsteps. When Han Tai appeared at the door in armor, all the ministers reacted. The mighty general's mansion. The king of Chu wants to break off relations with the current emperor. Forbidden. Imperial guards, protect the emperor. Emperor Li shouted hoarsely, but there was no sign of the imperial guards rushing in. In the distance, there was the sound of swords and weapons coming faintly. Some ministers wanted to stand up and make accusations, but as soon as they moved, they were covered with their mouths and dragged away by the soldiers brought by Han Tai. Father, all the ministers, please listen to the files first before doing anything else. The voice of the king of Chu carried unquestionable pressure, which pinned some ministers who were ready to make some moves in their hearts. Emperor Li was on the stage, slumped on the dragon throne. He wanted to cover his ears, but he couldn't even lift his hands. He could only watch as his crimes were read out one by one. He was the image of a wise ruler throughout his life. Everything was destroyed in just a few hours. When he heard Fu Chuan read out that he had poisoned the king of Chu and instigated the 3 princes to fight, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell directly to the ground. Fu Chuan paused, then continued reading after seeing the king of Chu's look. Wait until all the evidence against Emperor Li is read out. Then someone came out, helped the unconscious Emperor Li onto a stretcher, and carried him into the palace. Chapter 170 Cannon Fodder. Prince 23, Han Tai strode forward and swept his cold eyes over the crowd. Emperor Taizu conquered many countries and conquered this vast land. He left behind the teachings of benevolence in governing the country. Later generations of emperors worked hard to govern the country, loved the people, and loved their children, which led to family harmony, good governance, and peace in the world. Now Emperor Li is instigating internal strife among his descendants and even poisoning his own son. Such a sinner is not worthy of being an emperor. After a pause, he continued, now that the first and second princes have passed away, there are no legitimate sons in the palace. The king of Chu is the eldest and has a good reputation. He should be able to ascend the throne. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers immediately knelt and saluted. Long live the Emperor! A group of civil officials looked at each other, and finally knelt on the ground. The fifth prince felt a strange atmosphere as soon as he stepped into the palace. When he heard the shouts of "Long live the Emperor," he was overjoyed. My father was wise and finally dealt with the King of Chu. He quickly quickened his pace so as not to miss the excitement. The soldiers passing by hurriedly on the road made him wonder if the King of Chu intended to resist his father's decision, but the next moment his heart was replaced by ecstasy. If the King of Chu resisted, it would be a rebellion, and the result would not be as simple as being imprisoned. Father! Running all the way made a layer of sweat appear on his forehead, and his injured arm was aching slightly. When he stepped into the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he knelt down and shouted before he could even see the bright yellow shadow on the stage. He was answered with silence. After a long while, a familiar voice came. Fifth brother, you came at the right time. I was looking for you. Fifth brother? The fifth prince suddenly looked up, rubbed his eyes, and saw clearly that the young man on the stage wearing the emperor's dragon robe and with a cold aura was no one else but the King of Chu. King Chu! You are so bold! The fifth prince stood up suddenly. Due to his serious injuries and kneeling for a long time, he felt dizzy. He swayed before he could stand firmly. Someone, capture this traitor! He shouted until he was hoarse, but no one took any action. My heart sank gradually. Take the fifth prince away. Changqing waved his hand, feeling a little bored. Soon, the palace issued Emperor Li's abdication edict, along with his confession of guilt. In his edict of confession of guilt, he confessed his faults and expressed deep remorse. In his edict of abdication, he talked about the historical precedents of abdicating and letting others take over the throne, affirmed the virtue of the King of Chu, and expressed that he felt guilty and had no interest in government affairs, so he voluntarily abdicated the throne to the King of Chu. Inside Ningxiu Palace, Emperor Li stared at his son in a yellow robe with red eyes. So, you knew that you were poisoned? Emperor Li was breathing heavily and his speech was halting. He regrets it so much. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have cared about the reputation of being a wise ruler. It would have been much easier to just take action. It's not like now. His reputation is ruined, the throne is gone, although his life is saved, he is half dead and can't enjoy the joy of life at all. Chang leisurely watched various complex expressions flash across Emperor Li's face. He pulled over a stool and sat down. You are the only one who poisoned your own son. What a pity. How did that saying go? He looked at Dr. Ren, who was respectfully serving beside him, and clapped his hands. Oh, it's his own fault. Emperor Li stared at Anleshi with flames of anger burning in his eyes. If looks could hurt people, Anleshi would have turned into ashes by now. You betrayed me. He gritted his teeth. I just chose a wise master. Anleshi's expression remained unchanged as he saluted Changqing. Father, you may not know that Dr. Ren was responsible for causing you to vomit blood several times and then have a stroke. He helped me a lot. Changqing looked at Emperor Li with a pleasant smile on his face, but the words he spoke were like a knife stabbing into Emperor Li's heart, crushing his internal organs into pieces. His breathing suddenly became heavy and he struggled violently, twisting his whole body like a worm, as if he wanted to get up and hit someone. Unfortunately, the body that had suffered a stroke was not under his control. After twisting for a long time, he still lay down helplessly. After taking a deep breath for a while, a gray look appeared on his face. He seemed to have been suddenly drained of all his strength and lay on the bed like a dead fish. Yes, he has already lost. What's the point of struggling? It will only make you a laughing stock. Old 5, he doesn't know anything. You. Emperor Li looked at Changqing with pleading eyes, seeing that he still wanted to plead for the fifth prince. Changqing showed a vicious smile on his face. The fifth prince's hostility towards him was very straightforward. Can you be innocent by saying, I know nothing? Father, tell me, if only one of you and Old 5 could survive, what would you choose? His smile was malicious, but inexplicably there was a hint of seriousness in it, and it didn't look like he was joking at all. Emperor Li's eyes widened instantly, the disbelief in his eyes almost bursting out, and upon closer inspection, there was also a bit of fear. Third brother, does he dare to kill his father? But seeing Changqing's emotionless eyes, he felt that the other party might be able to do such a thing. Emperor Li suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and a huge fear gripped his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He doesn't want to die. Although he had suffered a stroke and could not move, he was still extremely afraid of death, but the fifth prince was the child of the woman he loved most. How could he just watch him die? there was a struggle in Emperor Li's eyes. Changqing decided to add fuel to the fire. Father, if you keep silent after I beat you dozens of times, I will assume that you have chosen to protect your own name. 1 inch, 2, as the number increased, the panic and struggle in Emperor Li's eyes became more intense, but his lips were tightly closed, with no intention of speaking at all. As the last 10 was uttered, Emperor Li felt as if he had been executed by guillotine, and he felt inexplicably relieved. I heard a chuckle and Changqing had already stood up and left the room. Chapter 171 Cannon Fodder Prince, 24. In the small courtyard of the Imperial Mausoleum, the fifth prince's clothes were disheveled and his hair was loose. He held a large jug of wine in his hand and took a sip from it from time to time. I am the emperor. I am the one that father loves the most. He was seen staggering in front of a pillar, pointing and shaking his head. You, King Chu, are the one who was appointed by the emperor to guard the Linling Mausoleum. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Several guards came over, escorting a woman. Who? The guard at the door stretched out his hand to stop him and asked. The former Qi Wangfei, Son, absconded with the money and was caught. The emperor said that she should guard the mausoleum with that person. The sound of the guard's conversation reached the courtyard. The fifth prince, who was shaking his head, was startled for a moment, and then continued to act crazy. This was the first time Song Yao had seen the fifth prince like this in 2 lifetimes. Garo, her tears immediately flowed. However, her Wolong ignored her and continued to act crazy, talking to himself and busy himself. When Changqing heard from the system that the fifth prince was pretending to be crazy in the cemetery, it was already a few days after he officially ascended the throne. Since the old emperor was not dead, he was pulled out for a show at the coronation ceremony, and the whole process went relatively smoothly for ordinary people. It doesn't matter who becomes the emperor. The key is not to cause turmoil and affect their lives. So, the fifth prince was deceived by Lian Songyao? Changqing naturally knew why the fifth prince pretended to be crazy. In his previous life, when he ascended the throne as emperor, he still poisoned the original owner who was guarding the tomb. He must have put himself in the other's shoes and was worried that he would be poisoned as well. Yes, now Song Yao is the one who cooks and washes clothes every day, and the fifth prince is always talking nonsense and pretending to be crazy and stupid. Changqing, I am speechless. Let's go and take a look. When Changqing and his guards arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum, Song Yao was chasing and beating the fifth prince. I'll make you crazy and stupid. You won't do any work. And you'll eat too much. The Imperial Mausoleum is managed by a special agency. For the royal relatives who are punished here, someone will deliver food, but they need to cook it themselves. This is undoubtedly a severe punishment for the nobles who do not work. The fifth prince was beaten by Song Yao so hard that he ran away with his head in his hands, crying out in pain, but he had no intention of fighting back. Seeing this scene from afar, Changqing couldn't help but sigh. After all, the fifth prince had been an emperor in his previous life. He was really too tolerant. He must have known that there were guards watching him, so he had to put on a full show. The emperor has arrived. Following the eunuch's loud shout, the 2 people in the courtyard were stunned. The next moment, Song Yao immediately knelt on the ground, his body shaking non-stop, while the fifth prince shook his head and shouted, "Your Majesty? I am the emperor? Who is calling me?" Changqing waved everyone away and walked alone to the fifth prince. Fifth brother, stop pretending. I know both of you have been reborn. You can't be unable to bear this kind of stimulation. Song Yao looked up in disbelief. After a few days, her face had become much more haggard, and at this moment, her eyes were filled with fear, as if the world was collapsing before her eyes. The fifth prince was also stunned, and then the madness on his face disappeared, replaced by extreme distortion and resentment. He suddenly let out a strange cry and rushed directly towards Changqing. However, before he could get close, he was kicked away and rolled several meters before falling to the ground. Like a dead dog. Enjoy your life guarding the tomb. Changqing patted the hem of his clothes, brushed off the non-existent dust, and turned to leave. That night, a guard came to report the king of Qi and his wife committed suicide in the Imperial Mausoleum. Bury him. Changqing gave the instruction casually and then put the matter behind him. He is busy. When the new emperor ascends the throne, of course he will reward people according to their merits. Civil officials and military generals supported the prince to ascend the throne just to gain the credit of being a dragon's follower. Changqing's ascension to the throne seemed extremely smooth, but there were undercurrents behind the scenes, and the support of many ministers was indispensable. It is naturally necessary to reward the ministers who support you, but this process also needs to be cautious. You have to promote them if necessary and make adjustments if necessary based on their abilities and contributions. Only in this way can you convince the people and win their hearts. Finally, Han Tai was granted the title of Duke Dingwa, a hereditary title, and other ministers also received corresponding rewards one by one. As for Enleshi, Changqing gave him the surname Lin again, and wanted him to continue working in the Imperial Hospital, but he said that he had no other request than to return to his original surname, and his main goal now was to open a clinic and raise his children. Changqing knew what he was worried about, so he didn't try to keep him. He gave him some gold, silver, and treasures and let him go. Originally, many ministers were worried that the new emperor would have difficulty adapting to political affairs after he ascended the throne. Unexpectedly, the new emperor was very experienced, as if he had been emperor for decades. He issued decrees and introduced measures one after another. Soon, there were no more discordant voices inside or outside the court these days. The atmosphere in Chang'an Marquis Mansion has been experiencing the most ups and downs. At the beginning, when the king of Chu ascended the throne, the Chang'an Marquis was surprised but also secretly delighted. After all, the eldest daughter of the Marquis and the new emperor were married by the previous emperor, and they had a pretty good relationship. Later, the new emperor conferred titles and rewards on all officials, but the Chang'an Marquis was not among them, which inevitably made people worry about the new emperor's attitude towards this marriage. After all, he was a prince before, and a prince with a bad reputation. Although his family background was high enough, those noble ladies might not necessarily look down on him, but things are different now. After ascending the throne to become the emperor, the position of the empress is not comparable to that of a mere prince's wife, so naturally there are more people eyeing her. The Chang'an Marquis was naturally very worried. The marquis couldn't eat for several days because of this. Fortunately, there was no news of the queen's appointment in the palace, otherwise the marquis would probably have vomited 3 liters of blood. The title of Chang'an Marquis has been passed down for 5 generations, and the marquis is now in his 4th generation. In 2 more generations, the title will be downgraded. This generation is neither good at martial arts nor literature, and has not even gotten an official position. They are completely living off their ancestors' wealth. How can this not make people worry? If a queen could be born, future development would certainly be much easier. So these days, the marquis and his wife were so anxious that they had blisters on their mouths, and they urged Song Yu several times to deliver a letter to the palace. But Song Yu got angry and said that the new emperor must be very busy since he ascended the throne and it is not appropriate to disturb him at this time. She also said that she believed in the character of the new emperor. "Oh, my daughter, the emperor's character is beyond reproach, but there are so many people eyeing the position of queen, can't you take the initiative?" Mrs. Ho is really disappointed with him. These days she went to Jilan Garden every day to persuade her, but the girl just wouldn't listen. What's more, she was the one betrothed to the new emperor by the previous emperor, and the marquis's wife didn't dare to criticize her, for fear of offending her and having her stop taking care of the family in the future. When Song Yu saw the marquis's wife coming to persuade her again, she just lowered her head and said nothing. She had limited feelings for the marquis's mansion, and had an even worse impression of the marquis's wife. When she just came back, the marquis's wife doted on Song Yao and ignored her and was often biased towards her. Later, when Song Yao got into trouble, she received rewards from the late emperor, and the marquis wife began to pay some attention to her. But how much mother-daughter love was there between them? Song Yu thought that there shouldn't be any such thing. She was just doing it for the benefit of the marquis mansion and her son. "Mother, whether the engagement is successful or not is up to the emperor. How can I, a girl, bother you?" No matter what the other party said, Song Yu just refused. In fact, she was a little worried, but this worry was because she was worried that other court officials would put people in the new emperor's harem. She was not too worried about the marriage contract. Although she had not met the new emperor many times, she felt that he was a trustworthy and promise-keeping man. Besides, she looked at the row of wooden carvings of puppies on the window frame, and she still had confidence in herself. "Hey, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer in the future." Seeing that she was talking so much that her mouth was dry and the girl was staring at the windowsill in a daze, the marquis's wife no longer had the heart to care about her. She tapped her forehead, stood up and left. As soon as I walked into the atrium, I heard a commotion in front. The marquis ran over in a hurry. "Someone is coming from the palace. Quick! Let Song Yu come out to receive the order." His face was filled with excitement, and even his voice was trembling. The melancholy look on the marquis's wife's face disappeared instantly, and she hurried back to Jilan Garden in 2 or 3 steps. The old nanny beside her could hardly keep up with her pace.